And now...
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Fred MacMurray, Valley, and Frank Sinatra in The Miracle of the Bells. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It's not often that you can see the film version of a book on the screen that's still on the bestseller list throughout the country. And it's not often that we can broadcast the screenplay of a story that's still being read in thousands, if not millions, of homes. But such is our good fortune tonight with Lasky McEwen's current film production of Russell Janney's book, The Miracle of the Bells. And we bring it to you now with three great stars, Fred MacMurray, Valley, and Frank Sinatra playing their original screen roles. Many of the scenes in The Miracle of the Bells were filmed on actual location in a typical Pennsylvania mining village. And from such a place, close to the setting of tonight's play, as a matter of fact, comes a letter from a good friend of this theater. She writes, "In a town where soot and smoke are almost unavoidable, it's always a problem taking care of your complexion. But with Lux Soap, I've never had trouble keeping my skin looking fresh and lovely. We appreciate Lux Soap as much as we enjoy your Monday evening broadcasts, and that's saying a great deal. Well, as one way of saying thanks to this kind listener, we raise our curtain on Act One of RKO's current hit release, The Miracle of the Bells, starring Fred MacMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valley as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul." A few moments ago, an eastbound train paused momentarily in a small Pennsylvania town. One passenger got off, while from the baggage car, a coffin was quickly unloaded and placed in an awaiting hearse.
You Mr. Dunnigan?
Yes.
I'm the undertaker, Mr. Dunnigan. Nick Orloff. Might as well ride with me back to Coaltown.
Thank you.
You the husband of the deceased?
No, I'm just a friend.
Quite surprised when I got your telegram. Never had a client from Hollywood before. The name of the deceased, Mr. Dunnigan, Olga Treskovna.
That was her professional name. She was an actress.
But she come from Coaltown, huh? What was her real name?
Olga Trocky.
Trocky? Stan Trocky's kid?
That's right.
3 years ago, I gave Stan Trocky a first-class $100 funeral. You think she paid me? Not a penny, not 1 cent.
What are you stopping here for?
I ain't burying any more deadbeats until they pay up.
You mean now?
Right now.
All right, Mr. Orloff. But it was a $90 funeral, not $100. She paid you 10, she told me. Here, give me $20 change.
Oh, no. What about the extras? Flowers and 6 pallbearers at $2 apiece. I'm a respectable businessman. I never cheated nobody. When I say $100, it's $100.
My mistake, Mr. Orloff, not noticing your fine qualities. Now get us to Coaltown. It's all right, Olga. You'll be home soon. Why anyone should want to come back to this flea-bitten end of the world, I don't know. But that's what you wanted. And it's all I can do for you, kid. Ride with you and tell you that I love you. That's what's driving me crazy. That I waited till now to tell you. I love you, Olga. I guess I loved you the first time I saw your face. I'll never forget how I happened to meet you. I'd heard Tommy Elmore was rehearsing a new review. And as long as I was in the neighborhood...
No, wait a minute. Hold it. What are you dames trying to do to me? You, what's your name?
Olga Treskovna.
Well, look, Olga, I'm sorry, but I haven't time for beginners. Come back when you've learned something.
Mr. Elmore, please.
No, I'm sorry, but this show's got to go on in 4 days.
Let me try again. Please, give me another chance.
Go on, Tommy. Give the kid a break.
Huh? Who's that? Bill Dunnigan.
How are you, Tommy? Just thought I'd drop in and say hello. Hey, can you get out of here? I'll buy you a drink.
Girls, meet the world's greatest press agent. Bill, meet the world's worst chorus.
Hiya, girls.
Okay, ladies, take half an hour. If you've been watching them, Bill, you know I could use a drink.
Hey, Tommy, do me a favor, huh?
Huh? Yeah, shoot, pal.
Let the piano player work with that kid. He'll have her dancing like Pavlov in no time.
You know her?
No, I just like her face. And she looks like she needs the job. Come on, Tommy, give her a break.
Okay. Freddie, see what you can do with Olga. I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, never mind the thanks. Just learn that routine.
Oh, I will. I will.
That's where it began, Olga. And this is where it ends. In Orloff's funeral parlor. You're back in Coal Town, baby.
Now, if you'll just sit down, Mr. Dunnigan. Well, sir, we can give it a fine funeral for $150. Of course, pallbearers will be extra.
Get them.
$2 apiece. Now, about the church. First thing for me to do is fix it up with Father Spinsky. So just make yourself comfortable, Mr. Dunnigan. Be back as soon as I see it.
What a sap I was, baby. Walking out of that theater with Tommy Elmore, not seeing you again for a whole year. And then only by accident. That tank town in Iowa, Christmas Eve. And me wondering how to kill time till my train left. I walked down Main Street, and there was your picture in the lobby with the rest of the cast. The show was over, but I took a chance you'd still be in your dressing room.
Mr. Donegan.
You've got a good memory.
Oh, come in. Come in. Oh, I've wanted so to see you. This is the most exciting thing that could have happened. I wanted to see you to thank you. I've never forgotten how kind you were.
Then you finally learned that dance routine, huh?
I became so good in the chorus that now I'm a great dramatic actress.
Oh?
It's not a good play, and I don't have a good part, but I love it, and I'm so grateful to you. But what are you doing in Iowa?
I'm advance man for a road show. Well, I see you're ready to leave. You got a date, huh? I just wanted to drop in and say hello.
Oh, I don't have any date, Mr. Donegan.
You're not going anywhere?
Just to the hotel. I suppose you're with friends. I won't keep you, Mr. Donegan.
The name is Bill, and you are going somewhere with me. Are you hungry?
Yes.
Wonderful. There must be some restaurant in town that's still open. Come on, let's find it. Walking with you in the snow, I felt as though I were drunk and didn't know what it was. I didn't know that I'd feel the same every time I was with you. We finally found a Chinese restaurant. It was deserted. But old Ming Gao seemed to think we were very special customers.
You shouldn't have gone to all that trouble, Minga. But how delicious everything was.
After all, it is Christmas. And you say you are strangers here.
Who met purely by accident.
No. No accident. I believe these things are all written.
And we just follow the script, huh?
Yes, we follow. Maybe you will tell me something, young lady. Your name.
Olga Trocky, alias Olga Triskovna.
Trocky, huh? Olga, when did you first decide to be an actress?
When I was a little girl, I think. In a place called Coal Town, Little Poland.
Oh, near Wilkes-Barre.
Yes. Coal Town killed my mother. My father, too. My father was very sweet and kind. He played the accordion and sang. And he used to say to me when he had a hangover, which was most of the time, "Go away someplace, Olga, and sing and dance and act and be happy."
So you followed his advice?
Except I'm nobody. But I'll be ready when my chance comes. I think maybe in Hollywood.
Hey, not so fast, baby. What you need is a couple of years in stock. You've got a lot to learn.
I haven't time for all that, Bill. I want to get there quickly. And when I am a big star and the interviewers ask me, "How did this great success come to you, Olga Triskovna?" I'll tell them it came from Bill Donegan, who once said, "Give the kid a break." Well, I think we'd better go, Bill. It's late.
Yeah. Let's have the check, Ming.
No check.
Oh, no check. Come on. We ate the whole restaurant.
Please, let this humble meal be my gift to the two guests from far away.
Well, thanks, Ming. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. This is for you, Mingao. It's nothing, just a little religious medal. St. Michael, the Archangel. Will you take it, please?
I am very grateful.
St. Michael, huh? What's his specialty?
Fighting for God. He is a very gallant saint, Bill.
I will carry it and hope for your great success, Miss.
Good night, Minga.
Well, it stopped snowing.
Yes. And look up there. Bill, look. Look up there.
Are the stars?
Yes. Do you see over there where that V-shaped cluster is? Now, just to the right of it.
Oh, yeah.
See that bright one?
Yeah?
It's mine. My star.
Yours, huh?
My father told me that star appeared for the first time the night I was born.
Well, could be.
It's there every night to remind me of where I'm going. Oh, I'm being very silly. I won't see you again for a long time, maybe. Will you accept a Christmas present from a strange lady? My star up there. I'll give you half. Yes, Bill? Half is for you.
Why didn't I say something to you then? But no, not a word. Not even where can I write you, where'll you be? Oh, no. Old Clammouth just walking along with his heart jumping and never a word. And now I'm in Nick Orloff's funeral parlor, and you in a box in the corner of the room. But it can't end like this, baby. It can't end with Dunnigan the dummy just staring at a box.
You see? That didn't take long, did it? Me and Father Spinsky got everything worked out fine. And I got hold of a singer, too. Now, let's see. I figure a blanket of roses for the coffin, and maybe a nice wreath as a sort of personal tribute from you. Oh, yeah, and the sexton of the church. I almost forgot that.
Oh, that's bad. You wouldn't want to forget any charges.
Huh? And a donation for Father Spinsky's church. Let's figure on a total of $350.
$350? Well, that's a lot more than
That ain't much for a service at St. Leo's.
At St. Leo's?
Yes, sir. Biggest church in town.
But that's the wrong church. I wanted St. Michael's. I just took for granted.
That old broken-down barn? Oh, no. You don't want your friend buried from St. Michael's.
Look, Mr. Orloff, where is St. Michael's?
Go on. Take a look at it. I ain't worried. Down the street to your left, across from the hotel. Just remember, Father Paul ain't got anything to offer. You'll be back.
So that's why I'm here, Father Paul. She wanted to be buried from your church. Now, how much do you charge? I better tell you first, she wanted a few extras.
I'm very proud that this girl wanted to be buried from St. Michael's, Mr. Dunnigan. Please put your money away.
I'm sorry, Father. I came in here like a sorehead. It's just that, well, it's a pleasure to run into a human being again. You ever hear of poverty, Father?
Oh, yes. Poverty is an old friend of St. Michael's.
Well, I'm down to my last $300. I just thought I'd better warn you. And I've got a favor to ask. Could we have her brought here? I hate the thought of Olga being left in Orloff's place.
Well, of course, she belongs here. Let me phone Orloff, and then you must tell me about Olga. I can see you must have loved her very much. Oh, Nick Orloff's a stupid and greedy man. But she'll be here.
Thank you, Father.
Now, about Olga.
Well, I'd met her only twice before I took a job in Hollywood as personal drum beater for the great Marcus Harris.
Marcus Harris?
Marcus Harris is one of the greatest motion picture producers in America. And at the moment, he was given birth to a $3 million epic called Joan of Arc. The star of the picture was a girl named Anna Klovna. But Miss Klovna proved quite a problem. She was trouble from the minute she walked into the studio. Then one morning in Harris's office...
I refuse to perform. I will not put my foot on that set again. I'm leaving, Mr. Harris.
Miss Klovna, please.
That imbecile. He's a director. He's an idiot. He wants me to be here before I'm awake. He says I must rehearse. I have played Joan in Europe. Shaw's Joan, Schiller's Joan. What have I to learn from him? From any of you?
Oh, come on, Anna. Don't act like this. You're a great artist.
Well, then I want to be treated like a great artist.
Let's go to your dressing room. Let's see if we can't talk this over, huh?
So, now you give the order, too. What do you know about art? A pushcart peddler is what you were, and what you still are. No ignorant peasant can give orders to Anna Klovna.
Now, wait a minute. We don't talk like that in America.
No. All you talk in America is money, money, money. Oh, but I am finished. I quit.
You can quit. I'm sorry you don't like me, Miss Klovna. That's all right. I'm sorry you don't like America, but that isn't all right. It's too bad you couldn't see something nice in such a wonderful place.
Wonderful. For fools, maybe. For money grabbers. For peddlers. I am an artist.
She'll calm down, Marcus. She'll be back.
I don't want her back. I like this country. I won't work with anyone who doesn't like it.
Well, you can get somebody else to play the part then.
There's no one else available who can play Joan of Arc. It's too bad. Cloven has a great talent. Well, let's walk over to the set and give him the bad news. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We're forced to give up the picture. I'm sorry this has happened. Maybe we'll have better luck next time.
That's it, boys. Wrap it up.
Mr. Donegan. Bill. Bill.
Holy Ike, am I dreaming?
Hello, Bill.
Olga, don't tell me you're in pictures.
I was. I just lost my job. I was stand-in for Anna Klovna. You're working here, too?
Yeah. Well, look, let's get out of here where we can talk. So a stand-in, huh?
Not much of a job for a foolish young lady who dreamed of being a star.
You know, it makes me happy just to look at you. Say, where can I meet you tonight?
Let me cook dinner for you. I've got a sort of apartment, and I've been dying to have a guest.
No guess?
No.
I'm glad. What's the address?
1461 Curzon Avenue. It's over a garage.
1461. Will it be all right if I get there about 7 o'clock?
7 is fine. Oh, Bill, how good to see you again. More coffee, Bill?
Ah, no, thanks. Just tell me the rest of it, baby.
Oh, there isn't any rest of it. I kept making the rounds of the studios, and sometimes they said come back, and sometimes they said don't come back. But whatever they said, it always ended the same way. No job for a new young movie star. Bill, you're not listening.
Yeah, I'm listening, baby. I'm listening to a lot of things. Olga, can you act?
But you know I can act.
How do I know?
Because I told you.
Oh, that's right, so you did.
And I'm much better now. I spend all my spare time reading plays, learning parts, and...
Yeah, you're better looking than she is, too.
Who?
Anna Klovna. You're younger, you're prettier.
Bill, what are you talking
Take
about?
it easy, baby. I'm incubating.
Bill, you don't mean Joan of Arc.
Never mind what I mean. Olga, do you know any scenes from the script?
Oh, Bill, I know the whole script.
Look, I don't want the whole script. I want one scene, one big scene.
No?
Yes, now. We've got to work fast. It's one of those things.
Yes, Bill?
Okay, you're on. The camera's rolling. Action.
It's a scene where Joan comes into the courtroom. They brought her up from the dungeon. She sees all the great English aristocrats, all the great doctors of theology. They're here to make her confess that she has lied and blasphemed. Then the bishop asks her if she considers herself in a state of grace. And she replies, if I'm not, I hope God will put me there. And if I am, I hope he'll keep me there. They want the truth, they tell her. And they ask, when did Satan first command you to slay the English? And Joan answers, the voices of my saints commanded me to fight for France. So I went into battle, and I led the battles. And what were the English doing on the soil of France? Why didn't they keep their blood at home where French swords could not spill it? No, whatever you do to me, I will not say what is not the truth. And the truth is, I'm a peasant girl, and I love my mother and father and my brothers, and I would have stayed at home. But God spoke to me through his angel Michael, and he told me to go out into the world and help my people. I went, and I fought. And if I should escape from here, I will continue to fight for them. And if I do not escape and you will burn me for what I've done, I will kneel in the fire and give God my thanks for his kindness to me and my people.
Okay, baby. Where's the phone?
Was it all right?
Yeah, it was all right. Hello. Mr. Harris, please. This is Bill Dunnigan calling. Yeah, will you please?
Bill, I don't know if you...
Hello, Marcus. This is Bill Dunnigan. Marcus, hang on to your hat. What? All right. Hang on to your pajamas, then. Look, Marcus, you don't have to shelve the picture. I found another Anna Klovna plus. She's young. She's beautiful. Can she act? Can Heifetz fiddle? Can Joe Louis fight? Can Bob Feller pitch? I'm telling you, Marcus, she's great. You've got to give her a screen test first thing in the morning. Just give me your okay, and I'll set everything up. Yeah. Sure, I've got her tied up. I give you my solemn word of honor. Yeah. Fine. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bill.
Relax, baby.
I'm going to explode.
You're going to bed.
It's like the time you came into the theater. I couldn't see you at first. Just a voice that said, give the kid a break. I don't know why I deserve anybody like you.
Yeah, I've got to get hold of Dolan and talk him into directing the test. We don't want a shot by some stooge. I'll go and see him now, and you're going to get some sleep.
How can I ever repay you, Bill?
By knocking him dead, baby. Tomorrow's the big day.
Not as big as now. Oh, Bill, thanks.
Good night, Olga.
Good night.
Now, don't worry about anything. I'll see you on the barricades at dawn, baby.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act 2 of The Miracle of the Bells. Meanwhile, greetings to Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter.
Fresh from the green grass of Wyoming, Mr. Keeley.
You mean, of course, the picture of that name, Libby.
20th Century Fox's New Western. And wasn't I surprised to see little Peggy Cummins in the role of a hard-riding outdoor girl. She's so dainty and feminine.
Green grass of Wyoming is certainly full of action. Those harness races had me on the edge of my chair.
Especially the one with Charles Coburn at the reins.
You can always count on Charles to give a rare performance. And I think the studio has a find in young Bob Arthur.
Oh, he's most appealing as Peggy Cummins' sweetheart.
I understand Peggy made a great hit when the company was on location.
She was entertained by the governor and interviewed by all the papers. She's very lovely with her blonde hair and fresh, fair skin. How about that, John Kennedy?
Yes, she's one of Hollywood's prettiest. No wonder everyone fell in love with her. Besides, Libby, Lux girls always make a hit.
Yes, Peggy Cummins is an ardent Lux girl. She told me that during the war days in England, she used to cherish every sliver of Lux soap. Those Lux soap facials are wonderful for the skin, she said. I didn't want to neglect my complexion care a single day.
Screen stars just can't take chances with complexion beauty.
And neither should any woman. Lux facials are so easy and quick, and they really work.
Tests by skin specialists prove it. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, skin became lovelier in a short time.
Lux soap agrees with delicate skin. It's as fine a soap as money can buy. Fastidious women love the Lux soap perfume, too. It's such a delicate fragrance.
Another reason why fragrant white Lux toilet soap is Hollywood's own beauty soap. Back now to Mr. William Keeley.
2 of The Miracle of the Bells, starring Fred McMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valley as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. In the shabby old rectory of St. Michael's Church, the mild little priest, Father Paul, listens attentively as Bill Dunnigan, press agent, continues the story of Olga Treskovna.
Well, Father, the screen test was great. Olga was wonderful. And when we started shooting, she was even better. Everyone was raving about her. No gags either, real raves. I tell you, Father, you've never seen a dream come true like this one.
It sounds wonderful. Oh, that should be Mr. Orloff. Come in.
Where do you want the box?
Would you carry it into the church, please?
I got it uncrated for you.
Yes, you may keep the lumber, Mr. Orloff.
That don't pay me. There's an extra charge. $5.
Here, $5. Now beat it.
You're going to hear from Father Spinsky. Yes, sir.
I'm always happy to hear from Father Spinsky. Mr. Dunnigan, it's time for evening devotions. Would you care to come with me?
In church? Oh, I don't know, Father.
Well, please come and see her there.
Well, for a minute.
And you haven't finished telling me about her?
Tomorrow, maybe.
Good. And if you'd like, I'll show you the cemetery. This way, Mr. Dunnigan. You know, some people object to our cemetery being way up here in the hills, Mr. Dunnigan. But at least this is one place where the coal dust doesn't blow and where the flowers are always clean. I asked a friend if she had ever heard of Olga Treskovna, the movie actress. She said she hadn't. I told her she was very famous.
No, Father. They wouldn't let her become famous.
But why not? What happened?
Well, after 2 weeks of shooting, Marcus Harris tripled her salary. That's how good she was. But she never changed. It's quite a thing, you know, Father, to jump from nowhere into stardom. And all the time she was getting thinner and more tired. I figured she was just working too hard. Until one day in her dressing room...
I've never worked so hard in all my life. Dolan's a regular slave driver, but I love him for it. Oh, I feel as light as air.
Clara, does she have a fever?
She's awfully hot, Mr. Dunnigan.
Oh, you would be too under those lights all day. Let's have a wonderful party, Bill, when the picture's over.
Yeah, we'll do that, baby.
Poor, serious Bill. He doesn't know how gay life can be. How
Mr. Dunnigan, that bottle, please, her medicine. Here, dear, take this. Here.
What medicine is that?
Just something Dr. Jennings gave me.
Dr. Jennings?
I've been using my voice so much lately. All those long speeches. But just think, Bill. Only 3 more days and the picture will be finished.
Yeah. Well, I've got to go and see Harris. Be careful, baby. You look so tired, you frighten me. She doesn't know I've come here, Dr. Jennings. Tell me, how sick is she?
She's very sick. She's developed tuberculosis.
Tuberculosis? I see.
She needs what we call surgical rest. Should have had it long ago.
Well, if we could send her to a sanatorium now.
I've tried desperately to persuade her, but she's determined to finish this picture even if it kills her.
Yeah, I know. But she will get well.
There's always a chance, Mr. Dunnigan.
No more than that, huh? Thanks for telling me, Doctor.
And in spite of her illness, Mr. Dunnigan, she finished the picture?
Yes, Father Paul, she finished it. I was in her dressing room just before they shot the final scene. I did my best to persuade her to postpone it.
But it's just one more shot, Bill. Then it's finished. But the whole picture.
You're not well, Olga. I've talked to Marcus. He said we can shoot it tomorrow or the next day or next week.
Please, Bill. This is so important to me. Please.
We're ready, Mr. Skobner.
Coming. Come along, Bill. I want you to be there.
Sure, baby. Sure. Yes, this was the last shot, Father Paul. With Olga as Joan chained to the stake, the fire leaping up around her, and the mob hooting and jeering until Joan spoke her last words.
Oh, you who are here, I pardon you for what you do. I'm young and I do not know much of life. But I know that this little place in which I stand is not the world. There are places I've never seen where men and women are full of sweetness and hope. I speak to them out of the pain that comes. Dream on. Dream on of God and goodness. Believe in truth and justice, for the world is yours. I will not die. I will not die. When the fire burns me, my soul will remain to sing the glory of God. I will remain as a light for those in the dark. My Jesus, mercy.
The following day, Olga was dead. A few hours later in Harris's office.
So I've decided not to release the picture, gentlemen. Sometime, maybe we can remake it when we can find the proper person to play the part again.
Marcus, you can't do that.
I'm not going to release a picture with a dead girl in it, and that's final.
But Olga died to make it. She gave up her life to act in it. Where's your heart, Marcus? Do it for her.
I'm sorry, Bill, I can't. If Olga had been a girl whom the public had known and loved, I might be willing to take a chance. But this way, no. We gambled and lost. That's all, gentlemen. Bill, I'm sorry. She was a fine girl.
I'm going to take her home, Marcus. Back to Pennsylvania. That's what she wanted. I won't be coming back.
You'll be back. It's tough, but it'll pass. Everything does.
I don't think so. It can't end like this. Not for her. But that's the way it did end, Father Paul. The picture shelved, Olga's talent and beauty stuck away in a vault, buried like we're going to bury her. Those bells, Father. Church bells?
Yes, they ring every day at noon all over the world. The Angelus.
I guess I never listened. Bells? I knew there was something I'd forgotten. Olga wanted your bells rung at her funeral. I almost forgot her last request.
I'll tell the sexton.
Father, how many churches are there in Coal Town?
Why, we have 5 churches.
Do they all have bells?
Well, yes, fine bells. Mr. Dunnigan, you're not thinking
I'm thinking of a lot of things. 5 churches. Okay, I want all the bells to start ringing at 8 o'clock tonight and keep on ringing for 3 days. 3 days and 3 nights.
But why?
A brain cell moved, finally. I've been letting Olga down. I've been sitting around moaning like a beggar on a rainy day.
Mr. Dunnigan, it's going to cost money, a lot of money.
Oh, that'll be taken care of, Father.
But you told me that you
Look, Father, you've heard of St. Michael, haven't you? He was a scrapper, wasn't he?
Oh, indeed he was. He was the first warrior of heaven.
Well, then what are we worried about? He's on our side, isn't he? Come on, Father, let's get back to town.
You want this telegram to go to Hollywood, huh?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can read it.
Look, just get it off, will you, please?
Mister, if I can't read it, I can't send it.
Marcus Harris, Excelsior Studios, have terrific stunt to save Joan of Arc. Wire $10,000 immediately, Miners Bank and Trust Company.
That's just a block down the
Yes,
street.
I know where it is. Just go on.
Right? You know. Must have it by noon. It will pay back $10 million gross for picture. Dunnigan in great form.
That's Dunnigan.
Oh, Dunnigan.
Dunnigan in great form. Dunnigan is still world's greatest press agent. Regards, Dunnigan.
Who's Dunnigan?
I am.
You don't say.
Here's $5. Now keep the change.
Oh, thanks.
And phone me at this number in Coal Town as soon as the answer comes through.
$10,000. I'll sure like to see that return message.
Yes, and so will I. But just the 2 of us, do you understand? That's why I didn't phone it in from Coal Town. There you...
Say, what's that? Them bells. Church bells. Sounds like they're coming from Coal Town.
Yeah, right on the dot, 8 o'clock.
Huh?
Sound beautiful, don't they?
Sounds like all the churches in Coal Town. Something must have happened.
That's right, partner. Something must have happened. Boys, I'm sorry I was so long getting back to the hotel, but I've been over in Nanticoke.
I'm Todd Jones, Associated Press.
Oh, yeah.
Tanner, Nanticoke Journal.
And I'm Briggs, Wilkes-Barre's son. Now, would you mind telling us what this is all about? These bells?
Yeah, this whole town is standing on its ear, and nobody seems to know why they're ringing.
Well, I'm a little surprised, gentlemen. I didn't think anyone outside of Coal Town would be interested.
This Olga Treskovna, who is she?
She's an actress. A great actress, gentlemen. She died 10 days ago in Hollywood.
A Hollywood star, huh? What pictures?
Well, as a matter of fact, she just finished Joan of Arc.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought I recognized you. You're Bill Dunnigan, aren't you?
That's right.
Bill Dunnigan, super-duper press agent. Bells, huh? This isn't a news story. It's a publicity stunt.
Now, wait a minute.
Did Marcus Harris ever hear of paid advertising?
Okay, boys. I'll admit I was trying to pull a fast one, but not for the reasons you're thinking. Hey, Al, how about a bottle of scotch and some glasses?
Sure, right away, Mr. Dunnigan.
Everything I've told you is true, as far as it went. How about listening to the whole story? At least until the bottle runs out.
The AP doesn't print publicity stories, Dunnigan.
What I want to know is who's paying for 3 days and nights of bell ringing?
I am, with the aid of 4 bad checks which I have sinfully given the trusting clergy of Coal Town, including Father Spinsky of St. Leo's. I've wired Marcus Harris for $10,000. If he sends it, fine. If he doesn't, our next session will be in the Coal Town jail.
Oh, why wouldn't he send it? A gag like this?
Because when Olga died, Harris decided not to release the picture. I'm doing all this on my own. I figured that ringing the bells would be news. That with any luck, it'd cause so much talk that Harris would have to release the picture.
And what's your interest in the picture, Dunnigan?
Mine? I knew Olga. I don't want to see her talent buried. She died for it. You want to hear why she felt it was worth dying for?
Go ahead. I can't get a train for an hour.
Well, the day she finished the picture, Olga collapsed. The next morning at daybreak, the hospital sent for me.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, baby.
Bill, will you promise me something?
Sure, anything.
I want to be buried in Coal Town. from St. Michael's Church.
Olga, please don't talk like that.
And I want them to ring the bell for me. They didn't ring it for my father. Don't forget, St. Michael's. Bill, the picture, is it really good?
It's wonderful. You're great in it, Olga.
I hope it's true. Because I didn't play Joan alone. A lot of people played her. People you've never seen or heard. My father and all the other poor, sad people of Cold Town.
You'd better not talk, baby.
But I want you to know and remember why I did it. Why I kept on till this happened. It's because all those poor people, the people I came from, have hopes and dreams that never get a chance. They just work and die, and all the nice things inside of them never come out. And Bill, I came out of them. When they hear me, they'll know it's their own heart speaking. And when they see my name shining in all the theaters, it'll be something of their shining. Oh, Bill, I'm so happy. I did my job.
Olga.
Chicago Times by Associated Press. Dead movie star honored by unique ceremony in Pennsylvania town.
Wilkes-Barre's son. Bells ring tribute to Pennsylvania movie star.
Bells. Dying wish of Hollywood star fulfilled.
Do you like them, Olga? They're ringing your name, baby. Throughout the town, throughout the state, throughout the nation. Hello?
This is the desk clerk, Mr. Dunnigan. Father Spinsky is here in the lobby, sir.
Father Spinsky, eh? Has the telegraph office called me yet?
No, sir, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, tell him I'll be right down.
And I don't think you realize, Mr. Dunnigan, what a stir all this has created.
Oh, I think I have an idea, Father Spinsky.
Why, they tell me the entire nation has heard about the bells, the newspapers, radio. Anyway, as far as Cold Town is concerned, it seems everyone wants to attend services for Miss Truskovna.
That's fine, Father.
And it's obvious St. Michael's Church couldn't possibly accommodate them all.
Bill.
Oh, good morning, Father Paul.
Bill, the most unusual thing has happened. I mean, just a little while ago, over 100 people. They came to view the coffin, and they stayed for Mass. All of them in my church.
Exactly, Father Paul. I was just telling Mr. Dunnigan, your little church will be greatly overtaxed. Why, the sightseers are flooding the town already. Mr. Dunnigan, I'm sure you'll agree it would be far wiser to move Olga Traskovna to St. Leo's Church and let us conduct the service.
Perhaps it would be better, Bill.
No, Father Paul. Olga's going to be buried from St. Michael's.
I had hoped not to be forced into this position, Mr. Dunnigan. I came here to be of service, however. At Mr. Orloff's suggestion, I wired your bank regarding the check you gave me for ringing the bells of St. Leo's. They tell me the check is worthless.
Well, if you'll just give me a little time, it'll be covered, Father.
I shall phone your bank at noon. If the money is not in your account, our bells will stop ringing. And I shall inform my fellow pastors of your swindle. Good day, Mr. Dunnigan.
Till noon, he said. 3 hours.
You know, Bill, St. Leo's is a very fine church. And Father Spinsky is really a very good man.
You mean run out in St. Michael's? No, Father. Father, how much is the fare to Nanticoke?
Why, it's 10 cents.
Well, a dollar ought to cover it then, huh?
But I don't understand, Bill.
Look, Father, don't make it too difficult, will you? I'm putting the bite on you for $1.
Oh, of course. Here.
Thanks.
Oh, will that be enough?
Well, not quite. I need about 4,000 more, but I may be able to pick it up in Nanticoke. I'll see you later.
She's coming in now, Mr. Dunnigan. Yep. It's from Hollywood, all
what
right.
does it say? What does it say?
Have sent $5,000 as requested. Cut you down, didn't he?
I expected it. What else does it say?
Money is settlement in full for your unexpired contract. Never mind about saving picture. My decision still stands. Signed, Harris.
Oh, thanks. Oh, if there should be any other wires, you can phone me at the Town Hotel.
Yes, sir. Going there now, are you?
Yeah, right from the bank. I've got a little session coming up with some newspaper reporters.
Yeah, that's a shame. So Harris came through with the money, huh?
Yeah, but he's still not sold on releasing the picture. I need something big, boys. I've got to get him boiling over. If we could only get some new angle to hand your papers.
Well, the bells are still ringing.
Yeah, but that's no longer news breaks. We've got to cook up some fresh headlines.
Boys, you can all calm down. The party's over.
What's the matter, Tanner?
I've just seen Watson.
Who's Watson?
President of the coal mines, that's all. Biggest man in town and the maddest. The miners aren't working. They're all steamed up over the bells.
Well, Watson can't stop the bells, can he?
No, I think he can, Bill.
Well, there must be somebody more important than Watson.
Well, the governor, maybe. And there's always the president.
The governor, that's it. Any of you boys know him?
Well, I don't know the governor, Dunnigan, but I know his secretary. It's my wife's cousin.
Grab a phone, then put a call in for him. If the governor should issue a proclamation, even Watson would have to shut up.
I thought you'd like to see the newspapers, Mr. Harris. Take a look at this. Headlines, too.
Pennsylvania governor issues proclamation. All denominations to observe Starr's funeral.
Now, here's the Globe. Nationwide mourning accorded Olga. And you know what the Journal says?
Never mind. I've never seen a campaign like this in all my born days. Too bad it's all for nothing.
For nothing?
I just this minute hung up the phone. Genevieve James is available. She wants to do Joan of Arc.
Well, that is news, isn't it?
You know, Dolan, I was almost hoping we could go ahead as Dunnigan wanted. But naturally, this changes everything. We'll remake the picture with Genevieve James. I'll get a telegram off to Dunnigan right away.
And what's that telegram, Bill? From Hollywood, isn't it?
Yeah, it's from Hollywood.
Marcus Harris?
No, it's another studio. They want to hire me. They think I'm pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get some sleep. Coming up?
No, I think I'll go for a walk. Good night, boys. And thanks for a swell fight.
Good night. Anytime.
Well, baby, the bells are still ringing. And your star up there is still shining. But I didn't do so good, baby. They're going to remake the picture. So you can quit shining. It's no dice. I've let you down. Way down.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of The Miracle of the Bells. Our guest tonight, Paramount starlet Jean Ruth, is just 20 years old and already an accomplished actress and dancer. I understand, Jean, you've spent almost as many years in the theater as you have birthdays.
Yes, Mr. Keeley. Both of my parents have been in show business nearly all their lives, so I was literally raised in the theater.
And now you're well on your way to a movie career. Does the picture business come up to your expectations?
It's even more fascinating than I'd hoped for. Take last Wednesday night's premiere of The Emperor Waltz. It was such fun seeing all those famous stars. And the picture. I got a special thrill out of that because I saw so much of the actual filming.
And besides, Bing Crosby has one of his most romantic roles in The Emperor Waltz.
Wasn't he terrific? I loved those scenes where he sang to Joan Fontaine.
Well, evidently Joan loved them, too, because every time Bing sang to her, she literally wilted into his arms.
I saw you, Mr. Kennedy, at the premiere. You were applauding like mad.
Oh, I had a wonderful time, all right. Remember that scene where Bing and Joan are in the canoe?
Oh, that was beautiful. And in Technicolor, Joan looked simply dazzling.
That brilliant sunlight was a test for any star's complexion. Try this fine white soap. You'll enjoy its rich, creamy lather. Its delicate flower-like perfume. Here's your producer, Mr. Keeley.
Our curtain rises on the third act of The Miracle of the Bells, starring Fred McMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valet as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. Marcus Harris, the producer, has decided to remake Joan of Arc, and Bill Dunnigan's frantic efforts to bring Olga before the world have failed. But in Coal Town, the bells still ring out, and in the humble little church of St. Michael, the funeral service is about to begin. Never before has the church been so crowded, and outside, great throngs struggle to get in. Then, suddenly, within the church, a strange sound is heard, a rumble almost like a distant earthquake. Transfixed, the people stare before them, for the holy statues around the altar are moving. The statue of St. Michael, the statue of Mary are turning, until now they face the coffin of Olga Treskovna.
They're moving. The statues, look at them, they're moving.
The statues are turning. They're turning toward her.
They're looking at her coffin. It's a miracle. A miracle. They're looking at her coffin. They're looking at her.
Excuse me. Excuse me, please. You're the sexton, aren't you? Where is he? Where's Father Paul?
He went down there, Mr. Dunnigan. Down to the basement.
Father Paul. Father Paul.
I'm here, Bill.
Father Paul, I saw it. I was in the back of the church when it happened. I saw the statues turn.
Yes, I know, Bill. That's why I came down here.
Look, Father Paul, I started this thing. I started the bells ringing as a gag to get them to release Olga's picture. But I didn't do that upstairs, so help me, I had nothing to do with it.
I know, Bill, I know.
The statues turned by themselves. They turned and looked at Olga.
Look, Bill, look at this post. You see, the ground is broken around this post.
What?
The ground, Bill. It's broken, and all the way across to the base of the other post. The statues are directly above these posts, and the posts support the statues, Bill.
Are you trying to knock out the miracle?
There wasn't any miracle. You see, there are a lot of old mine shafts under here, and the earth isn't too solid. The movement of the two posts made the statues turn, Bill.
That's it, huh?
Yes. I rushed down here because I was worried about the flooring of the church. All those people up there, why, our floor isn't used to such crowds.
What are you going to do, Father Paul?
Why, I'm going to tell them the truth.
You know the truth?
Yes, Bill.
Father, wait.
I must tell them, Bill. It's my duty.
It's your duty to take the light out of their faces, is it, Father? I saw them when it happened. I saw those poor, bitter faces shining as if someone had turned a light on inside them. And I heard them praying and giving thanks. And now you're going up and tell them it was nothing but a couple of basement pillars and a piece of broken ground.
Bill, you don't seem to understand.
Look, Father, I'm not thinking of putting over a movie now. Whoever turned those statues wasn't trying to sell a picture for Marcus Harris. I tell you, Father, God was trying to say, life's all right. It's not as bad as it seems. And I'm up here watching and trying to help. And even if he didn't say it, Father, can't you see it's in their hearts now? It'll go out all over the world. And if God doesn't speak like that out of heaven, he'll be speaking out of people's hearts. And what's the difference where he speaks from? Your job isn't to hide his word, is it?
No, Bill, it isn't to hide his word.
The saints came to Joan of Arc because she wanted to help someone. The people of France. Olga wanted to help someone just as much. The people of Coal Town. Give her the chance, Father Paul.
Come with me, Bill. We'll go up now. My dear friends, something strange and wonderful has happened. The faces of the Blessed Virgin and St. Michael have turned to look on one who lies among us in a coffin. I will not speak of what has made the statues turn. Others will tell you the answer to that later. I speak to you of no other miracle than the miracle of the Olga Trakis of the world, of those who live and dream only to bring heaven into our lives, even if it is no more than a smile of fellowship or a moment of beauty. Olga died for this, for the beauty and the tired and lonely hearts of her people. Let us pray for her. In nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, in Joiber altare Dei.
Mr. Harris, but something tremendous has happened. There's a mob of newspaper reporters out there, and they want you
What's
to...
happened? What are you talking about?
The miracle, Mr. Harris.
What miracle?
In Coal Town, a miracle has happened to Olga Treskovna.
I won't hear such bunk. It's sacrilegious. And if Dunnigan thinks
It isn't Dunnigan. 2 huge statues at the altar turned to look at Olga in her coffin.
What do you mean it isn't Dunnigan? Do you think for one moment the Almighty's interested in selling my movies? And you believe it?
The whole country believes it, Mr. Harris.
This time Dunnigan's gone a little too far. When a press agent starts fooling the people about religion, I'm through with him.
But the statues turned, Marcus. Hundreds of people saw them turn.
Then he paid somebody to have them turned.
Don't you believe in miracles, Marcus? You just made a picture about one. Joan of Arc.
Yes, I believe in miracles. I was brought up to believe in God and in miracles. But I won't stand for press agent miracles. Reporters, huh? Fine. I'll tell them Bill Dunnigan's the biggest faker in America.
I've turned on your radio, Mr. Harris. Can you listen in for just a moment? They're talking about it on the radio.
Turn it up, Eddie. All right, Marcus. Listen.
Here will be that of the distinguished correspondent Lawrence Hunter here in Coal Town to report on this amazing happening.
The whole country is asking, did a miracle happen in Coal Town? But here, nobody asked that question. Every man, woman, and child believes that the grace of God has touched them. To them, a miracle has happened. Something so wondrous that it has torn the bitterness and the doubts from the hearts of the people and brought them back to God. Whether this is a miracle or not is up to the church authorities to decide. But I do know this. When Olga Treskovna was brought home, a wonderful thing happened. And everyone here is convinced that somehow divine providence is blessing Coal Town and the people in it.
What a day this has been, Bill. What a wonderful day. Look at those telegrams on my desk. How am I ever going to answer them all? And tomorrow there'll be more.
You don't answer them, Father Paul. You get a secretary. She answers them.
Oh, no. They were written to me. Look, we are being given a new organ by Mr. Watson. Others are giving us a new roof, stained glass windows. And look, Bill, all this money for the poor. And the world has come to St. Michael's to pray. I must thank you, Bill.
Thank me. Isn't that a little funny coming from you?
You mean you still believe in the miracle?
I've been standing in the church most of the day, Father. I haven't tried to plant one line of newspaper copy. Do you remember when I told you how I couldn't tell Olga what I felt? Well, this is the second time in my life that I've been dumb. I can't tell the world about it. That's why I know it's real. Because I'm no good at selling anything that's real. Well, I guess I'm through here.
Through? Oh, no, Bill.
No, Bill, you're just beginning.
Marcus.
Bill, I'm happy to see you.
Hello, Marcus. Hello, Dolan. Father, this is Mr. Harris and Mr. Dolan, straight from Hollywood.
By special plane.
I'm very glad to know you.
Father, Bill, I'm a man who knows when he's licked. You win. You, Bill, and Father Paul, St. Michael, Olga, and a couple of statues. I've decided to release the picture as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Marcus.
We're going to put Olga Treskovna in pictures in every city in the country. And I'll tell you what she's going to do. Olga's going to build a hospital for Coal Town, the best that money can buy. A clinic for her people, for the study of this disease from which she died, so that someday there will be no such disease, and people won't be dying from it, because Olga Treskovna died for them, worked and died for them.
This is a great thing you're doing, Mr. Harris. It's beyond anything any of us has dreamed.
Maybe. I don't know how all this started, but in my religion, when something happens that makes the world a little better than it was before, we know that God has had something to do with it. And we don't ask questions.
In my religion, too, Mr. Harris.
And Bill, when they hear me, they'll know it's their own heart speaking. And when they see my name shining in all the theaters, it'll be something of their shining. I'm so happy, Bill. I did my job.
I can't imagine a better Memorial Day tribute to our audience than the Miracle of the Bells. And our thanks go now to the stars who made tonight's play such an unforgettable event. Fred McMurray, Valley, and Frank Sinatra. Fred, you just got back in time from the Chicago premiere of the picture.
That's right, Bill. Frank and I both were there.
And I understand it was a sellout.
Yes, Mr. Keeley, which was mighty gratifying since the proceeds went to the National Cancer Drive.
And where were you, Valley, during all this?
Working at the studio. But I wish I could have been there.
Well, at least we had you for the radio premiere. And it's a great pleasure having you back so soon again on Lux.
Well, it's a pleasure for me, Mr. Keeley. I love radio.
And I'd say radio loves you, and so do I.
Tell us, Alida, you've been in this country such a short time. How did you learn to speak English so well?
Oh, I have a good voice coach. And I go to movies a lot.
Go to movies, huh? I wish I could have studied English that way.
Say, if you don't watch out, Alida, you're going to have a lot of English students playing hooky.
Well, I'm sure, Valley, many actresses could learn a lot by seeing your excellent performance in the role of Mrs. Paradine in David O. Selznick's production, The Paradine Case.
Yeah, that was really a thrilling picture you made with Gregory Peck, Alida.
Yes, and I like those typical Alfred Hitchcock touches. You all ought to be proud of it, you all.
And I'm not surprised, Valley, at the success of your American pictures after your many, many screen hits in Italy. But tell me, do the screen stars of Italy depend on Lux soap as they do in this country?
Well, every actress knows how important a good soap is to her complexion, Mr. Keeley.
Mr. Keeley, what's Lux presenting next week?
Next Monday night, we bring our audience a spine-thrilling story of the West with Columbia Pictures' current hit, Relentless. And our stars are Robert Young in his original exciting screen role and the lovely Claire Trevor for romantic interest.
A mighty exciting picture, Bill.
Yes, and as its title implies, an action-packed story of the chase in which an innocent man relentlessly pursues the murderer of whose crime he's accused.
That ought to keep the audience in plenty of suspense, Bill. We'll be listening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thanks for brightening our holiday. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Young and Claire Trevor in Relentless. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Today, thousands of alert young women who are high school or college graduates are choosing the career of nursing. The student nurse receives invaluable education that can qualify her for a score of useful, profitable jobs. If you can qualify for the career of student nurse, go to your nearest hospital tomorrow for full information. Fred McMurray will soon be seen in the Nasser production, Innocent Affair. Frank Sinatra appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Irving Berlin's Technicolor musical, Easter Parade, starring Judy Garland and Fred Astaire. Heard in our cast tonight were William Johnstone as Marcus Harris, Herbert Butterfield as Orloff, and Veronica Pataki as Klogna. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Relentless with Robert Young and Claire Trevor. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us about an exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And so while you're getting comfortable, I'd like to tell you about an old American custom. The custom of serving a glass of sherry wine before dinner. Petri, California sherry. You know, Petri sherry is to a good meal what the overture is to a good musical comedy or an opera. Before you sit down at the dinner table, just pour yourself a little glass of Petri sherry and sip it slowly. Look at that beautiful amber color. Smell the fragrance of those sun-ripened grapes. And taste that fine sherry flavor. You'll agree with me, I'm sure, that Petri sherry is the best beginning a good meal ever had. And say, if you happen to like your sherry dry, as I do, you'll really like Petri Pale Dry Sherry. Believe me, you can't go wrong with any wine that bears the name Petri, the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now let's drop in on the good Dr. Watson, who's waiting for us in his California ranch house. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Foreman. Come in and make yourself at home.
Thank you, Doctor. Sitting here with the lights off, I see. Have you been getting yourself in the mood for tonight's Sherlock Holmes story?
No, my boy, I was watching the sunset. It's quite a beautiful tonight.
Aye, Doctor, the sun set over an hour ago.
Yes, I know that, young fellow, my lad. I know that. But at my age, a fellow's entitled to take a little snooze after dinner, isn't he?
Of course he is, Doctor. And now that we've settled that, how about tonight's story?
Well, a very beautiful girl figured prominently in this adventure, Mr. Foreman. Her name was Jasmine Lafleur.
Huh? You say that again, Doctor, please?
I know, my boy, but that was her stage name. When she was a magician's assistant, unfortunately, I never had the opportunity of seeing Jasmine Lafleur in the theater. But I'm told that she was a fascinating figure in tights and spangles. When Holmes and I first met her, however, she was dressed a little more conventionally. And her name was then Diana Vennering. Lady Vennering.
Lady Vennering? Say, those tights and spangles really paid off, didn't they? Well, how did you and Sherlock Holmes come to meet up with her, Doctor?
In rather spectacular style, Mr. Foreman. Miss Lafleur became something of a femme fatale in the early 1900s. First of all, she married Signor Rossoni, the magician for whom she was working. On the wedding night, he was mysteriously stabbed to death. A few months later, Madame Rossoni, very fetching in her widow's weeds, I'm sure, met Sir Wilfrid Vennering. And, after a whirlwind courtship, she married him.
Don't tell me he got murdered, too.
He did, Mr. Foreman. Also on the night of the wedding. But this time the police found a suspect. It was a certain Major Beckworth, cousin of the dead man, and an ardent suitor of the fair Diana. The trial at the Old Bailey was one of the most sensational I ever remember. Sherlock Holmes and I, in court on the closing day as a jury, were still considering their verdict. Holmes, the jury's been out over 8 hours. I bet you they can't agree on a verdict and there'll be a new trial.
I think not, old chap. Look, here they come now. You know, there's a strong moral probability of guilt, but I'm sure they'll agree that there's insufficient evidence to convict.
Oh, perhaps you're right. Just look at Lady Vennering down there ahead of us. What a stunning woman.
Yes, and a woman of great poise and courage.
Here it comes.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you arrived at a verdict?
We have, my lord.
How say you? Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Exactly. Come on, Watson. Let's get a breath of fresh air.
Well, I was wondering perhaps if we shouldn't go over and congratulate Lady Vennering.
On what? The fact that our husband's murderer has not been found?
Oh, I suppose you're right.
You ever read the book of Tobit, Watson?
Tobit? I don't think so. When was it published?
Well, a little before our time, old chap. It's an Old Testament story.
Whatever made you think of it at this moment?
Well, it's so remarkably apposite with the case of Lady Vennering. It deals with a highly peculiar series of murders, 7 of them, if I remember correctly.
Who was the murderer?
A jealous demon by the name of Asmodeus, who strangled husbands on their wedding nights.
Well, judging by the verdict just now, Major Beckworth isn't the Asmodeus, or whatever you call him in this case.
Here you are, boy. Here, give me a paper.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you. Paper!
Well, Holmes, what does it say?
Oh, wait a minute. Here we are. Listen to this. Lady Vennering, widow of the murdered man, says that she will marry the suspect. Lady Vennering told newspaper reporters this afternoon that if Major Beckworth is acquitted, she will marry him before the year is out.
Oh, upon my soul, Holmes, there's a positive sparkle in your eyes. You read about her.
I must admit the lady fascinates me, old chap. I hope before she becomes involved in any further tragedies that we may have the opportunity of meeting her. And something tells me that we will.
The Sunday papers are certainly having a day over the Vennering case, Holmes. Did you read them?
No, I didn't, Watson.
There's a complete life history of Lady Vennering, and one of them with photographs. It's rather interesting.
Really?
What are you doing over there, Holmes?
Looking out of the window. Ah, yes.
You expecting anybody home?
No, come over here, old fellow.
Oh, it's a clergyman.
Yes, a very agitated one. Look at the way he's pacing up and down, and looking up at our window, too.
By Jove. What eyes.
Yes, there's a fanatical look about him, which suggests either the martyr at the stake or the inquisitor lighting the faggots.
Mrs. Hudson's letting him in now. Well, I'll be interested to know what he's come to us about. I can hear footsteps on the stairs here. I'll go and have a look. How do you do, sir? Come along in, won't you? It's all right, thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
You're Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
I am, sir, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
My name is Whalen, the Reverend Arthur Whalen.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, sir?
Sit down, won't you, and tell me what I can do for you.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, this is a very difficult subject to broach. In fact, it's only after intense personal conflict that I've been able to force myself to come to you. May I ask you, are you familiar with the Book of Tobit?
Book of Tobit? Gracious me. You were talking about that yesterday, Holmes.
I see that you've come to consult me about the Veneering case.
But that's amazing. How did you know? Has Lady Veneering been in touch with you?
No, sir, but I'm familiar with the Book of Tobit, and Lady Venering's case closely resembles that of the woman Sarah in the Old Testament story.
More closely than you realize, Mr. Holmes. Did you know that before each one of Lady Venering's husbands was killed, they received a threatening note?
Yes, I recall that from the trial.
Signed in some sort of gibberish, weren't they?
No, Doctor. Yesterday I was permitted for the first time to examine one of these notes. The apparent gibberish was in reality ancient Hebrew writing.
Indeed. Were you able to translate it?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. In effect, it said, if you go through with this marriage, your hours are numbered. And it was signed Asmodeus.
Oh. The name of the jealous demon who strangled husbands in the Book of Tobit.
Exactly.
Just why have you come to me, sir?
I want you to talk to Diana, to Lady Veneering, to tell her she must not go through with this new marriage. Murder is stalking her, Mr. Holmes. I have argued with her, prayed with her, implored her to realize her danger. But she is adamant.
I'm afraid I should feel extremely presumptuous in giving her my advice.
No, Mr. Holmes. I have prepared the way for you. You could, I'm sure, make her realize her danger.
And she's willing to see me, you say?
Willing and anxious.
Oh, very well. But I'd like to ask you a few questions first.
Anything, Mr. Holmes.
What is your interest in her?
She's a member of my flock. She needs my guidance.
Nothing further?
No, Mr. Holmes.
By the way, I believe that you performed the marriage ceremony at both of her previous weddings.
Yes.
Are you proposing to officiate the ceremony if she marries Major Beckwith?
Well, I don't know. I'm hoping that marriage will never take place. And so I want you to help me, Mr. Holmes.
Where does the lady live?
47, Berkeley Square.
Very well. Dr. Watson and I will call on her this afternoon.
Delighted to.
I doubt if I can be there myself. In fact, Diana might speak more freely if I'm not. But here's my card.
Oh, thank you.
You'll know where to get in touch with me if you want to.
Very well, sir.
Good day to you, gentlemen. And I'm greatly in your debt.
Well, good day, sir, good day. Strange business, Holmes. I can't believe that Mr. Whalen's motives are entirely impersonal.
Nor can I, old chap.
What are you laughing about?
I was thinking of the Book of Tobit, Watson. In that the role of protector, the role I have just been asked to take, was played by the Archangel Raphael. I can't help feeling, Watson, that I'm making distinct strides in my profession.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I'm so glad to meet you.
How do you do, Lady Veneering? May I introduce my old friend, Dr. Watson?
How are you, Dr. Watson?
I'm awfully glad to meet you, Lady Veneering.
Let's sit down, shall we? You're just in time for tea.
Thank you. You know why we're here, of course.
Oh, naturally. Mr. Whalen came round here as soon as he'd left you. You're to persuade me to look after my mortal affairs, while he takes care of my immortal ones. Isn't that it?
He takes care of them. Well, that's charmingly put, Lady Veneering. Charming. He takes care of
May I say, Mr. Holmes, that I'm flattered that a man of your eminence should be sufficiently interested to bother about me.
You underestimate your own importance, Lady Veneering. Though I may mention that if your problem had been as simple as Mr. Whalen made it out to be, I might have been otherwise engaged.
You're being very frank and a little mysterious. Are you suggesting that Mr. Whalen didn't tell you everything?
I am. And I hope you will be more candid with me.
Sherlock Holmes, I like you. You're most refreshing. Milk and sugar in your tea?
Just milk, thank you.
Here you are. How about you, Dr. Watson?
Oh, just the same way, please. Hey, thank you, my dear.
And now, Mr. Holmes, perhaps you'll tell me why you think that you haven't been told everything.
Before I answer that, Lady Vennering, I wonder if I might ask you some questions.
But of course. Anything.
When your first husband, Signor Rossoni, was killed, did the police find any suspects?
Yes, one. Ferdinand Gautier, a young man who had been an assistant in our Magician's Act. A stupid, good-looking boy who thought he was in love with me. But of course Inspector Lestrade had to release him. There was no evidence.
Inspector Lestrade, well, you can bet that if he arrested him, the boy was innocent.
A warning note was found among your husband's effects, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was signed in Hebrew with the name Asmodeus. But perhaps you're not familiar with the Book of Tobit.
Oh, yes, sir, I am. I'm familiar with it, Lady Vennering. How did you know then that the Hebrew letters signified that name?
Mr. Whalen translated them for me.
Oh, I see.
And also read me the Book of Tobit. He's always been particularly fond of that book. Perhaps because it illustrates his own ideas on the dangers of marriage.
But Holmes told us that he hadn't seen one of the warning notes until yesterday.
Precisely. Lady Vennering, I read in the papers that you intend to marry Major Beckwith, the man who has just been tried for your late husband's murder.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
When are you going to marry him, may I ask?
When it pleases me.
Doesn't it occur to you that a great deal of comment will be caused? Also that Major Beckwith's life is in obvious danger?
Of course it occurs to me, my dear man. But because of two tragic marriages, am I to spend the rest of my life alone? As Mr. Whalen would have me do? I'm young, alive. Peter, what are you doing here?
I just arrived back in England today, Diana. What's this I read about you marrying Beckwith?
Peter, I have guests. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. This is Peter McComas, one of our most promising young painters.
Diana, tell me it isn't true. When I left England, you loved me, and I you. I come back, and what do I find? You're planning to marry Beckwith. Well, I won't stand for it. If you think you can throw me over like some silly boy, you're very much mistaken. I can tell things, you know. I can tell lots of things.
Get out of here, Peter. Get out.
Diana.
And don't come back until you've learned manners and discretion.
But Diana...
Get out. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Were there any more questions you wanted to ask me, Mr. Holmes?
One, Lady Vennering. Where is your fiancé, Major Beckwith?
He's upstairs. I'm letting him stay here until the scandal of the trial has died down.
I must see him at once.
At once? Why, Holmes? He's in no danger until the marriage takes place?
The marriage has taken place, Watson, unless I'm very much mistaken.
What makes you think so, Mr. Holmes?
You're much too discreet and intelligent, Lady Vennering, to let him stay here in your house unless you were already married.
We were married this morning. But we planned to keep the fact a secret for a few months until the scandal had died down.
May I talk to him, please?
Of course. I'll ring for the butler and ask him to come down.
May I ask, madam, who married you?
The Reverend Arthur Whalen, of course.
Oh, and all the time he talked to us today, he knew perfectly well that this marriage had taken place. He must have just come from it. I don't trust that man, Holmes.
Oh, there you are, Hudson. I just rang for you. Will you ask Major Beckwith?
Excuse me, milady. I was just on my way to telephone the police.
The police? What do you mean?
It's Major Beckwith, milady. He's been stabbed to death in his bath.
Mr. Beckwith murdered, too.
Hudson, I'll telephone the police. And now I'm rather well acquainted with Inspector Lestrade. Excuse me, gentlemen.
A dreadful business, Holmes. Your third husband murdered on his wedding day.
But what a woman, Watson. She's superb, magnificent.
What on earth do you mean, Holmes?
What courage. What unconquerable spirit in the face of a fresh tragedy. Watson, she fascinates me.
I haven't seen such a splendid female since we solved that case for the King of Bohemia.
Dr. Watson's story will continue in just a few seconds. Time enough to remind you that the easiest way to make good food taste better is to serve that good food with a swell Petri wine. And there are two Petri wines in particular just made to go with food. Petri California Sauterne, a delicate white wine with a subtle flavor that's perfect with chicken and fish. And Petri California Burgundy, a hearty, rich red wine that's out of this world with any meat or meat dish. So if you want to know just how good a cook you are, serve your good food with Petri wine made to go with it. A Petri Burgundy or a Petri Sauterne. Two swell Petri mealtime wines. And now back to tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure. The famous detective and his old friend Dr. Watson have become involved in the affairs of thrice-married Diana, one-time magician's assistant. Each of her husbands has been mysteriously murdered on his wedding day, the latest murder occurring on the same day that Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson are brought into the case. As we rejoin our story, it's a month later, and for some obscure reason, Sherlock Holmes seems to have lost interest in the case, though not in the beautiful Diana.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Lestrade?
It's over a month now since Major Beckwith was murdered, and we haven't found a single clue to it.
You expect me to supply the deficiencies of Scotland Yard?
Well, it's unlike you not to help us, Mr. Holmes. And after all, you and Dr. Watson were in the house when it happened. If you ask me, the murderer's either McComas, that Irish painter, or the clergyman Whalen. What do you think, sir?
As far as I'm concerned, the case is closed, Lestrade, and I wish you'd stop bothering me. What do you think I am? Nothing but a detecting machine?
Mr. Holmes, whatever's come over you?
Holmes, you're not going out again this evening, are you?
I'm afraid so, old chap.
Well, this will be the fourth night in a row. I was hoping that we might have a nice, quiet evening in front of the fire.
Oh, I'm sorry, Watson, but I promised to take Diana to the horse show at Olympia. I should be home by midnight.
Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mr. Whalen?
You're seeing altogether too much of Diana. She seems to be completely under your spell.
But you introduced me to her in the first place, with the request that I keep an eye on her.
I made a great mistake. As her spiritual protector, I'm afraid I must ask you to stop seeing her.
I'm afraid I must ask you, sir, to mind your own business.
I say, Holmes, have you seen in the paper that violinist, this Iway, is playing at the Albert Hall tonight?
No, I haven't looked at the paper today.
Oh, I thought perhaps that we might go along and see
I'm
him
afraid
together.
I can't, old chap. No, I'm taking Diana to the French Maid at Delius Theatre. I hear it's a charming musical comedy.
Look here, Holmes. We've been friends for a good many years now.
Very true, old fellow.
And I think I'm entitled to speak to you straight from the shoulder.
Of course you are, Watson.
Very well, then. This Diana Beckworth.
Oh.
Yes, it's your own business, I suppose, but I can't bear to see her making such a fool of you. You've neglected your work entirely since you met her. You get about as though you were a young fellow of 20. What's come over you, Holmes?
Stop pacing about, old chap, will you, and sit down. In fact, it might be a good idea if you fortified yourself with a nip of brandy from the Tantalus there. What I'm about to tell you may be something of a shock. Watson, Diana and I are getting married tomorrow.
What did you say, Holmes?
I'm getting married tomorrow.
But, you're insane.
Oh, that's not very flattering, Watson. Anyway, I don't see why you should be so surprised. You yourself married and left Baker Street once, didn't you?
For you, Holmes, a confirmed woman hater.
No, my dear Watson. No, indeed, no. You will remember in our adventure that you titled A Scandal in Bohemia, I met a lady that I have often referred to as the woman.
You mean Irene Adler, but she was a criminal.
Exactly, and yet Diana has the same magnificent characteristics. Keen intelligence, courage, and unconquerable spirit.
But Holmes, 3 of her husbands murdered on their wedding nights. You're proposing to be the 4th.
Oh, rubbish, my dear fellow, because tragedy has attended her previous marriages. Is she to go through life alone?
Holmes, you really mean it, don't you?
Of course I do.
I think I will have a nip of brandy.
Oh, don't take it so bad, old fellow. We'll continue to see a lot of each other. Diana's very fond of you, you know.
Oh, well, I'm glad. Who's going to perform the ceremony? Not the Reverend Mr. Whalen?
Oh, no. We decided, in view of Diana's previous marriages, that he might prove to be a trifle, unlucky. A clergyman named Vernet will officiate. Whalen, of course, insists on being present just the same.
What time is the wedding tomorrow?
2 o'clock, old fellow. Oh, I should have mentioned this before. I hope your cutaway coat and top hat are in a good state of preservation. You'll be a pretty prominent figure at the ceremony, you know.
You mean that...
Well, I mean that if Sherlock Holmes gets married, who else can be his best man but his old friend, Dr. Watson? It's elementary, my dear fellow, elementary.
I now pronounce man and wife, and those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder.
Diana, I'm going to claim the privilege of the best man and give you a kiss.
Of course you shall, Doctor.
Joe Holmes, you're dear Miss Lucky Fuller.
Of course I am, old chap.
Sherlock, I'm going upstairs to change my dress now.
Very well, Diana. I'll be up shortly.
I'll see you later, Dr. Watson.
Very well, Mrs. Holmes. Holmes, I never thought I'd live to say that.
Watson, old fellow, I'm worried.
Worried today? Oh, my dear fellow, what's the matter?
Well, just before the ceremony, I received one of those warning notes signed by Asmodeus.
Oh, you better be careful, Holmes.
I think I'll slip out and have a pipe or two on the matter. Yes. Look after my guests for me, will you? And keep your eyes open. And your ears.
Yes, I will indeed. There you are, Mr. Whalen. Would you care for a glass of champagne or punch or something or other?
Thank you, no, Doctor. I'm in no mood for celebration. I'm certain that Diana has made a shocking mistake.
Well, really, sir, I don't think...
I only came here in a last-minute attempt to dissuade her. Now that I've failed, I shall leave. Good day, sir.
Bless your soul.
Dr. Watson?
Oh, hello, McComas.
Where's Mr. Holmes?
We'll be back in a few minutes. Would you care for a glass of champagne, sir?
Well, thank you. I should like to drink a toast to the pair. I've been in love with Diana for years, you know, but she wouldn't marry me, and well, I suppose I might as well make the best of it. I must say your friend Sherlock Holmes seems like a splendid fellow.
He is indeed, McComas. In fact, I may say... Excuse me, sir. All right, Holmes, I'm coming. Up here. What on earth's the matter, Holmes?
Follow me, lock the door behind you. Allow me to introduce you to the demon Asmodeus, Watson. Unfortunately, at the moment, she's in a faint.
Good Lord. It's Diana.
Exactly. Always an impetuous woman, she made the mistake of trying to stab me with that knife. So I bent over to strap up a suitcase. She didn't allow for the wall mirror in which I was watching her.
You mean you suspected her all along?
Of course I did, old fellow. The problem was to find the proof. I first suspected her when I knew that she had been a magician's assistant. The key to the profession of magic is misdirection, and these murders have been a perfect example of misdirection motive.
How do you mean, Holmes?
Well, by creating a... Thanks to the well-meaning stories of the Reverend Mr. Whalen, whose theological libraries she must have copied the Hebrew signature, she focused the murders on jealousy, concealing the fact that the one person with a perfect motive was herself, the widow who was to inherit.
Oh, why hasn't she been caught before?
Because she was devilishly clever. She left no clues except an indirect one that I had once spotted, that the likeliest person to be able to approach a bridegroom unsuspected and stab him is his bride. And now I wish you'd see if you can revive her, old fellow. When the police get here, I should like Mrs. Holmes to be in full possession of all her faculties.
Well, Holmes, I must say I never expected to be driving back with you to Baker Street on your wedding day. I can't tell you how happy I feel.
Dear old Watson, you really thought that I deserted you, didn't you?
Oh, naturally, I wish you'd told me the truth.
Well, I couldn't tell anyone, not even you. If the faintest shadow of suspicion had entered her mind, I'd never have caught her.
Well, it seems to me you paid a pretty high price, Holmes. You told me you made a will in her favor. Supposing something happens to you before her trial, she'd get the money, you know.
Oh, the will? Oh, no, that was worthless. I told Diana that it was a holographic will and perfectly valid.
Well, what on earth is a holographic will?
A will drawn up in one's own handwriting on a piece of perfectly plain paper. Such a document is quite legal, but I drew mine up on a paper with a letterhead. That made it invalid.
Oh, I see, but the fact remains that you are married, Holmes.
I really fooled you completely, didn't I, Watson? Didn't the name of the clergyman who married us suggest anything to you?
The Reverend Vernet? No, and why not should it?
Well, Vernet was a French painter of some note. He also happens to have been a great uncle of mine and Mycroft's.
You mean that your brother Mycroft was a clergyman?
I mean that Mycroft was disguised as a clergyman. And a very convincing job he did, too. A more satisfactory clergyman than the Reverend Mr. Whalen, no doubt, whose possible complicity may compel him to answer some very awkward questions.
Then you're not married. Well, upon my soul, Holmes, I don't know what to say.
Then I suggest that you say nothing, my dear chap. Let's just sit back quietly, as two good friends can, and brood about the mutability of human affairs.
Well, Well, Doctor, tonight's adventure was really a little extraordinary, to say the least. Holmes sure had a narrow escape.
Doubly narrow, Mr. Foreman, doubly narrow. He not only escaped the jaws of death, but he also escaped the clutches of matrimony. Actually, the story had a happy ending for everybody but Lady Veneering. Jasmine Lafleur.
What about that artist fellow, McComas? How did he take it?
Oh, very well indeed. In fact, in gratitude, he even painted Holmes's portrait. Not exactly a good likeness, though. One of those modern artists who paints as impressions of a person rather than a portrait.
What do you mean?
Well, now, let me see. If he were to paint his impression of you, you'd probably end up by looking like a bottle of Petri wine in a sports jacket.
Go ahead, Doctor. You can tease me all you want. I'll still rave about Petri wine. And why not? The facts bear me out that Petri wine most certainly is good wine. After all, the Petri family knows all there is to know about the art of turning plump, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. That's because they've been making wine for generations, ever since they started the Petri business way back in the 1800s. And because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, the family has been able to hand down from father to son, all their skill and knowledge and experience. And believe me, that adds up to plenty. So no matter what type of wine you prefer, one to serve with meals or a wine for any special occasion, choose one of the fine Petri wines. You can't miss, because Petri took time to bring you good wine. And now, Dr. Watson, what story do you have lined up for us next week?
Well, now, let me see, Mr. Foreman. I'm going to tell you about a strange adventure that began by my taking a wild cab ride through the moonlit streets of London, and ended with Holmes and me being trapped in a luxuriously furnished cellar below a furniture warehouse down by the waterfront.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and is based on an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Adventure of Shoscombe Old Place. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invites you to tune in again next week, same time, same station.
Oh, the Petri family took the time to bring you such good wine. So when you eat and when you cook, remember Petri wine.
To make good food taste better, remember...
Petri wine.
This is Bill Foreman saying goodnight for the Petri family. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
So Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It was Mr. Voltaire who said that if God did not exist, we should have to invent him. And through the ages, this is what mankind has been doing. Since the dim and distant beginnings of the human race, the gods have come and gone. And each civilization, every society, donates another deity to the ever-expanding pantheon. Or are they all merely extensions of the same one?
You have been summoned here for a computer readout.
Yes, I know.
The computer has decided that you are now divorced.
Divorced? But I love my wife.
That is irrelevant.
And she loves me.
That is immaterial. It is not in the best interests of the social order for you to remain married.
But why?
The computer is not required to explain.
Our mystery drama, The God Machine, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dam and stars Lloyd Battista and Patricia Elliott. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Throughout history, What secret? Once again, which particular secret do you wish to know? The secret of certainty? The secret of success? The secret of wealth, power, immortality? Thousands of years ago, magicians would sacrifice a cow and claim to read the secret in a study of the entrails. We call that superstition. Today, when we wish to ascertain the secret, we send out people with clipboards who ask foolish questions. We call that research. That's the way it goes. Our story takes place at a time in the future.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
You seem nervous.
Well, yes, I guess I am.
Why?
Well, why not? At a time like this.
What is there about a time like this to create what appears to be a state of emotional imbalance?
Oh, I'm balanced. I'm perfectly balanced. Absolutely symmetrical. It's just,
Yes?
Well, nobody exactly looks forward to computer readout time, do they?
Why not?
Well, it's just you never can tell what the computer has decided. It's sort of like learning your fate.
Fate. That's an archaic word.
I'm sorry.
An unfortunate word.
Well, I certainly didn't mean...
A word which, if stated in seriousness, would indicate a definite need for readjustment.
Well, or sometimes a word just pops out.
The word fate belongs to the obsolete societies of the barbaric past.
I agree completely.
At this time, as your district programmer, I have summoned you here to inform you of the results of your latest computer readout. Thomas Y, 130546, you have just been married.
Married? I am married?
Yes. It is estimated that in 30 years we shall require an increase in mathematicians. Genetic Headquarters has therefore conducted an analysis of DNA and chromosome factors. Among others, it has been determined that a marriage between you, Thomas Y, 130-546, and Emma K, 998-727, shall produce offspring who will become master mathematicians.
I am married?
Yes. The legal documentation is already stored.
But I don't know the girl.
Why do you raise such an irrelevant point?
It's just that the whole thing is such a surprise.
Why? Certainly you knew that one day your marriage would be programmed.
It's just that I thought...
You thought... What is there to think about? Your home has already been selected and furnished.
Furnished?
In accordance with the registered and adjusted tastes and preferences of both of you. You will report there at once.
Where?
To North River.
North River? But that's so far away.
From what?
Well, from my job.
You have a new job. For the next 10 years, you and your married companion shall devote all your efforts and energy to producing your young.
Look, I'm very happy with what I'm doing now.
The computer has determined that you should be even happier in your new mission. That is, unless, of course, you are out of adjustment.
Oh, no. I'm perfectly adjusted.
Then let me be the first to congratulate you.
Thomas.
Oh, it's you, Paul.
You're not even ready. You have to be at the port within the hour.
Paul, what if I refuse to go?
What if you refuse to... Thomas!
What if I refuse?
We shouldn't be having this kind of conversation.
If I can't talk about a thing like this to my brother, to whom can I talk?
To nobody.
You know what they did to me, don't you?
And don't use that word.
Which word?
They. There is no they.
No?
No. There's an us, a we. And each of our actions is governed and guided by the wisdom and the experience of all of us.
They want me to get married.
There's that they again.
They ordered me to get married.
For our own, for your own, and for society's good.
How do I know I'll love this girl?
Love? Your problem is those archaic books. Now just keep talking and thinking like those ancient authors. And I can't see how in the world you can hope to avoid readjustment. You know what happens to you there, don't you?
Suppose I won't be able to love her.
Love? Just listen to me.
You've been married for 5 years. Do you love Dorothy?
I like Dorothy.
It's not the same thing.
That's just the point. What is love?
Love? Why, love is... Well, it can't really be defined. It's an intense and overwhelming feeling.
You could also be describing a fever, which is exactly what love is. A fever of unknown origin,
A fever of unknown duration. A devastating fever that strikes at random, without warning, reason, or rhyme. It's based on emotion, on passion.
That's all right.
But it isn't all right. It's not enough of a foundation for a lasting relationship between a man and a woman. It's too chancy for the genetic improvement of the human race.
I want the right to choose my own mate.
But you have chosen her. Your chromosomes and genes have chosen her. Your nerve endings and impulses have chosen her. Your entire psychic anatomy has chosen her, just as she has chosen you.
No, you don't know what I mean.
But I do. You would prefer to make this most vital decision on the basis of what? A momentary mood? A passing fancy? A transient emotion?
However it works out, it's my own business, isn't it?
No. It's our business. Society's business. You are part of the world. You will send children into the world. Well, in any event, Thomas, there's nothing you can do about it, really, is there?
No.
Hello? I'm Emma.
I'm Thomas.
Yes.
Well, I see you got here to the house first.
Yes, but I didn't have far to go. I live, that is, I used to live in the valley.
Well, you're a K998. I used to know some 998s over in Southfield.
That is, I'm -727. I have no relatives in this part of the country.
No. Well, do you like the house?
Yes, it's all right. Did you want to look around?
No, I don't know. Later, I guess.
So, here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
You aren't at all what I pictured.
What did you picture?
Oh, some very serious-looking person.
Oh, why?
Well, we're supposed to.
We're supposed to what?
I hate to say that word, but well, how else can I put it? We're supposed to breed mathematicians.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't look very much like a mathematician to me either.
I don't know the first thing about mathematics.
Neither do I.
Then how do they expect us to have children who do?
Well, as I understand it, we don't have to know anything, but our genes do.
I see.
Now, you know how it is. The genes, they sort of mix and match, and one thing and another.
I suppose it all comes out the way it's supposed to.
Probably. Well, I must say, they did fix the place up very nicely.
Yes.
Well, here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
Are there any entertainments in town that you know of?
I haven't seen any schedules, but, well, we couldn't go anyhow.
Why not?
Because we have a personal schedule.
Oh?
Yes, it was delivered to me as soon as I got here. I read it, and I had to sign it. You will have to sign it, too.
What does it say?
Oh, well, you'd better read it.
All right. The newly married couple, Thomas and Emma, will spend all evenings at home until they've created evidence that the purpose of their marriage has been fulfilled.
The officer who delivered this said that the need for mathematicians is, well, becoming acute.
Yeah, that's what they predict.
Do you mind if we have some music?
But you don't have to ask. It's your house, too.
I always like to listen to music.
So do I.
I brought my tapes. Well, look at this machine we have here.
Oh, see what it says? A wedding gift from the computer district.
Well, who says the computer doesn't have a heart? I'll just set it in, and now we push this button.
You like this? You go for this?
Yes.
Oh, me too.
You're joking.
No, I love it.
Well, listen to what else I've got on here. A waltz.
by Johann Strauss.
The elder.
What else have you got here?
I've got Stravinsky and George Gershwin and Gustav Mahler.
Then you must be an archaic.
Yes, I am. Can create an absolutely perfect world.
Of course it can. And seemingly, it has brought together two people of similar temperament and taste. So why shouldn't this marriage be a most happy success? Why? Well, for one very good reason. We are only just past the first act. And besides, how can you have a Garden of Eden without a serpent? I'll be back with Act 2 shortly.
I'm Susan Anton.
Charles Darwin once said, and I quote, "I believe that man, in the distant future, will be a far more perfect creature than he is now." He said that at least 100 years ago, if not more. Therefore, to him, we would be the creatures of the future. I wouldn't say we're more perfect than the people in his time, and the folks in our story who are living, say, 1,000 years from now do not appear to be any more perfect than we are. Besides, what is perfection?
Are you happy, Emma?
Oh, yes.
I didn't know it was possible ever to be happy. It was something you were supposed to hope for, to strive for.
You're not even supposed to use the word.
Oh, I forgot.
Happy is something neurotic, dangerous. It can warp the personality. You know the word they want us to use.
Mm-hmm. Adjusted.
Adjusted.
When the one great scorer comes to write against your name, he marks not that you won or lost, but how you played the game.
Don't tell me. You know, I don't think I ever heard that one before.
Grantland Rice.
You really know you're archaic.
No, he was a sports writer.
That's right. They used to have people who wrote about sports. Well, you're going back 1,000 years.
At least. What I wouldn't give to see a professional football game or a baseball.
That's all been outlawed.
I don't understand why.
I do. I don't agree with it, but I can understand it. After all, there's an imbalance in a society where an athlete will be paid more than a research scientist.
Well, you've got to hand it to the computer. It picked out two kooks like us and brought us together. Do you think they just wanted to get us out of the way?
No. They brought us together to produce mathematicians.
Well, no one can say we're not trying.
A book of verses beneath the bough, a loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and a vow. Do you know who wrote that?
I give up.
It was written by Omar, the tent maker.
Oh, how would you like to live in a tent?
Oh, all I would need is for someone to see it. I'd be packed in for readjustment.
Emma, when did I last tell you that I loved you?
About half an hour ago, I think. Are you beginning to take me for granted?
When the children come along...
Yes?
Are we going to do what everyone else does? Are we going to let them take the kids away from us? Well, will we?
They're not actually taking the children away.
No?
They're just putting them into the nursery.
That's not taking them away?
But they can take better care of them than we could.
Well, that's not the point. They're our kids.
They'll still be our kids. We'll visit them.
It's not the same. Wouldn't you really like to watch your kid while he grows up? Be the one to feed him and clothe him and teach him things? I mean, isn't that the natural way to do it?
There's just no way we could ever hope to do that.
Well, maybe we could figure something out.
Never.
We've got to.
Oh, look at us. Having an argument on how to raise a child that isn't even born yet. Would you like some music?
Exactly what I had in mind. To think. There was a time when people could listen to music like this in public.
I know.
Why? What have they got against this music? I mean, okay, the books. Maybe they could object to the ideas, but music?
Well, the way it was explained to me, music represents the spirit of an era. And in the music of the past is all the restlessness and the conflicts and the neuroses.
Well, I think everybody today is crazy. Except you and me.
Thomas.
Hello, Paul.
What are you doing here?
Well, I have to report to the district programmer.
Why?
I was told there was another computer readout.
Well, I don't see how it can be anything serious.
No, neither do I.
Well, tell me, how are things?
The word is perfection.
Well, now.
Absolute perfection.
Well, aren't you the one who said, I want the right to choose my own mate?
I have said a lot of stupid things in my life.
I hate to say I told you so.
No, say it. I deserve it. Only the computer can match people perfectly. Now I know what true happiness... I beg your pardon. What true adjustment is.
Well, you're finally growing up. I can just tell from now on, everything's going to be all right.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
As your district programmer, I have summoned you here at this time to inform you that you have just been divorced.
Divorced?
The legal documentation has already been stored.
Divorced? But I don't understand.
Under the circumstances, you are entitled to an explanation.
Wait a minute.
There has been an error.
An error? The computer makes an error? How?
The computer never makes an error. A grade 7 technician made an error in transcription.
Well, he had no right to make an error.
He is being readjusted.
Readjusted? Well, just because he made a little mistake? I mean, that's a terrible thing to do to a person.
A therapeutic and necessary thing.
Look, talking about my divorce...
There is nothing to talk about. It has already been accomplished.
You can't do this to me and to Emma.
But we must. There has been a computer error.
It doesn't matter. You see, it all worked. Emma and I, why, we're supremely happy.
Happy?
I mean, we're in love.
Love?
We're in perfect symmetry.
You can't be.
Oh, please, believe me.
I can only believe what the computer tells me, and when the two of you are placed into it, you simply do not balance.
But we're in love. We get along very well.
It won't work.
It's working now.
It won't last.
How do you know?
The computer knows.
How?
The attraction between you is not based on qualities of durable nature. Besides, you will not produce mathematicians. Well, aren't you going to thank me?
Thank you. For what?
As a well-adjusted citizen, you should thank me for rectifying what could have been the crucial mistake of your life.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks a million. Emma.
Thomas, what are you doing here?
You know about it?
Yes.
What are we going to do?
There's nothing. Please, Thomas.
But it won't do any good if you don't appeal with me.
But I'm scared, Thomas. I'm so frightened.
Emma, we have to do it.
How do you do?
Well, who are you?
Well, I might ask you that question. However, I am Walter V278-664. I assume I'm in the presence of my newly married companion, Emma K998-727.
I'm afraid.
Ah, here we are. Isn't this absolutely fantastic? You know, Emma, I could listen to this day and night. Don't you just love it?
Thomas, don't go. Don't leave me. Yes, we will appeal. Right now. Now, let us appeal.
Music, it has been said, can soothe the savage breast. Taking the opposite tack, it can also inflame the civilized heart. And so, now we learn about another facet of this futuristic society. There is an appeal procedure. But is it like the situation that is all too familiar in our time, the one that's known as Fighting City Hall? This shall be clarified shortly in Act 3. Certain things never seem to change, and one of them is the triangle. Not the geometric triangle of Euclid, but the human triangle. 2 men and 1 woman, or 2 women and 1 man. The geometric triangles can always be neatly solved. That is because mathematics follows precise and rigid rules. Human triangles, on the other hand, defy analysis, resist definition, and evade solution.
What are you saying, Emma?
I said, Thomas and I must appeal.
I can't believe you.
Why can't you believe her?
You mean you'll risk readjustment?
Yes.
Why?
Because I love Thomas.
You love Thomas? Now, there's an unbalanced statement if I ever heard one. Well, don't worry. I'm not an informer.
Well, actually, you do seem like a really nice person, Walter. Aside from your grotesque taste in music, it's a pity you have to be the one in the middle.
Why do I have to be the one in the middle?
Why?
Well, for that matter, why does anyone have to be in the middle? Believe me, the whole business isn't worth risking readjustment.
You keep saying that.
It's true.
We're in love, but you couldn't understand that.
I sincerely hope I never understand what love is or feels like. I want nothing to do with it. I said it before. There's no reason why we all can't be friends. I like Emma, sure, but I like quite a few other girls, too.
Just a minute. Are you implying what I think? Are you saying that you and I should share, Emma?
Share? Now, that should be the greatest of all archaic words.
Just answer the question.
The answer should be self-evident.
I refuse to share Emma with anybody.
How can you be so selfish? Do you realize what an antisocial attitude you have? Suppose everyone felt that way about their married companion. We'd have violence in every street, in every home.
But just a moment. I should have something to say about this.
I was waiting for you to interject something reasonable and sensible, Emma.
I only want one man.
I really think the two of you deserve each other. You may only want one man, Emma, but society requires you to have more.
Then society is wrong.
Genetically, society is right. It's the only way to bring the proper children into the world.
Emma and I want our own children.
Children are never your own.
We're going around and around.
I'm only saying, be sensible. I happen to know an archaic phrase or two myself. And you recall the one that applies here? Don't make waves.
You wish to request an appeal?
Yes.
Have you thought about it?
Yes.
Carefully?
We are determined.
It is my duty as your district programmer to warn you of the implications of this act.
We're already aware of them.
You have filled out the necessary forms?
Yes, and we wish to present them here officially.
The law provides for a 20-day cooling-off period.
That isn't necessary. We know our mind.
Nevertheless, it must be followed. Your request for appeal is now tentatively acknowledged.
Tentatively?
At the end of this period, if you are still determined to go through with this procedure, you will report to the chief programmer. Otherwise, your request will be null and void.
We'll be there. Please, Paul, don't try to talk me out of it.
Listen to me.
I'll listen, and you'll say one thing, and I'll say another, and we'll go round and round.
Do you want to die? That's what readjustment is. You know that? Everything you are, everything you want to be, everything you hold so important is taken out of you. You're just a shell.
Now I know what you meant when I asked you if you loved Dorothy. And you said, I like her. Do you like her the way Walter likes Emma?
I suppose so.
Well, then who do you love?
Love?
Yes, love. You have to love someone. Even if it's in secret. Who is she?
Is that important?
I don't care about her name. I don't even want to know her. But she exists, doesn't she, Paul? Well?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, listen to that. And who was carrying on about love just a little while ago? Who was saying love was a fever?
It is. It's a disease.
How can you say that?
I didn't want you to catch it.
Why not?
Because you couldn't handle it.
What gives you the right to say that?
Well, look at you. Can you handle it? You're actually going to appeal on account of it. Why can't you just accept love the way it is? Why must you force it to destroy you?
I can't help it. I can't think of her with another man.
But Thomas, this is what destroyed the ancient worlds. Passion. Blind, overwhelming passion. Uncontrolled emotion.
Don't lecture me.
People could be driven to kill. Now confess, don't you want to kill Walter? You see? You're afraid to answer. Is that what you want us to go back to?
But what we're doing, It isn't natural.
Who says so?
No one feels anything. No one really lives.
I also know one or two archaic sayings, Thomas. For instance, moderation in all things.
Yes, moderation, of course. But it has to be the moderation that I adopt for myself. It can't be the moderation that's forced on me.
You're really going to appeal, aren't you?
Yes.
You're actually going to fight the computer.
Yes. After all, what is the computer anyhow? God?
Of course. You mean you didn't know that?
We only have 15 more days. Do you want to change your mind?
We're going to lose.
I know.
Do you know why?
Because you can't fight the computer.
And do you know why? Because the computer is God.
God?
I never thought about it until my brother said it a little while ago. He laughed. I'm sure he thinks it's a joke. But it's true. The computer is God.
But
what was God to the ancients? Something or someone infallible, omnipotent?
But the computer, it's something that we make.
All peoples make their own gods.
Well, even if that's true, how does it help us?
What we make, we can also destroy.
How can we destroy the computer?
Easily. Blow it up.
What are you saying?
And then the world can start all over again.
Blow up the computer?
Why not?
But you know what they'll do to us.
Who?
The government. But everybody.
Well, maybe.
But how can you say maybe? It's a fact.
No, I've learned something. I learned that most people live by fooling the computer, by finding ways to get around it, by paying lip service to it.
Well, how does that help anything?
We'll be doing a service to humanity. We'll be saying, look, you don't have to pretend anymore. You can live honestly, freely. You can be true to your feelings, your emotions. The people won't allow the government to readjust us. We're going to start a revolution.
Thomas, do you believe that?
Don't you?
Well, I don't know.
Then believe me. I'm right. I know I'm right.
Suppose there are guards.
Guards? Why?
This is the main computer bank, and, well...
Oh, God isn't protected by guards, but by awe, by fear.
Please, be careful, Thomas.
No, don't worry. This is a very stable explosive. It can't go off until we're ready. Now, it's through that door.
But what if it's locked?
Why should it be locked?
We're going to do it. We're actually going to do it. I can hardly believe it.
Here. See? It's open.
Look.
Yes. Look.
All those banks and banks and rows of computers.
That's God. That's God deciding on the movement of everybody in the entire world. That's God controlling every thought, every act. Well, we're going to get rid of that idea. And we're going to think and act for ourselves.
Thomas.
What is it?
I was just wondering.
If you're starting to doubt, you can get out of it now.
No. I'm only wondering if people will really want to think and act for themselves. Or do they want it all decided for them?
I am the captain of my soul. I am the master of my fate.
But Thomas, that's just poetry.
Just poetry? Isn't poetry something to live by?
Yes. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I ever doubted.
Are you sure?
Yes. Let's do it.
Now we have to wire each row of these.
Oh! What's that, Thomas? They did attempt to destroy the main computer bank. Since they are obviously too unbalanced, too unsymmetrical to speak in their own defense, who does appear for them?
With your permission, I am brother to Thomas and brother-in-law to Emma.
And what have you to say?
The fault is not with these two immature people. It lies with the archaic books and tapes. Their minds have been confused by the neuroses of ancient writers, philosophers, and poets. Thus, they were driven to this. Yes, it is a most serious crime, but readjustment is a most serious punishment.
Readjustment is not a punishment. It is a therapy.
It is a most drastic therapy. May I suggest an extended period of re-education and retraining under more benign circumstances? Let us replace their subversive and destructive ideas by study and analysis, rather than by the searing trauma of electric shock. I have made my statement.
Thank you for your efforts to secure justice. This office has taken all possible factors into consideration. A study of both the accused reveals that there is no hope in milder attempts to balance. The asymmetry is so pronounced that it may only be corrected by total readjustment.
No! I do believe we have a visitor, Emma.
A visitor?
Oh, it's Thomas.
Thomas?
Sit down, Thomas. Let me turn this thing off. I must say, you're looking good.
Thank you, Walter. Hello, Emma.
How are you, Thomas?
Well, what can we do for you?
I was just out walking. I'm married now.
Yes, we heard.
We're supposed to produce marine biologists.
Well, it's the coming field, I understand. Well, why don't you bring her over sometime?
She's very busy. I hardly get to see her myself.
Well, that's the way it goes. I understand. Oh, Emma, my dear, I have an appointment.
Are you leaving?
It won't be for long. And besides, Thomas will keep you company. Why did you have to rock the boat? Well, I'll see you later.
What did he mean by that? Rock the boat?
I don't know.
Thomas, do I know you?
I think we know each other, but I'm not sure. There are things I simply can't remember anymore.
Yes. I feel that way, too.
Sometimes my head hurts.
Mine does, too.
And I get the feeling that I'm being punished, but I can't seem to remember why.
Neither can I.
If only I could remember why I'm being punished. If only.
And yet, in a way, he's lucky. In many societies, his crime would have received a far more drastic punishment. The moral of our story? We hesitate to offer one. Except, perhaps, that if you want to save the world, you better make sure that the world thinks it's in danger to begin with. I shall return shortly. We began our little session with a discussion of the basic similarities between ancient and modern man. Ancient man had an entire pantheon of gods, and they had to be consulted before each and every venture. Today, we demand the same services of a machine. Feed in the facts, factor in the data. The ancients waited for the verdict of the oracle at Delphi, who was the priestess of Apollo. We wait for the verdict of the computer. I wonder which, in the long run, has proved more reliable. Our cast included Lloyd Batista, Patricia Elliott, Terry Keane, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Why would she have amnesia?
Well, because...
She's an athlete in training. She's in perfect health.
Well, then she was kidnapped.
How? Right off the street, Delaware Avenue?
They could have overpowered her, forced her into a car.
Well, she wouldn't go quietly. She seems a big, strong girl.
Don't say it like that. You make her sound ungainly. She's beautifully built.
You can't rule out the possibility of kidnapping, Sergeant.
Well, you'd have received word by now about a ransom.
Well, maybe it's the kind of kidnapping where girls are sold into, slavery.
Oh, please, Molly. Sergeant, we're desperate.
Yes, I understand. I just wish you knew a little more about her.
Sergeant, find her. Please. She's our little girl. And we love her.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Pat O'Brien, Carol Landis, Donald Crisp.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Your neighborhood good Gulf dealer and the Gulf Oil Companies welcome you to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater. You know, frequently here in the Gulf Theater, we try to do some switch casting to present your favorite stars in the sort of roles you don't expect them to play. Well, tonight, we've got a real switch for you. It's Pat O'Brien as a New York gangster, Carol Landis, Hollywood's newest star discovery as his gun moll, and Donald Crisp in the role which he created in the screenplay Brother Orchid. That's tonight's offering from the Gulf Theater. Pat O'Brien, Donald Crisp, and Carol Landis in Brother Orchid. adapted by Charles Tazwell, and with music by Oscar Bradley's Gulf Orchestra with Frank Tours conducting. In just a moment, our stars will be on stage, and I'll set the scene for tonight's play. Before that, however, I'd like to take you back to 2 days ago, when the postman was handing out envelopes with big red hearts inside them. I imagine most of those envelopes were addressed to the children. But if there had been one in the bunch addressed to the family automobile, care of the Jones family, I'll bet that right in the center of the lace border had motor oil. Because during the cold weather, there isn't any better Valentine for your automobile than Gulf Pride. Your friend, the Gulf dealer, knows that. In fact, many Gulf dealers have had their windows trimmed with a big red heart and a good stock of Gulf Pride motor oil. You see, Gulf Pride gives your car the two things it needs most for winter driving. It lets your motor start quickly and easily even when it's stone cold. Then, after the engine warms up, it lubricates better. Because Gulf's exclusive Alchlor process has removed up to 20% of the easy oxidizers found in many other premium oils. No wonder Gulf Pride is the best-selling premium oil in Gulf's marketing territory. No wonder it's such a fine oil for your car. Gulf Pride Motor Oil. Ladies and gentlemen, Pat O'Brien, Carol Landis, and Donald Crisp are just entering from stage left, and the audience bursts into applause. Now the house lights fade, all but a single spotlight on our Gulf microphones, and here's the opening theme for the Gulf Screen Guild Theater production of Brother Orchid. In tonight's play, you'll hear Donald Crisp as the Brother Superior at the Monastery of the Little Brothers of the Flowers, Carol Landis as Flo Adams, Pat O'Brien as Big John Sarto, and I'll step into the role of a rival gangster, Philadelphia Powell.
Class, things I'd like to witness from behind a bulletproof vest. The meeting between Big John Sarto and Philadelphia Powell, which will soon take place. Big John Sarto, former top man of the rackets, was graduated today from Alcatraz after a 5-year semester. He's headed this way, and it is rumored he's gunning for Philadelphia Powell, who has securely installed himself as head of all Big John's former rackets. When asked for a statement, Big John spoke as follows, quote, "Nuts," unquote. Class, what man was seen with which woman at what club, when, and by whom?
Okay, Bub. Thanks for lugging the luggage. Here's a dime. Go buy your old lady a farm.
Listen, Mr. Sarto, I get 2 bits for carrying bags off a plane.
2 bits? Ain't that kind of steep?
I ain't in business for me help. I gotta pay protection to Philadelphia Powell.
Oh, yeah?
Hey, mister, Park Avenue 53rd. There's $2.20 in a meter.
$2.20. You ought to have a gun instead of a taxi.
Look, I got to split this dough 3 ways, don't I? 1/3 to me, 1/3 to the company, and 1/3 to Philadelphia Power for protection.
Uh-oh.
This way, sir.
Okay, Bub.
This is Miss Florence Adams' apartment, 8B.
Thanks. Here's 2 bits for your trouble.
Sorry, sir, but I can't accept any gratuity less than 50 cents.
4 bits. Now listen, bellhopper.
Sorry, sir, but I have to live, and I have to pay dues to the Protective Association owned by a Mr. Philadelphia Powell.
Philadelphia Powell? That's all I heard since I came into this town. And I'm getting kind of sore.
Well, what do you want? Johnny!
Hello, Flo.
Oh, darling, 5 years you've been gone. Oh, Johnny, I'm...
All right, never mind the hysterics. Come on, let me in.
Oh, sure. I'm just so happy I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, gee, you don't know how I've missed you.
Yeah, I bet. Wait a minute.
Well, what's the matter, Big John? What are you looking at the hatback for?
Because I want to see if Philadelphia Powell's moved in here like he's moved in on the rest of the town.
Oh, Johnny, you know he ain't my type. Johnny.
What?
You ain't kissed me yet.
Oh, okay. I'll get around to it. First, I got something important to do. Got to slap this Philadelphia Powell onto his right size. How do you like that guy? Can't turn my back for 5 years without his trying to double-cross me.
Oh, look, honey. Why not let him have the racket? It ain't often a racketeer can retire in front of the bars.
Retire? Me?
Yeah, Big John. Oh, I don't want things like they used to be. Every time the phone rang, every time somebody knocked on the door, I got the needles thinking something had happened to you. You can live easy from now on if you forget about Philadelphia Powell. He's bad news, Johnny. Honest to you.
Well, he ain't gonna be much longer, babe. Besides, I ain't got enough dough to live easy. They took me to the cleaners while I was in the Bastille. Now, look, babe, this is as much for you as it is for me. When I get on top again, we'll do what we always planned. Get married. Have a big wedding. Church wedding, too.
Gee, I ain't been in a church since the day your brother was planted. Gee.
Yeah, all right. Come on now. Got to keep our minds on important things. Where does this Philadelphia pal hang out?
Oh, he's got a roadhouse over in Jersey.
Okay. Slap that proof basket on your head. We're shoving off.
Wait till I go in the next room and put up my nose, will you? Look at the magazine for a minute.
Okay, step on it.
Okay. Gee, where'd you see Powell's joint? He's got a new sign with a Tommy gun shooting out letters to spell his name.
Don't say. Let's see here. Woman's home companion. Matter when myself. Woman's world. True detective. Send in 24 coupons and get a Dick Tracy badge.
Yes, sir. You should get a load of Powell's trophy room, too. He's got the bullet they dug out of Bugsby's left leg. And the concrete block Spike was wearing at the bottom of the East River.
Yeah. Gee, only 24 coupons. Who's that?
Hello, Johnny.
Philadelphia Powell.
Sure, it's me. And don't raise your voice.
How'd you get in here?
Ain't you never heard of fire escapes? And tell that dame of yours she ought to keep her windows locked.
What do you want?
You're all alone, Johnny. This is a good chance for us to have a little talk.
Take that rod out of my back. I'll listen.
It's warm in here. What do you say you and me step outside a few minutes?
I'm comfortable here.
But I'm not. The wallpaper makes me nervous. My hands are kind of shaking. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'll go.
I can't wait to see Powell's push, Johnny. When we walk in his place.
Don't answer. Come on. Muggsy's got the car waiting in the alley. We're going for a little ride, sweetheart. You and me and Muggsy. But only me and Muggsy's coming back.
Say, Johnny, you ain't going to cause any real trouble out of Powell's, are you? Johnny, do you hear me? I said you're not going to cause any... Johnny? Johnny, where are you? Johnny!
All right, Big John, let's stop. Get up. Come on.
Okay, Paul.
Which way do we take them, boss?
Straight ahead, through them bushes, Muggsy.
Okay, you start walking.
Hurry up. Walk faster.
Well, I can't through these bushes.
Go on. Quit stalling.
Look, Paul, let's make a deal. You can have the rackets. I'll get out of town.
Sorry, sweetheart. Your big mistake was in never coming back.
You're taking a big chance rubbing me out. You'll get the hot seat if... Hey, Paul, look at that.
Why, what's that?
Hey, what the...
That was a trick. Quick after him.
That nicked him.
There he goes. Come on.
Wait, boss. He went that way.
You dope. He went through here. Come on. Well, which way now? You see him anywhere?
No, boss. You know what I think?
Well, Muggsy.
I think we lost him.
Gee, what do you know? I'm dead and I'm in heaven.
Rest easy, my son.
Hey, you St. Pete?
Oh, no. No, I'm merely the Brother Superior. This is the monastery of the Little Brothers of the Flowers.
Monastery? What? Then this ain't heaven and I ain't dead?
No, you're very much alive, my son. We found you 2 nights ago outside our gate, terribly hurt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember now. Philadelphia Powell and Muggsy took me... How long can I stay here?
Until you are well and strong again.
You know who I am?
No.
Did you ever see my picture in the papers?
We don't have newspapers here.
Oh. Look, I ain't got no dough.
We don't ask a man who or what he has if he needs help. What we were, rich or poor, big or small, good or bad, doesn't matter here.
Say, that's okay. That's all right. I think I'm going to like this joint.
I hope so.
Yeah, it's okay. It's an A1 hideout. But look, you can't run a record like this set up without some dough. What's the graft here?
What's that? Oh, well, we raise flowers and sell them in the city.
Not bad, not bad. Suppose your boys cut up a nice profit, huh?
No, you see, what we clear, and lately it's been very little, we give to the poor.
Oh, yeah? What a daffy way to run a business. Say, how does a guy go about joining up with this outfit?
Oh, it's fairly easy. First you become a novice, and then after that...
Wait a minute, you become a what?
A novice. A beginner. They don't take vows, but they're not permitted to go outside the walls. And a novice must obey my few rules.
Any other catches?
That's about all.
Okay, when can I sign up?
You mean you want to join?
Certainly. The safest spot I know.
Very well. But you'll have to adopt a new name.
It's okay. Just call me Brother Lucky.
Lucky? Oh, well, I'm very much afraid the name Lucky wouldn't be acceptable to the other brothers.
Oh, okay. What's in the name? Let me think now. See, Hey, I got it. You said this joint had something to do with flowers, didn't you?
Yes, but I don't see...
Oh, look. You see, you know what my favorite posy is? Orchids. So from now on, that's going to be my new moniker, Brother Superior. Slip me the Duke. Introduce me to the mob as Brother Orchid.
So our Gulf curtain falls on Act 1 of Brother Orchid. We have our usual brief moment of intermission, and what better way to fill the moment here in the Star's own theater than to listen to a word about the movie. All right, Bud?
Folks, you know how every once in a while some particular movie arouses a lot of enthusiasm. Your friends tell you how good it is, how much they've enjoyed it, and you know the actors or actresses starring in it by reputation. Well, nonetheless, the only sure way to find out how good that movie is to see it. Well, in much the same way, you probably already know the Gulf Oil Company and the products it puts out by reputation. But it's only when you try those products yourself in your own car that you learn for sure how good they are. So why not drive over to your neighborhood Good Gulf dealers tomorrow and have him fill up your tank with Gulf No-Nox gasoline. Find out for yourself how quickly Gulf No-Nox starts, what smooth, economical performance it gives you. And have your neighborhood Gulf dealer fill up your crankcase with that free-flowing Gulf Pride motor oil. See if your engine doesn't turn over easier when it's cold. See if it doesn't end a lot of worry about upkeep. Yes, folks, we ask you to test Gulf's motor products yourself in your own car because we know that you, like thousands of other motorists, will be delighted with them. So stop tomorrow at your neighborhood Good Gulf dealers for Gulf No-Nox gasoline and Gulf Pride motor oil.
Now the curtain of the Gulf Theater is ready to rise on the second act of Brother Orchid, starring Carol Landis as the girl, Flo Adams, Donald Crisp as the Brother Superior, and Pat O'Brien as Big John Sarto. 6 weeks have passed, and Big John Sarto is now the novice, Brother Orchid, in the monastery of the Little Brothers of the Flowers. Quite content with the peace and security of his hideout, he's made no attempt to communicate with Flo, and goes happily about the tasks assigned him by the Brother Superior. As the scene opens, we find them both with Hildegard, the only lady in the place.
You know what, Brother Superior? I think this cow loves me.
I do believe you're right, Brother Orchid. No one has ever been able to get as much milk from Hildegard as you.
Well, it's just a sight touch I got, that's all.
Oh, it must be more than that, Brother Orchid. You've been with us only 6 weeks, yet no matter what you attempt, you do it so much better than we who have been here for years.
Well, you boys don't want to get discouraged. I always was just a little better than the other guy. The only reason I ain't conceited is because I found it out when I was young.
Yes, but I'm still puzzled. Why, I milked Hildegard myself for years, and do what I might, she yielded only 12 quarts a day. Yet from the very first time you milked her, she's given 16.
Well, pal, I'll tell you. I just put a little more into my work, and I get a little more out.
Well, you must be rewarded for your diligence. Brother Orchid, do you know what I'm going to do?
No, what?
Beginning tomorrow morning.
Yeah?
I'm going to give you...
Yeah, go on.
I'm going to give you a zinnia bed to cultivate all by yourself.
Zinnia bed?
Yes, a zinnia bed for your very own.
That's good, huh?
Why, yes. Why, zinnias earn most of our money in the flower markets at this time of year. You will have a grave responsibility.
No kidding?
This is the highest award ever given to a novice.
Boy, am I a happy guy.
Now I must go and tell the other brothers. You have set a record, Brother Orchid. 492 quarts of milk from Hildegard in a month. Goodness only knows what you can do when you get among the zinnias. You have a divine touch, Brother Orchid. A divine touch.
See, did you hear that, Hildegard?
Mm.
Yeah, they graduated me. See, they're a swell bunch of guys. I gotta be on a level with them. You know what, Hildegard? You know what? From now on, I'm only gonna spike your milk bucket with 2 quarts of water instead of 3. Flowers in the dell, the flowers in the dell. I-O, the Mary-O, the zinnias, what the... Good morning, Brother Superior.
Were you about to use violent language, my son?
No, I was just singing. These naughty bugs is nibbling on my zinnias.
You must pray and pray, Brother Orchid.
Pray. Yeah, sure. Look, Brother Superior, how about getting these zinnias to market? They're all ripe.
Yes, I know. But we're having some trouble in the city, my son.
What kind of trouble?
Well, they refused to buy our flowers this morning. I really don't know what we're going to do, Brother Orchid.
What do you mean, those mugs ain't going to buy my zinnias? Why, these here flowers is brought up like babies. I dug up the ground, raked it, planted it, pulled the weeds. Even come out here at night sometimes, thinking maybe they wanted a drink.
I know, Brother Orchid. You've been like a father to them. But I'm afraid all your work has been in vain. I'm sorry. Very, very sorry.
Well, if this ain't the nuts. Pull them up and feed them to Hildegard.
Hey, you with the hose?
Go on, feed it, lady. I got trouble.
I've lost the moon. Where's Miss Maxine?
Feed it, I said. Don't bother me. I got... Flo.
What?
Flo, don't you know me? It's Big John.
Don't give me that. Johnny! Oh, Johnny.
All right. Now, don't faint. Come on, snap out of it.
Oh, it really is you. You ain't a ghost. Oh, gee, I feel just like a guy jumping rope in my stomach. Hey, wait. Wearing a thing like that before. What did you do with the potatoes?
This ain't a potato sack. It's a uniform.
You could sure fool me. So this is where you've been hiding for the last 6 months. Oh, I've missed you so much. You heel. Gee, why didn't you write me? When you coming back to town?
I ain't never coming back. I got a cow and some zinnias to take care of.
Johnny, you ain't gone crazy, have you?
No, I ain't going crazy.
But cows and zinnias,
All right, never mind all that, honey. Give me all the news. And you gotta beat it, kid, because, well, us brothers ain't allowed to talk to dames. Come on, what's going on in town? What about Philadelphia Powell?
Oh, he's still running all the rackets. He's got lots of new ones, too.
Such as what?
What? Oh, he's cracked down on the fruit peddlers.
Yeah, what else?
And the newsboys.
No kidding?
And the cigar stand.
Yeah.
And the florist.
He sure is getting the what?
The florist.
Why, that two-timing, double-crossing snake.
Well, what's the matter, Johnny?
What's the matter? Philadelphia Powell is the reason I can't sell my zinnias. He can't do this to me. Zinnias is my territory. Move over. I'm getting in that car.
Well, but Johnny, you said you was never coming back.
I'll tear that mug apart, petal by petal. The guy was mean to a poor defenseless flower is too mean to live. Come on, start the car and get going. I got planting to do. And the guy was going to get planted is Philadelphia Powell. Suite 748, Suite 74 is Powell Protective Association. This is the dump we want, Flo. Come on.
Hey, what's the idea of busting in here?
We want to see Philadelphia Powell.
Oh, don't see nobody without an appointment. What's the name?
Brother Orchid.
Yeah, I suppose her name's Petunia. Now listen, wise guy.
I hate guys what think they're comical. Come on, Flo. Let's try the door marked private.
Get out of here. This here office is private.
Yeah, it says so right on the door. Can't you read?
We're here to see Philadelphia Powell.
The name's Brother Orchid.
Don't you hear that slug? His name's Brother Orchid.
Yeah, ain't that sweet? Mine's Lily at the Wiley.
Sure, and I am Geranium.
And here is a couple of dandelions. Yeah, now maybe they'll be ashamed of themselves when they wake up for talking that way about pretty flowers that never done nobody no harm. Stick here, Flo. I'm going to try that office. It says strictly private.
Get out of here. What's the idea? Big John Sardo. But you're dead. You gotta be dead.
Hello, pal. Kind of surprised to see me, yeah?
You're a ghost. You gotta be a ghost.
Sure, I gotta be a ghost. I am a ghost, and I come back to haunt you right out of town.
Now, look, Big John, I didn't mean to put the finger on you. That was all a big mistake.
That ain't what I'm here about.
Oh, no?
I've been happy, see? Happier than I've ever been in my whole life. I've been living with guys that don't even know that guys like you's on Earth. They're quiet and peaceful. Always thinking of somebody else, helping somebody else. And now you and your mugs have stepped in to make it tough for them.
I don't even know what you're talking about,
I'm
Big
talking
John.
about the little brothers of the flowers. And your Florist Protective Association. My boys raise and sell flowers, see? And the dough they make, which you could put in your eye, they give to the poor. At a place here in town called the Friendly Shelter. And now you hoods ain't going to let them sell their flowers no more unless they cut them in for a percentage.
Now, wait a minute, Big John. Don't be mad at me. Why, I wouldn't have let the boys put the bite on them little brothers of yours if I'd have known what it was all about.
Oh, you wouldn't, You're breaking my heart.
Why, I wouldn't double-cross you. You know that. I'll call the gang off. You won't have no more trouble. I promise you. Now, let's say no more about it. You know, Big John, you're looking great. This vacation's done you a lot of good. Yes, sir, you're looking swell.
Well, I've been raising zinnias.
Zinnias?
Best looking zinnias you ever saw. Milking a cow named Hildegard. 14 quarts a day she gives. And the dough for that goes into the Friendly Shelter, too.
The Friendly Shelter? Yeah, I heard of that place. That's real charity, Big John.
Big John?
Yeah.
Hey, Big John?
Yeah, Flo.
I've been going through his books out there. Boy, this guy took the town for a real cleaning.
Hey, what right do you got to go through my books? That ain't ethical.
No, he's right, Flo. You ain't got no right to go through his private papers.
Well, yeah, but you know what? He owns everything from the Lost Dog Racket to a charity bite called the Friendly Shelter.
Well, so what? I ain't... The what?
The Friendly Shelter.
Oh, you double-faced, triple-crossing yellow
Now,
ribbon.
Big John, I can explain.
The Friendly Shelter. You're not only been robbing the little brothers, but you've been robbing Hildegard.
Now, get away from me, Big John.
Hildegard standing out there in the barn day after day, and you stealing her hard-earned dough.
I got a gun, Big John. Get out of here.
Hildegard, a poor little cow with a cut of gold, and you've been robbing her milk
Get
pail.
back, get back, I tell you.
He's right in here. Stay just a few minutes.
Thank you, nurse. Good morning, Brother Orchid.
Hello, Big John.
Hello, Flo. Brother Superior.
We bring good news, my son.
Yeah, you know what? The doc says you can leave the hospital tomorrow.
He does? Say, that's a nuts. But Paul don't get out for another week.
The brothers will be so glad to have you back. And Hildegard, too. Why, do you know that during the 3 weeks you've been here in the hospital, she dropped to a mere 8 quarts a day?
Yeah.
Gee, I guess she loves you most as much as I do, Big John. Well, I sure hope you'll be happy together. Oh, I ain't jealous, but I sure wish I was at Cowell's.
Well, you and Hildegard have got the same sweet disposition, Flo.
Oh, gee, Big John, you really mean that?
Certainly I do. But I guess I gotta choose between you. And I guess it's you.
Oh, Big John, you don't mean it.
Certainly. I promised you a choice wedding someday, didn't I?
Oh, Big John.
Oh, come on, babe. Quit the crying. I ain't that bad.
Brother Orchid, you mean you aren't coming back to the monastery?
No, Brother Superior. Now, look, don't say nothing. Just let me get this off my chest. Like I said before, I never was so happy as I was out there. I was living in a new world, and it was awful swell. But sometimes with a guy like me, your new world and my old world, it don't mix up right.
I understand, my son. Each must make his own life. And if you wish to choose the outside world, that is your business.
Thanks, Brother Superior.
But never forget that in our humble way we wish you the very utmost in health and happiness, and shall I say, love.
Brother Superior, all my life I thought that class came and go. Swell clothes, big cars. Oh, but I was wrong. It's the little guys. The good little guys like you that are quiet and peaceful. They're the ones that really count.
Yeah, and the ones that always get picked on by the mugs like Philadelphia Powell.
Not no more, they don't. Brother Superior, I kind of made a deal with Philadelphia Powell.
A deal, Brother Orchid? Can it be you're returning to your evil ways?
No, legitimate business proposition. Here's Powell's check for $10,000.
10 grand what?
10,000 coconuts. It's sort of an advanced charge account. And I hope you can fill the orders as fast as they come in.
Charge account orders, but I don't understand.
What are you talking about, Big John?
It's all very simple. Every one of Philadelphia Powell's mugs is going to carry a card.
A card?
Yeah, that's the business proposition. Now, when any one of them gets bumped off, you got the concession to plant them with zinnias. And don't forget to stamp the card.
I know, ladies and gentlemen, that you want to add your applause to that of the studio audience. For Pat O'Brien, Carol Landis, and Donald Crisp all turned in exceptionally fine performances. And Hollywood is particularly proud of them because their performances tonight were donated, like those of all the stars who appear here in the Gulf Theater. In return, Gulf has contributed generously to the Motion Picture Relief Fund, helping to provide a home for the workers in the picture industry who can no longer provide for themselves. Next week, one of the most sensational casts in Gulf Theater history. A trio of stars you've always wanted to hear together. Bing Crosby, Bob Hope, and Betty Grable. Yes, you heard correctly. Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, and Betty Grable in the hilarious new comedy called Alterbound. It's all about what happens when Bob, Bing, and Betty go on a South American cruise, with both Bing and Bob posing as Betty's husband. It's one long laugh from beginning to end. We think it's going to be one of the top shows of all time here in the Gulf Theater. The music, of course, will be by Oscar Bradley's Gulf Orchestra with Frank Tours conducting. So don't let anything keep you from the radio at this time next Sunday night, when the Gulf Theater presents, for the first time together on any radio show, Bing Crosby, Bob Hope, and Betty Grable in Alterbound.
Pat O'Brien can now be... Carol Landis starts work soon on the Technicolor musical Miami at 20th Century Fox. Donald Crisp has just finished Strange Victory at Warner's. Remember, 30 minutes of fun you won't want to miss. Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, Betty Grable from the Gulf Theater next Sunday. Bud Easton speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as The Saint.
Hello?
Mr. Templar?
Yes?
Joe Collins. Remember me?
Joe, sure I do. How are you, chap? It's been a long time.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, your fight's still on for tomorrow night?
Yeah. Say, could you do me a big favor, Saint? Could you come down to the gym right away?
Sure, but what is it?
I'll tell you when you get here. I need to talk to somebody I can trust. I need to real bad.
I'll phone for a cab and be there in 20 minutes.
Oh, thanks, Saint. Thanks.
Oh, don't thank me, Joe. After all, I've got a bet on you tomorrow night. I've got to protect my investment.
Got a bet on me? Call it off, Saint. Call it off.
What?
So long.
Yes?
It's Louis, Mr. Templar. Your cab is here.
Oh, come on in, Louis. I'll be with you in a minute.
Maybe you should better open the door right away.
Well, why didn't you come in, Louis? The door was...
He's asleep.
Oh? Who's asleep?
Mr. Templar, look down.
Louis, it's a baby.
You are so right.
But why did you bring him here?
I found him here. On your doorstep, Mr. Templar.
Louis, don't you look at me that way.
Who ain't opened his mouth even? Louis.
Well, let's get him inside. You want to carry him?
Maybe you better.
All right. Up we go.
Oh, he's waking up, Mr. Templar. He's cute.
Yeah, he is. What's your name, old fella?
Donnie.
Hey, he talks.
What's your last name, Donnie?
Donnie.
Donnie, huh? How did you get here, Donnie?
Donnie.
Here, let me try him, Mr. Templar. I got away with kids. Donnie, tell your Uncle Louis how you got here, huh?
Donnie.
A goldmine of information.
Wait a minute, look. Hey, there's a note pinned on his coat.
I understand that's traditional in such cases.
Donnie.
Oh, just a minute, Donnie. Here. Please keep him for a few days and don't tell anyone. Not even the police.
Sounds like trouble, Mr. Templar.
Yes, it does.
Well, I guess you won't be needing my cab now, huh?
Oh, hey, the champ, I forgot. Louis, how are you as a babysitter? Huh?
Who, me? Oh, no, wait a minute, Mr. Templar. I'm a cab driver. You can't drive while you sit. My locals got rules.
I'll be back in an hour, Louis. Just to make it official, I'll borrow your cab.
Hey, what do you... Well... It looks kind of funny on you at that. Hey, look at the funny man with the hat, Donnie. Huh? Isn't that funny?
I'll see you later, Louis.
Come on, kid. Use them a little more left there. Get your shoulder into it. That's it. That's better.
Excuse me, but where could I find Joe Collins?
Hold it a minute there, kid. Hold it. The champ?
Yeah.
Well, he's right there, my friend, on the table. We're getting the rub down.
We?
Yeah, Chadwick's the name. Sam Chadwick. I'm the champ's manager.
Oh, I'm Simon Templar. Joe said he wanted to see me.
Well, we did, eh? Well, I don't remember us doing that. Well, let's go in. Come on, let's go in. Take a blow, kid. I'll be right back.
How's Joe feeling?
Oh, we're in the greatest shape of our lives. The greatest. That fish Shelley hasn't got a chance tomorrow night. Don't belong in the same ring with us.
2 against 1 hardly seems fair.
2 against... Oh, yeah. Well, here we are, Mr. Templar. Hey, champ, you know this gent?
Sure. How are you, Saint?
I'm good, Joe. Have you been?
In the pink, the absolute rose-colored pink.
I've been all right. That's enough, George. Thanks.
Hey, do you want to talk now, Joe? Got here as soon as I could.
Talk? What about? We got anything to talk to Mr. Templar about, champ?
Saint, the fact is, well, I'm sorry I called you. It was a mistake.
It sounded pretty serious, Joe.
Well, I guess I'm worked up for the fight tomorrow night with Michelle. You get, well, jumpy. It's the training that does it.
Yeah, sure, that's it. We're on edge, you know. Razor-sharp condition. We always get this way right before a fight. With us, it's a sign...
Shut up, Sam. Sorry I bothered you, Saint. I'm sorry.
If you're sure you don't need me, I guess that's it.
Yeah, sure. And look, if you want to make yourself some easy money, Mr. Templar, sock it on the champ to win tomorrow night. We won't even draw a deep breath.
I've already got my money down, Mr. Chadwick, on Joe.
Ah, that's great. That's the greatest cinch bet of the entire season.
Shut up, Sam. Saint, call off your bet.
No. I think you're a pretty good man, Joe. In the ring and out. morning, Louis.
Hi, Mr. Templar. Came over as soon as I got your call. How are you?
I'm not so good.
A heavy responsibility being a father.
Yeah, I'm getting some help, fortunately. I phoned an employment agency, sent over a nurse.
That's a shrewd move, Mr. Templar. There's nobody quite has a woman's touch like a woman has. You know what I mean?
Well, it's deep, but I'll figure it out. Come on in and see Donnie.
Where is he?
In bed.
Oh, keeps pretty late hours.
You'd be tired, too, if you said Donnie 15,000 times a day.
How are you, Donnie, old man, huh? You feel like talking this morning? Huh? Watch me get some information out of him, Mr. Templar. You just got to be firm.
Yeah, well, I wish you luck, Louis.
Donnie, what's your last name? Who brought you here? Where are you from? Huh?
Donnie.
Well, at any rate, he's consistent. Oh, that must be the nurse.
Mr. Templar?
Yes, come in.
Thank you. I'm Miss Barton, Mr. Templar. The agency sent me over.
Right in here, Miss Barton. Miss Barton, this is my friend Louis.
How do you do?
And your charge, Donnie.
Hello, Donnie.
Well, he seems to approve of you, Miss Barton.
He's beautiful, Mr. Templar. Don't you think so?
Louis and I consider him one of the most beautiful babies we have ever seen. Right, Louis?
Right. Talks fluently, too, says Donnie.
Come here, darling.
I'm going to have to go out for a while, Miss Barton. Miss Barton.
What? Oh, excuse me, Mr. Templar.
I said I'll have to leave for a short while, and I'll be back. We can discuss arrangements then,
Arrangements? Anything will be all right, Mr. Templar. Anything at all.
Well, I'll call if I'm more than an hour. Goodbye. Goodbye, Donnie.
Donnie.
Hey, tell your Uncle Louis goodbye, Donnie.
Donnie.
Well, better than nothing. Where to, Mr. Templar?
I want to go see Kid Fischel, Louis.
Well, the guy that's fighting Collins tonight. Huh?
Yes. I wasn't at all satisfied yesterday that Joe Collins didn't have something to tell me. Something going on there.
Mr. Templar, you got Donnie. How many mysteries can you handle at one time?
Sometimes 1 and 1 can be added together to get 1, Louis.
What does that mean?
Just a hunch, as yet.
Oh. I thought they came out with a new multiplication table. I ain't even learned the old one yet. Well, shall we be off, Mr. Templar?
There is an obvious answer to that, Louis, which I shall spare you. Let us, by all means, be off.
Yes?
My name is Templar, Simon Templar. They told me down at the desk this was Kid Fischel's suite.
It is. Come in. Make it the desk school, Mr. Templar. One of Kid's sparring partners.
How are you, chum?
How do you do?
My name is Alexander. Fritz Alexander.
You manage Kid Fischel?
I look after him. And very well, too, eh, Frankie?
The best, Mr. Alexander.
Can I see the kid, Mr. Alexander?
Unfortunately, right now, he's sleeping. Go down to weigh in for the fight in an hour.
Oh, then perhaps I can talk to you about the fight, huh?
It would be a pleasure. I can discuss the kid by the hour and never tire. I'm quite fond of him, you see. He's a perfect young machine. Strong, healthy, handsome. He wants the championship. He shall have it. Nothing can stop him.
You sound quite confident.
I am. If I didn't think he could win, I wouldn't send him into the ring tonight. I wouldn't take a chance on his being hurt. I won't have him hurt, you understand?
Don't worry, Mr. Alexander. He ain't going to get hurt.
Yes. You see, Mr. Templar, I can become quite emotional over the kid. Usually I'm not an emotional man.
I see. And does Joe Collins know that the kid is not to be hurt?
He knows.
You telling me that the fight is fixed?
Hey, watch your mouth, chum.
I'm not telling you anything, Mr. Templar. But whoever you are, whomever you represent, remember this. The kid wants the championship. And he shall have it. Because I find pleasure in giving the kid what he wants. And if anything or anyone stands in my way... No, Mr. Templar. I refuse to be worried by you. The kid will not be hurt. Good day.
Mr. Alexander said good day, chum.
Thank you for interpreting, Frankie. And Mr. Alexander, My money still rides on Joe Collins.
In that case, Mr. Templar, I hope you can spare it.
Good day.
So long, chum.
Mr. Templar, I've been looking for you.
Oh, what is it, Louis?
I called your house to check if everything was all right, like you told me, and Miss Barton said Sam Chadwick had been calling, wants you to call right away.
Hey, that's Joe Collins' manager, Louis. Wonder what he wants.
I don't know, but it's supposed to be urgent. Here's the number, and there's a phone booth out here by the elevator.
Oh, thank you, Louis. Hello, Mr. Chadwick?
Yeah, who's this?
Simon Templar, Mr. Chadwick.
Oh, Mr. Templar, hey, I've been trying to get you. I've been trying to get everybody that Joe knows. The champ is gone.
Gone? Gone where?
I don't know. There's $50,000 already in the box office for the fight tonight, and he walks out. He can't do this.
You mean we can't do this?
You're in on it, too?
Oh, skip it. Have you got any idea where Joe went to?
I think he went out to get blind. The guy must be crazy. I'll find him, will you, Mr. Templar? You got to.
Well, I'll do what I can.
I'll pay anything. Within reason, that is. The fight has to go on.
Well, I'll do what I can. This is one fight I wouldn't like to miss.
This must be about the last bar in town, Mr. Templar. I ain't hit so many bars since the night my nephew went into the Navy.
And if we don't have any luck here, I'm about ready to give up, Louis. Well, come on, let's give it a try.
Yeah. You see him?
No, Yeah, I do. Down at the end of the bar.
Does he look sober?
I don't know. You wait here, Louis.
Yeah.
Hello, Joe.
Huh? Oh, hello, Saint. What brings you here?
Looking for you, champ. You been drowning your troubles?
No, I started to, but no. I'd forgotten I was champion, and when you're champ, there's a pride that goes with it. I'd forgotten I had that pride.
Care to tell me what's wrong, Joe?
I'll tell you. Sure. Maybe I should have told you yesterday, but things got very bad after I phoned you.
How bad?
I can't win this fight tonight, Saint.
You can't beat Kid Fischel?
I can't try to beat him. They won't let me. They got my son.
Huh? Who's they, Joe?
Alexander, I guess. He had somebody do it. I knew he was a little crazy, but I didn't think he was that crazy. I guess Marie was in on it, too.
Marie? That isn't your wife.
Was my wife. She left me right after the kid was born 2 years ago. She's no good.
And if you don't let Fischel win tonight...
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? What can I do, Saint?
Joe, what's the name of your son?
Donnie.
Come on.
Where? What for?
I'll explain in the cab, Joe. We've got to get to my place right away. This way, Joe.
Right behind you, Saint.
Look, Mr. Templar, the front door is open.
Donnie boy, are you here? Donnie!
Wait a minute, Joe.
What?
Behind that couch.
That's Miss Barton.
Oh, no. Marie.
Marie?
Yeah, Donnie's mother, Louis. Joe's wife.
Marie.
She hurt bad?
I don't know.
Here, now, let me help you, Joe. I'm afraid.
No. Marie, can you hear me?
Oh, Joey, I didn't know what they were doing until yesterday. Then I got Donnie and left him here where he'd be safe. This morning, I took the place of a girl who was sent over as a nurse, but I guess they followed me.
Who did? Alexander?
No, not him. He sent somebody. They took Donnie. I tried to stop them, but they...
Where did they take him? Do you know?
I think the training camp on the river right above Milford.
I know the one.
Joey.
Yes, Marie.
Isn't Donnie the most beautiful boy you ever saw?
Marie.
I know that this is what all mothers say, but isn't he really?
He is, Marie.
And Joey, when he gets old enough, will you just tell him, Tell him that his mother loved him very much. Just that, not all the rest.
Just that, Marie.
Thanks, Joey. You're a...
Marie. I'm sorry, Joe. She gave her life for Donnie.
Yes, she did. Now we've got to find him.
I'll find him. And if they've done anything and...
No, Joe. If you do find him, they might. Well, look, I'll go after him.
I'll go along, Mr. Templar. I don't like the guys that did this.
Thanks, Louis. You better go down to the arena, Joe, and we'll let you know as soon as we can.
All right. I guess it wouldn't be much use in finding Donnie. I'd probably put him in more danger.
Joe, do you want me to...
No, I'll look after Marie. She was my wife.
This looks like the place. All right, Mr. Templar. You want to look through that window where the light is?
All right, Louis. Come on.
Sorry, twig.
Oh, keep down, Louis. I'm going to take a look.
What did you see?
Yeah, this is it. Donnie's in there, and that pug Frankie that I met with Alexander.
You think we can take him?
I think so. He's listening to the radio. Come on, let's see if we can get in the back way.
If you say so, Mr. Templar.
Come on. You got that tire iron, Louis?
Not only have I got it, I love it like a brother.
Good. Here's the kitchen door.
Is it open?
Yeah, we're in luck. Come on in, Louis. Quiet.
And here at ringside, we're watching the introduction of various celebrities by the ring announcer before the Collins-Fischel title go. Pat Novotny, clever young welterweight from Syracuse, has just been introduced from the ring, gets a nice hand, and now there goes...
I spar with a guy 2 months, and the night he's to win the title, I'm playing nursemaid. What are you laughing about?
Oh, Donnie.
Shut up.
Louis, stand beside the door. I'll try to get him out here in the kitchen, and when I do...
Just get him out here, Mr. Templar. I'll take it from there.
Here goes.
Hi, Frankie.
What? Who's that?
You've got company.
Who's in there?
Little boy, Blue.
Wise guy, are you? Well, you'll end up so full of holes that you look like a...
Bullseye, Louis.
That was for Marie, Mr. Templar.
Yeah, it should keep him quiet until the police get here.
Maybe I should give him another one for myself.
Yeah, I know how you feel, Louis, but no. Let's get Donnie and get out of here, huh?
Sure, Mr. Templar.
How are you, Donnie? Glad to see us?
Yeah. Say hi to your Uncle Louis, Donnie.
Oh, Donnie.
Can't you say hi? Hi.
Hi.
I learned him a new word. How about that, Mr. Templar? Now he can say 2 words.
Yes, you have a way with you, Louis.
Sure. Now, what do you say to Uncle Louis, Donnie?
Oh, hi.
That's it. And what's your name, Donnie?
Hi.
Louis, you should have given up while you were ahead. Come on.
Hey, you can't go in there. That's the champ's dressing room. Nobody allowed in.
Fight's not over, is it?
Not yet. 6th round, but Collins has taken an awful pace, and I was just up there.
Look, kid, get this straight. There isn't much time. Go up to Joe Collins' corner. Tell him Simon Templar has Donnie here safe. Have you got that?
Sure, but I can't go up there and
Here,
tell him...
look, does this persuade you?
Yes, sir, Mr. Templar. Thank you. I'll tell him right away.
Okay. Come on, let's go in and sit down, Louis. Donnie's about all in.
Yeah, look at him. He can't keep his eyes open. Yeah. Why couldn't we go right up to Joe's corner ourselves, Mr. Templar?
Couldn't risk it with Donnie. I couldn't tell what Alexander might do.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, poor Joe. You think we got here in time?
I don't know, Louis. I don't know.
Guy must be taking a beating and can't fight back.
Yeah, but he can now.
If he's got anything left to fight with. Quiet up there now.
Must be the end of a round.
See, that crowd noise, I never heard it from down here. You know, it scares you.
It should, Louis. The voice of the mob howling for blood. Same voice that howled in the Colosseum at Rome 2,000 years ago.
For whose blood? The champ's or Fischel's?
Mob doesn't care, Louis. Just blood.
Yeah. Scares you. What makes people go to these things, Mr. Templar? Will they ever stop?
They go because this is an allegory of their own lives, Louis. They'll stop when their lives cease to be conflict and pain.
And when will that be?
That's a good question. Hey, fight's starting up again.
Yeah, that means the champ is still on his feet anyway. Come on, Joey boy, come on. Hey, is it wrong to root, Mr. Temple?
We're all part of the crowd, Louis, one way or another.
Yeah. Oh, something is happening up there. They don't yell like that for nothing. Come on, Joey. Come on, Joey. Do it. You can do it, Joey. Donnie's down here. You can fight now, Joey.
Careful of that tire iron, Louis.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. Yeah. Come on. The straight left, champ. Come on, the straight left in the face, Joey, and cross with the right. Oh. What am I talking about? I can't even see him.
Come on, Joe. Come on.
Yeah. You too, Mr. Temple.
Yeah, me too, Louis.
Something happened, Mr. Temple. That was too short for a round. That was a knockout.
It was, Louis, but who?
Yeah, who? Oh, keep everything crossed, Mr. Templar. Fingers, toes, eyes, everything.
Maybe he didn't get our message, Louis.
Mr. Templar, don't say that.
We'll soon know. It sounds like people coming down the hall outside.
Yeah, but Joey couldn't have won. He would have had too much taken out of him. He couldn't have come back after the...
Oh, was that great show? Hey, we took him, Mr. Templar. We took him.
Sam, clear everybody out of here, will you?
Yeah, you heard us, everybody out. Come on, give us a chance to get our breath, will you? Everybody out. Come on. Blow, will you, fellas? Come on, spring. That's it. All out, champ. Hey, that was a great fight. I thought it was even better than the one we fought against Babyface. Oh, boy, am I proud of us, Joe.
Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, well, you can excuse me now. I got some dough to collect.
Donnie.
Donnie, come on now. Wake up and say hello to your daddy.
No, let him sleep, Saint. I'm not very pretty right now. But you should see Fischel.
You clobbered him, champ?
Good. He was a very surprised young man.
Yeah. How about Alexander?
I don't know. I didn't see him after it was over. I rushed right down here.
And I'd better get the police on his trail. He might be able to get away if I don't tell them to.
Alexander.
Joe, did you think you could get away with it? And Joe, did you think I'd stand by and see you?
That gun must be heavy, Mr. Alexander. You better put it down.
No.
The police won't like your negative attitude.
What do I care? After what he did to the kid, you think I care any more about anything?
The kid will be all right. He was just knocked out.
Just. That beautiful physical machine, blooded, battered, stretched out in the dirt. Oh. Do you think the kid can ever feel the same again? Do you think I can ever feel about him as I did? He had the championship. Had it. Before Collins double-crossed us.
That's one way of looking at it.
Why didn't you keep out Mr. Templar? Why?
Put the gun away, Alexander. You haven't a chance.
Maybe I haven't. But neither have you, Collins. I warned you not to hurt the kid, but you wouldn't listen.
You're a sick man, Mr. Alexander.
Perhaps I am. Perhaps the world is sick and I'm well, but I know what I'm going to do. You first, Collins. You know how the kid felt.
Mr. Alexander, I'm afraid you'll have to take care of me first.
Stop where you are, Templar. Don't come any closer. I'll warn you once more, Templar, and then I'm going to...
All right, Louis.
Oh!
Nice work.
Lucky I kept this tire iron.
Yeah.
You know, I think he was serious.
I don't think there's much doubt about it. A very twisted man, Mr. Alexander.
Hey, look. Donnie's awake. You got a smile for your old man, Donnie.
Oh, Donnie, hi.
Hey, he knows a new word. How about that, Saint? Ain't that some kid?
He's another champ, Joe.
Oh, he'll be a champ in something. Not in this racket, but something good. Something he can take a real pride in.
He'll be proud of you, Joe.
He'll be proud of his mother, too. After I tell him about her.
Just a minute.
Hi, Mr. Templar.
Well, look who's here. Hi, Donnie.
Champ, let me take him out for a walk. Hey, you know what, Mr. Templar? I've been teaching him all sorts of words.
Honestly, Louis?
Mm-hmm. The smartest kid there is. Watch this now, Mr. Templar. Watch. Donnie? What's my name?
Wally.
How about that? Some smart kid, huh? That's not all. Now, what's this? Donnie? What's Mr. Templar's name?
Wally.
Something go wrong?
No, wait just a minute. Wait a minute. Donnie, Mr. Templar's name.
Wally.
All right, something else. Donnie, where do you live?
Wally.
Donnie, what's your daddy's name?
Wally.
No.
Wally.
Goodbye, Mr. Templar.
Goodbye, Louie.
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of The Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now here's our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are certain things in our daily life which we take for granted. Only when we are deprived of them do we realize what precious commodities they really are. Air may become the most vital thing in the world to the suffocating man, and water to the thirsty one. In the same way, freedom, when it is missed, suddenly becomes life's greatest treasure. In this country, we possess freedom. It is part of us. It is our American heritage. This liberty which we so casually accept was created and nurtured. It didn't just materialize. And so Americans are justly proud of their heritage, and much of the world around us is fascinated by it. If we are to justify our own pride and the yearnings of those in other countries, we must make this freedom a personal thing. We must take it as it was handed to us and preserve it. Preserve it with conscious effort. That is our job as Americans, as free men. For freedom is everybody's job. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This adventure of the Saint was written by Dick Powell. In our cast, you heard Larry Dobkin as Louie and Mary Shipp as Marie. Sheldon Leonard played Sam and Barney Phillips Joe. Downey was Jerry Hausner and Victor Rodman Alexander. Frank Gerstle was Frankie. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring with Errol Flynn and Michael Prell in William Marshall's production of Bloodline. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are now on all newsstands. Your announcer, Don Stanley. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Who's on the big show tonight? Well, listen, Bob Hope, Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis, Rosalind Russell, Frankie Lane, Dorothy McGuire, Louis Armstrong, Meredith Wilson, and glamorous, unpredictable Tallulah. No wonder it's the big show. And Sunday evening also means another outstanding production by Theater Guild on the air. Tonight it's Boomerang, starring Kirk Douglas. Remember, Bob Hope and Martin and Lewis join the big show today on NBC.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris in The Great Man's Lady. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One day while I was lunching in the studio restaurant, I noticed a woman, a very, very old woman, seated at another table. I thought I knew most of the players in town, but she was so striking in appearance, I asked my casting director to find out who she was and something about her. I found out very quickly. The little old lady was 109 years old, and her name was Barbara Stanwyck. I hadn't even recognized one of my favorite stars. That just goes to show you what a convincing performance Barbara gave in the Paramount picture, The Great Man's Lady. She plays the same part tonight, the woman called Hannah Sempler, from the age of 17 to the age of 109. And with Barbara, we present 2 leading men, the brand new star, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris, who's just made a direct hit in the Pine Thomas production, Aerial Gunner. In the untold story of almost every great man is a great woman. The great man's lady is the drama of one of these, a strange chapter of love and adventure and sacrifice out of the lives of two great people. Think of all the changes that a woman 109 years old might have seen, from the first railroad train to the miracles of the present. Electricity, automobiles, radio, airplanes, and important everyday things like Lux Flakes, which have made life easier and more pleasant for many millions of women. See, 109 years ago, that's 1834, Andrew Jackson was president. Travel was by stage or sailing vessel. Men wore beaver hats. The ladies wore crinoline gowns. And the washing, pity the poor housewife, was usually done by boiling the clothes over an open fire in the backyard. The women of that day would certainly have regarded Lux Flakes as a new form of magic. And it's still magic, but not new to most of you. Now the curtain rises on the first act of The Great Man's Lady, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Hannah, Joseph Cotton as Ethan Hoyt, and Chester Morris as Steely.
Behind the deeds of every great man, you will always find a woman hidden in the shadows, working with him, striving for him, urging him onward. No man is ever really great without a woman at his side.
These are the words of Hannah Hoyt, age 109 years, wife of the long-departed Ethan Hoyt, the great man for whom a great western metropolis was named. On this spring day, in the year 1941, Hoyt City celebrates the memory of its founder. In the park, speeches are made, the band plays, and the people sing. But the great man's lady is not attending the celebration. She's retired behind the drawn blinds of her old house. Here she's lived in peace for the last half-century. Now the quiet is broken by the clamor of the press, reporters from all over the country who invade her parlor.
I'm sorry, gentlemen.
Come on. We want to see Mrs. Hannah Hoyt or Hannah Stempler or whatever she calls herself.
She ain't seeing nobody, sir.
Tell her the press is here.
I done told her, sir.
Well, tell her again. Go on. Here she is. Get a picture, Jerry. Hold it, Mrs. Hoyt. Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. To what do I owe this peculiar honor?
One more picture, please. Look this way, Mrs. Hoyt.
My name is Hannah Stempler. May I ask why you intrude here?
Well, I suppose you know what day this is.
Yes.
It's Ethan Hoyt Day. The whole city is celebrating. They're unveiling a statue of Senator Hoyt at 4 this afternoon.
Yes.
Will you be there, Mrs. Hoyt?
Miss Stempler.
Sorry. Do you expect to be there, Miss Stempler?
No.
Why not? You were his wife, or were you?
Wait a minute. Miss Stempler, I'd like to apologize for all of us, for our rudeness in breaking in like
Now,
this.
forget our rudeness. It's the public who's broken in. The public in whose eyes Ethan Hoyt has grown to the size of a national hero.
The public, sir? You are the public?
Miss Stempler, we come here seeking the answer to a great human enigma, a matter of history. Were you married to Ethan Hoyt?
And if not, why did he die in your home?
Was his real wife there?
If you and he had any children, where are they?
You see, Miss Stempler, if your claims are true, it'd make him a bigamist. We ask you to prove these claims in the public interest.
The public? You aren't the public. The public is made up of millions of private homes like mine. In our homes, we draw inspiration from the memory of our great men, like Senator Hoyt. You want to destroy that memory. You seek nothing but scandal. But you will find none here. I bid you good day.
She can't prove a thing because the story's just a pack of lies. She's an old windbag trying to crash the limelight.
Oh, stop it. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Can't you see she's helpless and all alone? She's a very old lady.
Yes, it's true. I am old. Very old. But I've made no claims. I've told no lies. Whatever I know is a matter of my own private history. That is all.
Okay, Miss Stempler, let's go, Jerry.
Miss Stempler.
Well, You came with the rest of them. What are you waiting for?
Because I...
Yes, I know. You got a public, too?
Not yet, but I will have. I'm a biographer.
Oh, what?
I'm writing the life of Senator Ethan Hoyt.
Oh, nice job. You like your work?
I think he was one of the most wonderful...
Yes, so do I guess I ought to know about that.
Oh, then you have to help me. I've got to know what part you played. Were you married to him? Did you have a child? Oh, I've got to know all sorts of things. That's why I had to see you.
Oh, look away, girl. There's nothing much to see. Just 100 or so years of memories. I ought to have been buried years ago. I can't really say that. I'd like to live to be 200 years old. And then you and I'd both be old ladies. We could compare notes. You come back in 100 years, then I'll talk to you.
Then you won't help me?
Any good reason why I should?
No. Except... I'm sorry. I'll go now.
Here, girl. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, are you crying? Oh, one of the meanest things about growing old is you forget how important everything seems to young people. Here, come over here and sit down.
I'm all right, Miss Templer.
Sit down, I said. You know, girl, you need more gumption and spirit. Yeah. Now, where'd you say you learned about Ethan Hoyt?
In books.
Oh, proof. You'll never learn a man out of books, nor a woman either. Oh, girl. Men were different in those days. Men like Ethan. There was a band playing in his heart and the devil in his eyes. And I was a very young lady in a stuffy Philadelphia house in the year 1848. I'd met Ethan before, once or twice. But the time I remember best was the night he came galloping up to my father's house. I saw him from the upstairs window, galloping back from the west like a bright bit of the wind.
Evening, Miss Templer.
Hello.
Well, back.
So I see.
Well, come down and welcome me home. That's what you've been waiting for, isn't it?
I haven't been waiting for you, Mr. Hoyt. I've just been looking at the moon.
There isn't any.
Oh, good night, Mr. Hoyt. Cousin Bettina, did you see him?
Well, I must say, Hannah.
What's the matter?
Making a public spectacle of yourself.
Oh, don't be stuffy, Bettina. Did you see how he smiled?
A gentleman would never have dared.
Gentleman? You mean like my Mr. Cadwallader? I dare say he's never smiled in his whole life.
Hannah!
I almost died laughing when he proposed to me. Miss Templer, I have the great honor to address myself to your favor. Your father and I are thoroughly agreed...
Hannah, that's not very ladylike.
What's not?
Making fun of the man you betrothed to marry.
Oh, rats, he's really betrothed to my father.
Hannah Templer.
Well, they made the agreement, not I.
Parents know better.
How do I look, Bettina? You know, I think he likes me.
Who?
Ethan Hoyt, of course.
Hannah.
Well, he smiled, didn't he? He always smiles. Every time I see him, he smiles.
That's because he's a ne'er-do-well.
A what?
Mama says he lives with the Indians and smells like a buffalo.
Oh, prove it.
Well, he makes his clothes from dead animals.
That isn't buffaloes.
It's all the same.
Well, then I think buffaloes must smell lovely, like the fresh air in the sun. Good night, Bettina. Have a good sleep.
Where are you going?
Downstairs.
But you can't. He's down there.
That's why I'm going.
Hannah Templer.
Where you going, honey?
Downstairs.
Well, don't go in the library, child.
Why not?
Because there's having a big private confabulation in there.
But, Delilah, I need a book.
Now, you're going to need two books when your father catch you eavesdropping, and they ain't going to be in your hands, neither.
Oh,
now, don't keep going.
Quiet. There he is, Delilah.
What it is?
Oh, isn't he handsome?
Come away, child. Come away.
Gentlemen, I wish I had the power to make you see it with my own eyes. Two great rivers of the West coming together like an arrow.
like a sign from the Almighty, gentlemen, pointing out the natural site of a great new city. And the public buildings, gentlemen, all grouped around a great square filled with fountains and trees. And behind the city, a hill, and on the hill, homes. Homes, gentlemen, filled with light and air. And the country itself, the West. Only I had the power to describe it. A virgin land, as lovely as an unexpected smile, as beautiful as that young lady in the doorway. Good evening, ma'am.
Hannah,
Good evening.
what are you doing down here?
Oh, I'm sorry, Father. I thought you might like some brandy.
Good evening, Miss Templar.
Mr. Cadwallader?
Mr. Hoyt, this is my daughter Hannah.
Miss Hannah and I have met, sir.
Oh? When?
Well, the last time I was here.
Oh. My daughter is betrothed to Mr. Cadwallader.
I see. Well, your health, Miss Hannah. I'm sure you'll be very happy.
Oh, thank you.
You may leave, Hannah.
Yes, Father.
You were saying, Mr. Hoyt?
Oh, the truth of the matter is, Mr. Templar, I need your help. Money and supplies. I came to you because, well...
Because no other business firm would carry your risk.
Because you knew my father, Mr. Templar.
Yes, and had respect for his judgment.
He was a man of great vision, sir.
Exactly. Enough vision to say no to a venture like this.
Exactly.
You mean that...
I mean no.
But there's talk of a railroad.
Don't you wild men realize what you're doing? Talk of expanding the country. The country is large enough as it is.
Large enough, I agree.
Yes, well, you listen to me, Mr. Templar. You too, Mr. Cadwallader. This country's going to be bigger, a whale of a lot bigger. There's 2,000 miles of America out beyond the Mississippi, land and riches beyond belief. But it's not going to belong to men like you, men who won't take a risk. It's going to belong to men who aren't afraid, men with luck in one hand and risk in the other.
Oh, you're so right. You're so absolutely right.
Hannah, I told you to... Excuse me, gentlemen.
But, Father,
Come upstairs at once, miss.
Well, what was that he picked up on the way out?
I believe it was a switch, sir.
A switch? You really think he's... Huh?
I do indeed.
You really believe in that sort of thing?
She's a very headstrong young girl, Mr. Hoyt.
Oh. I suppose after you are married, you really intend to...
Oh, yes. It helps maintain the home.
Oh, I see. Of course, out where I come from, a woman is...
You have women out west?
Oh, yes. Some.
Yes, but mostly Indian squaws, I presume.
Mostly. Only the Indians have that.
I've heard otherwise.
Well, don't let me influence you.
Exactly. I suppose that you...
I spend most of my time with cattle.
But the women, I suppose
We rope them. What? Rope them, Mr. Cadwallader, and brand them with hot irons and hang them on forked sticks over a hot fire.
Oh, you're joking. Women?
Cattle, Mr. Cadwallader.
Oh, I thought we were talking about women.
Women? Why, if we had women like you have back here, we'd treat them like queens.
Sorry, gentlemen. Mr. Hoyt, I'd ask you to remain for supper only.
I understand.
Now, just one thing more. About the matter of risk. I don't want you to go away with the wrong impression. We take risks every day. All right, this very year it's a fair risk, as we'll make only 10% profit instead of 12%.
Exactly. All right, gentlemen, I think you've both lost something. My odds are all or nothing. Good night.
He didn't leave Philadelphia right away. I caught a glimpse of him, what it was, dressed in his buckskin, galloping about town on his great black horse. And then one night, there was a moon this time. I was lying in bed when I heard a noise at the window.
Who is it?
Hello.
Oh, what do you mean by... Go away.
In the morning.
For goodness sake, will you please...
I mean, I'm going for good.
Oh.
Come down. I want to say goodbye to you.
I can't. You'll wake everyone up,
You
Father.
don't come down, I'll wake the dead.
Are you crazy?
Yeah.
I believe you are.
Coming down?
Of course not. I can't.
Come up
No,
there.
no, wait. Oh, wait till I get dressed. I'll come down.
Isn't it funny? Ethan thought he was talking me into something that night. There I've been setting my cap for him. And he didn't even know it. Poor Ethan. He never had a chance.
Nice night.
Yes,
I thought it'd be pretty here. Moonlight and everything.
Yes. They say a full moon makes people do strange things.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like it's not me here at all. Not really.
No, I think we'd better go.
Do you feel strange, too?
Mm-hmm.
You're afraid of something.
Mm-hmm.
Of what?
I don't know. Yes, I do. You shouldn't be here, Hannah.
Well, of all things, did I ask to come?
No. I mean,
Come on.
you know what I mean.
I can't imagine.
You know I'm in love with you.
Oh, no.
Believe me, Hannah.
Maybe.
You've got to. I won't have a chance to say it again. You love me?
Maybe.
I think you do, Hannah.
Oh, Ethan, yes.
Hannah.
You know something? You don't smell at all like a buffalo.
Oh. Don't I?
No.
Why? You're crying.
Well, I've got a handkerchief.
Here, let me have it. Now look up here. What are you crying about?
I don't know.
Because I'm leaving?
I don't know.
Hannah, may I keep your handkerchief? I'd like to take it with me. Something of you.
Oh, Ethan. Take me with you, too. Take me. Yes. I ran away with him that night. And we joined the wagon train on the west bank of the Ohio. We were married out in the middle of the prairie land with the wagon train passing by. And the storm gathering overhead.
For the good Lord strike the thunder, what men would join, yea, verily. I can't find the place.
Just hit the high spots, Parson. Rain's almost here.
Yep, here it comes. Maybe I can do it without the book.
Go ahead.
Hold hands, please. Ethan, do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?
I do.
And do you, Hannah, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband till death does you part?
I do.
Then let no one put asunder whom God hath joined forever. I pronounce you man and wife.
Whoa there. Whoa, boy. I've got to take care of the horses. Whoa.
Well, missus, it's all over.
Yes, of course.
Plain wedding's 2 bits. Pretty one's $1.
Well, we haven't much money. Would a plain one be all right with you?
Sure. Now, let me see. Got the wedding certificate here. What's Ethan's last name?
Ethan Hoyt, H-O-Y-T.
H-O-Y-T? Yes.
Hannah Sempler, S-E-M-P-L-E-R.
Templar? There you are, Miss Hoyt. Oh, Lisa.
Thank you.
Come on, let's go.
Coming, Ethan.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Horses going to bold if they don't get moving. Here. Up you go.
All right.
Get
I'm
up.
ready, Ethan.
Get up.
Well, Hannah,
Well, Ethan?
got to kiss the bride, didn't I?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Forgot other things, too, I suspect. Flowers, a ring.
It's what the man said that counts. He said forever.
That's right.
You and me, Ethan. Forever.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris in the second act of The Great Man's Lady. Now it's intermission time, so let's go along with our reporter, Libby Collins, as she talks to Mary Sue, a wartime bride.
Oh, phew. What a whirl. Oh, your dress is a dream, Mary Sue. Thank you. It's cotton. I chose it especially so I can wear it summer evening. It'll pack beautifully, too. Talk about packing. Let me show you my trunk. My goodness, what are all these things? My home, if you please. Everything I need to dress up one room. Let's see. Colored table linens. Aren't they pretty? And here are curtains. Even a couch cover and pillow covers. And a string rug. And all these other things. See? Why, you can have a home anywhere. Well, that's what I want, with Bill and me on the move all the time. And I can always keep everything spick and span, too, because all these things are luxable. That's right, Mary Sue. Lux makes living out of a trunk or a suitcase a lot easier. You don't have to take so much with you when you can freshen things so easily.
And your things will stay bright and new-looking longer when you stick to gentle, new, improved Lux for their care. It's the mildest, gentlest Lux ever made. Super safe, not only for pretty dresses like Mary Sue's, but for your colored linens and curtains, all your household washables. Lux things last longer. Yes, Lux things last longer, and Lux lasts longer, too. Gives you richer suds, thrifty suds that do more work than ever. Get new improved Lux Flakes tomorrow. It comes in the same blue box you know so well. But now, it's better than ever. New improved Lux Flakes. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Great Man's Lady, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Hannah, Joseph Cotton as Ethan Hoyt, and Chester Morris as Steely. From the pinnacle of more than a century of life, Hannah Hoyt looked backward to the year 1848, to the time when she and Ethan rolled westward in a covered wagon to found a great city on the barren prairie land.
Most of the wagons were going through to California for gold. But we left them at Fort Scott and turned off on the trail for Hoyt City.
Whoa there.
Ethan, are we going to stop here?
Well, looks like a good place to camp for the night.
Well, can't we go on?
There's a riverbed just ahead of here. Don't want to risk a flash flood during the night.
No, I mean all the way on to Hoyt City. It's only 6 more miles.
Well, look, Hannah, there's something I've got to tell you.
Won't it wait?
No. I mean, you take the morning. Things look brighter.
What thing?
Well, Hoyt City.
Oh, don't worry about that. The way I feel right now, Hoyt City will look like Philadelphia almost.
Well, that's what I mean.
You mean it won't?
Well, not exactly.
Oh, I don't expect it to. But just imagine, a real bed to sleep in, people, lights, hot water, and clean clothes.
I know, Hannah.
A home on the hill overlooking the city. A public square filled with fountains and trees. What kind of trees, Ethan?
Well,
oh, no, don't tell me. I like surprises.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
I got my surprise, all right. Hoyt City in 1848. One street ankle deep in mud, and a series of ramshackle wooden buildings. That's all. Oh, yes. There were 4 saloons.
Well, here we are, Hannah. This is it.
Yes, Ethan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hannah. I wanted to tell you before. I know how it must have sounded. Like I'm just a plain liar.
No. You were just seeing it the way it's going to be, that's all. A great city can grow here, Ethan.
You really think so?
We'll build it, you and I.
Sure we will.
People will help us.
That's how I meant it. What it can really be like, a city glittering in the sun with towers like silver and gold.
And people, Ethan. Thousands of people building something all new and shiny. Hoyt City.
I tell you, Hoyt, your city is nothing but a jumping-off point for the gold fields. You ought to see that. You've been here a whole year now. Where's the building that was going to start? Where's all the people?
Mr. Frisbee, if the railroad came here, we'd...
My dear Mr. Hoyt, railroads cost money. So far, you haven't been able to raise a penny.
You mean you won't put it up either? Is that it?
Well, now, I didn't say that. I've come all the way from the east to look this thing over. I don't enjoy wasting my time, Mr. Hoyt.
All right, what do you want?
I want Hoyt City, a fair share of it, say 3/4 of the land.
The cat, it's mine.
Sit down, Mr. Hoyt. You're in no position to argue. Now, what's that, Indians?
No, my wife. Rabbits again for dinner.
Now look here, Hoyt. I brought all the papers. You just put your signature here and you'll get your railroad.
My wife won't listen to it.
Your wife? What's she got to do with it?
She owns half.
Then get her to see it our way. It's to her own advantage. You see, Hoyt, I happen to know her father. Fine man. Fine Philadelphia home. What's she be coming out here?
A crack shot, among other things.
And she deserves better. Give her back what she has. A real home, clothes, social position. You don't want her to turn into one of these prairie women, do you?
Evening.
Oh, Hannah, this is Mr. Frisbee, my wife.
Good evening.
Howdy, Mr. Frisbee. I gotta clean these here rabbits, Ethan.
Hannah, Mr. Frisbee wants you to sign this paper. Let the rabbits wait. This is important.
Nothing ain't important as victuals, Ethan.
Hannah, stop this foolishness.
It's just a matter of your signature, Mrs. Hoyt.
The land transfer, Hannah.
You mean you want me to sign it, Ethan?
Yes.
But I forgot how to write.
Mrs. Hoyt.
I'm a prairie woman, Mr. Frisbee. Is this here the paper?
That's right. It's the... Mrs. Hoyt, you're tearing up the agreement, are you?
Now get out.
Look
get
here.
out, scat.
Mrs.
Go
Hoyt.
on, you miserable little sneaky little... You rabbit.
Well, I suppose that settles it.
Oh, I don't think your Mr. Frisbee will bother us for a while anyway.
He won't build the railroad either.
Ethan, you mean you really wanted me to sign it?
Not a matter of what we want. It's a matter of fact. White City is a failure.
I can't believe it, Ethan.
Look at it, Hannah.
I can't believe that you can change like this, give up so easily.
Not me. Here, I'll show you. Look at your hands. A year ago, they didn't look like that.
But I don't mind.
I wanted to fill them with diamonds and gold.
You will. Ethan, I had a dream.
So did I.
No, I mean a dream about gold.
Gold?
Oh, maybe it sounds silly, but I really did. A misty sort of dream about a mountain of gold. A black mountain with a sunny peak like a beckoning finger in the sky. Seemed to be California.
You mean you want to go?
Tomorrow.
Hannah.
And we'll come back, Ethan.
With our pockets bulging, gold flowers for your hair.
We'll come back to Hoyt City to finish what we've begun. We had $100 to our name that night. We needed 1,000. Ethan went down into town to see how much he could raise. He got as far as the second saloon. And then he ran into Steely Edwards. Steely ran a Montague.
Right over here, friends. Try your luck with Steely Edwards. You can't lose without trying. It's all in the cards. 3-card Monty. The game's crooked, the cards are fixed, you can't win. Step right up. I take no bets from paupers, widows, orphans, or cripples.
Go ahead, Ethan. Take a chance.
Well, who's Ethan? Well, Ethan, want to lose your money?
I've got $100 on the ace.
Eye on the ace, friend. Now watch closely. Here it is. Now here. Here. And now where?
Here.
No, friend. Here.
Oh.
I told you can't win, friend. You're beaten before you start.
I'll try it again.
Yeah, for what stake?
My horse.
Your horse. Very foolish. Eye on the ace, friend. Now watch closely. Here it is. Now here. Now here. And now where?
Here.
Oh, too bad, mister. It's here. Now suppose we try it once again.
I've got a workhorse.
A workhorse? Well, here we go again. Now watch the ace and watch it close.
I guess you took that fella for about everything he had, Steely.
Did you go up and collect those horses?
Yep, got the rest of the stuff, too.
Well, check it off against the list. 2 horses.
2 horses.
2 cows.
That's right. Chickens.
What? Wife. Oh, well. I wasn't counting on you, madam, but I assure you, after I get the animals bedded down for
I
the
didn't
night...
come here to talk nonsense, Miss Edwards.
You better be careful. You know that gun might go off.
Yes, it might.
You're a very frightening young lady.
I want everything you took from my husband. I want it all back.
Well, naturally. But that's contrary to the sport.
Sport? You call it sport to cheat a man, to take advantage when he...
No. He was only slightly, madam. Besides, he enjoyed losing. You know, that's what Monty is for. To give enjoyment to the working man.
I want everything he lost.
Would you really shoot?
Try me.
No, sir. Oh, madam, you're welcome to the livestock, but as for the money, I don't see your viewpoint.
I want that, too. We need it.
Oh, so do I. I'll tell you what. I won't give you the money back, but I'll play you for it.
Against what?
Against, what have you got to offer?
Nothing.
Oh, don't be so modest. You know, a pretty woman always has something to offer. Let's say a kiss, shall we?
If you think you...
Otherwise, you'll have to shoot me. Very unprofitable. Well?
All right. But I'll shuffle the cards.
Certainly. Your deal, madam.
Well, I got everything back. Of course, Steely let me win. And then Ethan and I went to California. For 8 wonderful, terrible years, we wandered up and down the Pacific coast. Wonderful times when Ethan and I were together. Terrible times when he was away. And every time he came home, there was Steely Edwards. He tagged along after me for 8 years. I can't say I minded much. There was something wonderful about Steely, but that's as far as it went. I loved Ethan too much.
Come on, Hannah, get your hat. I bought 2 tickets for the concert tonight.
I can't go, Steely, but thanks.
Oh, thanks. You know, that's what you always say.
By this time, you ought to know what I mean.
I don't know. All I know
Steely,
is...
do me a favor.
Anything.
Go down to the Pharaoh house and leave me alone.
I thought you said you didn't like gambling.
Well, I don't call it working for a living.
I suppose Ethan never gambled in his life.
That's got nothing to do
Well,
with
that's
it.
just the point. For 8 years, he hasn't had anything to do with anything but himself. Except when he comes home for a bath or to change his clothes. Oh.
I'm sorry, Steely, but you deserve that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I did.
Anyway, those 8 years are over. Things will be different now with Ethan and me. You see, I'm going to have a child.
A baby, huh? Well, that's fine, Hannah. That's great. I guess you won't be going anyplace for a while.
No.
Well, I'll run along. Good night, Hannah.
Good night, Steely.
Leaving, Edward?
Who's that? Oh, is that you, Hoyt?
Yeah.
So you're back, huh? Well, welcome home.
Thanks. I figured you'd be glad to see me.
Did you have luck this time?
No, did you?
I'm not so sure I get that.
Suppose I explain it, or maybe you'd better explain how it is I happen to run into you every time I come home.
You better get inside. Hannah's waiting.
Come here.
Now, you take your hands off, friend.
We're going to settle this thing right now.
Well, that's all right with me. But I think I ought to tell you, I never carry a gun.
Lucky for you. Now get out of here and stay out.
Some more coffee, Ethan?
No, thanks.
Oh, it's wonderful to have you back. I've got so much to tell you. Ethan, I'm...
Hannah, we'll keep...
Oh, I suppose so.
Then save it for morning, will you? I'm tired. Dog tired. Got a spare bed for a miner down on his luck, Mrs. Hoyt?
Yes, of course.
Good.
Your bed's all ready. I've just got to turn down the covers.
Oh.
Was there anything doing this trip, Ethan?
No. Same old story. A little gold, but you can't get it out of that blue stuff. Sticky as pitch. Blue stuff. Some people claim it's silver, but they're crazy. Just gets in the way.
Lie down, darling. I'll take off your boots.
Watch out. It's all over them. Blue clay.
It's messy, isn't it?
Yeah. Strange country up here. Virginia City, a black hill called the Sun Mountain. Like a finger beckoning from the sky.
Sun Mountain?
Yeah. A mountain of blue clay.
Ethan. Ethan, are you asleep? Sun Mountain. Like a finger beckoning in the sky. My husband, it was on his boots. I thought I'd take a chance and have it assayed right away.
That was no chance. This stuff is silver.
Silver?
Literally solid. It'll run $5,000 to the ton.
If Steely Edwards here, I've got to see him right away.
Right over there at the bar.
Thanks. Steely! Steely!
Why, Hannah. Well, at your service, madam.
Steely, listen, we're rich.
Well, good. Who?
Ethan and me. He found silver, Steely. Tons of it.
Tons of silver?
I've got to get him out of town now, tonight. The word's going around. They'll mob him to find out about it. Can you lend me some money?
For him?
For me, to buy the mines. I'll pay it that. Oh, please, Steely. Every cent I'll scrub, I'll cook, I'll pay it all back.
And you're going to stay here?
Yes.
And he'll let you stay?
Oh, he doesn't know about the baby. I can't tell him. He wouldn't go, not if he knew. You wouldn't go, Steely.
No.
Oh, don't you see? It's his chance. It's what he's been looking for, grubbing and digging his way through the mountains for 8 years. He's got to go, Steely. Alone.
If some woman ever felt like that about me, if her name was Hannah, how much do you want?
Oh, dearie, Steely, thank you. Ethan, wake up.
Huh?
Ethan, listen.
What is it? What's the matter?
Get dressed quick. The whole town's on its way here. You've got to get out.
What?
Silver, that blue stuff on your boots.
Silver?
Solid silver. Here, put them on quick. They'll be here any minute. Go out the back way. Here, take this.
What is it?
Money to buy the mine.
Money to buy... Where'd you get it?
Oh, hurry, Ethan. Don't stop to argue.
Where did you get it?
Steely Edward.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You're coming with me, Hannah.
No.
Why not?
I can't.
Why not?
I can't tell you, Ethan.
You can't tell me. Well, maybe I can guess. Look at me.
Yes, Ethan.
You can't tell me.
No.
Then I know.
Oh, Ethan, please.
Well?
You can't go like this thinking what you do.
What else am I to think? What else?
Ethan, they're here. You have to go.
All right. Tell Edwards he'll have his money inside a week.
Oh, no. You can't come back in a week. You'll have to stay.
I'll send the money. I'm not coming back myself at all. Goodbye, Hannah.
Ethan! Goodbye, Ethan. Good luck.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Before Mr. DeMille presents Act 3 of The Great Man's Lady, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris, here's another round of our conservation quiz. Questions on how to help clothes last longer by caring for them correctly. Here's our first contestant, Sally, Mrs. William Johnson of North Hollywood.
And our first question, Mrs. Johnson, is, should a girdle be luxed once a week, several times a week, or once every 2 or 3 weeks?
Several times.
Several times a week is best if you want to get the best kind of wear from it. If soil and perspiration are left in the fabric, they tend to weaken its elastic qualities. Luxing takes away soil and perspiration very gently, helps girdles last and keep their fit longer.
And Mrs. Johnson, you'll find this box of new improved Lux Flakes will last a long, long time, too. It's very thrifty.
Well, that leads right into our second question, Mr. Kennedy.
And Mrs. John Sutherland of Los Angeles will try to answer it, Sally.
Now listen carefully, Mrs. Sutherland. If 2 tablespoons full of Lux will wash a day's underthings and stockings, just 2 tablespoons full, how long will a large box of Lux Flakes last? 14 days, or 28 days, or almost 2 months? If you're not sure, take a guess.
28 days?
Oh, no. 1 big box of new improved Lux will do stockings and undies every single day for almost 2 months. That's practically all the rest of the summer. Don't forget that your slips and other undies will wear better, look new longer when you wash them the gentle Lux way.
Follow the directions right here on the box, Mrs. Sutherland, and you won't make any slips in washing. You'll save 2 ways. Lux things last longer, and Lux lasts longer, too. It comes in the same familiar box, but it's better than ever before. New, improved Lux Flakes. Now Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
You're invited to meet our stars in person after the play. But now the curtain rises on the 3rd act of The Great Man's Lady, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris. Hannah Hoyt has paused in her story, dreaming of the past, her eyes closed as if in sleep. The girl reporter waits for a moment, then gently touches the old lady's hand.
Mrs. Hoyt.
I'm not asleep, girl.
Mrs. Hoyt, the baby, was it ever born?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Young Ethan was born in November of 1858. He was just 2, the year of the Sacramento flood.
The flood? You were in that?
Yes, we all were. The people started to desert the town one night in December. I'd just finished packing when Steely Edwards came to the house.
Steely! Steely!
Get out of the rain.
Oh, you're a godsend, Steely.
I had no idea it was this bad.
Take the baby. Help us down to the boat.
The boat?
We're going to San Francisco. That's where you're going, isn't it?
Yes, but...
Well, then come on. You always said you wanted to take me on a trip. If you wait any longer, it'll be too late.
It's been too late ever since I met you the first time, Hannah.
What do you mean?
You're not going to San Francisco. You're going to Virginia City, where he is.
Oh, no. No, Steely, I can't.
Why not?
I've never even heard from her.
Now, look, Hannah, you love him. That's all that matters. All your life, you've gone back to it. Come on, swallow your pride. Do it once more. You see, young Ethan's never heard from him either.
He has the tickets for me. I'm the stage to Virginia City. All night we travel through that storm. The horses floundering in mud to their knees. And then towards dawn we reach the bridge.
Yes, sir! We'll never get across this bridge. The foot underwater right now. Let's dive in
Oh, Ethan, hush, baby. Mother's here. Mother's here, darling. It's all right, Ethan.
Mother, come back.
We're going to see Daddy, Ethan. You're going to see your daddy.
Get back! Get off the bridge! Hurry up! Hurry!
If my son were alive today, he'd be 83 years old. He died that morning in the flood. There was no use in going on to Virginia City. Ethan had heard about the child, and he thought I was dead, too. A year later, I found out that Ethan had married again.
I know now what you meant when you said, come back in 100 years. 100 years of greatness and heartbreak, of sorrow.
I went to San Francisco then to work in Steely Edwards' place, the Crystal Palace. I was still there in 1868 when a gentleman playing at one of the tables asked to see me. The gentleman was my father.
It's Steely's office.
Hannah?
I'm so glad to see you, Father. I thought of you
Stop
so...
it, Hannah. I came here with a business proposition, nothing more.
Oh, what?
Everyone thinks you're dead. So did I until today. I want you to remain dead, legally.
I don't know what you mean, Father.
You still call yourself Hannah Hoyt.
Yes, I'm married to Ethan.
But he's married to J.B. Dawson's daughter back in White City. He has a fine reputation, a fine home, a son.
A son?
Hannah, I want you to change your name and go away, far away somewhere. I'll make it worth your while. It means everything to me, everything. And if you don't do it for me, do it for Ethan. He's in trouble enough now, and the least breath of scandal would ruin him. Dawson and I need him in Congress. He's running against a hothead from White City, a dreamer who thinks that building a White City is more important than building a railroad. My great Scott, if Ethan's not elected, I hate to think what it would mean for all of us.
Please go.
What?
Please go, Father.
For the last
time,
Hannah.
please go.
Oh, very well, Hannah.
The house wins, gentlemen. The house always wins. Place your bets, please.
Steely, I want to speak to you.
What's the matter?
I'm going back to Hoyt City, Steely.
No more bets, gentlemen. Is it Ethan?
Yes, he's in trouble. He needs me.
Double, gentlemen. The game is against you. Better luck next time.
Better luck yourself, Steely Edwards.
Yeah. Thanks. Goodbye, Hannah.
Goodbye.
You know where I found Ethan? In our little cabin, the house he had built for me. He had come back to our home to be alone and think.
Hannah. Hannah, is that you?
Yes, Ethan.
This afternoon, I thought I saw you in the crowd when I was speaking.
Yes, I didn't die.
I was bringing you your son.
My son?
Yes, Ethan.
Forgive me, Hannah. I failed you. I've always failed you.
No, you've gone forward the way you were supposed to go. That's what I wanted for you.
I'm like a blind man now, Hannah. Man in the dark.
No, you'll see again. You'll see what you yourself used to see better than any man on earth. A fine, bright world. We started to build it once.
Not as simple as that. I've changed. I came back here alone and tried to build what we dreamed together, you and I. It was no good, Hannah. My heart was gone out of me. I took the easy way just like I've always done. Except when you've been around to keep me straight.
And now you're in trouble.
I'm in just as deep as the rest of them, corrupting judges and legislators to get what we want. Money is the great power, Hannah, and my money is tied up with the railroad. If I fight the politicians now, I'll be fighting myself.
But that's right. That's what you must do.
You've got to help me, Hannah. I can't do it alone.
You're not alone. You have a family.
Yes. As you too, Hannah. So I'm all mixed.
No, you're not. I've divorced you.
When?
Before I came here. Or not because I don't love you. I always will. But because our marriage was the only weapon they could use against you.
I won't let you do
You've
this,
got
Hannah.
to. And you've got to work for all the things we dreamed together. Speak for the truth and fight for it. Speak for all the people to hear. Help them to build something fine and free. A country that your little boy, that all our children will be proud to inherit and live in.
If only we were beginning all over.
Spring never comes again, Ethan. Ethan went on from there. Went on into greatness and glory. He used his greatness like a beacon to give men hope. Men building cities and a nation.
Do you mind if I say something?
No, speak ahead, girl.
I think that statue in the park is the wrong person. It ought to be you.
Oh, nonsense, girl. Behind the deeds of every great man, you'll always find a woman hidden in the shadows, working with him, striving for him, urging him onward. No man is ever really great without a woman at his side. But the woman is only a helping hand. What Ethan did, he did alone. I never saw him again until he came back home in 1906. He stood in the doorway one spring morning, his hair all silvery in the sunlight. He was holding out his hand, smiling at me, so sadly.
I've come back, Hannah. I've come home to die.
The people heard he was there in my house. They came to pay him homage.
Hannah, I do. All right?
You did just fine, Ethan, fine.
You gave me the strength and the courage.
But you did it alone, Ethan. All alone.
No, Hannah. You were with me every step of the way. I wanted you to be proud of me.
I am proud of you, Ethan. Prouder than a cat with a dozen kittens.
Hannah.
Yes, Ethan.
Come closer.
Yes.
Closer. I want to tell you. I'm in love with you, Hannah. You must believe me. I won't have a chance to say it again.
Yes, Ethan. Yes. There now on that statue, and no one's ever going to pull him down. No one. I have our marriage certificate here. See? On the 20th of March,
1848. Ethan Hoyt and Hannah Templar united in the holy bond.
I'm not going to write his life, Mrs. Hoyt.
I knew you wouldn't. Now, run along, girl. You've got 100 years of your own to live. If you can take it.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, girl. "20th of March, 1848. Ethan Hoyt and Hannah Templar were united forever, Ethan. No one can change forever."
Our stars will be back for a curtain call in just a moment. Tonight, in North Africa, in the South Pacific, the Aleutians, all over the globe, Americans are fighting. If by doing one small thing here at home, you could send them more ammunition, more medical supplies, would you do it? Are you doing it? The thing I mean isn't exciting. It isn't glamorous, but it is important. It's collecting waste fats and greases from your kitchen and turning them in for salvage. Every spoonful of waste fat you can spare is needed. It contains glycerin, one of the things used in making war materials. 1 tablespoonful of waste fat saved a day adds up to a pound a month. Enough to fire 4 anti-aircraft shells at an enemy bomber.
Well, here's what we do at our house. First, of course, we use what fats we can for frying and so on. Then, when we're through with them, we strain them into a clean tin can. Any kind of a fruit or vegetable or soup can. Then we take them to the butcher, and he turns them in to be made into gunpowder and other things our army needs.
The cans you turn in will be salvaged as well as the fats. So don't use glass or paper containers that break or leak. Remember, every spoonful of waste fat you turn in is important. Save every bit. Turn it in promptly. Your butcher will pay you cash for it. And within 21 days, the fat you turn in will be helping to provide both ammunition and medical supplies for our men on the fighting front. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
3 good troopers troop back to our microphone now. As curtain call time comes for Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris.
How does it feel to play the part of a woman 109 years old, Barbara?
Wonderful, Joe. Just think I could be Cecil B. DeMille's grandmother.
Well, what beautiful eyes you have, Grandma.
The better to see that C.B. is blushing.
I'm just sunburned. See, Barbara, when the tip of my head gets sunburned, it's rather obvious.
Things like that could break up a whole play, Mr. DeMille.
I remember a story my father once told me about an actor who was playing a very tragic scene on the stage about 50 years ago. The audience was weeping copiously, including a small boy with long golden curls who watched the play from the wings. But in addition to crying, the boy was eating taffy, and the tears and the taffy were running down his face together. And just as the star said goodbye forever to his leading lady, he saw the tears and the taffy, and he couldn't stand it. He giggled right in the leading lady's face.
Who is the actor, Chester?
It was my father, William Morris.
And a great artist, too.
I wonder whatever happened to the kid with the long curls.
I don't know. Joe, I think he went into pictures or something. His name was Cecil DeMille.
And he had long curls? Are you kidding?
Times have changed. You know, Barbara, a lovely lady who was actually in that scene is here in our theater audience tonight. Chester's mother, Mrs. William Morris.
Oh, I wonder if she recognizes you, C.B.
Maybe I better change the subject. What's next week's play?
One of the biggest comedy hits Broadway and Hollywood have seen in years, Barbara. It's My Sister Eileen. And our stars will be Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair. My Sister Eileen is the story of two girls from the Middle West and their adventures in the wilds of New York. The play ran for 2 years on Broadway, and next Monday night we'll have the same 3 stars you saw in the Columbia picture. Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair.
Sounds like standing room only, Mr. DeMille.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. I hope you all live to be 109. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater has again been named as radio's best dramatic program in Movie Radio Guide's annual poll of listeners. To you, our audience, who gave us this honor, and to the editors of Movie Radio Guide, we send our thanks and a promise. A promise that the Lux Radio Theater will continue on the same standards that won this distinction. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair in My Sister Eileen. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Barbara Stanwyck's next picture is the Universal production For All We Know. Joseph Cotton appeared tonight by arrangement with David O. Selznick and will soon be seen in the Universal picture Hers to Hold. The Great Man's Lady has been presented tonight through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current production is Dixie, with Bing Crosby, Dorothy Lamour, and Marjorie Reynolds. Heard in tonight's play were Fay McKenzie, Norman Field, Catherine Wiley, Roland Drew, Ruby Dandridge, Charles Calvert, Ernestine Wade, Leo Cleary, Fred Mackay, Charles Seal, Robert McKenzie, and Leon Ledoux. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair in My Sister Eileen.
Folks, if you're not taking vitamins, summer's a good time to start. And here's your chance to start absolutely free. Just send your name and address to this station for your free sample of Vims. Vims are the amazing vitamin mineral tablets that give you all the essential vitamins and all the minerals commonly lacking. Remember, for your free sample, send your name and address to this station. Ask for your free Vims. Offer good in USA only. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is a story about the medical profession, about how hospitals are run under a communist regime. David Bryan stars in Prescription for Murder.
Dr. Brooks' office? Yes. Yes, Mrs. Marlowe. All right, we can give you an appointment at 3:30 next Friday. Yes. Goodbye. Mr. Crane?
Yes?
Dr. Brooks will see you now. The door on the left.
Thank you.
Dr. Brooks? Oh, Mr. Crane. Didn't expect to see you back so soon. How are you feeling? Lousy. Oh, come on now. You were coming along nicely the last time you were here. Unbutton your shirt, please.
Still got some pains in my chest. And my throat hurts.
Now, breathe deeply. All right. Now, exhale. In again. Let it out. Now, cough. Let me see your tongue. Wider, please. All right.
Well, Doctor?
Well, I can't understand it, Crane. Didn't you take the medicine I prescribed?
No.
What?
I said I didn't take it.
Mr. Crane, I can't help you if you don't want to help yourself. Oromycin is the one thing that can help you. You'd have been cured by now.
Dr. Brooke, have you tried to have a prescription filled lately?
I know. I have sample supplies here. Why?
I'm not a member of the Communist Party.
What difference does that make?
Look, Doctor, we're under a new form of government here in America, communism. It's becoming increasingly difficult for anyone who isn't a communist to get anything. Food, clothing, and medicine.
You mean to tell me they refuse to give you the oromycin that I prescribed?
No. No, not exactly. When I presented a prescription, they asked me for my party card. That's common procedure now, you know. When I told them I wasn't a member, they suddenly discovered they didn't have any oromycin. They gave me these instead.
What are they?
You asking me?
Oh? Would you mind leaving them with me? I'll have them analyzed.
I'm glad to. They're not doing me any good.
But you can't go in there. Dr. Brooke has a patient.
I have no time to wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. He wouldn't wait.
That's all right, Kathy. Kathy, do you have a duplicate of the prescription I gave Mr. Crane last week?
Yes, I do, Doctor.
Give him a few capsules from our stock.
Yes, sir.
Crane, check back with me at the end of the week. Kathy will give you an appointment.
Thanks, Doctor.
Mr. Stark, I believe. The police.
That's right. I was in last week.
Yes, I recall. Bronchitis, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see your throat. Yeah, that seems perfectly clear. Let's try your pulse.
I think it's all cleared up, Doctor. I feel fine.
Yes, you seem all right. I'm somewhat surprised.
Don't you have faith in your own curative powers, Doctor?
Of course, but without the medicine I prescribed, I don't see how you managed to recover so fully.
What do you mean without the medicine? I took the capsules as you directed.
You mean your prescription was filled?
Of course. I received an ample supply of, whatever you call them.
Oromycin.
Yeah.
Well, that's strange. The man who just left here said he couldn't get any. The supply was gone.
Oh, him. Well, you forget, I'm an officer in the party.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, there are all sorts of advantages to being a party member, Doctor. Now, a famous surgeon like yourself, you could go far.
No, thanks, Mr. Stark. I'm quite contented as I am.
Oh, that's too bad. Then you won't like the news that I bring.
No, what?
As head of the local division of the police, I must tell you that the Ministry of Public Health has asked you to be transferred to Springfield Hospital. We feel that your private practice is not in keeping with our program of controlled medical care.
I am quite familiar with that program, and I am not interested in it. Now, if you don't mind, I have a great many appointments today.
Please report to Dr. Holmes at the hospital on Monday when you begin your work there.
I said I have no desire.
They'll be expecting you. See that all of your equipment is moved over to the hospital at that time, or it'll be moved for you.
Now, see.
If you don't comply with the report, your license to practice medicine will be revoked. You may find yourself in grave trouble. Good day, Dr. Brooks.
I'd like to see Dr. Holmes.
Your name, please.
Dr. Brooke. Gilbert Brooke.
Oh, yes, Doctor. Please go right in. He's expecting you.
Dr. Holmes?
Yes, come in.
I'm Dr. Brooke. I understand that I am now on the staff of this hospital.
Oh, yes. You're the one the Ministry of Health recommended. We need good surgeons here. Critical shortage of capable men. Glad you decided to join us.
I didn't decide to join you.
Well, whatever the reason, it no longer matters. Now, I want you to listen to me and understand me. You are no longer in private practice. You are working in a state hospital, and I am the director of the hospital. Your orders will come from me. You will do what I tell you, when I tell you, and how I tell you. Is that clear?
Dr. Holmes, if that's a sample of your attitude, I don't think
Precisely. You don't think. From now on, I shall do your thinking for you. Your days of society medicine are over. From now on, you're working for the people.
May I please know my assignment, Dr. Holmes?
Yes. For the time being, you'll be an advisor on the staff.
Advisor? But I'm a practicing surgeon.
You may make suggestions which the staff may act on if they desire. You may also give some lectures.
Dr. Holmes, I don't claim to be a great surgeon, but as you well know, I'm the only specialist in my field in this part of the country. There are some cases which not every doctor is capable of handling. I certainly feel I should be given the opportunity
If you wish, you may look through the hospital now. Anything you wish to do or to say, you will clear with me first. Good day.
This is the inpatient waiting room, Doctor. This is where we receive our cases each day. The examining rooms are down the hall there.
I'm afraid I don't understand. We've already visited an inpatient room.
Well, the first one is for members of the party and a few selected officials. There's a list of persons who may be treated through that part of the hospital. I'll see that you get a copy.
Collins, sickness doesn't choose the people it will strike. I see no reason why...
I don't make policy in the hospital, Doctor, and incidentally, I strongly suggest that you learn to follow the procedures as they are outlined. I don't think that you can change our whole operating procedure simply because you were privileged to pursue your own practice.
Collins, I'll thank you to remember you're an intern. You're talking to a surgeon.
Now, don't give me that. The idea that doctors and surgeons are gods went out of vogue 10 years ago. Communism has put you in your proper place, and don't you forget it.
You are the material from which the state expects to make a doctor. You haven't as much chance...
Now, don't let that concern you, Doctor. I'll have my MD by the end of this month.
Collins, I'm not as stupid as you think. I happen to know that your medical exam was one of the worst of the lot. You missed more than half the questions, even with the revised test, which any druggist could pass.
Well, now, there's something you don't know. I passed the political education exam without a hitch, and that's what counts. Well, I don't have time to gossip with you. The tour is over. If you have any problems, give me a buzz.
Dr. Brooke.
Kathy, what are you doing here?
Please, let's get out of this hall. I'm not supposed to talk with you.
Yeah, let's step into one of these examining rooms. What's the matter?
Doctor, it's just terrible. I've been assigned to the nursing staff here. I didn't want to come, but they made me.
I'm sorry, Kathy. I know how you feel. I didn't realize how badly a hospital could deteriorate. And all it took was 5 years under the Communist Ministry of Health.
You haven't seen the worst of it. The operating room, it's terrible.
Collins took me through, but there wasn't anything going on.
They operate only 2 days a week, and then they operate all at once.
But that's impossible. They certainly can't put septic and aseptic cases together.
Yes, they do. And the sanitation, it's horrible. I've been here only a week, but it's a nightmare. You'll understand when you begin your work.
I don't know when that'll be. Dr. Holmes tells me I'm to be an advisor and a teacher. I'm getting my instructions this afternoon.
Dr. Brooke, you've met Mr. Collins?
Yes. Yes, I have.
And we'll get down to business. As you know, the medical school is located here in the hospital. That makes it easier for the students to get a close-hand picture of our work. Now, the course takes 18 months.
18 months?
Yes, 18 months. The classes, which you will conduct, begin at 8:30 in the morning till 11. On the 2 days that we operate, they are permitted to watch the operations. So the actual time you'll spend in instruction will be 2.5 hours a day, 3 days a week.
May I ask the exact qualifications for a medical degree and how the tests are conducted?
Mr. Collins, if you please.
Well, 20 medical questions are given to students about a week in advance of the tests. We ask them 8 of the questions. The time limit is 15 minutes.
Is that all?
Well, then, of course, there's the political education test, which usually lasts 4 hours.
There's one more thing, Brooke. From time to time, some of the students will miss a few of the medical questions.
Do you mean to tell me that a student receives his test paper a week in advance and still cannot answer 8 questions?
Occasionally it happens. The political education does not leave much time for outside study. In the event a student should miss some of the medical questions, you will wait until the results of the political tests are published.
And then?
If he passes in political education, he will be graduated.
Come in. Kathy, come in.
Dr. Brooke, you must help me.
What is it, Kathy?
This hospital, I can't stand it any longer. Look at me. Look at my uniform.
Why don't you get a clean one?
Every doctor and nurse is entitled to one clean uniform each day. We use the same gowns, the same gloves for all the operations.
Kathy, there's not much I can do. I'd like to help you, but I'm...
Dr. Brooke, Nurse, what are you doing here?
Why,
I sent for her, Dr. Holmes.
Nurses are not permitted contact with the doctors without express permission of the head nurse.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Brooke, I'm taking you out of the school. You will begin tomorrow to show some of our doctors some of the more advanced technical operations, so they may widen their scope in this field.
How long will this course be?
There won't be any course. You will show them the techniques of various major operations as they come up, and they will handle them after that.
Am I to understand that they are to perform an operation after watching me only once?
That is correct. You will begin tomorrow morning in the operating room at 6 a.m.
I'd like to see the patient first.
That won't be necessary.
Won't be necessary? How do you expect me to operate without examining the patient first? And what is the nature of the operation?
As a matter of fact, I can't tell you that either. I don't know who you'll operate on or for what. Never can tell what will crop up.
But I must know what instruments to order, and I must
be in the operating room tomorrow morning at 6, ready to operate.
They don't bother much with formalities here, do they?
Much worse than you think. But if it's any consolation to you, I'm on duty in the operating room tomorrow. I'll find out what I can about your patient.
Good morning, nurse. Where's Dr. Brooke?
I don't know. He isn't here yet.
No, of course he's not. And his patient's on the last table there.
Nurse.
Yes, doctor.
Where's that, please?
Here you are, doctor.
Here's another case. Put him over near the end.
We need more sutures.
There aren't any more sutures. Do something else. Where's Dr. Brooke?
I'm here. Which is my patient?
Here comes another patient. The nurse will help you.
It's a goiter case, the last on the table over there.
Yeah, let's go take a look at her. By the way, are you assigned to me?
I'm assigned to everybody. I'm the only nurse on duty.
One nurse for 5 doctors?
Yes.
Good. And where are my instruments?
All the doctors use the same ones. They're on the table.
Nurse, please.
Coming, doctor. Here's your patient. You'd better get started, doctor. I'll help you all I can.
Good morning. How do you feel?
Not very good, doctor. Will I be all right?
Oh, I think so. Open wide, please. Nurse?
Minute, please. It pains so, doctor. Yes, doctor.
There's no charge for this woman. I'll give you her pulse and respiration. You write it down for me.
I can't do that, doctor. The doctors have to take care of all that. See, here come the other 2 doctors. My hands are full.
I don't believe it. This is a nightmare.
There's oxygen here.
How can they operate on 5 people at one time in one room with one nurse?
Do the best you can. We have 15 more cases to operate on by 1 o'clock.
Nurse, get over here. Get this oxygen going.
Yes, I'm coming. Doctor, I'm scared. What's wrong?
There's nothing to worry about. Here, I'll hold this over your nose. You count till you reach 100.
Oh, doctor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Kathy, quick, give me an intestinal needle.
Doctor, they're all broken.
Broken?
Yes. Dr. Baird tried to use what we had, but they were the wrong kind. He broke them all, trying to force them into the tissue of the patient.
Well, I must have some immediately. Surely there must be some spares.
They only keep enough in the operating room for just 1 day. I'll try to get some from the storeroom.
Well, hurry.
Dr. Brooke, are you still here?
Well, that's a stupid question, even from you.
Oh, come now. You're overworked. I forgot this is your first day.
Yes, my first day. And what a day.
I've looked over some of the patients you operated on. Not bad work.
Not bad work. It's pure butchery. Look at this man. His stomach is wide open. And we ran out of intestinal needles. I hope the anesthetic hose and we can get some.
Oh, you worry too much. None of the patients we've had are of any importance. I don't even know why we bother with them.
You will lead your lives and practice your art in uprightness and honor.
What's that?
A line from Hippocrates. But I don't suppose you'd remember.
Something seems to be wrong with your patient, Doctor.
Quick, give me one of those needles.
Doctor, we can't get the needles until we fill out this form.
It's all right, Kathy. We don't need them now.
You are listening to Prescription for Murder, starring David Bryan. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
I don't know what's the matter with him. His name was on the call sheet to operate yesterday, and he didn't come in. I talked to him, and he said he refused to operate.
Refused to operate. Well, see about that.
Yes, Doctor?
Send in Dr. Brooke.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps it will take some time for him to get used to conditions here. Come in, Dr. Brooke.
Good morning.
Now, what seems to be the trouble? I'm told you refused to do any operations yesterday and today.
That is correct. And I intend to do no more until some changes are made.
Put your suggestions in writing. I will consider them, but you must continue to work.
Nobody can order me to commit murder. And to operate under the conditions in your surgical department is pure murder.
You have always had a private practice. You just do not understand the workings of a large hospital.
Who is responsible if an accident occurs and the patient dies?
You are. Do you refuse to cooperate?
Yes. But since this is a communist hospital, let's call a meeting of the whole staff and I'll present my ideas. Then we can decide by vote whether they can be tried out.
We do not call meetings to present wishes or demand changes. We call meetings to decide how we can best obey orders and to criticize our faults. You do as I suggest. Put your ideas in writing and I will consider them. In the meantime, you will continue on in the operating room, effective immediately.
Kathy, what are you doing here?
I'm sorry, but I had to come here, Doctor. I have Mr. Crane with me.
Who? My good heavens. Come inside, both of you. Bring him into the living room. Now, here, on the sofa. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane, can you hear me?
You remember me, Doc?
Yes, of course. Here, drink this. You'll feel better.
That's good. Help me up.
Here, put this pillow behind you. There. Oh, Doctor, I hate to break in on you in your home, but I didn't know what else to do.
Get my kit over there on the desk. Let's get your pulse. Crane, what's this all about?
Doc, I've been trying to get to see you for weeks. They wouldn't let me.
Who wouldn't?
Interns at the hospital. I don't have a party card. They said
Here you are, Doctor.
Get the thermometer. Go on, Crane.
After I saw you last, 2-3 months ago, I kept getting worse. My wife took care of me as well as she could. Now she's gone.
Put this in your mouth.
They sent her someplace.
Don't talk. Kathy, come into the hall a moment.
Will he be all right, do you think?
He's half dead. Advanced lobar pneumonia. I could see it when he walked in. He should be in a hospital.
The Springfield Hospital?
Yes. Oh, I don't know, Kathy.
Well, isn't there anything we can do for him?
I don't know. I don't have any supplies here. They took them all. Where's his wife?
She died last week in childbirth at our hospital.
Where did you find him?
At the hospital. He's been in the waiting room day after day, trying to get in to see his wife and to get himself taken care of.
Well, maybe I can get him in. At least I'll be able to keep an eye on him. Let's go see him. Well, you're looking better already. Let's see your temperature. Pour another drink, Kathy.
Why did my wife die, Doctor?
I don't know. I didn't know she was in the hospital.
They called me in. They asked me if I wanted them to use penicillin to save her. I told them to do anything they could to save her.
Go on, Crane.
You know what they wanted? A card. Are you a member of the Communist Party, they asked me. No, I told them I wasn't. They said I'd have to pay for the penicillin. $500, they said.
500?
I told them I'd get what I could. Every day I brought them a little more money. I worked. I stole. I even killed a man, Doctor. Then I ran into your nurse, and she told me my wife died over a week ago. Died. She's dead.
Kathy, do you know who the men are who took that money from him?
I think so. One of them was Collins. The other's a new doctor there.
A grisly business. Kathy, take him to my room and make him as comfortable as you can. All this butchery has gone far enough. I'm going to see that something is done about it.
Doctor, you're early. What's wrong?
Crane, when I got up this morning, he'd left my house. He's practically a walking corpse. Have you seen him?
Well, no. I was just going to register the new patients. They're all in the waiting room. Perhaps he's in there.
Let's go.
Why would he come here? He knows they won't treat him, and he knows his wife is dead.
I don't know, but if he doesn't get some proper care soon...
Here. No, it's too crowded. Oh, look, there's the new doctor. There with Collins.
Oh, yes. Why, that's Jim Caldwell. He was bought from practice years ago. What's he doing here in this...
Well, he's the one that Crane was talking about. The one who was taking money from him.
I'm not very surprised. Well, I guess Crane isn't...
Mr. Collins, aren't you ready to see me?
There he is.
Yes.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Crane. You're looking for your wife? Well, now, she's coming along just fine, just fine. She'll be out in a few weeks now.
That's fine. Fine. I have a little present here for you and for Dr. Caldwell.
Fine. That's very nice. Crane, don't! Crane, don't! No!
We've got to get to him. He's fainted. He'll be trampled to death. Please let us through.
Please stand back, please. Please. Crane. I'll get one of the interns. We have an oxygen tent. Maybe we...
Never mind, Kathy. He'll get to see his wife after all.
Dr. Brooks, what do you mean by bursting into my office?
Dr. Holmes, this is Mr. Stark of the police.
Yes, I know Mr. Stark.
Good morning, Dr. Holmes.
Is there something I can do for you, Stark?
I don't know. Dr. Brooke insisted that I come along. All I'm here for is to find out about the shooting this morning.
Most unfortunate thing. Two of our finest doctors.
Do you know why they were shot, Dr. Holmes? Did you know they had been accepting money for medicine? Your two finest doctors were taking money from Crane for medicine for his wife, who died over a week ago.
I am not responsible for their actions. However, if you have any proof of your accusations...
Proof? Look around you, Doctor. 5 years ago, before we received our liberation, before we were gifted with new freedoms by communism, the Springfield Hospital was a model of efficiency in modern medicine. Now look at it. 3 years under communism have made it a butchery shop, a mockery.
Dr. Brooke, I'm beginning to weary of your talk. The trouble with you is you're living in the past. Conditions are what they are, and you can't change them. I think it's time, Dr. Holmes, that you explain to our friend here just what the policy of the party is.
Policy of the party?
Yes. Of necessity, Dr. Holmes and I must work quite closely from time to time. There are reasons for everything you see, and for the things you must do. Reasons which are dictated by the needs of the state. I think perhaps Dr. Holmes can explain it better than I. Doctor?
Very well. This is the policy of this hospital and of every hospital in the United Soviet States of America. This is the policy straight from the top. Hear it and understand it. Now, we have dispensed with the sloppy humanitarian viewpoint that wastes valuable time and material on useless dregs of humanity merely because they are sick. We have only one interest and one duty, to keep fit those who are of value to our communist state. These are the ones who will get our attention and our best care. We are not interested in the bourgeois majority who clatter up this country. They must die anyhow before we can build a worldwide communist freedom. To help them prolong their lives by adequate medical care would not only be a waste, but it would retard progress. Now we know that you will never be any good to this hospital or the state. Your license to practice medicine is revoked. Leave this hospital and do not return.
You have just heard what would happen to a member of the medical profession under a communist regime. You have just heard how a hospital would be operated in a country dominated by the communist. You think this could not happen? It did happen in the city of Luanfu in the communist-dominated country of China. It did happen to Dr. Ernest M. Lippe, M.D. Dr. Lippe and his nurse, Sigrid Brynildsen, were ordered out of Red China. You've been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring David Bryan as Dr. Gilbert Brooke, with Herb Butterfield as Dr. Holmes in Prescription for Murder. Will Wright was Stark, and Lynn Allen was Kathy. Others in the cast were Herb Ellis, Margaret Kelly, Hal Goodwin, Jack Carroll, and Lamont Johnson. Music was composed by Earl Lawrence, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Prescription for Murder was written for If Freedom Failed by Henry Covell, produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Alan Ladd, Howard De Silva, MacDonald Carey, and Wanda Hendricks in 2 Years Before the Mass. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. While naturally I don't know what your reading preferences are, I'm quite sure that almost all of us have at some time in our lives thrilled to the story of 2 Years Before the Mass, Richard Henry Dana's violent saga of adventure on the high seas. Tonight we present the first screen version of 2 Years Before the Mass from Paramount Studios, with 4 of Paramount's outstanding stars: Alan Ladd, Howard De Silva, MacDonald Carey, and Wanda Hendricks. If you remember Dana's book, you may recall that when he arrived in California from round the Cape, one thing which impressed him was, and I quote, the beautiful complexions of its women, which they guarded with large mantillas worn about the head. Well, I'm sure visitors to California are still impressed by the loveliness of our women, who nowadays guard those beautiful complexions with Lux soap rather than with mantillas. However, that can't be said of California only. Lux soap and beautiful complexions go together wherever wise and lovely women live. It's time to weigh anchor with 2 Years Before the Mast, starring Alan Ladd as Charles, Howard De Silva as Captain Thompson, MacDonald Carey as Dana, and Wanda Hendricks as Maria. Boston Harbor, 1835. The brig Pilgrim has just tied up at the wharves of the Stewart Shipping Company after a record-breaking voyage from California. First aboard her is the ship's owner, who goes at once to the cabin of Captain Thompson.
Captain Thompson, congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
130 days out of Monterey. It'll be a long time before anyone breaks this record.
I'll break it myself, Mr. Stewart. Someday I intend to set a record that no sailing ship will ever equal. Here are the ship's papers, sir. Oh, and a death certificate, one of the crew.
Another death?
Yes, 2 days off Rio. I buried him at sea.
Couldn't you have put him ashore?
That would have meant entering and clearing a foreign port. It would have cost 5 days of good wind without knowing if the man would have benefited.
I don't question your judgment.
Thank you, Miss. What are you looking at, Mr. Stewart?
That document on the wall.
That document is my dismissal from the United States Navy. A unique ornament, is it not? Let me read it to you. Mr. Francis Thompson, late Captain, United States Navy, New York. Sir, you are hereby dismissed from the Naval Service of the United States. They waste no words, do they?
I'll sign your papers, Captain. Mrs. Stewart and I would like very much for you to join us at dinner this evening.
I wish I could accept, sir, but I'll not be able to.
My son is home for a change. I'd like for Charles to meet you. It would do him good.
Well, I'll be aboard ship as long as we're in port if he cares to visit the Pilgrim.
You don't know Charles. He has time only for gambling and carousing. However,
I'll consider it a favor if you'll have the ship loaded for sea as soon as possible.
The cargo is all ready. You may sail as soon as you sign the crew. Oh, there's one bothersome item. I've been asked to have you put in at Pernambuco, Brazil, and pick up 2 passengers for San Francisco.
Huh? Passengers? The ship isn't fitted to carry passengers.
I know, but one of them is related to an important official we can't risk offending.
May I put it at Monterey first?
By all means, try for your record. I'm sorry about this, Captain. It's bound to delay you.
I'll still break the record.
Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Captain.
Good day, sir. Mr. Ramazine.
Aye, sir.
Come here. With any luck, we'll sail before the end of the week. Re-sign the old crew.
I'll have trouble doing that, sir.
Well, get those you can. Replace the others.
We'll need 15 new men at least, sir.
Well, see that you get them, Mr. Ramazine.
Now, look here, Charles. I appreciate your showing us the Boston waterfront, but after all...
What's the matter, Harry? Having a little too rough for you?
I thought you were going to show us your father's ship. Yes, the one that broke the record.
Later, maybe.
But you said she was sailing at midnight.
Well, let her sail. Right now, I'm going to have another drink. Oh, waiter.
Not a serious thought in your head, is there, Charles? When are you going to settle down and go to work?
You know, I have it all figured out. Never. I have all the time in the world, and my father, all the money. He'll make it. I'll spend it.
Well, suppose you spend it in some other place than this. Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, sit down, my friend. We're going to have another drink.
Now, don't upset yourself, Mr. Ramazine. I promised I'd find you 15 men for the Pilgrim, and 15 I'll deliver.
The Pilgrim sails at midnight. Tonight, Mr. Bowler. Tonight. We're paying you to get us a crew.
Still 2 hours. Now, let's see. We brought 9 men aboard that floating piece of perdition already. Poor lad. It's wicked enough to Shanghai men, Mr. Ramazine, let alone to serve on the Pilgrim.
Shut up, Bowler. You'll wake up a seat with the rest of them.
Now then, 9 men at $12 each comes...
You'll get your money when we've got the others. Come on. Let's get over to the bar. Break out the rum, barkeep. A drink for every man in the cabin. Drink up, Pete. Drink up. Compliment to the finest brig that ever dropped hook in Boston Harbor.
Wait a minute. You wouldn't be looking for a crew, would you?
I'm signing Crackerjack seaman for a champion passage around the Horn.
Mister, we know your ship.
She's a bad ship and a hungry one. I'll have none of your rum. Don't listen to him, men. Who'll drink with me?
I will. And what's more, I'll sail on your ship. You're Mr. Amazine, aren't you?
That's right, mate. What's your name?
Richard Dana.
You're making a mistake, sailor.
I don't think so.
What did you say?
Oh, I was just advising that gentleman not to sign on the total.
Were you now? Look at him, mate. A daisy. Lace on his shirt. Get out of here.
In good time, but first I'd like to talk to that sailor.
I said get out of here.
Move aside, Mr. Amazon.
I'll teach you to butt in fancy drawers. So he's a fighter, is he? Stand back, lads, and watch the fun. All hands on deck. All hands on deck.
Crew's on deck, Captain Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Amazon.
All hands. Attention. Attention.
Gentlemen, we've been at sea a few hours only, but it has already come to my attention that some of you have stated that you boarded my ship against your will. That is a lie, and I will tolerate no repetition of it. Every one of you has either signed his name or made his mark agreeing to sail.
I made no mark, nor did half of it. Amazon did it, sir. Shanghai.
I will pretend that neither of you men were so foolish as to interrupt me. Those who are new aboard will soon learn that I demand but one thing of a crew: complete submission to authority. Authority being vested in myself, in Mr. Amazine, the first officer, and in Mr. Foster, the second officer. Mr. Foster, do you have the prisoner?
Aye, sir. Peter Bellomer.
And what's the charge?
On finding himself aboard ship, he attacked Mr. Amazine with a knife.
Bellomer, the punishment for attacking an officer is 20 lashes, well laid on, and you will be confined in chains on quarter rations until it is considered that you've learned your lesson. Mr. Foster, you will count the strokes. Mr. Amazine, carry out your orders.
Aye, aye, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Captain Thompson.
What are you doing on the quarterdeck? Who are you?
I want to talk to you. I'm Charles Stewart.
Get back to your watch.
I said my name is Stewart. My father owns a ship.
So?
I demand that you take me back to Boston and put me ashore. How long will it take?
About a year, if we're lucky.
No time for jokes?
One of the things I never take to sea is a sense of humor. Your mark is signed on the ship's articles.
I don't make marks. I sign my name. I was Shanghai.
The law doesn't require me to be an authority on signatures. You'll serve as one of the crew and be treated as one.
I don't intend living with that rabble. You'll take me back or lose command of the ship.
Mr. Stewart, whether I remain in command of this ship or any other ship is of little moment. But as long as I do command her, you may be sure that I shall remain her captain and that she will stay on her course. Mr. Amazine?
Sir?
Turn him to with a crew.
Hey, Army Arties, here's your grub. Piping out to prepare for the finest cook of breakfast.
I'll put the kettle down, Dooley. Come on, mate. You got to eat sooner or later, even this stuff.
Yeah, it may be moldy, Macklin. We'll take a Bellomer, changing the hold on quarter rations.
I haven't forgotten about Bellomer. And one of these days...
You mind your tongue. That sneaking skunk Foster, he's just waiting to pin something on us.
This food. Could they eat this, Foster and Amazine, Captain Thompson?
I don't laugh at him. He's never been to sea before.
I'm a farmer. My wife, my children, they don't know where I am or what to do.
Buck up, easy. Buck up. I'll let him alone. Dana, come and fill your plate. Besides, this is no time to be writing letters home.
This is no letter I'm writing.
What is it, then?
Well, it's a sort of diary, I suppose. You see, unlike most of you, I signed for this voyage voluntarily.
I told you he was crazy.
I want to write about this ship. And the men who sail it.
Why?
Oh, Stewart, I thought you were on watch.
I am, but I'm hungry. I'll go on watch after I eat. You call this food?
Maybe you'll be feeding with the captain since you're the owner's son.
Yeah. And since when have you been willing to sit down with us? With common sailors?
I've avoided it so far. I can avoid it still longer. I'm going up on deck.
Right here in the door.
What are you doing in there?
Oh, you Stewart.
How do you know my name?
I'm Sam Hooper, sir. I worked in your father's office. But I always wanted to go to sea.
What?
I wanted to live on a ship. And now I'm on one.
Yes, and what a ship. Just what are you going to do?
Well, I thought you might explain to the captain on account of he works for your father.
I'm afraid I can't, son. I don't seem to carry much weight with the captain.
Well, someone's coming.
Julie the cook. Get down that door.
You don't like my cooking, Mr. Stewart?
No, I don't.
Well, I don't blame you. It's the grub they give me to cook. But this is different. Here, in the pot. Take a sniff of this. Roast chicken, Mr. Stewart. And the nearest you'll get to it till you're ashore again.
Who's that chicken for?
For his Martinez, Captain Thompson. Oh, the mates get fancy cooking, too. I take them theirs later.
He's gone, Sam.
It was chicken, wasn't it? I never knew I could get so awful hungry.
When did you eat last?
It's been so long I can hardly remember.
So the mates get chicken later, do they? And it's in the galley now. Stay where you are, Sam. I'll be right back.
All hands are on deck, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Gentlemen, this is the second occasion I found it necessary to muster this crew for reasons of discipline. One of you has stolen the mate's food from the galley. I do not propose to go to the trouble of individual question and search. But if the thief does not step forward at once, I shall presume the entire crew guilty, and you will be put on hardtack and water until further orders. Well? Very well, then. So it shall be. Take over, Mr. Ramsey.
Go below the watch. Watch on deck, turn two.
Stewart.
What do you want, Maxon?
You dirty bilge-rat. Why don't you speak up and take what's coming to you?
Why should I?
There ain't a sailor alive who'll do what you just done to your shipmates. I saw you. You were standing there by the dory. You were eating something.
Yes, roast chicken, Maxon. I found it very tasty.
And now you're going aft and report it was you who stole it.
If you don't, we'll take care of you right here.
Let him alone, men. Turn him loose.
Why?
Because you could beat him to a pulp, but it wouldn't teach him anything. He isn't worth dirtying your hands. Just keep out of our way, Stewart. That won't be too difficult, then.
Come on. Let's get below. I inspected the dory, Captain. Mary watched her. This boy.
Stowaway, are you? What's your name?
Sam Hooper, sir.
Had this pan with him, sir. That's where our chicken went.
Did you steal it?
Well, yes, sir. I was awful hungry.
Why did you board this ship?
I want to be a sailor, sir.
Oh? Very laudable ambition. Find him on to the cabin boy, Mr. Foster. Oh, and you can put the crew back on ration.
Aye, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Come along, you. How's your writing coming, Dana?
Oh, pretty good, Maxon.
What's that you've just written?
This is about Bellamar.
His punishment was sickening. A human being made in God's likeness, lashed like a beast. How long he will live is hard to say. Sometimes I'm able to steal to the hold and give him a little bread and water.
That's as far as I've gone.
I've been thinking about you, Dana. We had a young fellow last trip called Dana, too. Died a few days out. We buried him off Rio.
I know. He was my brother.
Your brother? You must like writing, Dana.
Yes, I do, Mr. Foster.
Not often a man off watch will spend his time writing. It's going to be a book.
I don't know. Maybe.
Can I see it sometime?
I hope you will, Mr. Foster. Sometime.
Thanks. Look forward to it.
Mr. Dana.
Oh, hello, Sammy.
Mr. Dana, why don't you and the rest of the men like Mr. Stewart?
You like him, Sammy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Even though he let you take the blame that day for stealing the chicken?
But nothing happened to me, Mr. Dana. Besides, he stole it from me.
But he ate it.
Just one piece, Mr. Dana. He made me eat all the rest.
Sam, what are you trying to tell me?
Well, I was hiding in the dory, and I told him how hungry I was.
Is this the truth?
Yes, sir. It's the truth.
Thanks, Sammy.
apologize, Stuart. After Sammy told me what really happened,
Forget it. Doesn't matter.
But it does matter. And I'm afraid you'll learn how much it matters before this voyage is out.
Anything else, then?
Nothing, except I've...
That'll take it.
Just drill. Better look lively, though. Macklin tells me the captain takes this very serious.
There ain't enough work on this ship. We got a fool with a cannon.
Break our back so he can play. He's still in the Navy.
Instead of being kicked out. Oh, watch out. Here comes Amazon.
Why, you Bill scum. You aren't fit to tread the same deck with him.
I suppose his being kicked out was a mistake.
It's no mistake when the captain of a 20-gun sloop sinks a 48-gun frigate. Standing there with a quarterdeck being shot to splinters around him till he goes down wounded. And his master gunner runs to help him. And the next day, giving that gunner 20 lashes for leaving the station during action.
And you gave him the flogging.
I got the flogging.
Number 1 gun, Rax's fire!
They don't court-martial a captain making a ship twice its size.
No, but they do if he's always disobeying admirals. But he knew more and fought better than all the admirals put together.
Number 2 gun, Rax's fire! Oh, very slovenly. Reload and stand by. Mr. Amazon.
Number 4 gun ready, sir.
Hold your fire. Where's Mr. Foster?
That's number 3 gun, sir.
Mr. Foster's now on deck. Send a man below and find him.
Why weren't you at your post, Mr. Foster? You had 6 minutes to go to the powder magazine and return.
I was returned from the magazine, sir, when Stuart hit me.
Is this true, Stuart?
Yes, sir. I hit him twice.
Mr. Amazon, bring that man out.
Why'd you hit him, Mr. Stewart? What happened?
It doesn't matter now, Sammy.
Better get aft, Stuart.
Mr. Amazon, dismissed from battle stations. Form all hands to witness punishment.
Secure! And all hands muster aft!
Stuart, the punishment for striking an officer is 20 lashes, well laid on. Disobedience to orders in battle practice, 10 lashes. If the offense had been committed in battle, you would have been hanged. In view of the obvious fact this is your first voyage, I propose to remit 10 lashes. Mr. Amazon, have the cook stand by with some brine. Mr. Foster, count the 20 list rope.
Aye, sir. Get the salt cook and leave the cabin boy in the galley.
Row speed with a punishment.
Aye, sir.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
The long
6,
voyage, Mr. Foster.
7, 8,
I wonder if
9,
see it out.
10,
You
11,
and
12, 13, 14.
In a moment, we'll return with the second act of 2 Years Before the Mast. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What's on your list tonight, Libby?
Ride the pink horse, Mr. Keeley. A wooden horse on a merry-go-round in a little New Mexican town.
Oh, you're talking about the new Universal International picture.
That's it. I was completely charmed with the set the studio had built. And as you know, Mr. Keeley, they reproduced an entire New Mexican village at fiesta time.
Ride the Pink Horse has the unusual distinction of being directed by its own star, Robert Montgomery. And Bob does a wonderful job in both capacities. It's an exciting story of a war veteran and a gang leader, with Andrea King playing, of all things, a gangster sweetheart.
Such a delicate, lovely-looking person. I could hardly imagine her in such a role.
Well, she's such a versatile actress, she makes the part entirely convincing. And furthermore, in any role she plays, I can say she has glamour. You know Andrea King. What do you think, John Kennedy?
I'd enjoy seeing her in any role. She has real beauty, cameo-like features, set off by a lovely Lux complexion.
And she told me just how she cares for that delicate skin of hers.
Active lather facials with Lux toilet soap, Libby?
You're right, John. Every single day. Here's what she does. Smooths the fragrant Lux soap lather well in, rinses with warm water, then cold, and pats with a soft towel to dry. She says it's amazing the way skin takes on fresh, new loveliness. No wonder 9 out of 10 famous screen stars recommend these beauty facials with Lux toilet soap. They're such a wonderfully effective care.
Recent tests show that. Skin specialists found that actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with daily Lux soap care. So here's a suggestion for the ladies in our audience. Try these active lather facials regularly. Remember, Gentle Lux Toilet Soap is Hollywood's own complexion care. Doesn't your complexion deserve it, too? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We continue with 2 Years Before the Mass, starring Alan Ladd as Charles, Howard Da Silva as Captain Thompson, MacDonald Carey as Dana, and Wanda Hendricks as Maria. The brig Pilgrim, full canvas to the wind, whipped through the South Atlantic. Ships and crew alike under Captain Thompson's iron hand, straining for a new speed record. Below in the forecastle, Charles Stewart lies on his bunk.
Is that you, Dana?
Yes. Don't try to move. Your back must feel like fire.
Who brought me down here?
Macklin and Sam and I.
Thanks.
We do the same for any shipment. Stewart, when battle stations was sounded, I hid my book carefully away. Now it's lying out on my bunk.
That's what started my fight with Foster. I saw him down here. He'd taken your book.
Why didn't you report him? You might have saved yourself the flogging.
Hitting him was worth it. How's Solomon?
He's dying down in that hold.
Do any idea where we are?
Off Brazil. We'll be putting in at Pernambuco soon. We'll be able to get ashore, get fresh food. Things will be better, Stewart.
Will they, Dana? I wonder.
What's the matter, mate? Why ain't you eating?
Nobody can eat this stuff, not even us.
It's been dead 100 years. Smell it yourself.
What's going on down here?
Oh, I'm glad you stopped by, Mr. Foster. Look at our place. The stuff's crawling.
We got a right to decent food.
Sure you have.
I'll tell the captain.
You'd like to blab what goes on down here, wouldn't you?
That knife, put it on you.
I'll put it through your throat
Now,
before I...
don't be a fool.
I wasn't going to, Mr. Captain. Amazine, I was going to tell. Tell him what, Mr. Foster? That we need fresh provisions. Then tell him. Tell him now.
And in case you change your mind, Foster, just remember, while I may get a flog and I'll be hanged maybe, before I do, you'll feel this knife right up to the hilt. Now, get out of here.
Come on, Stewart. We'd better get on deck.
Dana, what about Foster? Will he tell about Brown killing a knife?
I don't think so. Foster's scared of us now.
What if Brown had stabbed him before?
He'd be hanging from that yardarm.
He'd have a trial first, wouldn't he?
No, he wouldn't. Aboard any merchant ship, a sailor hasn't got a chance. He's just an animal to be worked to death. Starved. Flogged. But it's going to change sometime. It has to. Perhaps you've come to realize that.
I never thought much about it until I felt that lash on my back.
That's why I'm writing my book. If only I can get it published, if people will read it.
The ship owners will be your worst enemies. And my father, for one.
Outside of Thompson, your father is my chief example. I'm going to...
Look there. Look over there. It's land.
Mr. Amazine! Aye, sir. Break out the identification flags. Man the topsail braces. Aye, sir. All hands on deck. All hands on deck.
How do you feel, Belden?
Not too good. The ship. We slowed down.
Yes, we're coming into Pernambuco. We're stopping to take on passengers.
You shouldn't have come down here, Stuart. You're caught. You'll get the cat again.
You let me worry about that. We're all bringing you something back from shore. Fruit, vegetables. We'll get it down to you. You'll be all right, Belden. You're going to be fine.
Thanks, mate.
We've been sighted from shore, Mr. Amazine. They're sending up rockets.
Where will I put the passengers, sir?
In Foster's cabin. Tell him to berth with the crew.
Aye, sir. Can I stand by with the anchor?
What? We're not going to anchor. The passengers will be rowed out in the dory. We'll take them aboard when we're back to Main Thompson.
Begging your pardon, sir, but we're in need of fresh provisions.
I have provisions for this voyage in Boston.
Yes, sir, but the salt horse is bad and is grumbling in the forecastle.
The salt horse is always bad and there's always grumbling in the forecastle.
Well, there's short rations, sir. There may be trouble.
I think I can handle any trouble on my ship, Mr. Amazine. Stand by to pick up the passengers. This is your cabin, madam. I had not been informed my passengers would be women.
The cabin was serviced very nicely, Captain, thank you.
At least you speak English. Where's the other woman, your maid?
On the deck, I believe, worrying about our luggage.
I'll have it sent in directly. I should warn you, Miss Dominguez, this is the first time ladies have been carried on this ship. You will kindly stay in this cabin as much as possible.
As you wish, Captain Thompson.
And please hold yourself completely aloof from any contact with the crew. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll see about your baggage.
That's all your baggage, miss? Oh, just drop the box in the corner, thing.
Yes. Muchacho, ¿cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? My maid wants to know your name.
Well, I'll be very happy to.
Not you, senor. The boy.
Me? Oh, Sam Hooper, ma'am. I'm an apprentice seaman aboard this ship. And this is my friend, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Sam. So you're going to Monterey?
No, to San Francisco.
You'll be with us the whole trip?
We hadn't expected ladies aboard. We'd have the cabin much cleaner. Can I give any further help?
No, thank you. Oh, here.
Oh, for me?
For both of you.
Look at this coin, Sam. A picture of the Queen of Spain.
Gosh, she's beautiful. She looks like you, miss.
Save the compliment, Sam. I think she wants us to go.
If you don't mind.
Well, thanks for the tip, Miss...
Dominguez. Maria Dominguez.
Miss Dominguez. I hope you'll be comfortable. Sam, do you mind if I keep this coin?
Oh, no. You carried all the heavy things anyway.
Thanks, I'll make it up to you later. Dominguez, I didn't know you were on deck.
Oh, it's much better in the stuffy cabin, Mr. Stewart.
How's your maid?
Poor Mercedes. Still seasick.
They say after we pass Cape Horn, the weather will be fine.
Some tells me the rounding of Cape Horn is a great event in a sailor's life.
Yes, it's turning out that way. Oh, you know, I've wanted to talk to you ever since you came aboard.
Won't you get into trouble?
It would be worth it.
I should like to talk to you also. About Sam. He seems so hungry.
He is hungry.
He didn't bring us our meals today. We've been sharing them with him.
He's sick, Miss Dominguez. Not seasick. It's something much worse.
Well, if it's food you will need, why can't you tell the captain to put him to the nearest port?
You don't know our captain.
Why do you have to obey him? Sam says your father owns the prison.
He does. But at sea, the captain's the law.
Miss Dominguez?
Yes?
The wind is mounting. I must ask you to go to your cabin. Stewart, what are you doing here?
Setting taut the lifeline, sir.
Have you finished?
Yes, sir.
Then get where you belong. Come in. Well, Mr. Ramsey?
I've come to report, sir. There's sickness in the crew. I just looked at Hayes, and he's got it all right. Scurvy. Cabin boy, too. And Bellamar. Bellamar's dead.
Bellamar, who's...
The prisoner, sir. He's been in irons almost since Boston.
Oh, yes. Yes, he attacked you with a knife. Very well. I'll conduct burial services at 8 bells.
Yes, sir. The captain. If the scurvy spreads, we can't work the ship. We're long past Cape Horn, sir, and I thought we could put in somewhere.
The ship will not put in anywhere. The winds have failed us, and we've 3 days to make up as it is. We've sailed with a few cases of scurvy before, Mr. Ramsey.
Aye, sir.
How many fresh supplies are left?
1.5 bags of potatoes and 1 of onions. We're running very short.
Very well. From now on, they're to be served only to the passengers.
I'll tell the ship's cook, sir.
Come back to your watch.
Mr. Ramsey.
Mr. Foster, sir.
Well, answer him.
What is it, Mr. Foster?
Another dead. Seaman Hayes.
You were so right, Mr. Stewart. On this ship, the captain is the law.
What makes you say that?
Tonight, after the burial ceremony, I asked him what kind of a man he is. Heal human beings and then to stand there and pray for their souls.
Oh, please, don't you make an enemy out of him, too.
He sent me to my cabin. He said I was overlooked.
You should have stayed in the cabin.
I wanted to see you. How is Sam?
No better. About the same.
Maybe the sickness will go away now. The weather is getting cooler.
And you'll be home in 6 weeks. The wind holds good.
6 more weeks.
Well, you don't seem very happy about it.
It's really that I have not been home for a very long time. You see, I was sent to a convent in Madrid when I was 10 years old.
I think you'll find living in California a lot different than Spain.
I suppose so. The windows of my father's hacienda, there's nothing to see but the California hills. But from the windows of my school in Spain, I could see all Madrid, even the king and queen when they rode by.
Oh, do you know I carry a picture of the queen?
You do?
Mm-hmm. This coin. Remember you gave this to Sam and I asked me if I could keep it.
You shouldn't.
Why not?
2 weeks after I arrived in California, I shall be married.
Married? How long has it been since you've seen me?
Since I left California.
Oh, but you're only a child then.
I'm going to marry him. Our marriage was arranged by his parents and mine.
Does that make it right?
Is your way the American way any better? Entrusting a daughter to anyone she chooses? Someone you may never have seen and whose name you do not know until she tells you?
What about love? Doesn't that enter into it?
You mustn't talk like that, please.
Maria.
Yes.
I will always carry the likeness of the Queen of Spain.
Hear what I got to show you down in this hold.
What are you trying to hide, Brown? Why'd you bring me down here?
When I light the candle, you'll see.
Foster.
Foster's dead, Mr. Ramsey. I killed him a few minutes ago. Look about you, Mr. Ramsey. Half a sack of potatoes and a basket of onions. Foster stole these from the galley. When I followed him in here, he offered me half, not to tell.
And you killed him?
6 men and a sick boy in a forecastle, and he had this all the time. He had this while his shipmates were dying of scurvy. I killed him, and I'd do it again.
Why are you telling me?
So you can take me to Thompson. I want to get it over with.
Take this food to the forecastle and divide it. I'll take care of Foster's body.
You're not reporting me?
Just get this food to the men and keep your mouth shut.
Ramsey?
This isn't your watch, Stewart. What are you doing on deck?
Nat Watson? Brown told me about Foster. What have you done about it?
I dropped his body overboard. Told the captain I'd phone from the rigging. Said it was too dark to lower a boat and try to find him.
Thanks, Ramsey.
I'll get below.
Oh, there's something else. By dawn, we'll be in sight of land, won't we?
If the wind holds.
Macklin says of the islands of Mexico. He says they've got food there. Fresh food.
I'm not the master of the ship.
So we've got to stop some of these men are half dead.
Get below before... I'll do what I can.
I'm quite aware that we've sighted land, Mr. Ramsey, and those are the Clarion Islands. We made up almost 2 days.
Then shall I alter course, sir?
Alter? Our course is Monterey, Mr. Ramsey.
Captain Thompson, as first mate of the ship, it's my duty to warn you that unless we take on supplies, there'll be mutiny.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. I'll enter your remarks from the log. Who's in charge of the deck?
I am, sir, but I had Dana take over while I reported to you.
In view of the proximity of land, shouldn't the mate of the watch be absent as little as possible from his responsibilities?
Very good, sir.
No use talking about it. Thompson's not going to alter course. You're right, Max. There is no use talking, but we can do something about it. We can go up on deck and take over the ship. Or would you rather stand by and see Sam and the others dumped overboard like Hayes and Bellamy?
It'd hang for mutiny, Stewart. I'll have to wait.
Where's Dana?
Still with Sam.
And what has to be done can be done alone. Thompson's on the quarterdeck. His cabin's empty, and there are guns in his cabin. Wait here, all of you.
What's the course, Mr. Ramsey?
West by north, sir.
Very well, we'll hold it as long as the wind lasts.
Wind or not, we're making for those islands.
Where did you get those pistols?
From your cabin.
I trust you know the penalty for mutiny?
Let's say to my father owns this ship, and I demand you make for land.
You're a fool, Stewart.
Are you going to change course?
Yes. Yes, I choose to remain alive to enjoy the pleasure of turning you over to the proper authorities. Mr. Ramsey?
Sir?
You will bear witness that everything I'm doing is under duress? Ready about.
Aye, aye, sir.
All hands to station! Make ready to come aboard!
Keep your hands at your side, Mr. Thompson. You'll come to no harm.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. You always were handy with a belaying pin. Pick him up.
Ramsey.
Yes, sir. I hit you with that pin. Whatever I am, I'm no mutineer.
I'd like to hang you now, Stewart, but mutiny demands a trial before a proper court.
I had my chance to kill you, and I didn't. But someone will one of these days. And when the people back home learn the things I've learned, they'll run butchers like you clear of the sea.
Take him below. Put him in irons. Helmsman! You will hold the course. Steady she goes.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll return with Act 3 of 2 Years Before the Mass. For most girls, an 18th birthday is a pretty important occasion. Our guest tonight, however, Miss Barbara Chalice, had special reason to celebrate hers. Right, Barbara?
Yes, Mr. Keeley. That was the day I signed my contract with Universal International.
And now you're a full-fledged motion picture actress. Not every girl achieves her ambition so young.
But look how long I worked for it. I started at 12, modeling children's fashions. Then I became a photographer's model, and a talent scout saw my picture. So here I am in Hollywood, where I've always wanted to be.
And enjoying your new career, I take it.
Oh, it's really exciting to see how pictures are made. I spent hours watching them film The Last Moment.
A very interesting psychological drama.
Oh, and the set was fascinating in itself. An ancient castle, complete with high iron gates, secret rooms, and spiral staircases. It really was scary.
Did you meet the stars, Robert Cummings and Susan Hayward?
I did, Mr. Keeley, and they were very gracious to me. It was a thrill to see Susan Hayward, who plays the mysterious heroine of The Last Moment.
Susan is youth and beauty in person.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keeley. With her flaming red hair and gorgeous complexion, Susan Hayward is strikingly lovely. I imagine Mr. Kennedy here will be interested in what she told me about her complexion, Clea.
It's no secret, Barbara, that Susan Hayward is an enthusiastic Lux girl. It'd be hard to find a lovelier example of a Lux complexion than hers.
I agree, Mr. Kennedy. One look at Susan Hayward's exquisite skin, and any girl would be convinced that Lux Toilet Soap Care really works.
It has to work when 9 out of 10 screen stars depend on it so faithfully.
And many a girl on the way up, too. Here's one who never neglects her daily Lux Soap Care.
I wish our audience could see that radiant complexion of yours. Thank you, Miss Barbara Chalice, for coming tonight. Now, here's something any woman who wants softer, smoother skin can do. Get some of Hollywood's own beauty soap, fragrant white Lux Toilet Soap, tomorrow. Use it regularly and see if you don't agree. Lux girls are lovelier. Back now to William Keeley.
Here's the third act of 2 Years Before the Mass, starring Alan Lattice Charles, Howard De Silva as Thompson, MacDonald Carey as Dana, and Wanda Hendricks as Maria. A few days have passed, and the brig Pilgrim has now approached the port of Monterey, California. Imprisoned in the hold, Charles Stewart has a visitor.
Maria, you should have come down here.
Nobody came. I brought you some food.
Oh, thanks. Have you heard our Stanley?
He's a little stronger. Poor boy. I've been sending him some of our food by Mr. Dennis.
Maria, why did you really come down here?
Because I thought of him.
Even if you cared a little, you wouldn't tell me, would you?
He couldn't make any difference. I told you my whole life has been planned. It will always be that way, don't you understand?
Perhaps I couldn't Spanish, but in English it just doesn't make sense.
I know. I remember you said it that way.
You'd better go.
Yes. We'll be in Montreal this afternoon. I'll see you again as soon as I can, Charles.
Thank you, Maria.
There's the port of Monterey, Mr. Ramsey.
Aye, sir.
We'll anchor here in the bay until Don Sebastian has come aboard and cleared us. You may take in the courses.
Aye, sir.
Oh, we've established a new record for the voyage, Mr. Ramsey. You may hoist the record pennant. Welcome aboard the Pilgrim, Don Sebastian.
Captain Thompson, how good to see you again. And this?
This is Senorita Maria Dominguez, Don Sebastian Peralta, Mayor of Monterey.
Don Sebastian.
Senorita, before my men rowed me to the ship,
I dispatched a messenger to your father in San Francisco. How happy he will be to know you will soon be home again.
Thank you, Don Sebastian.
And when will you proceed to San Francisco, Captain?
Well, as soon as we've unloaded our cargo. I'd like to dock on the morning tide. Here are my papers. In addition, a complete report of a mutineer whose trial I wish you would convene immediately.
Mutiny?
Excelente.
Sí, qué gusto de verla.
Tengo algo que decirle acerca del señor Sturrock.
Sí.
Conozco al Capitán Thompson y sé que no dirá la verdad.
May I suggest, madam, that since I cannot speak your tongue, you might express yourself in English?
I was telling Don Sebastian he would never get the truth from you. I was also going to say that, in my opinion, Mr. Stewart is not guilty of anything. He only tried to save the lives of 6 men, and 2 of them died. They died because of your brutality.
You'll find complete details in this paper, Don Sebastian.
I am sorry, Senorita, but the captain has full power to demand a trial.
Thank you. I trust there will be no delay.
As you wish, Captain. Tomorrow morning at 11.
Stewart, are you awake? Stewart.
Who is it?
Dana. I got Matson and Brown with me.
All right. What are you doing down here?
The captain's just issued orders there'll be no shore leave.
So we're jumping ship, Stewart. All of us.
And you're coming with us. We'll have you free in no time.
You're taking a pretty long chance, Dana.
We know that.
I mean, helping me to escape.
Before a jury, you won't have a chance against Thompson.
Where are we going?
We don't know yet. We'll take the dory and get to shore.
Well, what about the passengers? Mr. Mingers and the maid?
We'll have no time for visiting, Stewart. I get to work on those chains.
Leg irons first, Brown. We'll cut the handcuffs later.
We're reporting the hold of the ship, Mr. Amazine, and prepare cargo for unloading.
Yes, sir. Getting back to shore leave, sir.
Well, if we're able to unload the full cargo tomorrow, each watch may have 2 hours. What is that? What's that noise? What's going on forward?
Well, it's the crew, sir. They've lowered a boat.
Order them to return, Mr. Amazine.
Board ahoy! Get back on board!
And what if we don't?
You will take the consequences, Dana. I order you to put about.
We're jumping ship, Captain Thompson.
Very well.
Sam, get down, boy. Dusty's got a rifle.
Stand aside, Mr. Amazine. Was that deliberate, Mr. Amazine, knocking my rifle aside?
Yes, sir.
Very well. You take the rifle then, Mr. Amazine. I'm ordering you to fire on that dory.
I've flogged and driven those men because that was my duty. But I don't kill my shipmates for you because that's murder.
Mr. Amazine, you are no longer first mate of this vessel?
That's all right with me, Captain Thompson. Dana! Dana, wait for me!
Amazine! Amazine, come back here! Do you hear me? I order you to return!
I'm joining you, mate. I'm leaving the ship. I'm coming, Sammy. Lend me a hand, Stuart.
Put on the order place and reload. Amazing.
I never thought they'd do that to me.
He's dead. Amazine's dead.
All of you, back to the ship. Do you hear me?
He wants us back, does he? I say go back.
Yeah, go back and take the ship. Wait a minute. Wait for what, Dana? Ask the men what they want. Do we jump ship or do we put around and take over?
We'll go back. Take it over.
There's your answer, Dana.
We're coming back to the ship, Captain Thompson.
Maria, it's all right. You can open the door now.
What's happened? Oh, that's fighting and shooting.
You're taking the ship.
Captain Thompson.
He's dead.
Charles, not you.
No, but I could have done it gladly. With Macklin. He's dead, too. We're putting you and your mate ashore, Maria, and we're pulling out of here.
It will be dangerous getting us to shore. We can stay. I don't care where we go as long as you're safe.
Oh, but you can't stay on the ship. I don't know what's going to happen to me or to any of us.
Stewart, come here.
Wait in the cabin, Maria. I'll be right back.
Stand by, Stewart, with that rifle.
What's happened?
There's a skiff coming alongside with soldiers. It's the harbor patrol. Now, out of sight, men. All of you.
Ahoy!
Big Pilgrims!
I heard stop.
We were just celebrating our record voyage. Sorry we alarmed you.
Where is your Capitan?
He's left orders not to be disturbed.
I think I had better come aboard.
You and your men, sir, stay just where you are.
Stewart, Brown, Dooley.
Make a move and we'll fire.
Senor.
Stand by to slip anchor, men.
But our passengers, Benny. Got the harbor patrol taking the store.
Then bring them here at once.
We can't turn them loose now. They'll spill the whole story.
It won't matter. The wind's with us, and there isn't a ship in the harbor to follow us.
Get the girl and her maid. There's no time to lose.
Maria, I don't know how or when I'll be back. But promise me you'll wait for me.
We're back. I promise you. Some message.
May we proceed now, senor?
Cast off and head for shore. Take the wheel, Stewart. Hold her as she goes.
All right, sir.
Northwest by west. Men, it's been a full day at sea. For a while, we'll have nothing to worry about. But here and now, we've got to make up our minds where we're going.
We know where we're going, Dana. First, we're going to put in somewhere and get food aboard.
And after that,
we head for the Orient.
They'll hunt us down in every port in the world.
You got a better idea?
Yes. We should put about for Boston, give ourselves up, and tell them exactly what happened and why.
We're going to sell the cargo and for once live like human beings.
Then we will be hunted down like pirates. And people will go on saying that seamen should have no rights.
What Dana says makes sense.
Well, that's all very well for you, Stewart, a ship owner's son, but they'll string us up.
I may be a ship owner's son, but I'm also a seaman now. And I have an interest in that book that Dana's writing. He can help American sailors get a different kind of life. But it's no use unless the men he's defending have the courage to back him up. Take this ship back home like free-born Americans. Face the charges. Prove that what we did was justified. But you've got the ship. It's up to you.
I'll camp out, Dana.
Me too.
Thanks, Sammy.
I'm with you.
I'll take a chance, too.
All
right.
What about you, Brown?
If that's your boy, all right. As soon as there's sea room, Dana, let's come aboard.
Thank you, Brown.
We're going home, then. We're going back to Boston.
Boston, Massachusetts, April 10, 1836. The brig Pilgrim, Stewart Shipping Company, boarded by customs officials in Boston Harbor. Mutiny reported in Pacific Ocean. Captain and officers dead. Entire crew is under arrest.
You can see your son now, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Warden.
Hello, Father.
Charles, it's good to see you again, even under these circumstances. Now, I don't want you to worry. My lawyer will have you out of here tomorrow.
Well, thanks, Father, but I'm staying here with the rest of the crew.
Stay with them here in prison?
I want to face the charges. What we did was justified. Dana's book will prove that. It's going to be published.
Let's not go into it, Charles. You'll be out on bail tomorrow.
No, Father. Whatever happens to them, I'm sharing it.
You've changed, Charles. I'm glad.
Thank you, Father.
Mutineer's book sold out in Boston. Public aghast at charges made in books. 2 years before the mass, center of great controversy. United States Senate takes over investigation of mutiny. Do you have anything further to tell us, Mr. Dana?
Yes, Senator Barnes. None of us can offer a better defense than the testimony just delivered by Mr. Mingus. Her timely arrival here in Washington was more than we even dared to hope for. I do have one thing more to say, though. We all knew that the penalty for mutiny is hanging, yet we willingly brought our ship home to face the charges for the good of those who will continue to sail American ships.
Mr. Charles Stewart.
Yes, sir.
The Attorney General is awaiting the decision of this senatorial committee. If you have a final statement, please make it now.
Whether we live or die, Senator, is a matter of law. But the only law that a sailor has ever known is the personal decision of his captain. If a sailor objects, he's sentenced to starvation, flogging, or even death. Gentlemen, it will stay that way as long as the government allows it to, whether sailors die or not. If you believe that we've told the truth, we beg you to make just laws to protect the lives of the men who serve our country on the sea. We leave that decision to you.
This investigation stands adjourned. Mutineers cleared of all charges. Attorney General frees crew of Pilgrim.
Congress passes law protecting merchant seamen.
And you won't birthday, Mr. Donald. Not even for our wedding.
I can hardly do that, Mr. Mingus, now that I'm first mate of the Pilgrim. We weigh anchor tonight. Well, good luck to you both.
Thanks, Ben.
A happy voyage.
We have only one regret about tonight's play. That 2 years at sea must boil down to a single hour on the air. But for that exciting hour, all our thanks to Alan Ladd, Howard De Silva, MacDonald Carey, and Wanda Henry. And Alan, a special thanks for your speedy return from New York to take part in tonight's play.
I wouldn't have missed it, Bill. You know, the first picture I ever made was a sea picture. A small part, but it took a lot out of me. What'd you do, Alan? I got seasick.
So realistically, as I recall, that you got the Critics' Award for that performance. Howard, for such a congenial personality in real life, you certainly make a most distasteful villain on the screen.
Oh, Bill, you haven't seen anything yet. Will you see Cecil B. DeMille's Unconquered?
What do you do in the picture, Mr. De Silva?
You see, it's through Howard that Paulette Goddard gets tortured at the stake.
Yep. I even hit myself in that one.
Much so, I understand you're off to see the premiere in Pittsburgh as soon as you finish tonight's broadcast.
That's right, Alan.
Well, Alan, I hope you treat Dorothy Lamour better in your new Paramount picture, Wild Harvest.
I'd say Dorothy treats us pretty rough in that picture, though. Were you in New York in connection with that picture, Alan? No, I was making some location shots and doing some vacations.
I read that you attended the Harvest Moon Ball on your birthday.
And 18,000 people sang happy birthday to you.
18,000 happy birthdays. Hey, that's some sort of a record, isn't it?
Well, it really gave me a thrill.
Wanda here has a birthday coming up next week. You're 19th, isn't it, Wanda?
That's right, Mr. Keeley.
Well, it's nice to know a woman who's so young she doesn't have to lie about her age.
And with such a lovely complexion that is plain to use as Lux soap.
Oh, I do indeed, Mr. Keeley, and always will. Lux soap's a wonderful complexion care.
From a girl with a wonderful complexion, that's praise indeed.
What are you presenting next week in the theater, Bill?
Next Monday night, we put the accent on suspense with Universal International's spine-chilling hit, The Web. And our stars are Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price.
That was one of Vincent Price's best performance, I thought, Bill.
Yes, in a thrilling story of intrigue and detection, and a murder mystery that involves a man and woman in suspicion, danger, and romance.
Well, that sounds like a mighty exciting evening, Bill. I wouldn't miss it.
We'll be listening, Mr. Keeley. Good night.
Good night, and thanks for a 4-star performance. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price in The Web. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Most of us think of home as the safest place that we can be. Yet the National Safety Council finds that 2/3 of all accidental deaths in the United States occur at home through hazardous conditions and personal carelessness. For your own sake and your family's, check your home for such unsafe conditions as bad light, dangerous stairways, cluttered rooms, and unprotected play space. And cultivate habits of safe conduct, thoughtfulness, and reasonable caution. MacDonald Carey appeared by arrangement with Paramount Pictures and is currently appearing in Paramount's 36-star production Variety Girl. Wanda Hendricks appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Studios and is currently seen in Welcome Stranger, starring Bing Crosby. Heard in our cast tonight were Bill Johnstone as Amazine, Louis Van Ruten as Foster, William Roy as Sam, and Pat Ahern, Ira Grossell, Norman Field, Leo Cleary, Tyler McVeigh, Robert Griffin, Clark Gordon, George Sorrell, George Neese, Eddie Marr, Don Morrison, and June Whitley. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of 2 years before the Mass has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own beauty soap, the complexion care used regularly by 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear The Web, with Ella Raines, Edmund O'Brien, and Vincent Price. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, the King's Men, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Jericho. Reminder, this is Make a Pal of Your Wife Week. Send the little woman some flowers. Send her a box of candy. Take her out to lunch. Now, wait a minute. Let's see. Flowers would come to about $5. Candy about $2. Yes, you better make it lunch. Anyway, that's the way the Squire of 79 Wistful Vista has figured it out as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hey, Molly, I got an idea.
What about? And move over a little, please. I want to dust that chair.
I got an idea about lunch.
Well, let's not discuss lunch quite yet. I haven't had time to do the breakfast dishes.
Oh, well, let the dishes go.
I'll do no such a thing.
Oh, well, use some others. We got other dishes, ain't we?
No, we haven't.
We haven't? What become of that set of dishes we won at the Bijou Theater this winter?
Why, don't you remember?
Huh?
You stayed for the second show and threw them at the picture.
Well, I hope I didn't hurt Theda Barrow with that gravy boat. But look, Molly, what
McGee,
Huh?
Where did you lay that half-smoked cigar?
Oh, right there on the arm of the chair. Why? You want a drag on it?
Don't be silly. But is that any place to put a lighted cigar?
No, I guess it ain't at that. I'll put it up here on the mantel where I can...
Put it in the ashtray. What's the ashtray for?
Oh, hairpins, rubber bands, stamps, apple cores, and all stuff like that there. There's never any room for ashes in it. Now, about lunch, Molly, I thought...
Well, if you're so anxious to have lunch, why don't you go out and wash the dishes?
Who, me? No, sirree. What do you think I am? A sissy? I don't wash no dishes. I hate washing dishes.
Huh. I suppose I like to, huh?
Certainly not. And I hate to have you wash dishes, too, sweetheart. That's what I'm talking about. Nobody has to wash dishes around here today. I'm going to take you out to lunch.
Well, that's very nice of you. Now move a little whilst I dust... what did you say?
I says I'm inviting you out to lunch.
Well, heavenly days. You mean you're asking me to go out to lunch, dearie?
What's so strange about that? You afraid people will talk? I didn't just meet you on a streetcar, you know. We're married, remember?
But, dearie, this is so sudden. That is, if you can call it sudden after 15 years.
Look, Molly, I ain't the guy to be stood up on a date. You want to go or don't you?
Yes, and thank you, dearie, thank you.
Oh, forget it. It's nothing that any red-blooded, clean-living American boy wouldn't have done. Besides, this is Make a Pal of Your Wife Week.
Oh, it is?
Yep.
I thought this was Peel an Onion and Shed a Tear for the boys in the upper brackets week.
Well, come on, hurry up and get get your hat.
All right. But it'll take me a while to put my face on. I'll be down in just a minute, maybe.
Women. When a man gets a date with a gal, he pats himself on the back. When a gal gets a date with a man, she pats herself on the face. Come in.
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter. Hey, where's daughter?
He's upstairs making a mug out of nature. What's on your mind, old-timer?
Want to buy any soap, Johnny? I only got to sell 982 more bars, and I win a .22 rifle.
What's he going to do with a .22 rifle when you get it?
I'm going to shoot the guy that talked me into trying to sell this bum soap.
I don't believe we want any today, old-timer.
Hey!
I'm afraid you come to the wrong house. As Robinson Crusoe says to his man Friday when he put down his telescope, no sale.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller, says, I only got to sell 982 bars of soap and I'll win a .22 rifle. Is that so, says t'other feller. What you gonna do with a .22 rifle? And t'other feller says, I'm gonna shoot the guy that talked me into selling this bum soap. I thought that... What's the matter, Johnny?
We just did that one a minute ago.
I know it. But darn it, Johnny, I'm tired. All day long going from door to door selling this bum soap.
That guy's true one thing to me. If man sprung from monkeys, he must have had a Charlie horse at the time.
Who is that at the door, dearie?
Oh, I could describe him best, Molly, as the guy that always stands behind you when you're playing bridge and says, not that one. Oh, come on, let's go.
Oh, my, I certainly appreciate this, McGee.
Oh, forget it. After all, Make a Pal of Your Wife week only comes once a year. It's a... Oh. Here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Heavenly days, look at her, will you? She struts along like the world was her oyster, and she just cornered the Tabasco market. The fuzzy. Why don't she... Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppity.
A lovely day, isn't it? I always try to take a long walk every day if possible. I get home simply brimming with a new energy and a new youth.
Oh, really? Who is he, Mrs. Uppington?
Who is who?
The new youth.
She means Billy Mills, Molly.
Oh.
Though his youth ain't awful new either.
But Billy is such a charming boy and a splendid musician. He came over last night and played the piano for me.
Yeah?
Oh, all the lovely old songs of my girlhood.
Ah, wasn't that nice? And those Civil War songs were so inspiring.
Yes, indeed. What? Civil War? Now, please, Mr. McGee,
Incidentally, Mrs. Uppington, speaking of romance, my husband has just dated me up for lunch. Won't you join us?
Oh, no, thank you, my dear. In fact, Dr. Mills and I are lunching together today, and I'm afraid we'd hardly patronize the same... we usually go to a very quiet, exclusive restaurant. I'm particularly devoted to a good French cuisine, you know.
Oh, is that so? I never ate one myself. Why don't you get the recipe, Molly?
Oh, Mr. McGee. Oh, you're so amusing, really. Get the recipe and do it. My how droll.
Hey, what's so funny about that? Well, I've been an expert on food ever since my childhood. Even my teething ring was made from an old Goodyear recipe. Just to keep my eye on the cook, I had all my meals in the kitchen. Kitchenette McGee, I was known as. Kitchenette McGee, the cute and cuddly connoisseur of classy cooking, carefully counting the calories and carbohydrates contained in concoctions of cow, cooked in combination with carrots, cabbage, cauliflower, and corn. Considerable corn. Constant customer of cosmopolitan cafes and corner cafeterias, and my compliments were considered to cap the climax of a capable cook's career when I commended kindly on a clever consommé or a keen cutlet, and crown the king of the cake and crumblers from coast to coast as I'd cut and carve and crack and crunch, but excuse us, huppy, we're late for lunch.
For Fibber and Molly to return, I'd like your attention for just a minute. How often during the week do you say, if only I had more time for reading or seeing my friends or for just plain resting? Well, I can tell you how you can find a few extra hours by protecting your floors with that grand, labor-saving floor-polished glow coat. Most of you have heard me tell the very simple story of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, how it requires no rubbing or buffing whatsoever, how it polishes itself in 20 minutes, leaving a sparkling, beautiful floor that's easy to keep clean. Spots and stains are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. Now, you can use Glow Coat on all your floors, but by all means use it in your kitchen. It brings out the colors of your linoleum, keeps it looking just like new, makes your kitchen a pleasanter place to work in. And many users tell us that it actually makes their linoleum last 6 times longer than a floor surface that is unprotected. So why not ask your dealer for a can of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat tomorrow? It's spelled
Where are you taking me out to lunch to, dearie?
Well, I don't know. I thought we might as well patronize Nick Topopoulos.
Oh. Well, anyway, I think it's real thoughtful of you to not want me standing over a hot stove and washing a lot of dishes today, McGee.
Oh, well, as long as you're my wife, Molly, you deserve the best.
Ah, do I really?
Yes, you do.
Well, then why are we eating at Nick Topopoulos' restaurant? Why don't we go to a decent joint?
Why, Molly, Nick is a friend of ours.
I know, but ptomaine poison is an awful strain even on a beautiful friendship.
Well, shucks, I just thought that...
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. Where are you going?
Over to Willie Toops' house to play.
Oh, you are, eh?
Mm-hmm.
What you going to play, ring around the rosy and drop the handkerchief and stuff?
No, those are baby games, I bet you.
They are?
Hmm?
So ring around the rosy and drop the handkerchief for baby games.
I think so, too.
Well, what are you going to play?
Well, I just talked to Willie on the telephone, and he said if we can get a couple of other kids, we could play some bridge.
Bridge? At your age? Sis, as the donkey says when he first seen himself in the mirror, I can't believe my ears.
Your nose is almost incredible, too, mister.
Say, you mean to... Now, look, sis, what kind of bridge you kids going to play? Auction or contract?
London.
Oh. By the way, how's your little brother?
Which one?
The one that swallowed the 8 cents last week. Did they have him x-rayed?
Well, my mama says...
I says, did they have him x-rayed?
I don't know what you mean, I bet you.
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh, no, I don't.
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh, no, Well, what is it?
Look, sis, you know what an x-ray is as well as I do.
See, do I?
Sure you do. Come on now. What's that mysterious-looking thing that sees right through you and tells you what's the matter with you?
Your wife, I bet you. Come on, mister.
Well, come on, Molly. Let's get going. The Topopoulos' restaurant is just around the corner here.
All right, but I warn you, McGee, his food is terrible.
Oh, I admit Nick ain't no Oscar of the Waldorf.
He certainly isn't. Even these short orders are long shot. But I'm not complaining, dearie. I still think you were sweet to ask me out to lunch. Now, I won't mind doing the dishes when we get home.
Oh, I'll do the dishes.
Oh, no, I'll do the dishes. It's no job for a man.
Oh, let me do them.
No.
Okay, you promise?
Certainly. Oh, look, there's Mr. Wilcox coming out of the restaurant. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, hello, folks. Where are you going?
I'm taking Molly into Nick's for lunch, Harlow. You know, this is Make a Pal of Your Wife week.
Yes, I know.
Are you celebrating it too, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, not particularly.
What?
Well, why should I? To me, every week is Make a Pal of Your Wife Week. That's my job.
Uh-oh. Folks, if I ain't mistaken, you're about to hear the first floor show ever put on in front of a restaurant.
Well, you know what I mean. Any guy who sells a no-rubbing, no-buffing preparation like Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to the housewife is giving her something better than flowers or candy or diamonds. He's giving her more leisure, more pride in her home, and a lot easier job of housework.
Hey, Harlow.
What?
I don't mean to change the subject.
As if you could.
But do you always eat here at DePoplis' restaurant?
Sure. I sell him so much Johnson's wax and glow coat, I know he's got the cleanest place in town.
Is that so?
Go take a look at his kitchen sometime. You could eat off the floor.
It seems to be a pretty busy place.
I'll say it is. I couldn't even find a place to sit down in there. I ate in the kitchen.
No, they set a table for you out in the kitchen?
No, I ate off the floor. See what I mean? Well, so long, folks.
S.C. Johnson and Son sure own a controlling interest in that guy. Well, come on in, Molly.
Lead on, me pal of the week.
Good day, sir, and madam. The name, please.
What you mean, the name?
Beg pardon, sir, but we're very busy today. Did you call up and reserve a couple of stools?
Well, heavenly day.
A maitre d' hash joint. First thing we know, Nick will start hiring redcaps to carry the tea bags.
Just give us a stool or a booth anywhere, Mr. Headwaiter. We're not fussy.
Sorry, madam. It's impossible at the moment. We're extremely busy. However, if you'd care to wait a few moments in the cocktail lounge.
What cocktail lounge?
Right next door, sir. Of course, it isn't quite finished, but it's very amusing to watch the steam shovels.
Stop shooting a malarkey to us, Sharky, and call Mr. DePoplis. We're friends of his.
There he is, over there by booth number 5.
Sorry, sir. Mr. DePoplis can't leave those patrons for the moment.
Why not?
Their table wobbles a bit, and he's keeping his toe under it. They're leaving. Mr. DePoplis.
Yes, what is being... Oh, hello there, Cupid. Hello, Fisher.
Hi, Nick.
Welcome to my restaurant, sir. I didn't any more expect to see you in here today than I can shake a stick at.
Well, you seem to be doing quite a business, Mr. DePoplis.
Oh, yes. Tuesday is as busy with the DePoplis restaurants as it is with you, Fisher, and for the same reason. Baked clams. But I'm glad you're patronising my places instead of that one across the street.
What's the matter with the place across the street, Nick? Food no good?
Oh, the food is being ugly duckly, Fisher. But the service.
Oh.
The service is being as slow as molasses puss in January.
Oh, is it really?
Yes, I can't stand it much longer. Every time I send over there for my lunch, it is taking them half an hour to bring it across the street. If I don't look out, they're liable to lose a good customer.
Well, look, Nick, I brung Molly in here on account of it's being Make a Pal of Your Wife week. Can't you give us a booth right away?
Why, Fisher, for a good friend of mine like you, I certainly don't think I can right away. But the very first one that is being available, somebody else will probably get that first, too.
Well, how about the one you just left, Mr. DePoplis?
Oh, sure. Why don't you sit there? Head waiter!
Yes, Mr. DePoplis.
Give these people booths numbers 5, so they have a good view of the entertainment. If we only had some. I hope you're enjoying your lunch, Cupid and Fisher, in spite of the food.
Well, thanks, Nick.
Step right this way, sir.
Yes, sir.
Allow me, madam.
Allow you what?
Why, allow me to hold your chair for you.
So you can pull it out from under me when I sit down. Oh, no, you don't. Get away from there.
Yes, madam. I'll send a waitress right over. Hey, Blondie, shag a setup for number 5.
Look at this silverware, McGee. 4 forks and no knife or spoon.
Oh, that's class, Molly. Them are your salad fork, entree fork, cocktail fork, and pie fork.
Well, they're all alike.
What's the difference? Everything in here tastes alike. Oh, here's the waitress. Hi, sis. What's good today?
Oh, hello, folks. Haven't seen you for a long time. We have pot roast, lamb stew, weenies, and sauerkraut. That's a good-looking fur coat you have on, Mrs. McGee. Pork shanks, corned beef, and cabbage, only it's all gone. Spanish omelet and veal loaf. What on earth do you suppose Sumner Wells is cooking up over there in Europe?
Hot roast.
Same here.
I didn't know you was working here, Mrs. Wearybottom. How do you like being a croquette croupier?
Well, cut it out now. Well, frankly, Mr. McGee, I don't think I'll be here very long. The chef is one of those fresh guys. Every time I put in an order, he sticks his head out of that little window and winks at me. 2 orders of pot roast. And if he does it just once more, I'm going to drop whatever I'm doing and quit. And there he goes. He just did it again. And I quit.
Nellie was a lady, last night she died. Oh, Miss Hannah refuses to see me, but there's always Dinah, sweet old Dinah. I'm going to make her my bride. Whoa, whoa, Dinah, is there anyone finer in the state of Carolina? If there is a New North, you know, then bring her up shore to me. Dinah, Dinah Lee with the 60 eyes blazing. How I love to sit and gaze into the eyes of Dinah Lee. Every night, my little stuck shades of fright, because my dynamite going to change your mind about me. Now don't you ever go and change your mind about me, Dinah Lee, sweet Dinah. If you wandered off to faraway China, I would hop a steaming ocean going liner, woo, just to be with Dinah Lee.
Ain't you coming out tonight? All the mockingbirds I'm singing, and the moon and the shining light. We'll go down to the cornfield and we'll talk to the evening breeze. Hey, put on your Sunday good evening clothes and come along, please. Oh, Dinah Lee, dark baby Dinah. If you went to China, Dinah, if you went to China, I would hop a liner on the way to China just to find my Dinah Lee. Oh, Dinah, 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 oh, Miss Lee.
Thank you, King's men. That was great. How's the pot roast, Molly?
Oh, it's not bad, dearie. I think I could stand any kind of food as long as I didn't have to wash the dishes afterward. It's so nice to get out once in a while.
Partial dependence, cigarette tax, 18 cents a day, 365 times 18 cents. Reasonable depreciation on real estate.
Oh, look, McGee, there's Mr. Gildersleeve sitting over there.
Where? Oh, yeah. He's figuring his income tax on the tablecloth. Hey, Gildersleeve.
Oh, my goodness, look what I did.
Oh, sorry we startled you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Did you spill something on you?
Hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, McGee. No, but I just spilled ketchup all over my deductions. Oh, well, I was in the red anyway.
You eat here all the time, Gildy?
Oh, yes, indeed, McGee. I come here because they have pies just like my mother used to make. Oh, poor mother. She certainly baked terrible pies. In fact, she still does.
Well, then why don't you eat your pie over at her house?
I can't. She sells them all to Nick.
Well, thanks for the warning, Gildersleeve. Anything I hate, it's bum pastry.
Now, look here, McGee. You can't talk like that about my mother's cooking.
Well, all I said is what you says yourself.
Copycat?
I ain't either a copycat.
You are, too.
Oh, now stop it.
Well, knock that bowl of soup off my shoulder.
Stop it now. Finish your lunch, McGee. And do you eat in here all the time, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, no. Just at mealtime. Am I hot tonight?
Don't be so fresh, Rocky. She was asking if you was a regular patron here.
Well, up to now I have been, McGee. But by George, I'm getting pretty tired of their stinginess.
Stinginess, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes. They only serve 2 slices of bread. Imagine that. 2 slices. I like bread. And 2 slices isn't enough. I've complained and complained, and they won't do a thing about it.
Pardon me, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mr. Populus has heard about your trouble with the bread, so he sent you this.
Oh, look at that, Molly. A whole loaf of bread, cut in two.
That's just what I've been talking about. Look at it. You see what I mean? 2 slices again. Where's that Populus? Let me talk to that field fella.
Well, McGee, I still wish we'd have gone to the Giltmore Grill. I imagine that's where Billy Mills took Mrs. Uppington. She's so uppity about everything. Why, she wouldn't think.
Hey, Molly, listen.
Oh, William, this is such fun, really. Isn't it just too quaint eating in a place with paper napkins? Just like a picnic.
Sure is, Bubbles. This joint gets more like a picnic grove every day. Even its finish tastes like poison ivy.
But, Maestro, I liked it so much better than that little place you took me to last night. You know, the place built like a railroad car.
Oh, you mean Donovan's Diner? Say, that guy slaps together the best corned beef hash in town, Snooky.
Oh, really? I wasn't criticizing the food, my dear. Only I forgot I was not on a real railroad train, and when I opened the door to go back to the club car, I fell right into a garbage can. Oh,
You hear that, McGee? And her telling us about what an exclusive place they were going to have lunch.
Oh, well, I guess she found out it's hard to tie a feed bag on over a high hat. You want any dessert, Molly?
Oh, no, thank you, McGee. I'm finished.
Me too. Hey, waiter, give me the treasurer's report.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. 2 lunches at 65 cents, $1.30. Cover charge, 10 cents each, $1.50.
Okay, Bud, Uh-oh.
What's the matter, McGee?
I left my money home on the dresser. Let me take a couple of bucks, Molly.
I haven't a dime with me, dearie.
Oh. Now, give me the check, Bud. I'll sign it.
Sorry, sir. Against the rules.
Huh?
You'll have to get it okayed by Mr. Populus.
Huh? Oh, okay. Excuse me, Molly. I'll be right back. Hey, Nick. You know what I done? I left the house without any money. Recipe for a pork pie, Chef. First, you cut the pork into cubes, see? About 1 inch square. Then you rub your pan with garlic. Wait a minute. How are you doing, Molly?
Ah, dear. Mr. DePopoulos says we can go when I finish these 12 stacks of dishes, McGee.
Swell. Well, take your time, Molly. I'm in no hurry. What was I saying, Chef? Oh, yeah. Then you take about 2 pounds of breadcrumbs, mix
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment, which leaves me just time to remind you that in these bad weather days of March, your floors, furniture, and woodwork need the protection of genuine Johnson's wax. Floors that have been regularly Johnson waxed laugh at wet, muddy footprints. A damp cloth removes the dirt, and the rich beauty of the waxed floor remains intact. That's why we say, when you walk on wax, you save your floors. For the same reason, woodwork and furniture that is Johnson waxed is more beautiful, easier to keep clean, and guarded by the tough wax shield against scratches, dirt, and smudgy fingerprints. Have you examined recently a can or bottle of genuine Johnson's wax, either paste or liquid? You'll find listed right on the package more than 100 labor-saving uses for this famous wax polish. Read this list carefully. It will save you many hours of work throughout the year and add greatly to the beauty of your home.
Now, look, McGee. Next year, when Make a Pal of Your Wife Week comes around, leave me know so I can buy a pair of rubber gloves. The idea of making your own wife wash dishes in a public restaurant.
Now, wait a minute, Molly. That ain't fair. How did I know Nick would be so dead ready?
Well, we shouldn't have gone there in the first place.
Huh?
Any restaurant that the government forces to serve bicarbonated soda with every businessman's lunch.
Hey, wait a minute. Why does the government do that?
Well, they're trying to relieve the distress of the small merchant.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I'm Tammy Grimes. When we read mystery fiction, often as not, the author has given his detective protagonist such humor, cleverness, even foibles, that we believe the man or woman existed. You'd go a long way to meet a Nero Wolfe, a Charlie Chan, a Hercule Poirot, or a Bertha Cool. Forgive me, all you super sleuths not mentioned. Our story today happened to a neophyte detective who also happened to be one of the best fiction writers of his time. Mystery Theater takes great pleasure to introduce to you Detective Charles Dickens, the new man at Scotland Yard.
Constance, you say you're deathly afraid of something that you fear for your life. Is it anyone you know?
Yes, it is, Mr. Dickens.
The same person who inflicted those bruises on you?
No.
Constance, why won't you tell me what this is all about?
I don't know. Everything that's happened these last few days is so horrible. I don't know whether to keep silent or what to do.
Our mystery drama, The New Man at the Yard, was based on the true history of Scotland Yard and was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Paul Hecht. I shall return shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've waited all spring for just the right weather to paint your house. Well, now that it's here, True Value hardware stores have just the right prices on quality True Test paints. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you can get True Test Weatherall flat exterior latex for just $11.98 a gallon. And Woodsman semi-transparent oil stain and wood preservative is now just $10.98 a gallon during National True Test Spring Paint Week until June 6th, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, where you'll find values in every department.
Weekdays on CBS television. Watch your favorite daytime dramas. Follow the continuing story of people locked in a struggle of passion, right and wrong, coming face to face with themselves and their desires on The Young and the Restless. Then, it's drama you'll never forget as intrigue, triumph, and tragedy take center stage on As the World Turns. Don't miss The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns, weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
I'm Beverly Sills. You know, just living has taught me to appreciate the value of every baby's life and its potential talent. There have been many writers, painters, and musicians who have shown us all what the struggle over handicaps is like. I've seen similar triumphs through the March of Dimes. As National Chairman for the Mother's March on Birth Defects, I ask you to volunteer for the Mother's March this year. The March of Dimes saves babies. You can help. Please.
This is Gene King for your Better Business Bureau. If you receive merchandise in the mail that you didn't order, then you can keep it and consider it as a free gift. Under the law, you don't have to pay for it, and it's illegal for the company to bill you. Only clearly marked free samples and merchandise mailed by charitable groups asking for a contribution can be mailed to you in the first place without your prior consent. And even in these cases, you can consider the merchandise as a gift. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Murder, as Shakespeare tells us, though it have no tongue, will speak. And indeed, such was the case ultimately solved by the new man at the yard, Charles Dickens. He became a rookie detective. His assigned partner, Inspector Thomas Witcher. The trail begins in a farmhouse in Somersetshire in June of 1860. It's early morning. Constance Kent and her stepbrother Francis are rising, but hardly shining.
How many times have I told you that's not the way to shake down ashes in a stove? You take the handle and give it a violent rattle. You'll never get any ashes out that way.
Francis, if you don't like it, you know what you can do.
Don't you dare talk to me like that.
I'll talk to you any way I like. I've as much right here as you.
Francis, Constance, can't you two start one morning off without squabbling? Every morning we have the same bickering and backbiting. One would think you were children, not two adults 20 years old.
I'm sorry, Father.
I'm sorry, Father. Oh, I wish you and your father had never come into our lives.
That is one thing we agree on. He should never have married a farm woman with an uncouth son like you. You are certainly the last person I'd have chosen for a brother.
And you're the last creature on earth I'd want for a stepsister. You people from London have no idea about farm life.
Why don't you sing another tune? Every morning it's the same. Oh, I wish I didn't have to do the farm duties with such an unpleasant, nasty boy.
Boy! Get out of my way, creature!
I will move when I choose to move.
Stand away from that door, or I'll take a hand to you.
You do that, Francis, and you'll get this broom right across your face.
You'll soon see about that. This is my farm, my home. I was born here. My mother and father and their parents before them owned this farm. It was a sad day when my father died, but a still sadder one when my mother married your father. You hellcat! Hit me with that broom, will you?
You come one step closer. I'll run these scissors right through you. You say one more bad thing about my father, you just see if I don't.
Come along, Sally. Come along, Neil. Into the barn with you. Francis. Constance. Where are you? Why weren't the cows brought in from pasture this evening? Constance. Lord in heaven. What happened to your face?
I'm all right, Father.
Well, I've been worried about you all day. You didn't come back to the house. You didn't make breakfast. Look at you. What happened? Where's Francis?
I don't know.
Well, how can you not know? Didn't you go out to the barn together this morning?
Father, please, help me.
Where is he?
I don't know. I milked both cows, put the pails in the dairy, let the cows into the pasture. I'm sorry.
Constance, you're bleeding, girl. Here, let me help you to the door. Let me look.
The London-based Kellogg Company is threatening to build a new...
Your arms are a mass of bruises. Child, what did you do? Did you fall down from the hayloft up there?
I'm all right now, Father.
I want to know what happened to you.
I fell. Yes, I fell. I must have hit my head. I feel so woozy.
Constance, where have you been all day?
Please, Father. I don't know what happened.
Well, hold on to me, child. Now I can see your cheeks are cut. Your left eye is closed. I don't know what I'm going to tell Agatha.
You can tell her. I made a mistake I won't ever make again.
It was about then that I entered the case. Charles Dickens. You know my trade. Written Tale of Two Cities. Finished it last year. I was doing my usual research for a new book, Great Expectations, when I had a visitor. Friend of mine, Inspector Witcher, that's Wicher, dropped by my flat at Great Dunstan Street and told me he could use me down at the yard. Scotland Yard, me, a policeman. I only write about them. No, said Tommy Witcher, I could use you as a detective. Come on down, and I'll explain.
It's entirely a question of analysis of motives, Charles. Would the suspect have robbed or killed? Is it in his or her character to do such?
Tommy, you're talking about real criminals, robbers and murderers. I only deal in fictional inventions.
And what makes them sound so authentic? Your ears, your eyes, your observation. I've persuaded the chief. We need new brains at the yard.
Tommy, I'm in the middle of a lot of work. I'm not sure I can spare the time.
I am convinced you could bring a fresh mind, a new look at the old problems because of the way you think. Charles, will you give the yard a few weeks, a month?
Well,
say just one case as a favor to me.
Well, as a matter of fact, I do like the idea. Visiting the scene of the crime and all that. You know, back when I started, when I was a law reporter, I always envied the men the excitement of dealing directly with crime.
Is it a yes, then?
A qualified yes. What do I do?
Well, there's an interesting case that's been puzzling us. And even though it's in Somersetshire, out of our jurisdiction, the chief said to get cracking.
Somersetshire? You're pulling my leg. That's where my house is, when I'm out of London.
Oh, well, the coroner cannot decide whether the victim committed suicide or was murdered.
Murder? Suicide? Up there? I know every soul in the area. It's the quietest, most out-of-the-way spot in England.
It's not a coincidence. I knew you had a house there. What intrigues me, Charles, the victim might even be someone you know. A young man named Francis Kent. He was found strung up in a barn, his head bashed in.
Francis, that's John Kent's stepson, Agatha's boy. I know them.
I believe it is.
Yes, Francis' father died last year. Cholera, terrible thing. Then Agatha, his mother, remarried a man from London, John Kent. Yes, he thought he'd like to try country life. I don't know him very well. Has a daughter, Constance. Very pretty girl, strong, spirited. Think she was brought up in Africa. Yes, there's also a farmhand who's always worked that farm and lives nearby. What is his name?
That's it. That's your first assignment. Go there, make a preliminary survey, talk to people, and report to me what you find.
Right, how I'll do it. Try my hand.
The farmhand's name is Oliver Wattle.
Wattle, that's it, yes. About 50, works all the neighborhood farms.
Yes.
Devil take it. I'm just beginning to realize the enormity of this thing. Agatha must be broken-hearted. Frances was all she had left.
Well, the farmhand Wattle, according to the report from the local constable, has disappeared.
Oliver disappeared?
Vanished.
Ah.
That's something for you to look into.
Yeah, so I'm to examine the terrain.
Particularly the barn. The yard never takes anyone else's reports.
Talk to everyone
Anyone
connected with the tragedy.
Stay up there as long as you have to. I'll be here at the yard.
Yes. I wish it were not a family I knew so well.
It should make it easier for you. They'll be candid, perhaps even truthful. We'll be looking for your report.
Oh, Tommy, I'm flattered you feel I'm equal to the task.
Oh, more than equal. Your eye on crime has great value because, as your own Mr. Pickwick once said, you are an observer of human nature.
As I said, that was the beginning. Once in Somersetshire, I walked over to Agatha and John Kent's farm. It was the most normal thing in the world for a neighbor to come by to pay respects and offer condolences.
Mr. Dickens, we're grateful.
John, my sorrows go with you.
I appreciate the gesture no end, Mr. Dickens.
Oh, now, if I call you John, you must call me Charles. I've known Agatha for years. How is she?
Badly shaken.
Yes. I would have thought Agatha's boy hadn't an enemy in the world.
He was a very likable young man. His mother is inconsolable. Have you given up London, and are you coming back here to live?
Well, John, I'll be frank with you. Scotland Yard has some doubts about this case, and, they've asked me to look into it.
Oh, I didn't know you were also with the police.
No, only briefly, and only recently. It's by way of an experiment. I have an old friend at the Yard, and he thinks I might be useful. John, tell me, is it true Oliver Wattle has disappeared?
Hasn't been seen since the day of that horrible accident.
You're positive?
Certainly.
John, a moment ago you called it that horrible accident. Now, I'm not questioning it was horrible, but, an accident?
Francis, I was told, mind you, I wasn't here. Francis was found hanging from one of the crossbeams in the barn. I cannot bring myself to believe he hanged himself, and I don't see how anyone else could have strung him up on a rope against his will. Hanging is not the kind of murder one can accomplish if the victim objects. That's why I hold, and Agatha does too, it must have been an accident.
Charles Dickens is getting his first taste of investigative procedure, and he doesn't seem to be doing too badly. Murder or suicide in the 1860s was not an easy case to crack. Scotland Yard had to depend more on intuition than science or forensic medicine. Was this death intentional, or was it, as Dickens himself had written in David Copperfield, one of those accidents which will occur in the best regulated families? I shall return shortly with Act Two.
Working hard, you keep on trying. Wanna break, there's no denying. Get the tape that's satisfying. That's the house in you. Get that
A taste of feeling like no other coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's a season people sharing, helping others, time for sharing. Everyone's warming up with the taste of Maxwell House. People that you come to count on, friendships that are true. Spend some time with friends and loved ones. Maxwell House and you get that good to the last drop feeling with Maxwell House. Only Maxwell House keeps you good to the last drop feeling. Maxwell House.
Share the feelings of the season with the warmth of the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Get that good to the last drop feeling. Maxwell House.
Charles Dickens, novelist, has embarked upon a new career, temporarily, we assure you. He is attached to Scotland Yard and partnered with the best-known detective of his day, Inspector Tommy Whicher, assigned to a mysterious case, murder or suicide. Dickens visits the place where the young man died and talks to his stepfather, John Kent.
Are you saying you were not in this house when Frances was found, John?
No. I'd taken Agatha to her doctor in Ashburn. She's not been well for a few months, hasn't been able to shake whatever it is, mystifying. Anyway, when we returned, the poor boy's body had already been discovered in the barn and cut down and taken off to the coroner.
Well, who did find him?
My daughter, Constance.
Oh, dear, that must have been a shock. I remember her well. How is she?
Bearing up. But it's been a strain.
Yes, I can imagine.
And not only walking into the barn, and there he was, but the police questions and the coroner's questions afterwards.
Well, would you tell her I was asking after her?
You can tell me yourself, Mr. Dickens.
Oh, my dear young lady. What a frightful occasion has brought us together again.
Constance, you said you didn't feel well enough to get up today, and here you are.
I heard Mr. Dickens' voice, and I wouldn't miss an occasion to talk to him for anything.
John, do you mind if I stroll about the farm?
Well, go anywhere you like.
Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Dickens, may I walk with you?
Are you sure you're up to it, dear?
Oh, yes. Fresh air might benefit the child.
Oh, it will?
Yes, don't worry, John. I shall have her back here at the house very shortly.
Mr. Dickens, you cannot know how glad I am to see you. I fear for my life on this farm.
You are exaggerating, aren't you, my dear? Just a bit.
Look at me. You were kind and gentlemanly enough not to ask what these bruises are on my face, these bandages on my arms.
Well, it wouldn't occur to me to intrude.
I have to tell someone. I haven't told the police.
Why? Why on earth not?
It would make everything so much more complicated.
Constance, you say you're deathly afraid. Is it someone you know?
Yes.
The same person who inflicted those marks on you?
No.
Do you mind if I step inside the barn and have a look around?
No, go ahead. But do you...
No, of course, I understand. Indelicate of me. It was you who found Frances in there. You avoid the place, I'm sure.
I tried to. But I had to show the Somerset police. You understand? Where? will go into the barn with you, if you like.
Here. Let me help you with that big door.
Oh, you don't have to. Many's the morning when I've been the first one here. Milked the cows, opened the barn door, led them out, and closed the barn door. I've become very strong for a city girl.
You did all the farm work alone?
Oh, no. We shared it. Oliver and Francis did the heavy work and the planting. But I fed the pigs, chickens, milked, cleaned the house, put on the porridge at night, and made tea and bread, made all the meals.
And your stepmother, Agatha?
She's been ailing since winter.
Yes.
Oliver, he showed me everything. He was nice. I'm sorry he's gone.
You've no idea where?
Oh, I haven't.
You're telling me that you and Francis did not get along.
Francis thought everything I did was wrong.
Unfortunate living under the same roof.
I didn't like Francis. He hated me.
Jealousy?
In a way. He hated that his mother married my father so soon after his own father's death. And he took his hate out on me. Oh, Mr. Dickens, you don't have to pretend any longer that you don't notice these black and blue marks on my face and arms. They're also, well, across my back. Oh, he hit me with a rope. No, I can't say I mourned a great deal when he was dead.
Constance, is this where they found Francis? That rope cut off up there?
This is where he was?
Yes, now look, I don't think I'm quite clear on this. I thought that he'd been done in by some unknown person, but he hanged himself?
When I saw him hanging up there, I climbed onto the loft and cut him down.
And you think it was Oliver? I mean, that's why he ran away?
No, I don't. Oh, not that he had much use for Francis. He knew him for a long time. Keep away from that bully, he'd tell me.
Do you think he disliked him enough to kill him?
Mr. Dickens, do you mind if we leave the barn now? I can't even do the milking in the morning anymore. It makes me ill just to be here.
So it's your view, Charles, the finger does not point directly at any one person?
No, Tommy. No, not yet, anyway. I told you about the young man's treatment of the girl, so it is possible that someone, let's say a friend, knew of this and strung him up. But how it was done, no, I wouldn't venture to say. I questioned everyone I could find who knew Francis, except Agatha, his mother.
Well, we'll have to do that.
But she was too wrought up to talk, even though I've known her for years. No, Tommy, my suspicions this far rest upon Oliver Wattle.
I agree. He certainly had a hand in it. So you rule out accidental death?
Not possible.
Then why doesn't their coroner make a determination?
Well, I'm going back Monday. I'll have a talk with him. He's been ill. Now, are you allowing me to continue on this case alone?
You're making progress. The department will be satisfied. Why do you ask?
Well, from my point of view, I'd feel more valuable if I could be 2 steps behind an expert, rather than falling over my own feet.
Well, good enough. My desk can be cleared. We'll tackle this one together. Monday, the Somersetshire coroner. You are the coroner, Mr. Bradfield, am I correct?
Correct, Inspector.
Mr. Bradfield, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to my associate at Scotland Yard, Mr. Charles Dickens.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Bradfield?
Inspector, I didn't quite catch your name.
Witcher. I'm sure you're surprised the Yard is employing a man of Mr. Dickens' reputation.
I understand you used to live around here, Mr. Dickens.
Yeah, I still do. I have a house on Cricket Lane.
Coroner, we came out from London to find out your verdict. Murder or suicide?
No question. Suicide.
Oh? What evidence do you have?
Well, not as much as I'd like. The constable said there was something about ropes that had been cut down to get the body down, but I went by the marks on the neck and evidence by the young lady who found him hanging.
What evidence was that?
Well, she said she found the body of Francis Kent,
Let me consult my notes. Yes. I climbed up to the hayloft and took a knife and cut the rope. And then he fell to the ground, and I tried to revive him, but he was dead, and I couldn't.
May I see your report? Thank you. What is this? About one ankle broken?
Well, it was indeed one ankle. So I concluded that when the body was released for the young lady cutting the rope, it fell straight down, feet first, upon the barn floor, with sufficient force to break that one ankle bone. Well, sir, I've also made note of several contusions about the back of the head.
Caused by the rope?
Well, I can't be sure. The loose end had disappeared. But there are contusions behind the cranial cavity. Again, I concluded the head must have encountered a rafter, hence the abrasions, etc.
Have you performed an autopsy?
Well, I thought about it and suggested it in passing to Agatha. Well, she wouldn't permit it.
You are recommending a verdict of suicide?
Oh, no question.
Now, Coroner, we're not asking you to change your opinion, which is, after all, based on your medical expertise, but couldn't you perhaps delay convening the jury until Inspector Witcher and I have done a bit more investigating?
There may be conflicting aspects.
Any I should know about?
Oliver Wattle, for one. A possible suspect.
Yes, and neither of us have talked to Agatha. She may shed some light.
The entire Kent family may know more than they have reported so far. Certainly, Oliver Wattle should be found and questioned.
Oh, you both you gentlemen, suspect it may not be suicide at all, but murder.
Coroner Bradfield, how can we close our eyes to the remotest possibility?
Inspector Charles, I've prevailed upon Agatha to join us. I hope you'll be careful in what you say.
Have no worries. Since Charles here is a friend of long standing, I shall let him do most of the talking.
Good. Well, I'll go and fetch her.
It occurs to me, Charles, wouldn't it be better if you saw Mrs. Kent alone?
Yes, it might, Tommy. An inspector from Scotland Yard does have an ominous ring.
And you know her, have known her. She's bound to speak more freely alone with you.
Yes, all right, I'll do my best.
When John Kent brings her in, I shall leave with him. We'll be outside somewhere.
Gentlemen, I hope you won't detain my wife very long. Agatha, this is Inspector Witcher.
How do you do?
And, of course, you know Charles Dickens.
Oh, Charles, I'm so glad you're here.
Thank you.
Mr. Kent, I suggest you and I retire and leave these good friends alone.
Thank you, Inspector. You're right. Charles is the only person in the world I could bear to talk to right now. I had such great expectations for my Francis. And now...
Yes, Agatha, I should be frank with you. None of us believe for a moment that Francis took his own life.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear you say that.
Someone must have had a hand in it, and we have every intention of finding that someone. Who he is, we still don't know. We haven't a shred of evidence. But there is one person, Agatha, whose actions and motives we cannot account for, and that is Oliver Wattle.
Oh, poor Oliver. The poor dear.
Now, why do you say that?
Because he came to me and asked me to hide him.
And did you?
Oh, naturally.
Now, Agatha, I know you are a warm-hearted person and that Oliver has worked this farm even before I came to live in Somersetshire. Now, that was years ago. But hiding a man in a situation like this, to me, it's extraordinary you do that much for someone who, at best, is only a fine farmhand.
Oliver is more than that, dear Charles. He is my own brother.
Oliver Wattle?
So, of course, when he begged me to hide him, I did. A strange development here in Somersetshire, and still stranger characters. One man dead, another disappeared, a widower married to a widow, a frightened daughter, a Scotland Yard inspector, and finally, the greatest writer of the age, turned sleuth, Charles Dickens. The conclusion when I join you shortly with Act 3.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down. White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Your Detroit area Cadillac dealers are issuing an invitation. An invitation not just for Cadillac owners, but for owners of Chevrolets, Pontiacs, Oldsmobiles, and Buicks as well. It's an invitation to take advantage of Cadillac service on any General Motors car. Cadillac service. Its attention to detail. It's a degree of respect that you as a customer may never have encountered before. Cadillac service is as close as your nearest Detroit area Cadillac dealer, and it's available for all GM cars. You'll find that your Cadillac dealer service department is no more expensive than service at an ordinary service facility. Accept this invitation. Find out what it's like to be treated like a Cadillac owner, even if you drive something else. You'll find our service is like our cars.
Dickens himself, although a master reader of minds and reporter of the social scene, still was aware one can never know too much about the mainspring that drives people to action. In detective terms, the motive. So he has agreed to become an operative of Scotland Yard. But now, it is not as an investigator, but as a family friend that he talks with Agatha Kent about the untimely death of her son.
Agatha, when did you last see your brother and Oliver?
The day they found Francis.
That very day?
Everyone had gone into town with the constable. I couldn't go. I couldn't bring myself to go.
You were, in fact, here.
Right where I am sitting now, in this chair.
You didn't go with John to Ashbourne to the doctor that day?
Oh, my doctor don't live in Ashbourne, and I haven't seen him since Easter.
Uh-huh. Well, what happened?
The house was empty. There was a rapping on the window. It was Oliver.
You got up and let him in?
We stood there and held one another and wept. And then Oliver said there was someone behind it all, and he was afraid, deathly afraid.
That he might be the next to die?
Yes.
But why?
Because he had seen it happen, and he was sure they had seen him.
They?
He wasn't very clear if it was one or more. He kept saying, Agatha, save me, save me. So that's all I thought about. Is that so strange?
No, not at all. Your poor boy was dead. Nothing more could be done for him.
So I told Oliver to leave that very moment for Bristol. The family house still stands, 200 years old. No one lives there. It's tiny. It overlooks the ocean.
That's where he's been hiding.
Oh, I hope so.
I wonder why John never told me, or the inspector, about your family house in Bristol.
Because I never told him. Oh, I wasn't keeping it a secret exactly. We've only been married a year. Somehow I never got around to it.
When I think of all the years I've known you, Agatha, and you never told me either, or about Oliver.
Forgive me. He never wanted anyone to know, and so I kept his secret for him.
Yes, well, you're making this very difficult for me. You know, I'm not your old friend, the writer now. I'm an operative of the yard. How can I keep this information from them?
Because, Charles, you are my friend, and I ask you to.
Yes. Well, we must find him and ask him what he knows about Francis's death. Now that I know he's in Bristol, you might as well tell us exactly where. If he's done nothing wrong, then what does he have to fear? We'll protect him.
You're right. Let me send him a letter and tell him to come back immediately.
Yes, well, now I'm tiring you, Agatha. I'm sure I'll go. Now, you send that letter today, and we'll talk again. I've opened my house on Cricket Lane so that Inspector Witcher and I both have a place to stay until this case is solved.
This is a nice little cottage you have here, Charles. Well, now, your opinion. Francis Kent, a suicide?
Oh, unlikely, Inspector.
I agree. Improbable. Suspects? Oliver Wattle, yes?
Yes.
John Kent himself, yes?
Well, I don't see a motive, but I can't rule him out. He lied about going to Ashbourne with Agatha. No such thing occurred.
Constance Kent.
And I'm afraid I can't rule her out either.
Easier to rule her in.
Yes.
Visible evidence of the young man's cruelty to her. She alone found him dead. Cut him down, and either carelessness or intent so disfigured the corpse we don't know exactly how he died.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but I would say she was on hand when the noose end of the rope disappeared. Why did it?
Unfortunately for her, but there it is. Have to go forward tomorrow morning.
Forward? To do what?
You and I will be at the Kent's house early in the morning to arrest Miss Constance on suspicion of murder. Francis Kent could have died at her hand, coshed from behind as he stood on the loft, pushed off to the ground, explaining the broken leg. Then all she had to do was sling a rope across the rafters and cut it off, making it appear she had cut him down. He never hanged from the neck, and the coroner himself couldn't prove it.
Yes, well, it's all possible the way you analyze it, but it's hard to believe. I mean, suppose, Tommy, Oliver Wattle were located or came back. I believe he knew something or saw something.
I agree. And what I have just told you is what I think he saw.
Now, look, Tommy, you inveigled me to assist you because you said you valued my character judgment, and I tell you categorically that Constance Kent had nothing to do with the death of her stepbrother, that she was not implicated, that her connection with the boy's death was pure coincidence.
I do value your instincts, Charles, but to rely upon that in the face of hard evidence is a mistake. A woman is just as capable of revenge and murder as anyone else.
Constance, is that you?
Yes, Father?
Oh, what are you doing sitting down here in the dark at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I couldn't sleep.
What's being down here looking into the fire? That's not going to help.
I like it here.
I might as well stir it up then. It'll go out at this rate.
Father, don't. Put the poker down, please.
What in heaven's name is the matter? Why are you backing away from me?
Don't stir the fire. Put the poker down, will you? Please, put it down.
2 in the morning. Such goings on.
Oh, please.
All right. I don't understand you. Constance?
Yes?
Walk over here. Come back to the fire.
You won't pick up the poker again?
Are you afraid of me? Your own father?
Well, it's late. I'd like to just sit here alone. I'm all right.
You're not answering me.
I don't want to talk about it now.
You know I would never do anything to hurt you in the slightest way. You must know that.
Yes, Father.
All right, so long as you know that. When your mother was ill, that final illness when we came back from Africa, I swore to her I would never let anyone hurt you in any way. I kept that promise. You know that. Didn't I? All right. You don't want to talk about it now, but we both know what I'm talking about. Good night, child.
Who's there? Who's at the window? Oliver, what are you doing out there? It's 4 in the morning.
I'm climbing into the house.
Everyone asleep? You still have a nice fire going. Let me get to it and warm myself.
Oliver, why are you here?
Why that tone of voice, Constance? I'm your friend. I always was.
I'm afraid of you, Oliver.
No, you're not. You're afraid of what I know and what I saw. But I went away, didn't I? So that no one could ask me questions.
Is that why you went away?
Where did you learn how to do it, huh? How could a young, pure girl like you do such a thing? It was like trapping a wild animal. Yeah, but then I remembered my sister telling me where you and your father came from.
Your sister?
Yeah, I don't mind if anyone knows now. Agatha. Yes, it was Africa, wasn't it, where you lived before you came to London? She told me Africa. That's where they do those things, isn't it?
What did you come here for? What are you going to do?
Nothing. But I wanted you to know. I saw what happened. I don't blame you. Francis was wicked. And I was right there in the barn that night. I saw him step on the trap. Isn't that what they call it in Africa, where they catch tigers by the legs? I saw him swung off his feet, his head bouncing like a cockle shell off the beam. And that was it. There he hung from his foot like a dead animal. And then you came in. But the job was done. You had a lantern. You cut him down. And you took the rope from his foot. He's probably still somewhere under the hay.
Why did you come back? Are you going to tell the police what you saw?
I haven't made up my mind. I was the boy's uncle. His mother never knew the sort he was, but I did. As a child, he would crush insects, frogs, anything smaller than he was. Well, good night, Constance. I'll leave the way I came. You have nothing to say?
I can't say anything, Oliver.
Nothing. Not one word. I'm guilty. I'm innocent.
I could never tell anyone what I know. Father, are you awake? Father, wake up.
What? Constance, why are you standing by my bed with the lamp? What is it? What's the matter?
Oliver is back.
Oliver?
Father, he saw it happen. He saw the whole thing. He knows.
He knows what?
He saw the way Francis was killed. He was in the barn. He saw me come in and cut him down and hide the noose for the foot. He knows about Africa, that it was a tiger trap. Oh, he's read it or guessed it. Only he thinks it was all my idea, that I set the trap.
Where is Oliver now?
I suppose he went home.
Well, I've got to get dressed. I've got to go over there right now before it's morning. When did he leave here?
Father, don't. No, not another death on your soul.
You don't understand. That boy didn't deserve to live. I did it for you.
I didn't want him dead.
When I saw what he did to your face, your eyes, what he did to your back, I couldn't stop myself. It had to be. He didn't deserve any better than a beast in the jungle, a wicked bully. There was no other way. You understand that now, don't you? Constance, come back here. Do you hear me? Constance!
All right, I'm coming.
Constance, what are you doing here so early in the morning?
Oh, Mr. Pickens, you've got to come quickly. The inspector, too.
What is it, child?
He's going to kill Oliver. We must stop him. It's my father. He doesn't know know what he's doing. He thought he was protecting me. Oh, please come. Inspector Witcher, please come down.
The inspector's not here.
Don't you understand? My father's gone off his head. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Constance, please. I want you to calm yourself right now, this instant. Now, your father is all right. He can't do any harm to anybody.
I don't understand.
Constance, do you remember about 4 o'clock this morning when Oliver went into your window? Your stepmother Agatha got word to him and made him come back. While he was talking to you, I was outside that open window listening. And when Oliver left, I followed him.
Then you heard him say that I set the trap.
Yes, but I didn't believe that. Now, when I got here, I told Inspector Witcher that John Kent was on his way to stop Oliver from talking, and that there was only one reason for that.
Where is he?
By now? Oh, I expect your father is in custody.
Oh, I must go to him. He didn't mean it, any of it.
Yes, Constance, I believe you. I honestly do. But whether his deed is justifiable, we shall have to let the courts decide. You knew all along who had set the trap, didn't you?
Whatever I did, it was so nobody would find out. What else could I do? He did it for me. Oh, please, Mr. Dickens, take me to where he is. I want to help him now. All I can.
So do I, Constance. Believe me, so do I.
According to the records, John Kent pleaded guilty while of unsound mind and was remanded to St. Clair's Hospital for 5 years of treatment. John's wife, Agatha, and his daughter, Constance, stuck by him, and when he was released, John ended his days farming in Somersetshire. Charles Dickens returned to writing books, one greater than the next. I shall return in a moment.
If you've been putting money aside, you're right to be concerned about inflation eroding its buying power. That's why you ought to know about Dreyfus Liquid Assets and how it can help you earn today's high money market yield without tying up your cash for months or years. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charges, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
To honor the man and his works, Charles Dickens was the very first novelist ever to be buried in Westminster Abbey. He left us a legacy of unforgettable characters created out of his own imagining, yet as lifelike as anyone who ever lived. Certainly his brief experience with the Yard contributed to the birth of such characters as Fagin and the Artful Dodger. And for that, we shall always be grateful to that time when Dickens was the new man at Scotland Yard. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Court Benson, Evie Juster, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I would feel ashamed if you didn't take this token of your victory. A debt of honor, sir.
Okay, if you feel that strongly.
I think it's only fair that if we ever play again, however, I should have a chance to win it back. Unless, of course, certain conditions should arise.
Oh? What conditions?
Why, the conditions under which you would give it up.
Are you kidding?
I'm deadly serious. This is a city of strange happenings and unusual meetings. It may someday happen that you will come across someone who will say to you, the Muzio Gambit is a very unsound opening.
What?
If that should happen, you will hand over the trinket you won today.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tommy Grimes. inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until... Come in. Welcome. I am Tammy Grimes. There is a wolf in me, fangs pointed. There is a hog in me, a snout and a belly. There is a baboon in me, clamoring, clawed, dog-faced. Oh, I got a zoo. I got a menagerie inside my ribs, under my bony head, inside my valved red heart. I come from the wilderness. That's part of a song sung by Mr. Carl Sandburg. And he was only giving voice to what so many of us suspect, that there is more of the beast in us than most of us would care to admit.
He knows.
Who knows?
Waldo.
Who's Waldo?
You just saw Waldo yesterday. You even spoke to him.
I don't remember anybody named Waldo.
Well, you'd better. He is the loose end, and if we don't take care of him, we could go to jail for life.
Our mystery drama, Lady Macbeth at the Zoo, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haines. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If you've been waiting to buy a new appliance, your White Westinghouse dealer is now offering great values on brand new White Westinghouse 1982 models of refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, dishwashers, and ranges. And just when you need it most, White Westinghouse dealers are featuring a great spring price down event on previous year's models, floor samples, and other price down values. So buy now and clean up at the White Westinghouse Great Spring Price Down.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Countdown to Cure.
Hi, this is Henry Winkler with a message from the Leukemia Society of America. Leukemia treatment and research has advanced encouragingly during the last 10 years. We are now able to stop the progress of this disease in many cases, especially children. But more than half of all leukemia occurs in persons over 60 years of age. Each year there are 23,000 new cases. So please support the Leukemia Society's Countdown to a Cure. It's a matter of time. Thank you.
I bought this gadget by mail. The ad said it would save me a lot of gas. It did. Since I put it in, my car won't start.
They said I could make money stuffing envelopes at home. I'd like to give those envelope guys a licking.
If you shop by mail and don't get what you were promised, it could be mail fraud, and there are many different kinds, from products that don't work to worthless work-at-home schemes. If you're a victim or even suspect mail fraud, call your postal inspector. It's his job to keep the mail a nice way to shop.
The ad said I could lose 20 pounds a week painlessly. What I lost was $20, and that hurt a lot.
They said there were hundreds of dollars to be made working at home. They were right. I worked at home, and they made hundreds of dollars.
Remember, most of the time when you shop by mail, you do get what you were promised. But if you suspect mail fraud, call your local post office and ask for your postal inspector or postmaster. Don't take getting taken. A public service announcement by this station and your postal service.
In these days of skyrocketing housing costs and stratospheric rents, you might say that a couple named Waldo and Edna have it made. They pay nothing at all for room and board. They enjoy a large, airy, one-room apartment, and they even have an outside terrace. True, their home is a cage in the Bronx Zoo, but they have practically no other options. That is because Waldo and Edna are anthropoid apes. They are delightful creatures in every way, attractive, intelligent, and almost human. But it's that word, almost, that denotes the indefinable difference and spans the infinite distance between us. It is a brilliant, beautiful summer day. Waldo and Edna are relaxing in the section of their cage that is in the open air. The door is lifted, and old Tom, the keeper, comes in.
Hey, hello there, Waldo. Hello there, Edna.
Taking it easy, I see, eh? Well, why not? Here, I got a banana piece for you. You ain't supposed to get none in the afternoon. That's 'cause they went and cut the budget 50%. Oh, yes, sir, 50% all the way down the line.
What's he talking about?
I'm not sure.
I thought you understood their language.
Well, he's a little hard to follow.
Well, I shouldn't wonder. They don't speak a logical, comprehensible tongue like decent, intelligent apes. With them, it's all squeals and squeaks. I don't think they can even understand each other.
Well, you don't have to worry. Not you, Waldo, and not you, Edna. I bring you these from home. Go ahead. Go ahead. Take them. That's a good boy. That's a good girl. Oh, say, there's some folks out front. Let's show them a little something, huh? Hey, watch these folks. Come on, Waldo and Edna. Give old Tom a kiss.
What does that word kiss mean?
Just put your mouth against his cheek.
Oh, that again? Do I have to?
We both have to, Edna.
Well, these human beings are barbarians.
Now, let's get it over with. And smack your lips as you do it.
Oh, what I go through for a lousy banana?
Yeah, good. You see, folks, how affectionate Waldo and Edna are? Oh, Waldo and Edna, you got to understand something. We're in show business.
Waldo, what's he talking about?
I don't know. This is something new.
Now, well, we got lots of school kids now with vacations and all, and they think apes is always jumping up and down and swinging on trapezes and such. So we got to put on a little show for him. We got to look alive in here.
Oh, he lost me.
Just keep smiling at him.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is we got to have more productivity. You understand?
Nod your head.
I don't understand.
I'm going to bring you something real nice for supper. See you later.
All right, Edna. About every half hour or so, we'll jump up and down and wing it on the trapeze for a bit.
Why?
Because that's show business.
What show business?
Well, whatever it is that makes Tom happy, and he's a nice old geezer.
Listen, Waldo. Is it true that we're descended from Tom?
That's the theory of, what do they call it, evolution. And who told you?
Well, you know that old orangutan? The one that likes everybody to think he's an intellectual.
Well, I don't think he's got it straight. The way I heard it, we're not descended from Tom.
No?
No, Tom is descended from us.
Well, that's no improvement. It's just going downhill.
Now, wait. I don't think that's right either. It's Tom and us. We are both descended from a common ancestor.
Oh.
Yeah, long ago, his folks and our folks came to a fork in the road. Ours chose one route, his took another.
The wrong one, obviously. Oh, come on, Waldo. Why don't we split this banana and save the other one for a snack tonight? Waldo? Waldo, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at a man.
Why?
He's standing in front of the bars.
The people come here to look at us. We're not required to look at them.
Yeah, I know that. But this one seems rather interesting.
Well, I wouldn't give you a moldy, month-old banana skin to look at the most interesting human being that was ever born. Or are they hatched?
Edna, birds are hatched. Human beings are like us.
You're joking.
No, it's true.
But I never saw them.
Well, they like privacy.
Oh, well, what's privacy?
You know, this one in front of the bars, he seems quite nervous.
All of them are.
Well, what could be bothering this fella? Probably a woman. Sure. Must be the one that's coming up the path, huh?
Who?
The one in blue.
Oh.
Martha, over here.
Oh, there you are. I was looking all over.
I distinctly said, meet me in front of the ape cage.
Well, Carl? Oh, you didn't talk to him.
No,
You did talk to him?
Well, yes.
And?
It's no.
No, huh?
No, period.
So? When are you going to shoot him?
Martha, what are you saying?
If you marry me, he will cut you off without a cent.
Listen, Martha,
You said no one would ever stand in the way of your happiness.
Martha.
If your uncle tried to break us up, you'd kill him. Didn't you say that?
Well, a person says certain things that
he doesn't mean?
Martha, he's old and he's sick. Now, how much longer can he live? We'll get all that money, so, well, we wait a little while.
What's a little while? A year? 5 years? 10? You have to kill him.
Martha, do you realize the kind of discussion that we are having in a public place?
So who's listening? A couple of gorillas?
The apes, you stupid woman, apes.
Why are you getting so excited, Waldo? Calm down.
Edna, do you hear what these people are talking about?
The fact is you want to kill him, Carl. That's what you said.
Yes, but it was said in the heat of this. Oh, look, I didn't mean it.
We never say things we don't mean, Carl. But now you take these orangutans, huh? In the cage here?
We're not orangutans, you silly female. We're apes.
If they could understand this conversation, what would they think, huh?
I'll tell you what we think. You're trying to steam him up.
They think I was trying to steam you up to get you to kill your uncle. But that isn't true.
Pardon me, lady. I know what I'm hearing.
It's like Lady Macbeth in Shakespeare, Carl.
Please, Martha, what is Lady Macbeth?
Well, listen. Macbeth wants to commit those murders because Macbeth wants to be king. She isn't telling him anything he doesn't want to hear. She isn't telling him to do anything he doesn't really want to do.
Martha, to kill another human being.
You have to do it.
Why do I have to do it?
He was always crazy, and now he's getting senile. Any day he could decide to change his will, leave his money to charity. And where would that leave you?
Listen, Carl, don't let her talk you into it. She wants you to commit murder.
Waldo, what's it to you?
It's wrong, Edna. It's wrong.
Oh, mind your business.
What are those chimps chattering about? We're not chimps. We're apes.
Carl, you know I'm right. You have to do it. So now that it's settled, you do it tonight.
Tonight?
Why not?
How can I kill him?
Shoot him.
I don't have a gun.
He has a gun.
But the gun is a collector's item. It's a custom-made Handley Parrish. It's a 7-shot.
It fires, doesn't it?
But he keeps it locked in his night table.
After he goes to sleep, steals the key.
What if he wakes up while I'm trying
How
to...
can he wake up? He takes the sleeping pill right after dinner. And the housekeeper is off this evening.
But
it's almost too simple. Now listen, you shoot him. You take some stuff from the house. You mess things up a little, make it look as if a burglar broke in.
But suppose the police suspect me.
After you shoot him, drive over to my apartment. You were with me all night, so you've got an alibi. And you also inherit $3 million. So, tell me, Carl, what's wrong with it? Think about it.
That's right, Carl. You think about it. It's murder.
Waldo, who's asking you to butt in?
Will you be quiet, Edna? This man is actually considering committing a murder.
Well, Carl?
No, Carl, don't.
You know you have no choice.
No. What is the matter with that monkey? I'm not a monkey. I'm an ape. Look, Martha, I feel...
Yeah?
No, I'd better not tell you. You think I'm crazy.
What is it?
That baboon. I'm not a baboon. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm an ape. I feel he is trying to tell me something.
Who does he think you are? Tarzan?
Martha, this isn't a joke.
What is he trying to tell you?
I don't know.
Hey, you in the cage there. Eat your banana and mind your business like a good fella.
The names on the plaque, it says Waldo and Edna. Which is which?
How would I know?
Yeah, well, I guess this one there, the bigger one, is the male. Waldo. Well, you see, he's the one who's trying to tell me something.
Carl, what kind of stupid conversation are we having?
I don't know. I must be feeling a little... Well, look, you don't make a decision to kill your uncle every day.
Carl, I am not minimizing this thing, but it has to be done.
Yes.
All right. Let's go. Get it over with.
No, Carl, come back. Don't do it. Come back.
Waldo, what is the matter with you?
That man, Edna, tonight, he is going to commit a murder.
Oh, who's he going to kill?
You heard him, his uncle.
So what?
So what? Life is precious, Edna.
Not among human beings. Murder is their biggest outdoor sport. It's also their second most popular indoor sport.
Well, I've got to stop it.
Oh, how are you going to stop it?
Well, I just got to stop it.
Waldo, what are you doing? Stop rattling the bars and stop jumping up and down like that.
Somebody, please, listen to me.
Well, why should they listen? They can't understand you.
Everybody, listen. There's going to be a murder.
Hey there, Waldo. Well, how you feeling now, old fella? You feeling good, huh? This here's Waldo, folks. Every now and then, he just starts feeling his own.
Tom, listen to me. There's going to be a murder.
What? Hey, when I told you we needed increased productivity, you really took me serious.
Tom, you have to do something.
Waldo, when the show is over, you done good. Don't get too hot and perspired just before supper.
Huh? What did you accomplish?
Edna, I can't just sit here. I have to do something. I just have to do something.
Like what? To begin with, he is confined in his cage. That's strike one against him. And although he can obviously understand it, he cannot speak our language. Strike two. And even if he could find a way somehow to communicate, who would believe him? After all, he's an ape. Strike three. And it's only the end of Act One. Maybe he can come to bat again in Act Two shortly.
The Tallyman.
Andrew Fergus, you have pled guilty to a charge that you did on the public footpath outside licensed premises known as the Turkish Raven in King Street, Glasgow, present a loaded revolver at John Laverick, discharge the said revolver, fatally wound the said Laverick, and did thus murder him.
Yes, my lord.
You have chosen that nothing should be said on your behalf. The willful and deliberate taking of human life must bring its full punishment, and the duty of this court is clear. I sentence you to imprisonment for life.
Thank you, my lord.
The court is adjourned.
Court, all rise.
Enter.
My lord.
Come in, Chief Superintendent. You too, Chief Inspector.
Sir? Thank you, sir.
Sit down, both of you.
Sir.
Now, I want to talk about this man, Fergan.
Well, I think...
For the moment, Chief Superintendent Ilford, I prefer to perform that exercise myself. I've seen your Chief Inspector on occasion, but only in the witness box.
Sorry, this is Detective Chief Inspector Colin Thane, in charge of Millside Division.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Mains.
Might be wise to decide on that later, Chief Inspector. Still, for the moment, I have removed my robes and wig. Ilford, I'm not addressing you in your capacity as head of this city's CID force, nor you, Thane, as the man in charge of the division in which this murder was committed. You, understand?
Yes, my lord.
Meaning you don't. Ilford, I seem to remember you smoke a pipe, and unfortunately I've left my own tobacco at home.
Here's my pouch. You're welcome to try it.
Thank you. Yes, it should do. Now, while I fill this pipe, let me say that I've already told the Advocate Depute that, in terms of law, I have no criticism to make of the conduct of the case or the police information as presented.
That's something.
Now, let's try this tobacco. Yeah, reasonable. Now, in terms of law, as I said, no criticism. On the other hand, in my opinion, in my non-judicial opinion, the situation is a damnable disgrace.
Yes, my lord.
Chief Inspector Thane, do you challenge that view?
No, sir. I can't.
Good. When one spends one's life hearing evidence allegedly given under oath, actual honesty becomes a rare and valued commodity. Now, I have the case papers here. Andrew Fergan was, an insurance clerk, married, 2 children. He experimented in petty embezzlement from his firm and had to replace the money quickly. As a result, he borrowed £100 from an unlicensed moneylender.
Yeah, we call them tallymen, my lord, because they keep tally on what's owed and the interest.
That's right. The interest rates, I gather, are unusually well commensurate to risk.
20 to 25% per week. The clients have no alternative. They're poor risks. No one else would touch them.
And repayment, I understand, is rigorously enforced.
Fall behind, and the heavies move in to jog your memory, my lord.
And if, like the unfortunate Fergan, you still can't pay, what then?
The tallyman fixes a lower weekly figure, but the interest keeps mounting.
Forever?
Yes.
According to the court reports, the murdered man Laverick was a tallyman.
Well, I'd say a hired help. He was outside that bar to collect payments.
Yet no note of payments made. Very little money was found on the body. Odd.
Well, they work in pairs. There's always a minder in the background.
A minder? Oh, I see. In case of trouble. Or in case the tallyman might be tempted to be unfaithful to his master.
Maybe both, sir.
Maybe. Thane, I have just sentenced a man to life imprisonment because he exterminated a parasite. A 25% per week parasite. A parasite who apparently was only an agent for a much larger parasite.
But Lord Mayor...
Are you seeking sympathy?
No! Look, sir, we tried damn hard to find Laverick's minder and the boss behind him. You think we just sat on it on a backside?
Hey, that's enough.
I'm sorry.
Lord Mains, maybe it's better if I answer for my officers.
Of course. Good tobacco, this. Doesn't become too heated.
Yes, well, I like it that way. Tallymen. Yeah, we mop up a few now and again. If we're lucky, we know them as unlicensed moneylenders. They're fined, and they go off laughing. Customers are too scared to talk about what really happens.
But you know these men.
Yes, we do. Except a new tallyman seems to have arrived on the scene lately. A king-sized version. Running a big operation. So far, we can't get a lead on him.
I see. Thane, you'll learn as you get older that irritation is not necessarily condemnation.
Sir?
Just as I've learned, it sometimes helps to think aloud.
Yes, sir.
Until not very long ago, Scotland had a particularly civilized outlook towards any individual charged with murder. No plea of guilty was allowed. The charge had to be proved by proper presentation of evidence to a jury. And today, I had to sit silent while that wretch Fergan pled guilty. I was left as a rubber stamp, passing the only sentence prescribed by law. However, life imprisonment is a flexible phrase. Recently, the Crown authorities were naive enough to release a particularly vicious thug after a mere 9 years. I have transmitted my view that, on this basis, Fergan's term should be no more than 5 years. He's not to be told of this, nor, pending the possibility of an appeal, is he to be approached in any way.
5 years. That helps.
salve to several consciences. My second thought is that it would be grossly wrong for one of Her Majesty's judges to advise the police of this city.
Agreed, my lord.
But I imagine a considerable effort will be concentrated on this particular Tallyman, with much more in mind than a mere appearance at some lower court. In turn, if such an individual came before me, and if a jury in its wisdom found him guilty, well, I don't propose to say any more.
No, I don't think there's need, my lord.
Good. Now, I have another case waiting. Thank you, gentlemen.
Millside CID, Detective Constable Beach. Yes, that's right. I was calling earlier.
Afternoon, sir. Still snowing outside?
Getting worse, Mac. The main street's only fit for polar bears.
No, I'm glad I'm not still out in a beat.
Where's Inspector Moss? All right, you've tried.
G.I. Moss is in your office, sir, fixing the crime map.
Again? He never gives up.
Right, thanks, pal. Nothing, please, Sergeant McLeod.
I heard. It's that jewelry store break-in last night, sir.
Anything else happening, Mac?
No, just run-of-the-mill stuff, sir.
We'll try and keep it that way. Beach, sir, find some tea, will you? Myself and Inspector Moss.
Right, sir. Weak for Inspector Moss.
As always. Which is also happy. Hello, Phil.
Oh, calm.
All right, for God's sake, take those marker pins out of your mouth, will you? Look, swallow them and we'll have a hell of a job getting more without a requisition.
I wouldn't have to risk it if you do your own damned office work.
Divisional crime maps. Invented by someone with nothing better to do.
And there's headquarters requests in as well. Monthly statistics.
Well, they can wait. Oh, let me sit down. Fergan got life.
I heard. Poor basket.
The Lord Main's thought. Buddha Ilford and I got a private roasting afterwards. His lordship wants the Tallyman found or else.
That would please Ilford.
Oh, well, don't sound so happy about it. We got the job.
But Ilford
is the boss. Top priority. High court judges worry him.
Well, they worry most people. The Tallyman, what's left to try?
Well, we can't go near Fergan. There's a ban on it. We know his story anyway. However, I did have a notion. Come in.
Tea, sir.
Rose, thanks.
Weak for you, Inspector Moss. Weak? I've seen stronger tap water. Still, as long as it's wet, thanks.
Well, Beach.
Sir.
Make sure headquarters get a list of what was lost in the jewelry story.
Yes, sir.
I want it circulated as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
All right, Beach.
Sir. About the Tallyman. You said you had a notion.
Well, there were some press photographers outside the court. I asked one to take some extra pictures, where people are left after Fergan's case was over.
And if there's a familiar face, yes, it's worth trying. Oh, this tea's pretty grim.
It's good for your ulcer. A fag?
No, I've got my own.
Oh, no, not those again.
Herbal mixture. They stimulate my stomach juices.
Well, they kill off mine. Here, have a light.
Andrew Fergan. His trouble was horses, right?
Mm-hmm. So he borrowed £100 when things got rough. At 25% per week. In 3 months, he owed the Tallyman $500.
Then when things got bad, he shot Laverick at the collecting point.
Then tried to shoot himself, but the gun jammed.
Some people lose all along. Now, how did he contact the Tallyman again?
He didn't. Someone phoned Fergan, said if he needed a loan, they could put him in touch. So he met John Laverick and got the cash. Plenty of people knew Fergan was getting desperate.
That seems to be how the Tallyman operates. He hears about a prospect, makes the approach, but always through a leg man.
No direct contact. Phil.
What?
There been any outside calls for me?
Well, not I know about. Why?
Oh, I just wondered. I want to take some time off tomorrow morning, personal.
Well, you're the boss here.
Yes, but if Buddha Ilford happens to
look that daft. You're out on inquiries.
Thanks. It might be an idea to get Sergeant McLeod over to that pub where John Laverick was shot, just to chat around now the case is over.
Right. Mac holds his beer better than most. What about you?
Home first for some food, and then I'll see a couple of people. Look, if those press pictures arrive, I'll be back home again about 10. You can bring them out.
Do I get fed?
Well, as long as you don't bring those herbal smudge pots. They stink. They really do. Right, coming. Oh, something smells good.
Oh, it's stew. Or what's left of it. The kids had theirs early. Hey, stop that.
Well, if a man can't kiss his wife...
Not when I've both hands full of dishes.
Point taken. Where are the kids, anyway?
Well, Tommy's at his Cub Scouts, and Kate's gone to watch TV at the Roundups.
What's wrong with our TV?
The Roundups have colour.
Oh. Well, that stew smells good.
Mm-hmm.
Phil might look in later tonight sometime.
Oh, good.
Mary,
Mm-hmm.
look, sit down a minute, will you?
Yes, but the stew...
Oh, forget the stew. Mary, I got a letter this morning.
If it's another bill, then...
Look, read it, will you?
All right, then. Just wait a minute till I put this stuff down. Well?
Here.
Oh, thanks. Bank of Central Scotland. Oh, I haven't an account there.
Just read it.
All right. Dear Mr. Thane, further to our earlier conversations, we are now in... Colin!
Read it, all of it.
Executive Security Officer, £5,000 a year, annual bonus, 5-day week.
Weekends our own and no night shift.
Oh,
What do you think?
it's wonderful.
I had a couple of feelers from them a week ago. It was hazy then, but, well, this is firm enough.
Do you want to do it?
Swap thief catching for a cushy number with that kind of money. I'd even rate the executive dining room.
Well, when are you going to see them?
Tomorrow?
Does Phil know?
Not yet. Mary, what's the matter? Don't you like the idea?
Oh, it's like a dream come true. Any cop's wife would feel that way.
Well, then.
Would you be happy doing it?
What do you think?
Now, tomorrow, your good suit needs pressing. Now I'll do that tonight.
All right. Something's burning.
Oh, the stew.
Oh.
It's cremating. Oh, look at the stuff. If I'd known when you'd be home, it would be...
Bank hours are 9 to 5.
Yes, but I know, but...
Mary, what's wrong?
Oh, I'm happy for you, you idiot. Oh, come on. Have your meal. Or what's left of it.
All right. I've got to go out for a spell anyway. I'm still a cop.
That's what I mean, Colin. And it's what you want that matters.
Now, that's the place, sir.
Uh-huh.
Complete with neon sign.
Rab Hayes loans by arrangement.
Well, at least the snow's stopped.
For a spell. Right, Erickson, keep an ear on the radio. This won't take long.
Right, sir.
Nice little place you've got here, Mr. Hayes.
Small talk I can do without. Well?
Do I sit down?
Suit yourself, no charge.
Andrew Fergan got life today.
It was on the radio, and I told you all I knew last time.
Well, now I'm tidying up.
Who says I need tidying? Now, wait a minute. If it's anything to do with my money-lending license...
It isn't.
Nobody likes a moneylender, okay. But I ran a straight business. Signed agreements, low fixed-rate interest, all square.
I'll wait for you later, Mr. Hayes. But Fergan came here wanting a loan.
And I chased him. He was trouble. When I take on a client, because I'm pretty sure I'll get my money back.
I'd never suggest you were a charity. But what happens if a problem turns up if you can't get your money back?
I call in a collection agency. They use persuasion. Non-physical. Or a court order and try to get the cash back by installment.
Any particular agency, Mr. Hayes?
I use the Barber Debt Recovery Bunch.
I've heard of them.
You should. They're mostly ex-cops. And it's a strictly legit operation like mine.
Going back to Fergan, how often do you turn down clients?
Daily.
You ever hear what happens to the people you turn down?
Sometimes I... Wait a minute. Tidying up, you said?
Yeah?
What you're really asking is if any of them get involved with the tally man, right?
Maybe.
Well, if they do, I'm sorry for them. The word is, he plays rough, whoever he is.
Mr. Hayes, I want a list of people you've turned down lately.
You're not on, Chief Inspector. I guarantee secrecy.
Hayes, I could get a warrant to go through your file.
Go ahead. My reject file's here in my head, nowhere else. And I'm not getting involved with the tallyman.
Meaning you're scared?
That's an understatement.
All right. I won't push it for now. But I'll be back.
Any time, Chief Inspector. Just don't expect any change. I'll see you out.
Hayes, in my book, tallymen are scum.
You're wasting your time. I'll give you a tip. You won't find anyone who'll talk.
Meaning?
Meaning good night.
Any luck, sir?
He was scared.
The snow's back on.
I noticed. Right, Erickson. Next stop, the Lombok Gambling Club.
That's up.
Monday night. Harry Freeman, the bookie's there on Mondays.
He's a bit of a character, isn't he, sir?
Yeah, he is. And he doesn't scare easily. You can drop me off somewhere near the club and then wait. We'll do this quietly.
Noir, black 15. Rapproche.
Hello, Harry.
Oh, hello.
How's it going?
Not good. So far, I've saved myself 400 quid.
Still gambling with that money.
I enjoy watching. And the mental arithmetic, you know. Buy you a drink, Colin.
Maybe later. Can you spare a minute, Harry?
Sure. Let's shade away from this mob.
Well, I have a problem.
A married man.
This one's called the Tallyman.
You picked them, don't you? The Fergan business.
Something like that.
Colin, I told you what happened with me. Andrew Fergan placed a few bets, well shot. When he lost, then I stopped his credit. He hit some bookies a lot worse.
You tried to collect?
Yes, but I'm no backstreet heavy.
Well, that's why I'm here.
Well, thanks for that much. This place is busy tonight.
Some people have money to burn.
Not all of them. Table 4. A boy, early 20s, short fair hair. You see him? A quietly dressed one.
Well?
Strung up to busting point. And he's lost again. And that's life, laddie. He'll learn.
You know him?
Oh, just a face. He's been here before. But you'd be more interested in the back of that table there, on your left. Gently, man. See anyone you know?
Herb Cullen.
A scar and a cheroot.
He did a 5 stretch for armed robbery. You've some nice members.
Later, Colin, we've company. Hello, Josh. Helen, good to see you.
How's the horse business, Harry?
It's a living.
You look well in it.
Eh? And you're still keeping bad company?
You'll do till something better comes along.
Oh, thanks very much.
Meet an old school pal of mine, Colin Thane. He's a cop. Colin, this is Helen Milne, my favorite blonde.
Hello.
And Josh Barber.
Hello.
Chief Inspector Thane, isn't it?
That's right.
Business or pleasure, Chief Inspector? Being here,
He lets me buy him a drink now and again. Be polite, Colin. Josh Barber might offer you a job in your dotage.
Well, I've a few ex-policemen on my payroll, that's true.
Barber, the collection agency.
Yeah.
Yes, I've heard of it. Now it's my turn, Mr. Barber. Business or pleasure?
50-50 as far as this place is concerned. I've started a new operation, a bonded security service. The club has signed on, but I've other ideas.
So have I, like having a drink. Join us, Chief Inspector.
Not now, thanks.
Harry?
Maybe later, George.
See you then.
Bye, Chief Inspector.
Goodbye.
Rouge, red 7.
Who's the girl, Harry?
Oh, your father's a heart specialist. I know him for a spell.
Good looking. And Barber?
Rags to riches. He's moving up. Fast car stuff in a flat in the West End.
Yeah, fag?
No, I packed him in.
Yeah, I keep saying I will. Oh, well. We were talking about someone else.
I can tell you that Tallyman's no mess.
What else?
Just gossip, Colin. Something I heard. But maybe he doesn't always need payment in cash.
Spell it out, Harry.
Well, I don't know that I can, except that there might be a kind of Well, services rendered, arrangements, sometimes inside help on, well, different things.
Like robbery?
Look, I only got a hint. Just what are you after, Cullen?
Anything. But from you, Harry, some names. People on the bookie blacklist. Punters who've run out of credit in a big way. And I'll forget who told me.
For you, I'll do it. Anything else?
Well, that depends on you.
You're the same old arm-twisting basket, aren't you? Well, let's say I'll listen around. Do you ever get tired of being a cop?
You know, it's funny you should say that.
Hey.
What?
Time you were going. The scar and the cheroot.
Cullen?
He's leaving. You know, somebody somewhere told me Cullen did time with the late, unlamented Laverick, and knew him pretty well.
Well enough to be his minder.
That I wouldn't know.
Over here, sir.
See anyone leave the club just now, Erickson?
Yes, sir. A youngster about a minute ago, and then another character soon afterwards.
Damn, the snow is getting worse. Where did they go?
Well, the youngster turned down that side street. I think the other fellow went that way too, sir.
Well, let's take a walk and see.
Aye, right, sir. I think it... In there, sir. The side street.
I heard.
Come on. Right. Along there, sir. Where that dustbin's fall. Hey! Hey, you, stay where you are.
He's running. Get him.
Aye, right, sir. Hey, come back down here.
Now, what do we hear, eh? You're the kid who was in the Lombok Club, aren't you? Look, take it easy, laddie. Who roughed you up?
I don't know. It happened too fast.
Yeah, well, it looks like he hit you with more than a snowball. Now, you stay here, all right? I'll be back in a minute, and we'll get you fixed up. Erickson! Erickson!
Coming, sir. I lost him, sir. Sorry.
Easy enough on a night like this. The fellow he jumped is back here.
Well, the youngster?
That's right. He's...
Sir?
But he's gone. Now, we've bloody well lost both of them.
Is it nearly fixed, Uncle Phil?
How does that stew there, sir?
Is that blood, Uncle Phil?
A wee bit.
Oh, well, don't spill any on my airplane, then. It's messy.
Having fun, Phil.
I cut myself with this knife. I'm bleeding to death, and your son worries about the mess.
Here's the screwdriver, Uncle Phil.
All right. Now. That's it. All set to fly again.
Oh, thanks, Uncle Phil.
Where's your mother, Tommy?
In the kitchen, Dad. Kate's still at the Randalls.
Colour television, I know. Well, just get used to being underprivileged. And tell your mum I'm back.
No need. I heard the door. Coffee and sandwiches, Phil?
Oh, great. Well, I'll take that tray, man.
I'll probably scoff a lot. Here, Phil, have you been smoking those ruddy camel dung fags again?
Colin, what's camel dung, Dad?
You bad. You should have been there long ago.
Oh, but Dad...
Now, come on. There's a glass of milk in the kitchen.
All right. Night, Uncle Phil.
Night, Tommy. See you.
Good night, son.
Night, Dad.
I'll just go with him, Colin. You've things to talk about with Phil, haven't you?
Yes?
Hmm?
Oh, yes.
Good. Now, come on, young man.
Did you see Uncle Phil's finger there, Mum?
Things they talk about? What things?
The Tallyman, Joe.
Oh.
Look, help yourself to coffee and sandwiches, will you?
Well. Oh, here, I've got those press photographs from outside the court.
Good. Any faces we know?
A few, like you'd expect. Hey. These sandwiches are good.
Starving multitudes, fair deal. Yeah, go on.
Well, take a look at this one. Recognize him?
Should. I saw him tonight. Herb Cullen, as nasty as they come. And the character at his elbow is Truck Harris. Now, he's on file for armed robbery. He usually doubles as a driver and spare muscle.
Interesting. Where did you see Cullen?
In a gambling club. And one of the punters was beaten up outside.
By Cullen?
I couldn't prove it.
Well, what do we do now?
Well, leave it till the morning and then pick up Cullen. Any excuse you can think of. But keep it well clear of the Tallyman business.
Easy. Well, his pal, Harris.
Find out what you can. But no direct contact. I don't want to scare anyone. Oh, and another thing, Phil. Remember, I'll be in late.
There's nothing wrong, is there?
Hmm.
Personal, I mean.
No. Just something that turned up. But I'm going to have an early night.
Oh, I can take a hint. You mind if I take another sandwich with me?
Help yourself.
Right. Well, I'll get in my way. Good luck with, whatever it is.
Thanks, I'll need it. Oh, Phil.
What?
Nothing that'll keep.
Good night, Ed.
Good night.
Good night, Betty.
Good night, Phil. Phil's off early.
Yes, he wanted an early night.
What did you think about the bank job?
I didn't tell him.
Why not?
Well, I thought I'd wait till after the interview. I mean, it's not final yet, Mary.
No, it's not. Well, make sure your shoes have a good polish for the morning, Colin. Appearances matter with that.
Morning, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, my name's Thane. I have an appointment with Mr. Patterson Dial.
Oh, the general manager. One moment, sir. Yes, he is expecting you. If you'll just come with me.
Thanks. It's quite a place.
Well, this is our head office, sir. And the branch has assets of, I think it's 37 million pounds now, though I haven't personally counted it.
I'll take your word for it.
Here we are, sir.
Come.
Mr. Thane, sir.
Come in, Thane. Thank you, Stoddard. A pleasure to meet you, Chief Inspector. I'm Dial, Patterson Dial. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
Cigarette?
Yes, thanks.
And a light.
Thank you.
Weather still as bad as ever, eh?
Cold enough for penguins.
Quite. Well, I'll get to the point. Were you surprised by our letter?
That's putting it mildly.
It's normal banking practice to make discreet inquiries before coming to decisions. We know quite a lot about you.
I see.
Appointing an executive security officer is a new departure for this bank, a board-level decision. Does the post interest you?
What's involved?
Good question. Mainly, you'd be our security consultant. We've about 100 branches, town and country. Some could be robbed by an intelligent 5-year-old. Changing that would be your first task.
I see.
Afterwards, well, you'd have senior executive status and a free hand in security matters.
How free?
Very free, subject only to board approval.
Well, why this all of a sudden?
Our sister bank in England lost a lot of money in 2 daylight raids. That brought certain members of our board out of a deep sleep. Come.
I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Harris needs your signature on this.
All right, Benedictine. Let's see it.
Sir.
What on earth happened to your face?
I slipped and fell in the ice last night, sir, just outside my house.
Easy enough in this weather. Excuse me a moment, Thane.
Yes. You caught quite a crack. Where do you live, the North Pole?
West Park. But there's not much difference right now, sir.
West Park? Where exactly?
Garrison Street.
Yes, I know it.
It seems all right. There you are, Benedictine.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And be more careful.
Yes, sir, I will.
Now then.
What's his job?
A clerk in the foreign department. He's quite a bright lad.
Been with you long?
About 4 years. We brought him into head office just after he got married. Marriage is good in a banking career. Steadies a man.
Anchors him.
Quite. Now, suppose I get someone to show you around. Then you'll want a little time to consider, of course. Suppose we have your answer 2 days from now, on Thursday.
That's fair.
Good. I'll get hold of someone. You'll find it interesting, Chief Inspector. I'm sure of that.
Well, that's the guided tour, Mr. Thane.
From vaults to attic. Thanks very much.
Did you see all you wanted? Mr. Dial said...
All I wanted, Mr. Stoddard. Thanks again.
A pleasure. Goodbye, Mr. Thane.
Goodbye.
Hey, watch where you're going.
Sorry.
Oh,
It's you, Mr. Thane.
Johnny McBain. I haven't seen you
since I retired as a sergeant. How's Millside Division, sir?
Oh, surviving. Here, what's this fancy uniform?
It's a security outfit. I'm on cash escort today. Here's the boss coming.
Things too quiet for you over in Millside, Chief Inspector.
Good morning, Mr. Barber. Well, even a cop has to visit a bank manager sometimes.
Oh, then I hope he was kind. Move that bag in, Donny. I'll bring the rest.
Right, Mr. Barber.
Cash delivery?
Aye. That's a security truck outside, except with people of 6, so Donny and I had to double up.
You've been kept busy, then.
People want security, we supply it. If ever you think of packing in the force...
I'll try to remember.
I'm only joking. You know, I once wanted to be a cop, but I failed the medical.
Some people would rate that an escape.
Maybe. Well, I better get this cash in. Look round at my office sometime. You can see my set.
Thanks. Maybe I will.
Aye, Mr. Thane.
You enjoying the job, Donny?
Oh, it's no bad. Mr. Barber wanted me on the debt collecting side, but no for me.
Barber?
Oh, the money's good. That's what matters, eh?
Usually. Well, it's time I was getting back, Donny. See you.
See you, Mr. Thane.
Millside CID. Aye, Sergeant McLeod speaking. Hold on. Morning, sir.
Morning, Mac.
Glad to see you.
Something up?
Aye, that Alhambra warehouse place was done overnight.
Much taken?
Couple of £1,000 worth of colour tellies, according to the manager.
Oh, they'll be easy enough to unload.
That's what Inspector Moss said. He's in your room, sir.
Right, Mac.
Aye, McLeod here.
Now, look. What's this warehouse job?
Hello, Phil.
Oh, morning, Colin. Like a colour telly.
Like I heard. Any leads?
No, not yet. But still, I thought we might get some benefit from it.
Meaning?
Herb Cullen. I had him picked up for questioning.
Every cloud has a silver lining.
Well, this one's more a brass neck.
Well, we'll hold him for a couple of hours. Look, I want you to go and turn his place over.
Legal or on the fly?
Legal. Get a search warrant.
I'm on my way.
Thanks, Phil. Oh, damn.
See ya.
Bye, Phil. Yep.
Chief Superintendent Ilford Headquarters calling you, Chief Inspector.
Thanks. Put him on, please.
Morning, Jane.
Morning, sir.
Any progress on the teleman?
A little, sir. A man called Cullen. He may be part of the hard help.
Yeah, good. Well, keep at it. I just come from the Chief Constable. He's heard how the judge felt about sentencing Fergus.
So the pressure's on, sir.
Well, let's say he's taking a strenuous interest, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, good. Keep in touch, then. I'm relying on you.
Thank you, sir. Too many chiefs and not enough Indians. Oh, well.
Sir?
Mac, have Cullen brought up here. And come in first, will you?
Yes, sir.
Chief Security Officer. No. He said Executive Security Officer. Oh, hell. I need some time to think.
Sir?
Mac, how did you make out of the pub last night?
I got a few names, sir. People who were there the night Laverick was shot. Some of them haven't been back since.
Now, they're the ones I'm interested in.
I'll have them checked out, sir.
By the back door. Try their wives or whatever.
Can I take a policewoman, sir?
Mac, you're fat, 50, and going bald. You look as respectable as a church elder.
Marine Division had a church elder through on an indecency charge last week, sir. I don't trust women on their own.
All right, take a policewoman. You know what to ask about. Money troubles. Laverick must have used that pub as a collection point for a few customers. Now, where's D.C. Beach?
You're bringing Cullen from the cell, sir.
Well, I want him to check out a bank clerk, James Manison. He lives in Garrison Street, West Park. Tell him to do it discreetly.
Beach, discreet, sir?
Well, he can try, can't he?
Yes, sir. What's the link, sir?
Well, Manison says he hurt his face in a fall. I say Cullen thumped him outside the Lombok Club last night. I saw Manison this morning, but I don't think he recognized me.
Well, that'll be Beach for Cullen now, sir.
Right. Wheel him in.
Sir? In you go.
Move, Cullen. Help, Cullen, sir.
Well, what's it this time? Routine inquiries will do. Where were you last night?
Same place as you, the Lombok Club.
And early this morning.
Why?
Where were you, Cullen?
A friend's place. He had a party going.
Anywhere near the Alhambra warehouse in King Street?
Never heard of it.
I see. What's your friend's name?
Well, I just kind of met him casually.
That's a pity.
But I wasn't near any warehouse.
Was he search beach?
Yes, sir. He had about 60 quid in his wallet.
Petty cash?
Well, I might need bus fares.
You got a job, Cullen?
No, just casual deals. You know how it is.
Have an idea. Hold him for now, Beach.
Hey, wait a minute. What's the charge?
None yet, but I'll try and think of one of your desperates.
This way, Colin.
Bloody cops. It's no legal.
Try out your empty and move.
60 quid. Bus fares. Who said crime doesn't pay? Get in, Phil.
Hello, Colin. Thanks for coming out.
You asked.
All right. That's Colin's flat over there. On the corner, 2 up.
And what's so important you couldn't tell me on the phone?
A few things. How about you?
You're still trying to check on this hint that the tallyman may have a sideline in burglary. Oh, come on, Phil, let's have it.
Well, I'd better get this over with. Colin's place. I found 400 quid in a shoebox and a Beretta automatic under a loose floorboard. I put the gun back after I jiggered the firing pin.
The money?
I left it too. But, well, I found a couple of telephone numbers in the back of an old envelope.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to like this, but...
Go on.
I checked the numbers with the telephone people. One is the home of someone called Manison.
James Manison, West Park.
Right, but...
I've got Beach checking on him now. The other?
Your pal, Harry Freeman's home number.
Harry Freeman? You sure?
Positive.
What's the time?
About 1 o'clock.
Harry usually goes home for lunch. Erickson.
Sir?
Head out towards Monk's Walk. I'll show you the way from there.
Right, sir. Are we in a hurry, sir?
No. At least, I'm not. Not for this one.
Looks like that bookie business pays.
Yes, but his old man sharpened knives from a bar.
Colin.
Hello, Harry. You've met Phil Moss.
Yes, a couple of times. Come in and keep that damn cold out. Through here.
Thanks.
Now, like a drink?
Not right now, Harry.
Not for me.
Oh, I like one before lunch. I was going to call you, but... where's that? Yeah. I heard a thing or two more. Oh, cheers.
We've, heard a thing or two of our own, Harry.
I don't like the way you said that, somehow.
Tell him, Phil.
We turned over Herb Cullen's place. He had a note of your home phone number.
Cullen?
Did he call you last night?
Not last night or any other time. I'm going to get Lil.
Lil!
Coming.
Let's hear what she has to say.
Hello, Colin.
His name is Chief Inspector for the moment, Lil.
Oh.
Now, where were you last night?
Here. Why?
When did I get home?
Oh, about 1 a.m., I think, but...
Did anyone phone after I got back?
Last night? No.
Or while I was out?
Oh, Harry, I'm sorry. There was a call. Oh, I forgot. Was it important?
So now she tells me. Who was it?
He didn't give a name.
Well, had you heard his voice before?
No. I thought he might be one of Harry's punters. We get that sometimes.
All right. Thanks, Lil. I'll take it from here.
But...
later.
Well, all right. Don't be too long. Lunch is ready.
Well, Colin.
Harry, I don't quite...
If we were still kids, I'd land you one in the guts. What's the angle? That maybe I was on the Tallyman's team?
Let's forget it.
No. I'd like to know why Cullen was calling me.
Maybe to tell you to keep your mouth shut.
Why me?
Cullen saw us together at the club.
Cullen doesn't scare me. I've got the names you wanted.
Blacklisted punters, Phil.
I wrote them out. Yeah, here.
Thanks, Harry.
Oh, and a bonus. Ever heard of the Housewives Special?
A what?
Housewives Special. It's a collection run for housewives who've landed on the Tallyman's book. They're told to travel on a certain bus route, same time each week. The collector's aboard. A woman.
Oh, neat. Which route?
I'm still asking that.
Harry, no. You've been warned off.
Oh, I can cope. Are you in a rush now?
No. Not desperately, I suppose.
Then you've time for that drink.
I think so. In fact, I'm sure of it. Take it easy now, Erickson. D.C. Beach should be around here somewhere.
Yeah, if he hasn't lost the way. Beach needs a guide dog.
I think that's his car parked ahead, sir.
Pull in behind it.
All right, sir.
Over here, Beach. Get in. Right, Inspector.
Oh, hello, sir.
Well, what's the score on the Mannisons?
I did it in the old door-to-door consumer survey questions, then I got it.
We know you're brilliant.
Well, the wife's name is Irene. She's a redhead, and they've got money worries, all right.
Who says that?
The butcher, the baker, and the neighbours. They had a washing machine repossessed last week, and before that, it was the lounge suite. Now, local gossip says it's the girl who spends the money. Mannison earns bread, but she likes cake.
Have you talked to her?
Consumer survey style.
Beach.
Yes, I did. Then Mannison came home for lunch.
Control to 15, car 15, Chief Inspector Thane, come in, please, over.
Answer it, Erickson.
All right, sir. 15 to control, over.
15, Chief Inspector Thane, proceed to City Mortuary, re-body of Herbert Cullen. Message ends.
Cullen?
Oh, he'd only been let out of Millside about an hour ago.
Received control. 15, over.
Beach, take Inspector Moss back to Millside.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Colin.
Phil, pick up Rab Hayes, the moneylender.
Huh?
Well, I think he maybe passed the word to Cullen.
Oh, no. Right, I'm with you. Damn it, Beach, get out. Let me out, will you?
Sorry.
Right, Colin.
You know where we're going, Erickson.
Yes, sir. To the mortuary.
Back again, Colin?
Sometimes I think I've got a season to this place, Doc.
Well, here he is. The late Herbert Cullen.
He's a mess.
Well, people usually are when they've been hit by an underground train.
Is that what happened?
Well, according to Central Division, who had him carted in. He fell off the platform at St. Enoch Underground as a train came in. Kapow. Central says you're interested in him.
We'd only just let him go.
Oh, so. Did he fall or was he pushed?
Doc, there's a telephone in this place.
You're over in the corner. Help yourself.
Ah, thanks.
Well, you'll get the Central Division report, but they've no witnesses that matter. People just saw him fall. And don't expect any miracles from me, Colin. No luck?
No, it's a bookie's office.
Well, he'll be closed. You should read the sports pages, Colin. All racing's off today because of the weather.
Yeah, well, I'm trying his home number now. Ouch. Well, thanks, Doc. I'll be at Millside if you turn up anything.
Oh, with this one? Oh, you'll be lucky. Believe me, you'll be very lucky.
Well, Cullen's no great loss to mankind, but why did he have to go and get himself killed in Central Division?
Well, they'll keep us posted. Phil, I want Cullen's flat gone over again. Really gone over.
I'm ahead of you. It's been done. Scientific Bureau, the lot.
Good.
But I didn't get your moneylender Hayes. He was out.
Anyone waiting for him?
Still, maybe we've got something else that's new. Sergeant McLeod.
Sir?
In here, will you?
Right, Inspector Moss.
What's Mac got?
He'll tell you.
Get me Monk's Walk 2866, will you?
Sir?
Close the door, Mac. It's a hell of a draft.
Sorry.
Right, Colin. You told Mac to check out some names.
Yes, regulars who vanished from the Turkish Raven after Laverick was shot, Will.
One of them turned out to be interesting, sir.
No?
Patrick Lucas married, no family. Works as a storeman. He got around to admitting that he's in debt to the tallyman. He says Laverick was his original collector, then someone else took over.
Who?
A man named Harris.
Truck Harris. Remember, he was on that court photograph at Cullen.
Back full circle.
Well, I don't know. Finish it, Mac.
Well, as this man Lucas tells the story, originally he was owing money all round, and a debt collecting agency was pressurising him.
Which agency?
The barber people, sir.
Thanks, Mac. Listen, where's Lucas now?
Waiting out at home.
I will leave him there. Yes, hello.
Hello?
Ah, Lil. It's Colin Thane.
Oh.
Is Harry there?
No, and I've been out shopping.
Any idea where he is?
Well, he went to see Dr. Mills, the heart specialist.
Harry at a heart specialist?
He's been getting treatment from him, but, well, he doesn't like people knowing. You know how Harry can be.
Yes. Listen, have you got Milne's number?
Hold on.
Aye.
Yes, here it is.
Mm-hmm.
Mills Side, 4235.
4235. Thanks, Lil. I'll try there.
Anything wrong?
No. I just want a word with Harry. Bye, Lil.
Bye.
Get me Millside 4235 and quickly.
What's the problem?
Well, there may not be one yet. Come on. Ah. Hello?
Hello.
Dr. Milne.
Yeah?
Millside CID, Dr. Milne. Is Mr. Freeman still with you?
No, he left a couple of hours ago. So, I don't quite know what to say.
Why, Doctor?
Well, his car's still parked outside my consulting room. He said he was coming back for it afterwards, but,
How do you mean afterwards, Doctor?
he said something about going for a bus run. In fact, he hurried me through his appointment to be on time.
Which bus, Doctor?
Yes, the 3:20 bus for Forsyth. It passes near here.
Thanks, Doctor. Goodbye.
Well, something wrong, Colin.
How long from here to Forsyth and back by bus?
Oh, 20 minutes each way, I suppose. Well, say an hour at most.
Harry Freeman's been gone 2 hours. Mac.
Sir?
Mind the shop. I think Freeman's in trouble.
Well, there's the Fallside terminus. The middle of nowhere. And this damn snow's starting again.
No sign of him. Erickson.
Sir?
You can help on this. We'll check through these trees and bushes.
My left shoe's letting in.
Oh, for God's sake, Phil.
Oh, sorry, Colin. All right, Erickson, you heard.
Yes, sir.
Nothing over here, Colin.
What about you, Erickson?
No, nothing yet, sir.
Well, that's my lot, Colin.
Sir, over here.
Right. I'm coming.
Here, sir. Lying beside this bush.
It's him.
What is it? Oh. Is he?
Dead, Phil. No sign of a wound, but... Yes, he's dead.
I'm sorry, Colin.
More courage and sense.
That was always his trouble.
Phil, I want a full turnout on this one.
You'll get it.
Well, let's put it this way. The reason I came here from headquarters is that we may be dealing with 2 murders committed by the same person, or persons unknown, within the space of 1 afternoon, correct?
If either of them was murdered. Doc, well, I just said it for the record.
Yeah, noted.
Phil, let's have the prelim report from the Scientific Bureau again. The one from the bus terminal area.
All right. Seems the snow helps in one way and hinders in others. They've got car tracks and footprints beside the tracks. At least 2 men and certainly a woman. Same footprints, including the woman's beside the body.
Yeah, it's a start. What about Cullen's flat?
All they found there was that someone made it ahead of them. Money and an automatic pistol taken. We knew they were there, sir. But we did fix the firing pin.
Oh, so I had. Well, Central Division are trying for more witnesses to what happened at the underground station. Let's concentrate on Freeman for the moment.
I was told he had a cardiac condition.
That's right, but he kept quiet about it.
Well, if a man with a cardiac condition goes wandering out in what's close to a blizzard, he's asking for trouble. He could drop dead. Natural cardiac failure.
But, Doc, with what we know...
Colin, my job is medical fact. Now, the only medical fact I can give you so far is that when you found him, he'd been dead about an hour.
What about that heart specialist fellow?
Dr. Milne. We've tried to contact him again. He has a flat in town, but his real home is up north at Glen Craig.
And he's on his way there now. 18 miles. You could call it 3 hours in this weather.
Yeah, well, I'll get the county people to see him.
I'd rather do that myself, sir. I think it might be important.
Well, haven't you enough on your plate?
Well, nothing that's going to happen in a rush, sir.
And I can handle this end.
Well, in the special circumstances, all right.
Thank you, sir.
Tell Milne I'd like Freeman's case notes, Colin.
I will.
Well, if there's nothing else, Doc, I'll give you a lift back to headquarters.
Thanks.
And, yes, we'll have another conference first thing tomorrow at headquarters. Good night, Thane. Boss.
Good night, sir.
Just remember, Colin, case notes.
You'll get them.
Well, that's over. When are you leaving to see Milne?
The sooner the better. It's a long way, and on these roads...
Well, what's keeping you?
Well, that bus conductor.
And he's the moneylender. Look, it's time I had a share of the action.
All right. Phone and tell Milne I'm on my way. I'll take my own car. Driving will give me some time to think. And thanks, Phil.
Millside CID. Inspector Moss.
Phil, is Colin around?
Oh, hello, Mary. No, he's out. Oh, and he's liable to be late back.
Because of what happened to Harry Freeman.
Yeah, so you have.
It's bad. For Colin, too. He's got enough in his mind already.
Yeah, I guess that much. Mary, it's none of my business, but, is he going after another job?
Yes. Or he's been offered one. A bank security post.
I see.
Phil, if he won't ask you, I will. What do you think of the idea?
For me? I don't know. That might work out for him. I take a bet you'd like it.
Oh, if Colin did. But that's what worries me.
Too much a cop. Well, he's the one that'll have to do the deciding, that's for sure.
Well, it won't be tonight. Thanks, Phil. And good night.
All right, Mary. What the hell, working in a bank? I don't know. Come in.
Hayes, sir.
Let's have him.
You have Mr. Hayes. There's no need to push.
Shut the door, Beach.
Shut. Look, I want to know why
you're here, I'll tell you. Harry Freeman's dead.
The bookie? Hard luck.
He was helping us. And when you warned the tally man, Chief Inspector Payne was asking questions, you put the finger in Freeman.
Not me. I don't want anybody.
You know I don't like you, Hayes. Beach.
Sir.
Outside. And keep that door shut.
Hey, what's going on?
I'll tell you. I'm tired of an ulcer, and I haven't eaten since lunch. And we're all alone.
Don't you try threatening me.
Who's threatening Hayes?
Hey, take your hands off me.
Oh, did I stand on your foot? Oh, now, how did that happen? Oh, sorry, Mr. Hayes. Who did you contact? Try again.
Well, you don't understand.
Like I said, I don't like you, Mr.
But
Hayes.
if I hadn't tipped them off, they'd have...
That's better. Who's the tally man?
I don't know. I mean it. My contact's a woman.
Oh, woman again. What's her name?
Janie Milton. That's what she calls herself.
Oh, Milton, huh? The original Paradise Lost.
Yeah?
Oh, forget it. Just tell the rest.
Well, I contact her through a telephone number. She came to me a few months ago with a proposition. I give them names of people I've turned down for loans, and they pay me commission.
You tipped her off last night.
Yes.
Describe her.
Blonde, young, good-looking. Nice legs, I suppose.
Hayes, what else do you know?
Nothing.
Ever have a youngster called Jim Manison asking for a loan?
Manison? No. Why?
That's my business. Beach! Stop. Take this animal out and get a full statement. I'll leave that door open. For the smell in here.
Come on in, Dane. We wondered if you'd make it.
Farmer, I didn't expect you.
I can see that. Well, how are the roads?
Bad.
The last stretch through the hills is rough, all right. Take your coat off. Dr. Milne got your message. He's expecting you.
When did you get here?
Just before your inspector phoned. I brought Helen up, Milne's daughter. She was worried about driving on her own. You met her at the Lombok Club, remember?
Yes, of course. I suppose you know why I've come.
Aye, Harry Freeman. Very sad. Of course, he had a bad heart. Just one of those things, isn't it? So, why the journey?
When you get a sudden death out of doors, well, sometimes there can be red tape inquiries. But if Dr. Milne certifies the medical background...
You can cut the red tape.
Exactly.
Oh, in here, Chief Inspector.
Thanks.
Oh, good evening, Chief Inspector. You've come a long way, and on a devil of a night.
Well, that fire looks good.
Warm yourself, man. And you'll have a dram. You know my daughter.
Hello, Chief Inspector.
Miss Milne?
Get the man a whiskey, girl.
Water, Chief Inspector?
No, thanks, not this time.
Water? A heathen notion. Sorry you missed me in town. And I'm sorry about Freeman. I liked him.
Most people did.
Your drink, Chief Inspector.
Thanks. Your health.
Seems he's come all this way to get a piece of paper signed or something. What difference does it make where Freeman died if it was a heart attack?
Well, there's always form filling. I'll be happy to do the usual.
It shouldn't take long.
We'll go through to the gun room, I think.
Then I'll say goodbye. With those roads, even if I leave now, I won't leave the city before midnight.
Oh, stay if you want. There's a spare room.
No, thanks. I've too much work to clear if I'm going to take time off to come deer shooting with you.
The term is stalking. And we're after hinds, not stags. Not that I expect you to know the difference.
The main thing is, Josh, you'll be back tomorrow.
Tomorrow evening. All ready for an early start.
Well, Ted, let's go and get this business done.
And I'll say good night.
Good night, Mr. Barber.
Remember, watch those damn roads.
I will. Don't worry about me.
In here, Chief Inspector.
Thanks.
I don't know. Got a family thing.
School age.
Then you've plenty ahead of you. Oh, look in my armory. Huh?
Some nice guns there.
A few. Now, what's all this nonsense about driving up to get a medical certificate?
You played along with it, thanks.
Because you seem to want it that way. Well?
Tell me Freeman's medical history.
Well, simple enough. Fairly common cardiac condition. Mm-hmm. I've been treating him about a year, mostly drug therapy, and setting him to lead a quieter life.
How serious was it?
Myocardial degenerative changes.
Oh.
I'd have said he'd no need to worry if he followed my rules and avoided any major emotional strain. Why do you want to know?
We think he was murdered.
I see.
There's no outward sign of physical violence.
Well, his blood pressure was up several points this afternoon. He was in an obvious state of tension.
Doctor...
Let me finish, Thade. You will say he died in the open. Mm-hmm. In this weather, in his condition, even a small emotional upset could kill him.
You mean...
I mean you've probably come a long way for very little.
I know the people he was up against, Doctor. Now, suppose they knew he had a bad heart.
And played on it to me.
Well, except he didn't tell anyone about his heart. Did you, Dr. Milne?
Now, look here.
Look, I'm sorry, Doctor, but I'm still asking.
It would be totally unethical to discuss a patient with other people.
It could be done innocently.
Well, yes, I suppose so.
Could it have happened?
Thane, I'm a widower. And I'm very proud of my daughter.
But daughters can pose problems, especially when they meet strangers.
Don't spell it out, Thane. I need time to think. How would I contact your police sergeant?
Through police headquarters in Glasgow.
There is a way Freeman might have died.
Mm-hmm.
Vagal inhibition.
What's that?
The vagus nerves extend to the heart.
Look, I'm not
There's
sure...
a little story which explains it best. Not quite 200 years ago, a man Downey was janitor at Aberdeen University. He was a sneak, a narc. And the students decided to teach him a lesson. They held a mock trial and condemned him to death.
Nice people, student.
Downey was blindfolded and dragged to an execution block in a state of terror. They bared his neck, forced his head down, and the student flicked him on the back of the neck with a wet towel. They only meant to scare him, saying. But Downey died. That's vagal inhibition. Shock that causes the heart to stop.
Mm-hmm. Would it show in a post-mortem?
It might, if you knew what to look for. Otherwise, cardiac inhibition, plain, ordinary heart failure.
Doctor, did you discuss Freeman's death with anyone before I arrived?
Anyone?
Barber, then?
No. But he knew about the telephone message, and I'm a heart man.
Could he have known about Freeman's condition before tonight?
Well, he might have seen Freeman at my surgery. He meets Helen there sometimes. Or maybe Helen told him. Helen knows my patient.
Could Barber know about vagal inhibition?
That's why it's on my mind, Thane. I made a joke about it a few weeks back. Helen had dumped ice in my drink.
And you explained it in detail?
The expert showing off, yes, I did. Well, what happens now?
Nothing till we know more. Doctor, don't tell your daughter about this, and act normally when Barber arrives back tomorrow.
Normally, with him, is one stage short of open dislike. I'll manage that.
Well, I'd better start back now.
Back? You'll eat first.
Oh, well,
I insist. Coffee and sandwiches at least.
Well, I could use them.
Right. Helen!
Yes, sir, coming.
And afterwards, watch those roads, Thane. It's tricky through the hills.
I'll be careful. I'm driving my own car. Mill wasn't joking. This road's like a skating rink. And single track. Damn! That wasn't clever. Now, just you take it easy around this next bend. Easy. Hell, those lights! I can't see!
Never mind the car. Oh, thank heaven you're all right, Colin. But you say it happened last night. Where have you...
Where have I been since then? Stuck halfway down a slope with a car jammed against a tree. Then when I did manage to get out...
But what about the other car?
Oh, long gone. He'd been waiting there for me. Then slam, headlamps, spot lamps, the lot.
Oh, he could have killed you.
I got that feeling too. Morning, Mary.
Phil, I didn't know you were here.
I brought him over.
Oh.
Anyway, all I got was this bump on my head. Then I walked and walked. A newspaper truck gave me a lift. I contacted the county police, and then Phil. And here I am.
What about the car?
The county police said they'd have it hauled in.
Colin. We're due at headquarters.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Phil.
8 a.m. Buddha Ilford said.
Come in.
Morning, sir.
Doc Williams beat you to it.
Yeah, only just. Morning.
Doc. Sit down, both of you. Feeling all right, Thane?
Reasonable, sir.
You sound like Moss at his best.
Yeah, well, let's get started. I call this meeting because I want to get a clear perspective on all of this, and there are several points of detail needing tidied up. Thane, I understand you can't be positive who sent you off that road last night.
No, I can make a damn good guess, sir.
Yeah, Josh Barber, of course. Unfortunately, we don't deal in guesswork. On the other hand, you were interested in the man Truck Harris and a woman named Janie Milton.
Harris was a friend of Cullen's. Janie Milton is the name we have as a tallyman collector.
Janie Milton's real enough. She is currently living with Harris.
And a woman's footprints were found beside Harry Freeman's body.
A woman and 2 men. The tire tracks, sir.
Inconclusive. Doc, your turn.
Cullen's case, hopeless. Multiple injuries. Very multiple. End.
And no witnesses.
That's the way it goes in a crowd at a station.
But Freeman's different, thanks to Dr. Milne.
He contacted you?
Mm-hmm. Phoned at 1 a.m. and lectured me.
He said vagal inhibition.
Well, he developed that. Mechanical intervention at the main arteries of the neck. Finger and thumb grip just here at the front. If you like,
I'll take your word on it.
Well, that's just a prod. But thanks to Milne, I found very slight bruising on the deep muscles of Freeman's neck.
I see.
Freeman wouldn't have known a thing, Colin.
I've read your reports, Thane. This bank clerk...
Manison, sir.
Manison. I know we're talking about 2 murders, but he worries me. If Freeman was right and the tallyman sometimes settles a debt for inside help...
Then we could have a bank raid on the car.
Yeah, well, I'd like to know more about security inside that damn bank.
Oh, I think we've got that, sir. Right, Colin?
Eh? Oh, yes. Yes, they're pretty good. Old-fashioned, but good.
Yeah, even so, I don't like taking chances. Perhaps we should give them a hint.
But this could be a chance to bring the tallyman out in the open, sir.
Yeah. Well, yes, this once I'll back your way, Thane. But I think you should lean a little on this bank clerk.
That's on the program, sir. He goes home for lunch. Now, we'll be there just ahead of it. Last flight, Phil.
Sometimes I think everybody in the world lives on the top floor.
Phil, there's something I've been meaning to ask since this morning. You made a crack back at headquarters.
About you in the bank? Mary told me what's going on.
Well, I was going to.
In your own sweet time, eh? You made up your mind yet?
I think so.
You in a bank. It'd be better with a performing bear.
Aye, well, here we are. J. Manison, aye. Try the bell.
All right. The men in watch say she hasn't been out all morning.
They'd better be right.
And they know it.
Yes?
Mrs. Manison.
That's right.
Police, Mrs. Manison. Millside CID.
Police?
Mind if we come in?
No, I mean, yes.
Thanks.
In here. Well, there isn't much furniture, I'm afraid. We're waiting for a new suite, and that's...
The last one was taken away because you couldn't give up the payments, Mrs. Manison.
Now, look here.
Mrs. Madison, don't waste your energy, we know.
Even if you're right, what's it got to do with you?
Maybe quite a lot.
We haven't done anything wrong. We'll pay what we owe.
But bank clerks aren't particularly well paid.
And banks don't like their staff getting into debt.
Jim says everything will be all right soon. He's doing extra work for someone.
Mrs. Manison, ever heard of the Tallyman?
No, why?
How about the Barber Debt Collecting Agency?
They've been here, yes.
Mrs. Manison, take a look at these photographs. You recognize any of these people?
I don't know. Oh, yes. The woman, that's Miss Milton. She loans money.
She loaned some to you?
Yes. She came to the door one day and she
How
said,
much, Mrs. Manison?
Why should I tell you?
Because you want to keep your husband out of trouble.
I borrowed £100 from her.
Mm-hmm. Did your husband approve?
Oh, no. He was angry, but he's paying it back.
And money?
Well, of course. But that'll be Jim home for lunch. He's always forgetting his key.
Go and let him in.
All right.
Same old story.
Hey, what's wrong?
Jim, the police?
He's getting the message all right.
Well, let's hope it softens him up. Hell, I feel sorry for him.
Can't be helped, Phil. Here he comes.
You want to see me?
Yes, Mr. Manison. Remember me?
Yes. Yes, you were with Mr. Dial at the bank.
That's right.
Irene said police.
That's right, too. Mrs. Manison, I want to talk to your husband alone.
Oh, no, I want to stay.
That's all right, Irene. Do what he says.
Well, I'll see if your meal's ready.
You do that.
I'll be in the kitchen.
Sit down, Mr. Manison.
Now, look. I don't like coming home and finding my wife half scared out of her wits.
I said sit down. Good. Now, just take a look at these photographs.
I don't know what you mean.
Don't make it difficult, laddie.
Manison, when do they raid the bank?
You're joking.
Look, I don't joke when two people have been murdered. We've got most of this bunch tagged, Madison, including Josh Barber.
Who's he?
If you don't know him, how about Janie Milton or Truck Harris?
We know the Tallyman has his hooks in you, Madison. Look, don't you remember me another time in that alley after Herb Cullen roughed you up?
That was you?
Yes. And Cullen's dead now.
Do they know at the bank? I mean, was that why you were there?
Well, there was another reason.
What you don't understand.
No, maybe we do.
How long have you had the Tallyman on your back, Madison?
All right. 5 months. Things had gone wrong. I should have kept us in a budget.
It happens. Too much weak at the end of the money.
They said Irene would get acid in her face. Now, look, she doesn't
You'll
know...
both get protection.
We won't take chances. You've been helping them, right?
Yes.
When does it happen?
You pick your time. It's tonight. They've got keys to the main door of the bank and the basement area. Well, my job is to knock out the alarm system before I leave this evening.
Just like that?
Oh, it's easy enough. They gave me a little thing like a clock. I clip it on and it kills the alarm system. Or it will between 11 and 1 a.m.
So, they're trying for the strong room.
No. Well, that's why it has to be tonight.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Look, you tell it, Madison.
Well, every Scottish bank issues its own banknotes.
Yeah?
Well, banknotes wear out, or they get torn, or dirty, or damaged. The branches withdraw them and send them back to the head office. And whatever is collected is destroyed once every 3 months.
Who does it?
The top management, Mr. Dial. He has dinner in the bank, then starts burning the money about 11.
Oh, sounds like an orgy.
Well, I wouldn't know. But, well, the tallyman had heard about it.
How much old money will they burn tonight?
It's only a guess. 300, maybe 400,000.
Great.
They need more than the alarm system knocked out. Those doors,
Oh, they've already done it twice. It's sort of rehearsals. I got impressions of the keys made from.
You've been busy, laddie.
But I hadn't much choice. They took me along the first time they went in, about a month ago. From the front door into the basement took 1 minute, 28 seconds. They timed it.
That's for a night watchman.
Well, he uses a room up on the top floor and sleeps most of the time.
You mind telling me where you fit in tonight, apart from fixing the alarm system?
I have to stay home. They say... Well, they said I just wouldn't hear from them again.
Well, you'd better do what they told you, all the way. What? Look, just do it. Fix the alarm system.
But what about afterwards?
You're a Crown witness.
But I'll be finished with the bank.
You can't have it always.
No, I can't.
You and your wife will have protection. Don't worry about that. I have your phone.
Yes. It doesn't get cut off until next week.
Phil, call headquarters and tell Buddha Ilford the score.
He's going to love it.
Madison?
Yes?
Look, just play it our way, and it won't be too bad.
Have I any choice?
None, laddie. Now, where's the phone?
To all mobiles, message timed at 21:15 hours. Lookout requested for a light blue
Do we have to
car.
listen to that?
Switch it off, Phil.
Right.
Sometimes as I spend tonight just sitting in a divisional office. Waiting isn't my strong point. 21:15. 9:15.
And all's well.
So far. Mac?
Sir?
We could use some tea in here.
Right, sir. For free. Oh, how does Mr. Ilford like his?
No milk. I'm on a diet. 3 sugars.
I heard, sir.
Damn doctor says I've got to lose weight.
Ah, they're all the same. The last one I saw about my ulcer.
Yeah, another time, Moss, if you don't mind. Thane.
Sir?
The checklist. Barber left town.
6:30, sir. Last report we had placed him almost at Glen Craig. It's still snowing up there.
Yeah, well, he won't be in our little party, eh? He keeps his nose clean, all right. Madison and his wife are at home.
With 2 plainclothes men holding their hands.
Damn young fools. And the last report we had on Truck Harris and the Milton woman had them drinking in a pub, right? We'll have to move soon.
With these other reports, sir, they tie in Harris and Janie Milton.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the bank. It's time we told them. And they're not going to be very happy.
I'll get them now. Bank of Central Scotland, head office, please. Come in.
Gee, sir.
I just put them down, Mac.
Right, sir.
That's all, Mac.
Sir.
Yes, time we contacted the bank. A fellow, Dial is the general manager.
We know him, sir. Don't we, Colin?
Yes.
Huh?
I'll be prepared, the Boy Scout motto.
Oh, well. Now, where's my tea?
Hello?
Bank of Central Scotland. Mr. Dial.
Mr. Dial, it's Chief Inspector Thane, Millside CID.
Thane, I want to ask you how you knew I'd be here. Initiative, eh? Something I can help you with?
It's an official call, Mr. Dial. We have information an attempt will be made to raid the bank tonight between 11 and 1 while you're destroying the old bank notes.
While we're... Thane, is this some kind of joke?
No, I wish it was.
Excellent, Thane. And now you'll nip the whole thing in the bud, eh?
No, sir.
What? Did you say no?
We want to nail them inside the bank. Now, that means a little cooperation on your part, Mr. Dial.
Cooperation? Thane, you're on the brink of becoming an officer of this bank. I forbid any action which could affect public confidence.
Mr. Dial, we've got to get them inside the bank, or we haven't enough evidence.
Thane, how long have you known about this?
We've been working on it.
And you've deliberately avoided warning us. It's going to require considerable explanation.
Are you going to help or not, Mr. Dial?
I don't appear to have any option, do I? But I won't forget this, believe me.
All men in position, Sergeant?
All safe, sir.
Yeah, good. Yeah, Mr. Dial, I think you can relax.
If anything does go wrong...
It won't. We've men placed all through the bank, other men outside. Nothing can go wrong.
I've heard that said before. What do I do now?
Well, just keep on as usual. These the banknotes?
Yes. All right, Stoddard. Feed some bundles into the shredder.
Starting now, Mr. Dial. Bundles 1 to 12.
Spats the stuff out like so much mince, eh? Now what?
We burn it. In it goes. Close the door, Stoddard.
Bundles 13 to 24, sir.
Thane. Sir? This is yours. I don't like guns, but they could be armed.
How many of us will have guns?
Well, you and I and 2 men upstairs. Who's on the radio link to the car outside?
Beach, sir. Beach, all set?
On standby, sir. Nothing yet.
When it happens, it won't take long. Inspector Moss didn't seem pleased at missing this.
That's an understatement, sir.
Yeah, well, he's got his own task. I want Barber's office taken apart.
Sir.
Well?
Car arriving, sir. Just a moment. Stop at the door. 4 men plus driver, sir. Bank door being opened now.
My God, if anything goes wrong...
Just keep feeding the furnace. The rest of you get out of sight.
Bundles 61 to 72, Mr. Dial. Mr. Dial?
Sorry. Start the machine.
Just hold it down there. Rob, watch your store and we'll do the rest.
But,
now you over there. See the shotgun?
Yes.
Well, it says behave and nobody gets hurt. Now, a pair of you, back away from that money. All right, lads, come on, start gathering.
Police, drop that shotgun.
What the hell's going on?
We're armed, Harris.
Hold on, you damn you!
Pack it in, Harris.
Harris, drop that gun. Last warning. Rob! All right, damn you.
Sergeant, get them all against that wall. All of them.
Right, sir. Go on, you miserable bunch of knaves.
You all right, Mr. Dial?
Yes, I think so. My clerk.
Just frightened, Mr. Dial.
I'm
fine.
Well, I'll have to talk to the chief constable about commendations for you both.
That's very kind.
Public-spirited action. All right, Sergeant. Let's get those stocking masks off them. See who we've got.
You first, laddie.
Thane.
Yes, Mr. Dial.
Perhaps you were right after all. My board believes in public-spirited action.
And commendations.
Well, anyway, I look forward to hearing your answer tomorrow. You understand? If I spoke harshly,
Oh, that's all right.
Hey?
Coming, sir.
Well, they look better in handcuffs, eh?
Truck Harris and Jenny Milton, right?
Get lost, copper.
Manners. At least you'd sense enough to drop that gun, Harris.
Ah, why, Black, a loser.
Oh, if you'd had more guts,
I'll
you'd make-
belt up Jenny.
That's good advice. Now, this one now. Sandy Lang, isn't it?
Aye. And I know you.
Yeah, then a gentleman who says his name is Smith. And they're bringing the driver in from outside. Sergeant?
Sir?
We'll keep Harris and the lady. Take charge of the rest.
Right, sir. Beach. Stop moving, man. Yeah, you. That's why. Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Take it easy. Oh, yeah. Hey.
Nothing.
You walked into this one, didn't you, Harris? Enjoy your drink with Janie in the pub tonight?
Who told you this was own copper?
Well, maybe it was Cullen.
He wouldn't grasp.
Then why did the tally man have him killed?
Who's the tally man?
You've been collecting for him. Both of you. And we can prove it.
We can prove other things. You two killed Harry Freeman.
Us? Hey, now, wait a
While
minute.
you were there, was it Josh Barber who did it? While you watched?
Who's Josh Barber?
Woman, you sound like a gramophone record. We know all about Barber.
Of course, Barber may tell his own kind of story.
Well, Janie and me didn't kill anyone.
Jack, for
Out
God's
to hell,
sake.
Janie. You and me? Well, I'm not carrying any cans for Barber.
Oh, suit yourself. I've had it.
Well?
Barber did for Cullen at that underground. He said the cops were too interested in him.
And Harry Freeman?
Aye, we were there, but it was Barber who killed him. How?
Oh, some fancy throat trick.
Yes, hold
The
on.
truck's right. It wasn't us.
Chief Inspector Thane. Call for it.
Take it, Thane. Well, you people know what happens now. Charge and caution statements. Don't try changing your minds.
Here's the phone, Thane. It's Inspector Moss.
Thanks. Phil?
How'd it go?
Oh, smooth. And they're talking.
Well, we've got Barber this end. We found a loose floorboard beside his desk. The same trick as at Cullen's place. Ledgers, names, all his tallyman account books.
Bring them to headquarters, Phil. We'll get the whole mess in order there.
And what about Barber?
Ever seen the dawn break over the Highlands in winter, Phil?
Oh, I should have guessed that.
I can't push it any faster than this, sir. Not in these roads.
I know. How long now?
Oh, a mile or so, I reckon.
Well, there's dawn breaking. You can keep it. I'd call it grey desolation.
There should be a turnoff coming up.
You mean with that car's weight?
Looks like a county car, sir.
You're right. There's someone waving us down. Pull in beside them.
Yes, sir.
Wind down the window, Phil. He's coming over.
Well, why my side? Oh, all right.
Chief Inspector Thane.
Yes?
Inspector McFarren, County Police. You've made good time.
We've a good driver.
Aye, but you're still too late. They've gone from the house.
When?
20 minutes ago.
We weren't supposed to leave until after dawn.
Ah, but I know the doctor. He's a hell of a man for the deer, and our orders are to do nothing till you came.
I know. Did they see your car?
Not a chance. It was well hidden. And I know where the deer shoot is. Eagle Loch way.
And from here?
Into the hills, sir. If your man gets up there.
We can whistle for him.
All right, McFarren. You lead the way.
I'll do that, sir. But stay close and be careful. It's a hell of a road.
You heard what the man said, Erickson. Be careful.
Sir. Down there, Chief Inspector, that's Eagle Loch. This may look just like a skating rink, but it's always thin ice and it's damn near bottomless. And over there's where the folk are gathered. Look, you can see the cars.
We'll walk down. Inspector Moss and I first. Keep your men back unless there's trouble. If Barber sees us too soon, he's liable to bolt.
We'll be ready if you need us.
Phil? All right.
Damn the snow. It's getting in over my shoes again.
Easy now. Nobody seems to have seen us yet. There's Dr. Milne.
Ah, but no Barber.
Doctor!
Thane! I wondered...
Where's Barber, Doctor?
With Helen. They're over at our Land Rover. No. Damn, they're coming this way. They've seen us. And he's on to us.
That's near enough, Dave. Stay still, all of you. You too, Helen, I mean it.
My God, he's got a gun.
Don't try it, Barber. Put that damn thing down.
Me, I'm leaving. Helen comes too, understand?
George!
Shut up and do what I tell you. Doctor, I want the Land Rover keys. Throw them over.
You can have them, but if anything happens to Helen...
Hold on, Doctor. That gun, Colin.
You're right. Barber, it's not on.
I'm warning you.
Thane, for pity's sake.
All right, Doctor. That's a Beretta he's got. And we know where it came from.
Barber, you got that gun from Cullen's place, didn't you?
What if I did?
Well, it's just that we fixed the firing pin when we searched Cullen's place before he was killed. Try it.
Damn you! You still won't get me!
He's running. He's heading for the loch. He'll get away across the ice.
Wait, boss. That's Eagle Loch. Thin ice and damn near bottomless, and we can't stop him.
I could. With my rifle, I'll get it.
No, Doctor.
But Colin!
The ice fill.
He's right, Moss. The ice won't bear him once he's any distance out. That's the way with Eagle Loch.
Oh, can't we do anything?
No, except wait.
He's down.
He's through it. No, sir, stay. It's not on.
Please, help me! Help me!
I'm sorry, sir. We'll find him in the spring. I'm damned if I'm letting anyone else risk his neck.
Well, of course it was bad luck. We've got the rest of them, Thane. And the Tallyman's finished.
That should keep Lord Main's happy.
Yeah. Get him off our backs, anyway. Thane, there's something else.
Sir?
I talked to Patterson Dial. He let it slip the bank has made you an offer.
I planned to tell you as soon as I decided, sir.
Good divisional officers like you don't grow on trees. But I wouldn't like to say what I'd do. You made up your mind?
I'm seeing him today, sir.
Yeah, he told me. You taking it?
Oh, no. No, sir. Not now.
Huh. What about your wife?
Well, I think she knows already.
Women usually do, Thane. Where's Moss?
Outside, sir.
Well, I'll buy you a drink, both of you. You've had a narrow escape, Thane. Just remember, you're a cop, and you're stuck with that. Absolutely stuck with
that. That was The Tallyman by Bill Knox. The part of Chief Inspector Thane was played by Paul Kermack, Inspector Moss by Phil McCall, Lord Mains by David Stewart, Superintendent Ilford by Martin Cochrane. Police Constable Beach, Tony Roper, Sergeant MacLeod, Willie Joss, Mary Thane, Gwyneth Guthrie, Driver Erickson, Michael Bruce, Hayes, Ian Dewar, Harry Freeman, Arthur Boland, Josh Barber, Robert Trotter, Helen Milne, Anne Scott Jones, Jim Manison, William Armour, Patterson Dial, John Young, Mrs. Freeman, Sheila Donald, Doc Williams, Michael Elder, Dr. Milne, Bryden Murdoch, Irene Manison, Rose McBain. And the producer was Gordon Emsley.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the charming Gilbert and Sullivan comic opera, The Pirates of Penzance, starring Gordon MacRae and his two guest stars, Clark Dennis and Lucille Norman. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you very much, Marvin Miller, and a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, sir, We're off to that delightful world of nonsense and charming improbability that was fashioned by Gilbert and Sullivan. I'll be the very model of a modern Major General. Clark Dennis will be Frederick, and lovely Lucille Norman will be Mabel, as we bring you the Pirates of Penzance.
Have you ever wanted to be a pirate? Well, I have. Quite confidentially, just between you and me, I often lock myself in my study, pull out a wooden cutlass, and sing a rousing pirate song. Oh, better far to live and die under the brave black flag I fly than play a sanctimonious part with a pirate head and a pirate heart. Away to the cheating world go you, where pirates all are well to do. But I'll be true to the song I sing and live and die a pirate king. For I am a pirate king, and it is a glorious thing to be a pirate king. For I am a pirate king, and it is a glorious thing to be a pirate king. It is hurrah for the pirate king, hurrah for the pirate king. Oh, alas, I am no pirate king. I'm a major general, a paragon of respectability, and the father of 8 daughters, all girls. Meanwhile, off on the rocky coast of Cornwall, some real pirates are having a high old time. One rocky coast of Cornwall, please. Thank you. And now let's hear from a real pirate king. For a king the pirates, Harry Bill, a king the pirates, and a king to make us merry, let the pirate boss For today a pirate apprentice rises from indenture fleet. From his armored king he said, he's a pirate now indeed. Here's the dog to Frederick, there's his Frederick out of his indenture. For a king the pirates, Harry Bill, a king the pirates hat, and a king to make us merry, let the pirate bumper Frederick, at midnight tonight you will be 21 and a full-fledged member of the Pirates of Penzance.
Pirate King, I thank you. But today I leave you forever.
But why? A keener hand never scuttled a canard or shipped a handspike, whatever that means.
I was apprenticed to you, and it was my duty to stay, because I am a slave of duty. But it was all an error.
An error? What error?
I cannot tell you. It would reflect on my notes.
Nay, dear master, better have it out at once. When Frederick was a little lad, he proved so brave and daring. His father thought he'd apprentice him to some career seafaring. I was the lad, his nursery maid, and so it fell to my lot to take and bind the promising boy apprentice to a pilot. A life's not bad for a hardy lad, so surely not a high lot. Though I'm a nurse, you could do worse than make your boy a pilot. I was a stupid nursery maid on breakers always steering, and I did not catch the word aright through being hard of hearing. Mistaking my instructions, which within my brain did gyrate, I took and bound this promising boy apprentice to a pirate. A sad mistake it was to make and doom him to a vile lot. I bound him to a pirate, you, instead of to a pilot. Oh, pardon me. me, Frederick, but the two words were so much alike.
They still are, but at midnight my obligation ceases.
I must say we haven't much to offer, Fred. We don't seem to make piracy pay. I'm sure I don't know why.
It's because you're too tender-hearted. For instance, you make a point of never attacking a weaker party than yourselves, and when you attack a stronger party...
We always get thrashed.
Then again, you make a point of never molesting an orphan.
Of course! We are orphans ourselves.
Yes, but it's gotten around. Now everyone we capture says he's an orphan. The last 3 ships we took were manned entirely by orphans, so we had to let them go.
And all, I don't think much of our profession either. But contrasted with respectability, it's comparatively honest. Meanwhile, my eminence, the very model of a modern major general, accompanied by all 8 of my daughters, were off for a picnic. Where? The rocky coast of Cornwall.
Beautiful, blue sky, the grass is rising very high. Continue fine, I hope this day and yet it rain, but yesterday, tomorrow is the... Oh, Father, I just know something exciting is going to happen.
Well, it always does about this point in a comic opera. Why don't you girls run down to the seashore and go wading?
We will, Father. It's such a beautiful day. Blue sky, the grass is rising very high. Continue fine, I hope this day and yet it rain, but yesterday... Shoes off, girls.
Stop, ladies, stop. Don't remove another shoe.
Oh, man! Who are you, sir?
Alas, I am a pirate.
Pirate?
Ladies, don't be afraid of me. Tonight I am renouncing my profession. Oh, how wonderful it is to see you. Up until now, the only woman I have known is my nursemaid, and so I thought all women looked 47.
How handsome he is, and how pitiful his story.
Oh, is there not one maiden breast which does not feel the moral beauty of making worldly interest subordinate to sense of duty? To such an one, if such there be, I swear by heaven's arch above you, if you will cast your eyes on me, however plain you be, I'll love you. However plain you be, if you will cast your eyes on me, however plain you be, I love you, I love you, I love you.
Alas, there's not one maiden here whose homely face and bad complexion have caused all hope to disappear of ever willing hands of affection.
Not one.
No, not one.
Not one.
No, yes, poor wandering one, though thou hast surely strayed, take heart of grace, thy steps we pray, poor wandering one, if such poor love as mine can help thee find the peace of mind, my naked design. Take heart, no danger ours, take any heart but ours. Take heart, any design, take any heart, take mine. Poor wandering one, though thou hast surely strayed, take heart, grace.
suddenly remembered. Those other pirates, they are not renouncing their profession. They will seize you.
A lovely idea. Seize one each, men. So we can all be married. A doctor of divinity resides in this vicinity.
Wait. There is something I want you to know. Our father is a major general and in charge of the national police.
A major general? Yes, gentlemen. Permit me to introduce myself. I am the very model of a modern major general. I've information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. I know the kings of England, and I quote the nicest article from Marathon to Waterloo and order categorical. I'm very well acquainted, too, with matters mathematical. I understand equations, both the simple and quadratical. About binomial theorem, I'm teeming with a lot of views. Now, let's see. What rhymes with news? Snooze, blues, baby needs a new pair of shoes. And, I have it. With many cheerful facts about the spread of the hot news. Many cheerful facts about the spread of the hot news. Many cheerful facts about the spread of the hot news. Many cheerful facts about the spread of the hot news. Very good at integral and differential calculus. I know the scientific names of I'm the very model of a modern major general. I know our mythic history, King Arthur's sense of paradox. I answer hard acrostics, I have a pretty taste for paradox. I quote an Elegiacs, all the crimes of Heliogabalus. Conics I can floor peculiarities, parabulous. I can tell undoubted Rabios and Gerardos and Zophanies. I know the croaking chorus from the frogs of Aristophanes. Then I can hum a fugue of which I've heard the music's dinner for. Huh. What do we have now? Bore, snore, dinosaur. Oh, I have it. And whistle all the airs from that infernal nonsense pinafore. And whistle all the airs from that infernal nonsense pinafore. And whistle all the airs from that infernal nonsense pinafore. And whistle all the airs from that infernal nonsense pinafore. Then I can write a washing bill in Babylonic uniform and tell you every detail of Caractacus's uniform. In short and majesty, vegetable, animal, and mineral, I am the very model of a modern major general. In short and majesty, vegetable, animal, and mineral, he is the very model of a modern major general. And now that I've introduced myself, I should like to have some idea of what's going on. Very simple. We propose to marry your daughters.
Against our will, Papa. Against our will.
You mustn't do that. May I ask, this is a picturesque uniform, but I'm not entirely familiar with it. What are you? We are all single gentlemen. Yes, I gathered that.
Papa, they are pirates. The famous pirates of Penzance.
Now, wait a minute. I object to pirates as sons-in-law. And we object to major generals as fathers-in-law. An idea. Gentlemen, have you ever known what it is to be an orphan? Oh, dash it all. Here we go again. Gentlemen, I am an orphan boy. Then our rules protect you. You may be an honorary member of our band. Oh, dear. What do you suppose they'll do when they find out? I'm the only orphan in the British Empire who still has a mother and a father.
Return to the second act of Pirates of Penzance in just a moment. At this time of national crisis, Americans remember that this is not the first Christmas season during which our country has faced a grim and trying future. 173 years ago, General Washington's army encamped at Valley Forge lacked food and fuel and arms and clothing, lacked almost everything but tremendous spiritual courage and a strong faith in the righteousness of their cause. And that strong faith in the new ideals of liberty and freedom of opportunity inspired our young nation to win through to final victory. Today, with Christmas only 2 short weeks away, our country faces another sobering crisis. And as we make our Christmas preparations, we cannot help thinking of the many thousands of heroic men in our armed forces who will not spend Christmas Day with their families. Men who will spend this important season on the frozen, snow-covered battlefields of Korea, fighting to preserve the same ideals of freedom and liberty that fired the souls of Washington's army in that winter at Valley Forge. And today, thinking of these men of our armed forces, we know all America is determined that they shall not want for anything we can give them that will strengthen them in their valiant fight against overwhelming odds. The railroads of America are deeply dedicated to the achievement of this goal. They are making full use of all the improvements to their plant and equipment installed since the end of World War II. Since the start of the Korean War, the railroads have greatly expanded and speeded up their program to meet the ever-mounting transportation demands of the country. And for the future, they are determined to provide every rail transportation need of our armed forces, first, fully, and without delay. To a dance starring Gordon MacRae as the Major General, Lucille Norman as Mabel.
Frederick, help me. My poor father is so sad, so unhappy.
Major General Stanley, tell me, why do you sigh?
My boy, I have escaped from the pirates by lying to them. And when they find out, what will they do?
It is midnight, and I am no longer a 21st birthday has arrived. I am free to join you as we march against the pirates of Penzance. Are not your national police here to help protect you?
Oh, they are indeed. I shall call them. You know, in America, they have an expression for this.
All right, Louis, drop the gun.
When the foeman bears his steel, we uncomfortable feel, and we find the wisest thing is to snap our chests and sing Tarantara. For when threatened with the mutes, and your heart is in your boots, there is nothing brings it round like the trumpet's martial sound, like the trumpet's martial sound. Tarantara, 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 tarantara.
Wait, Frederick, stop!
Yes, not so fast about becoming an ex-pirate.
The Pirate King and Ruth, my nursemaid.
We have a piece of news for you, my lad. Tell him, Ruth.
Well, Frederick, it seems that you were born on the 29th of February, in a leap year.
But I have just reached my 21st year.
Yes, but you were apprenticed to us until your 21st birthday, which will occur early in 1980.
My goodness. That means I'm about 5 years old. I don't feel 5 years old, especially when I look at you, Mabel.
Don't go back to the pirates, Frederick.
Will you wait for me, Mabel, until 1980? He loves me. He is here. Oh, la, la, la. Oh, la. Farewell, Mabel. Farewell, my beloved.
Oh, Father, what shall we do?
We shall lead our fleet force against the pirates, daughter, even though Frederick is now our foe. Oh, nasty job, policeman. Depriving fellow creatures of their liberty and all that. Nation with another. A policeman's lot is not a happy one. Oh, when constabulary duties to be done, the policeman's lot is not a happy one. Happy one.
Father, the bushes are moving. The trees are moving toward us.
Frederick and the pirates. They're sneaking up on us like burglars in the night. Listen.
General Stanley?
Surrender and die? That seems a little drastic.
From a sense of duty, Frederick has told us of your deceit. You are no orphan.
No, but if you kill me, all my daughters will be.
Silence. Prepare to die.
Now, just a minute, King. Just a minute. To gain a brief advantage you've contrived, but your proud triumph will not be long-lived. Don't say your orphans, for we know that game. On your allegiance we've a stronger claim. We bid you yield. We bid you yield in Queen Victoria's name. You do? We do. Yes, we bid you yield in Queen Victoria's name. We yield at once with humble mien, because with all our faults we love our Queen. Yes, yes, with all their faults they love their Queen. Away with them and place them at the bar. One moment, let me tell you who we are. We are no members of the common throng. We are all noblemen who have gone wrong. No Englishman unmoved that statement here, because with all our faults we love our house of peers. I pray you pardon me, ex-pirate king. Peers will be peers, and youth will have its fling. Resume your ranks and legislative duties, and take my daughters, all of whom are beauties.
What a happy ending.
Well, what did you expect? This is Gilbert and Sullivan. Oh, wandering one, for we have surely strayed. Take heart and grace, your step we pray. Oh, wandering one, take heart, bear to side. Take any heart, take mine. Take heart, bear to side. Take any heart, take
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Clark Dennis and Lucille Norman will be back in just a moment. And our thanks to Paul Keith, the Pirate King, to Virginia Reese, who was Ruth, and to our entire company. Gilbert and Sullivan's Pirates of Penzance was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. You know, back in the days of World War II, I remember what a thrill it was to go home for a visit. And I know thousands of veterans will remember what it meant to save up the dollars for that trip. That's why it's good to hear that this year the railroads are again offering special reduced rates for military personnel traveling on leave during the Christmas holidays. From December 15th until January 15th, our men in uniform can make a round trip in railroad coaches for about 2 cents a mile. And now here again are our guests, Lucille Norman and Clark Dennis. Well, it was a real pleasure doing Gilbert and Sullivan with Norman and Dennis.
It was fun, Gordon.
Tell me something, Gordon. Is there really a place called Penzance?
Well, there certainly is, Clark. It's a famous British seaside resort. It's, it's like saying the Pirates of Palm Springs or the Pirates of Pismo Beach.
Where are you heading next week, Major?
Well, Bonnie lass, we're heading to Scotland for the magic of the lovely musical hit Brigadoon. And Marion Bell and say, looky here, Clark Dennis will be our guest.
Well, we'll be listening. What am I saying? I'll be here.
Good night, Gordon.
Good night, folks.
All aboard!
Well, sir, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Pirates of Penzance was presented by special arrangement with the Thames Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae can be seen starring in the Warner Brothers production, The West Point Story. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroad. And now keep tuned to your Monday night of music on NBC.
Transcribed, this is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck and Tyrone Power in This Above All. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Once more, it's opening night in the Lux Radio Theater, but a new kind of opening night, without benefit of searchlights or brightly lit marquee. Like Broadway's Great White Way, Hollywood Boulevard's Neon Lane is dimmed out for the duration. But there's no dim out on glamour and adventure inside the Lux Radio Theater tonight, as we present Tyrone Power and Barbara Stanwyck in the 20th Century Fox drama This Above All, based on a novel by Eric Knight. It's the first great love story to come out of this war, the story of an English soldier and a girl in uniform who gives him the fighting heart to do his duty. You'll hear Barbara Stanwyck as that girl, and Tyrone Power in the same part he played on the screen, the soldier just back from the terror of Dunkirk. This, above all, is what the critics call an important drama, and what the public calls great entertainment. And don't be backward about telling us what other plays and stars you'd like to hear, because you are the real sponsors of this program, you and Lux Toilet Soap. You and Lux have been raising the curtain here for 8 years now, and as we go into our 9th season, we renew our pledge to bring you the best entertainment America can produce, the newest plays and the finest dramatic artists. There's a reserved seat in this National Theater for everyone, and the more the merrier. Your season ticket is that familiar cake of Lux Toilet Soap, and again, the more the merrier. And now for the 9th consecutive year, the thrilling moment arrives, as the curtain rises on the first act of This Above All, starring Tyrone Power as Clive Briggs and Barbara Stanwyck as Prudence Cathaway. This is the story of two people, a man and a woman from different worlds. One reared in poverty in the slums of London, the other a child of England's aristocracy. It's also a story of England today, an England in which social barriers are forgotten in the united effort of all her people to fight this war.
At 6:50 this evening in the forest of Compiègne, an armistice was signed between France and Germany. The resistance of France has ended, her fall complete. In Berlin tonight, a government spokesman declared that the conquest of Britain by the end of September is now definitely assured.
Well, there's one good thing about the wireless. You can always turn it off.
Yes, it's that announcer fella that annoys me, Harris. Talks as if he's got a mouthful of golf balls.
Excuse me, sir. Dr. Roger is here.
Oh, Roger, come in.
I'm sorry. Have I kept you all waiting?
Oh, it's all right, Roger. Your hospital must be getting some pretty bad cases.
Have you heard the news, Roger?
Yes, we know where we stand now, don't we?
Well, Napoleon conquered the whole of Europe, but he never touched England.
Napoleon didn't have 15,000 bombers.
Well, there's no need for us to get excited.
Don't you think perhaps it's time we did get excited, Iris?
Why, Roger.
Don't you know what our enemies say in their prayers every night? They say, "Please, Lord, keep the English from getting excited for one more year, and we shall never need your help again."
Oh, for goodness sake, let's talk about something cheerful.
Dinner is served, sir.
Oh, fine. Now sit down before the soup gets cold.
Awesome. Did Miss Prudence tell you what had delayed her? No, sir, she didn't. I wonder where she is.
Roger, you're Prudence's father, and it's no concern of mine. But if you want my opinion, she's not behaving in a manner befitting her position.
Really?
Yesterday afternoon, she took Bert Higgins, the gardener, for a drive in her car, instead of attending Lord Evesham's charity party.
Iris, Bert Higgins is convalescing. I took his appendix out last month.
Well, that doesn't confer special privileges. I'm not against equality, Roger.
Hello,
but,
everyone.
Well, Prudence.
High time, I'd say, my
Hello,
girl.
Grandfather.
Well, young lady, you are late.
Yes, I know. Aunt Iris, I'm terribly sorry.
Parsons, bring Miss Prudence her dinner.
Well, What have you been up to?
Oh, Father, I got delayed in Garsley. I had so many things to do. Some shopping, and I had my hair cut, and, well, I joined the WAF.
You
The WAF?
joined
The
the what?
WAF, the Women's Auxiliary Air Force.
Well, we hadn't even heard that you'd applied for a commission.
I didn't apply for a commission, Grandfather. I joined the ranks.
Oh, but my dear Prudence, I could have arranged for you to be an officer.
I don't want to be an officer till I've learned to be a private.
Are you aware that Annie Smith, who scrubs the schoolhouse floors, has joined the WAF as a private?
Yes, Aunt Horace. I told her she ought to.
Well, Prudence, for generations the Cathaways have been leaders, not followers. In joining this woman's army, you're deliberately throwing aside certain, shall I say, traditions.
Quite possibly she's thinking of something else.
What exactly are you suggesting, Aunt Horace?
I'm suggesting nothing, my dear. But some of you girls of today would do almost anything in the world to be different, even at the expense of your family.
Forgive me, Aunt Horace, but when you talk, I seem to hear words oozing through the holes of a moth-eaten sofa.
Prudence, remember where you are.
I do remember where I am. I'm in 1940 and you're in 1880. Your kind of thinking is more dangerous to us than Hitler is.
Prudence,
yes, I mean it. You believe that 40 million people exist in England to make you comfortable. You hate this war because you knock your shins in a blackout. You grumble at it because it's deprived you of your favorite German bath salts. And you fear it because the common men who are doing the fighting may suddenly begin to doubt the importance of risking their lives to keep you in a mortal part of England. Parsons, give me a glass of sherry.
Jane Lindsay.
Here, Sergeant.
Rose Johnson.
Here, Sergeant.
Prudence Cathaway.
Here, Sergeant.
Violet Worthing.
Here, Sergeant.
Company dismissed.
Oh, all this red type. I can see we're here without calling out all them names. Say, you live in Gosley?
No, I live across the downs near Walsham.
I'm local. Say, do you know any boys around here?
No, I don't.
Oh, well, you leave that to me. I'll fix you up. What? What are you doing tonight?
Why, nothing.
Well, my boyfriend, Joe, he called me up this morning. He's joining the Navy tomorrow, and tonight's the last chance he's got to propose to me.
Perhaps he'll propose tonight. I'm sure he will.
I've never got so close as I did the other night. He started putting grass down my neck, like he always does when he's on the point or something. He'd just begin to ask me when the air raid siren went.
Well, there's still tonight.
Oh, there ain't a hope. Unless we do something. He called me up this morning to say he's bringing a chum with him. Say, come out with me tonight. Come out and take Joe's chum away, please.
But I don't even know...
Violet, you're on duty in the next hut. Come in. 8 o'clock tonight. Now, you won't let me down, will you? Oh, I know you won't. Say, what did you say your name was?
Prudence. Prudence Cathaway.
That you, Joe?
That you, boy? Here we are. Oh, you've got a friend, eh?
This is my chum, Prue Cathaway. Prue thought she'd like to take a walk.
Well, it's fine. This is my chum, Clive Briggs.
Oh, pleased to meet you, Mr. Briggs.
How do you do?
Good evening. Well, shall we have a stroll?
Come on, Joe. This ain't a cook's tour, all trooping around in a bunch. See you back here at 10 o'clock. Now, be good, you two.
Yeah, see you right here. 10 o'clock.
Well, we're stranded. And in the dark, too. Is that what they usually do with you when you come out with them?
I don't usually come out with them.
Oh, I beg your pardon. You're a very superior wife, aren't you?
I'm not in the least superior. As a matter of fact, I came to help a friend. Or didn't you realize that Joe and Violet happened to be in love?
I didn't. And to be honest with you, I'm not in the least interested in Joe or Violet.
Listen. They're bombing Dover. It may be Canterbury.
Oh, it's farther north, over the Thames estuary. They're going right through to London.
They'll be bombing our camp one of these days.
Don't worry, they're not going to waste bombs on a WAF camp.
Why not?
My dear girl, don't you realize that a big bomb costs £1,000? We could go around the world on the price of one bomb.
We'd need a bomb each to do it well.
Waste, doesn't it? Bang goes another trip around the world. Cigarette?
Thanks.
Hey, tell me, what's the English aristocracy doing in the ranks of the WAFs?
I don't know what you mean.
You didn't sound like the rest of the girls here.
Have you any objection to my being in the ranks of the WAF?
I don't object. I was only thinking the ranks might.
Oh. Well, they're quite broad-minded, you know. In fact, they're a fine lot of girls.
Yes, they're all right, I suppose. And putting them into uniform doesn't transform them into Joan of Arc, you know.
You don't believe in girls in uniform. You don't believe in very much, do you?
I believe in people who know what they're doing and where they're going.
You're bitter about something, aren't you?
We'd better be moving on.
It's almost 10. We'd better say good night.
Shall I see you again?
I don't know.
How about Saturday in the afternoon?
I can't promise. I may be busy.
I'll wait for you in the square by the statue.
Suppose I can't come.
If you can't, it won't make any difference.
Well, at least you tell the truth. Good night. Hello there.
Hello?
I'm sorry if I'm late. I had an awful job to get away.
That's all right. So, you're the girl I met in the dark, huh?
Yes, this is me.
Well, shall we go for a walk?
If you want. What's that?
Well, ordinarily, I'd say it was the Germans. But now it happens to be thunder.
Oh, I was afraid it was going to rain.
Here it comes.
Oh, and we'll be soaked. Isn't there some place we can go?
Well, what do boys and girls do under these conditions?
Depends upon where they are and how they feel. Some of them get into hollow trees, and others go to the cinema.
I expect all the hollow trees are full by now. That leaves only the cinema. Or perhaps... Oh, but look over there.
Oh, the Albion Temperance and Commercial Hotel.
Come on.
Well, it's dry anyway.
Come in. What is it?
We want a room, please.
Yes?
Yes, we want a room where we can have a fire lit to dry these things and have some tea sent up.
We don't have no room.
No, but we only
I
got...
say we don't have no room. This ain't the sort of place you want. I got my reputation to keep up.
Reputation? I'll say you have, you dirty little pipsqueak. The first thing you need to do is open the windows and let the smell out. Then open your mind and let the smell out of that.
Clive, let's go.
Gladly.
People think they can get away with anything today. Well, this is a different kind of hotel.
Phew.
I'm sorry. Don't think of it.
Well, I can't help thinking of it. It made me feel suddenly dirty.
Well, I suppose he's fighting the war in his own way. Still raining. Well, where do we go from here?
Well, we're not having much luck. Might as well walk to keep warm.
We might pick up the bus on the way. Oh, look, there's a shed. We can watch for the bus and keep dry at the same time. Let's make a run for it. Well, it's cozy enough in here. It's dry anyway.
I think it's lovely.
Well, we may as well sit down and wait till the rain stops. It's been a great day, hasn't it?
I know, Clive. We'll have to try some other time.
Hey, you're shivering.
No, I'm all right.
Here, I've got something that'll fix you up. Blends neatly with the weather, too.
What is it?
Whiskey. You like some?
Never touch it.
Go on, it'll do you good. Oh, here. Always take the cork out of a bottle when you hand it to a lady.
Especially when the lady is a novice at drinking. But no, thank you.
Well, here's to you.
Good?
Tell me, did you ever get stinko? Blind, unconscious stinko?
No, have you?
2 nights ago. Blind, blotto, out.
Why?
Why not?
Well, people generally have good reasons for going blind, blotto, out, don't they?
I suppose so.
You know, when I met you the other night, I couldn't really see anything, and yet somehow I knew exactly what you would look like in the daylight.
Well, how do I look?
Oh, you're quite good-looking, really. The nose a little too fine, the mouth a little on the big side, and one of your ears sticks out a little bit more than the other. Did you know your face was slightly lopsided?
Now, that'll do. Wait a minute.
But your eyes are good. Yes, a nice deep brown. A bit tired-looking. Late hours, perhaps.
Well, you're better than a smack in the lug yourself.
What's a smack in the lug?
Oh, a friend of mine called Monty. If he says you're better than a smack in the lug, it means you're all right. As a matter of fact, you are, Prue.
Please, don't start that.
I'm not starting anything. I just said you're all right.
Clive, I wanted to ask you, why aren't you in uniform?
You sure you won't have a drink? Just a little one?
Oh, no, it would never do for me to get blind stinko.
You might like it.
No, it just makes me talk, that's all. Oh, not that I can't take it. Why, last Christmas I had 3 glasses of port and then won a ping-pong match.
Did you?
Don't look at me like that.
Prue, I'm going to kiss you.
You know, I might just as well have taken that drink. I feel stinko. Quite stinko, in fact.
Come on. We'd better go.
Why, what's the matter?
Nothing. We're going, that's all.
But it's still raining, Clive.
We're getting out of here, rain or no rain. I'll get you back to camp.
here in a few minutes. Take your kit bags over there. For dismiss.
Prue, there's somebody asking for you. Over there by the stile. For me? Thanks. Clive.
I heard you were leaving today.
Yes, we're going to Boxgrove.
Oh, when will I see you again?
Oh, there's the bus. I must go.
How long will you be away?
3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Is that a long time?
Well, no, it's just...
You'll be gone when I get back?
No, I'll be here, Prue. I promise you I will.
You know, Clive, when I get back, I'll be due for leave.
You will?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's go away then. I know a beautiful place on the seacoast of Leaford.
I'm afraid I couldn't. I'll have to go home to Tunbridge. I promised to. Come with me, Clive.
Me? To the ancestral home of the Cathaways? The pride of the family bringing home the man she found in the dark.
You're not funny.
I've never been more serious.
Come on, Prue. We're leaving. I've got to go, Clive. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Prue. And remember, you're going with me to Leaford when you come back in 3 weeks.
No, I'm not. You're coming with me to Tunbridge.
You mean Leaford?
Tunbridge. Goodbye.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Barbara Stanwyck and Tyrone Power, will bring us Act Two of This Above All. And now, here's a young man and his girl tuning in for a little dance music.
Ah, here we are, Betty.
Who wouldn't love you? Who wouldn't care? You're so enchanting, people must stare.
Hey, that's good. Why, that song could have been written for you, darling.
I know you've guessed it. Betty is one of those girls with a fresh, lovely complexion. A Lux soap complexion. She knows the screen star's secret. That regular care with active lather, Lux Soap's active lather, is the smartest care that any girl can give her skin. There's a reason for this, of course. The rich, creamy lather of Lux toilet soap removes stale cosmetics, dust, and dirt swiftly, thoroughly, yet so gently, too. Is your skin as appealing, as smooth and soft as it could be? No? Then why don't you try Hollywood's famous 30-day care that women everywhere are enthusiastic about? Every day, regularly, take an active lather facial with gentle Lux toilet soap. Beautiful Jean Arthur tells you how she does it.
I pat the creamy Lux soap lather lightly in, rinse with warm water and then with cool. Then with a towel I pat gently to dry. This facial leaves my skin feeling softer, smoother.
You'll like the caressing touch of Lux toilet soap's fine, rich lather on your skin. And as you use this luxurious soap, you'll know you're giving your skin protection it needs. Don't take chances with complexion loveliness. Give your skin beauty care every day with the soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use. The soap that's as mild and pure as money can buy. Get 3 cakes of gentle Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of This Above All, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Prudence Cathaway and Tyrone Power as Clive Briggs. It's Prudence Cathaway's first leave. Over and over, she's told herself that she must go home, that her family's waiting. And now, almost against her will, she finds herself on a train going in the opposite direction with a man she hardly knows.
I haven't seen you with your cap off before. Let me look at you.
Well, my hair really needs a wave. But in the wax, the girl can't really attend to her coiffure.
Honeycomb. It's very pretty.
No.
Prue, for 6 whole days we can forget about the war. Everything.
7 days, really. 6 nights and 7 days.
All Sunday, all Monday, all Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Prue.
Clive, if someone should come in.
He'd see me kissing you.
Clive. Oh, look, we're passing a watercress farm. We used to have one when I was a little girl, and I adored it. Did you know you could grow mustard and cress on old pieces of flannel? One of our gardeners used to do it.
One of your gardeners?
Mm-hmm.
How many gardeners precisely do you have?
Well, we had 5.
5? And when you were a child, you had 6 nurses and 10 rocking horses, I suppose. What on earth did you want 5 gardeners for?
We didn't want them. The garden did.
5 gardeners.
Oh, You talk like one of those Hyde Park tub thumpers. Who do you suppose keeps this blessed land in decent condition if it isn't the poor tax-bled landowners?
You know, Prue, you're very pretty. Tall, slim, and cool. But you're a stranger. I met a waif in the dark, and I haven't got a gardener to my name.
Oh, why do you punish yourself, Clyde? You ask me questions. How big is our house? How much land have we got? And when I tell you, you look at me as if a fireproof curtain had come down between us. What does it matter?
Oh, darling, nothing matters. We're on a holiday for 6 long, wonderful days. And you're very beautiful.
Well, that's better. A moment ago, I was only pretty, and now I'm beautiful. We're getting along nicely, aren't we?
Very nicely.
Coming, sir, coming.
Oh, we want 2 rooms, please. Have you 2 good ones?
The best, sir. 114 and 116, both facing the sea.
Oh, fine, we'll take them. Excuse me, Prue, I'll pay off the cab.
I'll wait here for you.
You have my forwarding address, I suppose.
Yes, we have it. We're sorry you're leaving, Lady Catherway.
Porter, my bags.
Aunt Iris.
Well, Prudence, what are you doing? Are you on leave?
Yes, I am. I wrote to Father.
Prue, I'll be a few minutes yet. Why don't you go on upstairs?
Oh, I see.
Aunt Iris.
Porter, will you bring my bags? At once, please.
Well, darling, how do you like your room?
It's, very nice.
Sea air, moonlight. It's sure to be fine tomorrow, and we shall have a clear view of the Germans in Calais. What more can man desire? You tired, Prue?
Oh, I'm all right, thanks.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
Now, look here. If you've suddenly changed your mind, say so. You're free to do exactly as you like.
I'm perfectly aware of that.
What's happened, Prue? You were happy enough on the train.
I know. I just didn't realize.
You want to go back tonight?
Well, you wanted me to come here. Well, here I am. So please stop asking me what I want to do.
I'll tell them that we won't need the room.
No, Clive, don't, please.
I understand.
No, you don't. The fact is, I ran into my Aunt Iris in the lobby.
Your aunt who?
Aunt Iris, while you were paying the cabman. Funny how romantic a thing like this can be when nobody knows about it.
But the romance goes when an Aunt Iris appears, doesn't it? Suddenly it all appears quite sordid and shabby.
Oh, Clive, you know that's not true.
Of course it's true. You're leaving because of your Aunt Iris, aren't you?
Well, perhaps it was a little silly of me,
Look
but
here, Prue. Do you feel you're doing anything wrong being here with me?
No. We're not doing anything to be ashamed of.
Then your only reason for leaving is because of what this aunt of yours might think.
Well,
You're the one that decides. Shall I ring for the porter to take the bags? Or do we send for supper?
I am famished.
So am I. Supper it is. It's no good. Come on. You don't want to die here. Don't. You can't. What are you waiting for? It's no use. It's no use.
Clive. Clive, wake up.
What is it? Who's that?
It's me, Prue. You were calling out in your sleep.
Oh?
I heard you, and I came in to see if you were all right.
Calling out, was I?
What is it, Clive? You are all right, aren't you?
What was I saying?
Well, I don't know. Something about dying.
It's nothing, Prue. Don't worry. Just that sometimes when I get overtired, I talk in my sleep. Sorry if I woke you up.
Would you like me to stay until you fall asleep again?
No, please. Honestly, it's nothing.
All right, Clive. Good night.
Good night. Oh, they're firing again.
Yes. Clive,
Yes?
you were in the army, weren't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me?
Why should I? We're on a holiday, and anyway, I'm out of it now.
Were you wounded?
No, I was ill.
Is that all?
I can hear the planes. I'd say there's half a dozen flying quite low.
How can you tell?
By the sound.
You learned that in France.
Oh, please, Prue.
What was it like, Clive?
You won't be satisfied till I tell you, will you? Well, it was dirty, foul, disgusting. Do you want any more?
Not if you feel like that.
Well, how did you expect me to feel?
Proud.
Proud?
I'm proud that you were there, Clive. Oh. What's that?
Shrapnel.
I'm afraid I'm not very brave.
Come here. Sit here next to me. You are brave. And very beautiful.
It's funny, isn't it? Supposing they dropped a bomb. Supposing I was killed and they found me in the room of a strange man.
I shouldn't let you down. I'd go into your room.
But if you were killed, too, Both of us, just as we are now.
Then we'd both be dead and we wouldn't care. That was a bomb. The closer it was, the safer we're going to be from now on. It's 1 in a million for 2 bombs to land on the same spot.
It was worse than this at Dunkirk, wasn't it?
It was 100 times worse.
Clive,
Yes?
I'm so glad you were there. Good night.
Good night.
Breakfast, sir. May I come in?
Oh, good morning.
Prue, breakfast.
Coming.
Well, what happened? Much damage last night?
A direct hit on the old skating rink, sir. But as the town council was going to pull it down this winter, the Luftwaffe saved the taxpayers £100. Mind the coffee pot, sir. Oh.
Breakfast. Oh, Clive, it looks so good.
Good morning. Feeling better this morning?
Mm-hmm. Are you?
Oh, I slept like a top, finally. Sit down.
Oh, soldiers never die.
Listen.
Never die.
That'll be Monty. I'd know that voice anywhere.
Your friend?
I'll go back to my room.
What, Jimmy, old cockspatter?
Hello, Monty.
Oh, sorry, Nipper. I didn't know you had company.
Well, I didn't expect to see you, Monty.
Yes, I got leave, and then I heard you were here, and
this is Prudence Cathaway, my friend Monty.
Pleased to meet you, miss.
Good morning. Won't you sit down, Mr.
Oh, might as well call me Monty, miss. Everybody else does.
Well, you'll want to be dressing, Prue.
Oh, don't you mind me, miss.
Look here, Monty. As a matter of fact, this is her room.
Oh, sorry, miss. My error.
Now, would you like to come along and see where I sleep?
Yeah.
What made you come here?
Oh, just down for a binge, Nipper.
In here.
Oh, sorry, Nipper. Put my foot right in it that time. Did you bring her here with you, or did you find her down here?
She came with me, of course.
Oh, ought to have guessed that. Accidents like this don't happen quite so neat.
She's a nice girl.
Oh, of course she is.
Well, she is.
I said so, didn't I?
How long is your leave, Monty?
24 hours. First train up in the morning.
Well, come on. We'll have a drink.
Wait a minute, Nipper. We've got things to talk about. How much does she know? About you, I mean.
Look, Monty, you said you'd come for a binge. All right, we'll have a binge. Now come and have a drink on me.
Okay. On one condition. Dinner tonight's on me.
Suppose we sit here. I'll get the drinks, Monty. What's yours, Prue?
Sherry, please.
Head to the old and mild for me, Nipper.
Won't be long.
Okay. Bit of all right, this, isn't it? Oh, been meaning to tell you, miss, I'm sorry I crashed in like I did this morning.
That's all right.
It's tough on a girl when she has to meet her chap's friends, but don't you worry. You needn't judge him on me. He's class. He's educated. A real gent.
Clive thinks a great deal of you, too, Monty. Were you in France together?
I'll say we were.
Was he a good soldier over there?
Was he a good soldier? Well, if you'd seen him coming up the road from Arras, ration bags slung over his back, coming through cool as a cucumber, why, you wouldn't have to ask me if he was a good soldier. And I'll tell you something else. He's up for a medal.
He is?
Yes, for carrying his wounded company officer the last 2 miles down the road to Dunkirk, and then giving up his place in the boat to help the wounded.
Tell me about it.
Well, it was after the Belgians threw up the sponge. Look, here's the street in Douai where we had to fight a rear guard action.
When you two have won the war, give me a call. You'll find me at the bar.
Clive, Monty's telling me about the medal you won.
What medal?
Well, haven't you heard yet? Oh, you're up for a medal, me lad. You're a blooming hero.
What are you talking about?
In fact, I got it first-hand from the Sergeant Major.
Monty. Hello, Monty.
Hello there. How are you, Bert, Artie?
I didn't know you were here, Monty.
Here, meet my friends. Clive Briggs, Miss Cathaway. Here, Clive, these are the boys from the East Kent Fusiliers.
How are you?
How are you?
How do you do?
Hello.
How about a drink?
Well, the fact is, we tossed with the privilege of asking the young lady for a dance, and I was the lucky one.
Oh, I'd like to dance. Do you mind, Clive?
Oh, go ahead.
Why, thanks. That's fine. Drinks on me, Jen.
She's a nice kid.
Why don't you keep your mouth shut, Monty?
All right. I didn't start it. She asked me.
Ask you what?
Oh, look here, Nipper. I don't like talking this way, but time's getting short, and maybe it's our last chance. You might as well face it. Absent without leave is one thing, desertion's another. They gave you a month's sick leave on the 10th of July, and today's the 15th of September. Now, we've been pals a long time.
You can save your breath, Monty. I'm not going back.
All right, Nipper. Here it is. The captain himself called me last Monday. He said, you're his pal, Monty. Try and find him and bring him back before it's too late. If he's not here by midnight Monday, he'll be posted as a deserter.
Very noble of the captain to be so concerned about me.
Oh, let's talk sense, Nipper. Every one of us has fought the same as you at one time or another. We get so dead sick and tired that we're ready to clear out and never come back, not even if they shoot us. But when the time comes, we always do go back.
Oh, you don't understand, Monty. No. It's bigger than what you're talking about. Bigger than me, and yet it's deep down inside me. Oh, it's nothing to do with being afraid or sleeping in the mud or going without food. It just doesn't bear talking about. It's there, and nothing can ever change it.
Oh, look, Nipper, we can't get away with it. Every day it gets tougher, with them military police stopping everybody for their papers. As sure as I'm sitting here, they'll pick you up.
Here you are. She's a fine dancer, gent.
Thank you, I enjoyed
It's
it.
a pleasure's on my side. See you later, gent.
What was that you were saying, Monty? We'll pick him up.
Why, these motorists on the road, you know, if a man's in uniform, they'll always pick him up and give him a lift.
Oh, yes. The war's made people more generous somehow.
Has it?
Never die. Old soldiers never die. They simply fade away. Come on, Clive, join in.
Not tonight, Monty.
Oh, why, I've heard you sing that song 100 times. 100 times, miss. Old soldiers never die. Come on, Nipper.
I said no.
Just for me. I'm an old soldier, ain't I? And so are you, Nipper. One of the best. Believe me, missy.
If you want me, I'll be at the bar.
Here, Nipper, come back here. I say, Nipper. Never die. Never die.
Monty seemed a bit wobbly tonight. Do you think he got to his room all right?
Oh, Monty can take care of himself.
What were you two talking about so mysteriously all evening?
Please,
No,
Prue.
really. Have you two got some horrible secret? Did you rob the church box when you were boys? Come on, what is it? Tell me, Clive.
Well, it was about a friend of Monty's who joined up the day the war began. He was eager to fight and ready to die, ready to follow his leaders, and he did. And then he began to doubt. He began to wonder what it was all about and what he was fighting for. He didn't know, and no one could seem to tell him. Home and country and family, they said. Well, he had no real home, no family at all, and country. England. He didn't know what England was. It was too big for him to grasp. I don't think this man was a coward, not in the usual sense. It's just that he wasn't sure. And until he was sure, until he found an answer to all his questions, this man couldn't fight.
Is Monty expected to answer these questions?
Monty had nothing to offer in reply.
Well, he might ask him whether it's the time to doubt and argue when his country's fighting for its life. Oh, we all know we were unprepared, but what's the use of whining about the past when we're fighting to survive? Monty should tell his friend that there are bigger things than his conscience to fight for. Bigger than he is. Bigger than his leaders. Bigger than you, Clive, and me. If we lose our faith, what's the alternative? To be beaten in this war would be terrible, unthinkable.
He's told him that. He's told him that he must fight for England. But if our armies win this war, what share will this man have in the England he has helped to save?
But you've only told me the things that this man's brain has told him not to fight for. What about all the things his heart tells him he should fight for?
What things?
Well, you must ask his heart.
He doesn't think with his heart. But tell me just a few.
All right, I'll try. If I said England was Shakespeare and thatched roofs and the countryside, he would laugh. If I said it was speakers in Hyde Park, free to say what they wish, and polite bobbies at the corners and those cliffs over there, he'd laugh again. If I said that England was the new forest deep in ferns and holly trees, if I said it was May blossoms rich in spring, and bluebells like a God-sent carpet, and the rain and the shine and the green of our blessed land. If I said it was the shout of a newsboy on the corner, or the sound of a taxi horn, or the age and dignity of our cities. If I tried to say it's all the things that make the pride and joy and gentle gladness of the British people, Well, I would use words badly and shame the things themselves by doing so. But if I could make him see England. Oh, it's Monty and the boys coming up the road from Douai. It's you, Clive, helping the weaker men into the boat instead of getting in yourself. Whatever this man is, blood and bone, mind and heart and spirit, England made him, every part of him. And when he says the word England, it must be for him as it is for me. Like music that's rich beyond the power of music. Those are the things. And he's got to go back and fight for them. Because that's England, too. Knowing that we'll never give in. Knowing that we won't be beaten. We won't. We just won't.
My dear Prue, I would no more attempt to destroy what you believe than I would tell a child that Father Christmas did not exist. I am going away. Where, I don't know. And I don't care. I'm tired. I just want to say how decent you were. I wish I had been more decent to you. Our coming from the darkness into the light of knowing each other was very, very sweet. Shall we meet again after all this is over? I hope so. Goodbye, my dear. Bye.
Pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Tyrone Power and Barbara Stanwyck in Act 3 of This Above All. And now here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. Welcome back to our Lux Radio Theater, Libby. I suppose you're just as busy as ever keeping up with the stars.
Well, just keeping up is a full-time job these days. Now take Rosalind Russell, for instance.
Any day, Libby. She's one of my favorite stars.
You have millions agreeing with you there. Well, at present, Rosalind's making a picture in which she plays the part of a girl flyer on a secret mission in the pre-war Pacific.
Sounds like a pretty exciting role, Libby.
Yes. And when she's finished the picture, there's another thrilling job waiting for her.
And that is?
Well, she's been asked to resume entertaining at the Army and Navy post, and she may even tour the Pacific in reality, just as she does in make-believe in her picture.
Well, Libby, that would be something. Wouldn't she be a heartwarming sight to our boys out there? Rosalind's a real beauty, with her dark hair and eyes and lovely, fresh complexion.
It's a real Lux complexion. Rosalind says she always uses Lux toilet soap for daily beauty care. And I know some cakes of smooth white Lux soap will go with her on that tour. More than ever these days, Lux soap is important to give precious complexions quick, effective care.
Yes, Libby, it's a fact that Lux soap has a leading role in the daily beauty ritual of many of the loveliest ladies in the country. Screen stars love Lux toilet soap's rich, creamy lather, active lather, that removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt, in a twinkling, and does it so gently, too.
Delicate skin needs gentle, cherishing care. And 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars use Lux toilet soap. Now, there's a beauty tip for smart women everywhere.
Thanks, Libby, for bringing that valuable beauty hint to the ladies in our audience. And here's another I'd like to add. Lux toilet soap is thrifty, too. This luxurious soap costs you so little. Why not get 3 cakes of Hollywood's beauty soap tomorrow? Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of This Above All, starring Tyrone Power and Barbara Stanwyck. Clive has gone, turning his back on Prue's burning image of an embattled England, an England that needed him, that was fighting for his very existence. A fugitive, wanted by the military police, forever in flight, and tortured by the conflict in his own heart, Clive is a man without a country, an outcast in his own land.
Here, what's all this? Are you? Wake up! What are you doing here?
What?
What are you doing in my barn?
Oh, I slept here. I'm on a walking trip.
Walking, eh? Where's your haversack?
You can go for a walking trip without a haversack, can't you?
You'd better come along and explain yourself. There's a spy loose around here.
Oh, don't be silly.
You're coming with me, do you hear?
Let go, you fool.
No, you don't, you dirty spy.
Hey, let's go with that pitchfork.
Out!
Yes, come in.
Oh, I'm sorry to trouble you, ma'am. I've had a slight accident. I don't think it's much, but it doesn't seem to stop bleeding. I wondered if you'd be kind enough to bind it up.
Come in.
Thank you. Silly thing. I took a fall from my motorbike.
You really ought to have it stitched. I'm only the district nurse. They would have done it much better at the hospital.
I know, but I hadn't time to find the hospital. I'm in rather a hurry.
Where did you say you left your motorbike?
At a garage. They're putting it right.
On the Midhurst Road?
Yes.
Did you see them go by, Mum?
See who go by?
The police. There's been a fight, Mum. A spy.
Who told you that?
Mr. Robinson told the teacher. They found a spy in Mr. Bristow's barn. They had an awful fight. Mr. Bristow wounded him with a pitchfork, but he got away.
Go and get your lunch, Jackie.
Oh, okay. I'd like to meet a spy. I'd show him.
You hadn't time to find the hospital?
No.
It's on the Midhurst Road, half a mile from here. You couldn't miss it very well.
Yes, I know,
I'm sorry. I'll have to telephone the police.
I'm not a spy. Please believe me.
But you must have this dressed again. It really needs a stitch.
Give me 10 minutes. Then do whatever you like. Even huntsmen give a stag 10 minutes start.
You'd better go now.
I wish I could thank you.
I only did my duty.
And it's your duty to tell the police?
Yes.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Morning, Rector.
Morning, Officer Tompkins.
Lovely head you have this year, Rector.
Thank you, Tompkins. But haven't I missed you the last 2 Sundays at services?
Well, sir, truth is we've been rather busy lately. They say a lot of German spies come over with our chaps from Dunkirk disguised as Tommies. We got word of a young fellow acting peculiar in Midhurst yesterday. But all they had against him was a wounded hand. Well, goodbye, sir. Don't forget the police concert.
I'll be there. Goodbye. It's a long way to Tipperary.
Don't be frightened, Rector. I'm not a German spy. You can search me for weapons if you like.
What are you doing here?
Hiding.
If you're not a spy, may I ask why you're hiding?
I'm a deserter.
You look tired. I'm going to have my tea. Would you care to join me?
Well, thank you. I would like a cup of tea.
This way. Don't walk on the graves, please.
You know, it's a funny thing, but I never thought I would ever place such priceless value on 4 walls, a fire, and a cup of tea.
Is that all you really need?
No. I think most of all I need peace of mind.
You must forgive me if I'm rather conventional, but did you ever try to pray?
I prayed all right. When you're in a jam, you pray. I prayed at Dunkirk.
But where do you intend to go now?
Oh, suppose I could stay here and cry sanctuary, and you bar the door and no one can take me away. Isn't that the ancient right of your church?
We have no physical sanctuary any longer, but there is a greater one, a spiritual sanctuary.
I'm sorry I was rude.
That doesn't matter. I see you as a symbol of our age, an age of reason that's driven out the age of faith. All the reason in you calls out against going back to fight in a war that seems warped and ill-defined. But the faith in you says that you must fight, so that England shall not go down.
There was a girl who said that. A beautiful girl who believed that.
Your mind and your soul are deadlocked in a struggle. Your body is the battleground.
Oh, but you get so tired, so exhausted. The time comes when you just can't go on running anymore. But maybe you're right. Perhaps the best thing would be to give myself up.
Hello, is this number 14, Waff Camp Gosley?
Yes, it is, sir.
I've been trying to reach Prudence Cathaway. Will you please...
She's coming to the phone now, sir. Just a moment.
Oh, thank you.
Hello?
Prue, darling.
Clive, is that you? Oh, Clive.
Listen.
What happened? Are you ill?
No, I'm all right.
Darling, where are you? What are you doing?
I'm calling from a hotel near London. Prue, I must see you. I'm going to give myself up. Do you hear me?
Oh, Clive, don't do anything. Please, don't do anything before you see me. Promise.
Of course. Prue, do you think you could come to me? We'll be married.
Married?
Can you get away? Can you get leave?
Oh, I'll come, Clive. Don't give yourself up. Don't do anything until I see you.
What time can you be in London?
I can catch a train about 7. I can be there at 9:30.
Oh, Prue, you're so beautiful. And I love you so much. You do believe me, don't you?
Yes. You never said you loved me before.
I'll be waiting at Charing Cross Station under the big clock. Don't miss the train, darling.
I won't.
I love you, Prue.
I love you, Clive.
Until tonight.
At Charing Cross. Goodbye, darling.
That'll be 1 and 6 for the call, sir.
Oh, here you are.
And there's a policeman wants a word with you, sir.
One moment, please. Your identity card. Well, sir?
I haven't got one. I'm a...
You'll have to come along with me to headquarters.
And where did you go from Leaford?
I'm not sure. I traveled by night. I don't know the places.
I see. According to the deposition here, you had already made up your mind to surrender.
Yes, sir. But I wanted just one evening. This evening. I was to meet someone. I want you to believe me, sir, when I say that it means more to me than I can possibly explain.
You volunteered on the first day of the war.
Yes, sir.
Arras, Dunkirk, mentioned twice in dispatches, recommended for the Distinguished Conduct Medal. I don't quite understand.
I tried my best to fight, sir, until I just couldn't fight any longer. Sir, I know I have no right to ask any favors, but I'm ready to take whatever consequences there may be for my past conduct. But will you trust me, sir? I give you my word of honor that I'll be back here in 2 hours.
Sergeant Graves?
Yes, sir?
Sergeant, I'm giving this man leave until 12 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
I don't know how to thank you, sir. I'll be here, I promise.
There it starts, sir. Looks like Jerry's with us again.
Yes. I'm afraid our young friend may have some difficulty in keeping his appointment.
You'll never get them out of that place.
Ladders, hold!
Someone else, please. My husband, my baby, they're in that cellar.
There's nothing can be done. It's too late.
Oh, somebody save me. You must save them.
Get this woman into an ambulance. She's badly burned.
Oh, you must help me. You must. They're burning to death.
There's nothing to be done, madam. Don't you understand?
Oh, please.
All right. I'll try to get them out. Get her into an ambulance.
You can't go in there, mister. You're crazy. You'll be killed.
Let go. Lend me a hand with this crate.
You'll never make it.
You'll never come out of there alive. Oh, save them. Save them.
There he is.
There he is, coming up now.
He made it.
Give him a hand.
Here, quickly. Take the baby. I'm going down for the man. He's unconscious.
Wait. That wall's going to collapse. Come back. Look out. Look out for the wall.
Father, how is he? Is he all right?
It's hard to say. He came through the operation all right, but there's no telling in a case of this type. There's Still the danger of hemorrhage. We can only wait.
May I see him?
Of course. Come in, dear.
Clive.
Hello.
Hello, darling.
How did we get here?
There was an air raid. You were hurt.
Oh, yes. How long have I been here?
Since last night.
Last night. True. There was an officer of the military police. He gave me leave, and I promised to go back.
Oh, don't worry. Everything's all right. We've spoken to him.
I'm sorry I couldn't meet you last night at Charing Cross under the big clock.
As long as we found each other, darling. This is my father. He operated on you.
Well, young man, they certainly seem to have had a grudge against you, but that was a fine job you did, getting those people out of that cellar.
Dr. Cathaway, has Prue told you that I want to marry her?
She's told me everything, my boy.
We're going to be married, Clive. You wait and see.
Now, Prue. Today, Prue. Please.
And what God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. I now pronounce you man and wife.
This is your wedding present from Monty. A package of cigarettes.
Poor Monty.
He said he didn't have time to get anything else. He'll be in to see you when you're better. And, oh, yes, the captain sent something here.
What is it?
A book of Shakespeare. I've just been looking at it while you were asleep. Listen. This, above all, to thine own self be true.
I know that. Hamlet.
This, above all, to thine own self be true. And it must follow as the night the day.
Thou canst not then be false to any man.
Yes. You must sleep now, Clive. You're tired.
This, above all, to thine own self be true. You know, a strange thing happened yesterday when that officer gave me leave to meet you. As I stood there waiting for his decision, I seemed to be two men struggling against each other. One was hoping desperately to be given his freedom, and yet the other, deep down inside him, was half hoping that his request would be refused, so that all the things he'd made himself believe would be justified.
Please rest now, darling.
And then, when I was rushing to meet you at the station, and saw those people trapped in the ruins, reason shouted at me that it was none of my business, that other men would do the rescue work. But something just forced me to stop. We have trusted our minds too much, I suppose, and our hearts not enough. They're at it again. They won't leave us alone.
I feel safe with you, Clive, remember? The nearer the bombs drop, the safer we shall be from then on.
Cathaway, you'll have to leave now.
I'd rather stay, nurse, if you don't mind.
During an air raid, Miss Cathaway, we don't allow civilians.
I know, but I'd like to stay, please.
Very well, I'm too busy to argue with you anyhow.
Prue.
Yes, dear.
Your cap. Won't you take it off?
Of course. There, is that better?
You're so lovely. You're so...
Clive. Clive, dear.
Prue, you'd better go downstairs.
Father, something's wrong. Look at him.
I'll take care of him. You run along.
No, I've stayed this long. I want to stay on.
You can't help him, Prue. It would be just the same if you went down to the shelter.
But you can't let a man die alone, even if they don't know.
Why are you giving up so easily? I've told you there's a chance for him. If he lives through the night, he'll pull through.
Oh, please let me stay.
All right, dear.
Excuse me. We'll have to move this patient.
Move him?
Those who can't be taken downstairs, we have orders to move them under the bed.
Oh, no, I won't let you. Don't, please. Please don't humiliate him like that.
Prue?
Yes?
The raid. They've gone, haven't they?
Yes, they've gone. It's morning, dear.
But you won't leave me.
No. Do you feel better, darling?
Yes. I'm better. I feel clearer. You know, Prue, I've been thinking. When this is all over, it's going to be a different world.
Yes, darling.
You were right, Prue. We'll win this war. I'll help to win it. I'll do everything I can. We'll win the war. And then, with God's help, we'll win the peace, too.
This is a people's war, and this, above all, is part of the people's testimony of faith in the outcome. Our congratulations to Barbara Stanwyck and Tyrone Power on the sincerity of tonight's performance.
Well, thank you, sir. It was a privilege to have a part in opening the Lux Radio Theater's new season.
You know, Barbara, as the audience was applauding at the end of the play, I remembered that I once arrested Tyrone Power in Denver.
Well, Ty, your past is catching up with you.
It wasn't Ty, it was his father, Barbara. He was the culprit, and I was the sheriff in a play about 38 years ago.
Oh, wasn't Mrs. DeMille in that company, too?
Indeed she was. We often speak of it. Incidentally, Tyrone, your father certainly looked handsome in tights in some of the Shakespearean plays.
Well, how did that young juvenile Cecil DeMille look in tights?
Well, we won't go into that just now, Barbara.
All right. Then we'll change the subject to something that won't embarrass you, C.B. In words of one syllable, it's Lux Soap. I've used it for years, but I'll bet I don't need to tell this audience what a grand complexion care Lux Soap is.
Your proof of Lux Soap is right in the mirror, Barbara.
What's your play going to be next Monday, C.B.?
Next week, we present another of the really great dramas of recent years. The 20th Century Fox picture, How Green Was My Valley. And the stars will be Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, and Maureen O'Hara. How Green Was My Valley won the Academy Award as the finest screen production of last year. We'll have 3 stars from the original cast next Monday night. So don't miss Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, and Maureen O'Hara in this prize-winning play.
Now, that sounds like a capacity audience for you, C.B.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I must tell you that this is the last time we'll be able to have Tyrone Power in the Lux Radio Theater for months, or perhaps years to come. He's made a contract with Uncle Sam, and within the next few weeks, he'll report to the United States Marine Corps as Private Tyrone Power.
Good luck on every one of us, Ty.
Thank you, Barbara. I hope to be back here in the Lux Radio Theater when it's over, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Barbara. Good night, Devil Dog. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, and Maureen O'Hara in How Green Was My Valley. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Barbara Stanwyck is now making the Universal picture Flesh and Fantasy. Tyrone Power appeared tonight through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio. His latest picture is The Black Swan. Heard in tonight's play were James Kirkwood as Roger, Stuart Robertson as Monty, Claire Vadera as Iris, Norman Field as the Rector, and Frederick Warlock, Josephine Gilbert, Vernon Steele, Herman Waldeman, Thomas Mills, Verna Felton, Charles Seal, Barbara Denny, Colin Campbell, Bruce Payne, Eric Snowden, Fred Mackay, and Billy Roy. Tune in next Monday night to hear Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, and Maureen O'Hara in How Green Was My Valley. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been John M. Kennedy.
Why drag along half alive, nervous, vitamin-starved? Get that Vims feeling. Vims are the new low-cost vitamin mineral tablets. Right now, there's a free trial offer of Vims. Buy the large $1.69 package at your druggist. Get the regular 50-cent size absolutely free. Ask for VIMMS, Vims. FREE, free. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yes. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Are you familiar with the phrase, suspension of disbelief? I don't know who first coined it, but it means, of course, the willingness to accept an occurrence or a story that is not based in logic or demonstrated fact. Without it, there would be no children's fairy stories, no myths, no fantasies, no legends. Without it, naturally, this story could never have happened, even though you're about to hear that it did.
Sam, look out! That truck! Turn the wheel, go off the road! What? What do you want to be, a ghost yourself? That truck! Do as I say!
Our mystery drama, The Forgetful Ghost, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There should be nothing sad about age, as long as the spirit is young and the flesh is strong. But when a wasting disease saps your energy, then, with the physical pain, comes the extended agony of the spirit. The long look back down the bright tunnel of memory grows dimmer, and the shadowed figure looming up out of the darkness ahead becomes a welcome visitor. For the sick, not the well. For them, the agony does not end. Eve Gordon is dying. Tonight, tomorrow night, next week, the appointment is still not made. She lies in her bed beside Sam, her slumbering husband, her eyes closed, half dozing, begging for sleep. Then suddenly she is wide awake with a startled cry.
Oh! Oh!
What? Huh? Eve?
Sam. Sam.
What is it? Eve? Eve, are you all right? Wait, I'll get your medicine.
I don't need that.
What is it?
Listen.
But Eve... I don't hear anything. What should I hear?
How can you hear? You don't listen.
Nothing. You hear anything?
No. Not now.
Well, what did you think you heard?
There's someone in the house.
Well, if there was, he must have gone.
No. No, he's still there, I tell you.
How can you know?
I just do. Oh, what's he here for? A robber?
You want I should call the police?
No. Oh, I think he must be gone by now. I don't hear him anymore.
Look, how about you take another pill?
I don't want any more pills.
You got pain?
No. It's just, I'm jumpy like. I can't sleep.
How about a nice hot chocolate drink?
Oh, well, it might be nice, but no. I don't want you going downstairs.
Honey, the house is closed up tight. No one could get in.
Just the same. Why take chances? He might be armed.
Who?
The man downstairs.
I thought you said he was gone.
Well, I don't hear him anymore.
I'll tell you what. I'll get my hickory walking stick from the hall stand at the bottom of the stairs. That's as good a weapon as an Irish shillelagh. Okay?
Yes, if you promise.
What is it, honey?
Oh, nothing. No, nothing. You get me some chocolate. That'd be nice.
All right. I'll be back as soon as the milk heats.
Sam?
Yes?
Don't forget the walking stick. Just in case.
I won't. So here I am, going down the stairs in my own house. And the last thing that's going to worry me is my wife thought she heard a prowler. What worries me is my wife, Eve. Nearly 40 years together. Wonderful years, and we both know it won't be long now before she's taken from me. According to the doctors, she's on borrowed time already. She's only holding on. Just like Eve. She knows we have an anniversary next week. Oh, Lord, what will I do if I have to face it alone? I'm at the bottom of the stairs now, and suddenly I'm snapped out of all my inner thoughts. My senses are very alert. I'm aware that it's very quiet. Very quiet. An hour before dawn, I hear little noises. whisper of wind outside. The house moving in its sleep. The sound of my own footsteps and my breathing. Did I make a noise? Or was it someone else? Could Eve have been right? Was there someone else in the house? I reached for my walking stick, jarring the other canes and umbrellas in the stand. I think I hear that sound again. Scurrying of a mouse or a rat. Without turning on the light, I head for the kitchen, the stick raised over my head, and there, as I snap on the light, I see him. Strange, little crumpled-up man with a stark white face, a long, thin nose.
No, please. Please don't hit me.
What are you doing here?
I can explain, honest. Just please don't hit me. It wouldn't do any good, you know. It'd go right through me, you see. But it hurts just the same.
What do you mean it would go right through you?
Just what I said. There's nothing to me, you see.
Well, you don't look like much, that's a fact.
Well, it never was. Come right down to it. Never weighed a pound over 135, even before I passed over.
Passed over?
That's right. Oh, you didn't think I was real, did you? I mean, you take a good look, you can see right through me.
I can't. You mean you're a ghost?
I guess that's about the size of it.
Well, what are you doing here, haunting me? I don't even know you. Do I?
No, I don't think so. Not to the best of my recollection.
Then what are you doing here?
Well, now, you see, that's a long story. I don't think we should go into that right now.
I haven't time for any hard luck stories. I have enough problems of my own.
Yeah, I know.
I have to make some hot chocolate for my wife. She's sick. You know? How?
I don't know. Just somehow I do.
Oh. Well, just let me get the kettle on, and while I'm making the chocolate, we'll see if we can't get you straightened out. Now, you want some aspirin for your headache?
Oh, I don't know if I better. I don't know how it would work, me being a ghost and all.
Now, this is crazy. I mean, it can't be happening. I can't be talking to you.
Why not?
Because you just aren't. I mean, there is no such thing as a ghost.
Well, you don't believe the evidence of your own eyes?
I'm afraid of what my eyes see. The doc must be right. I'm getting hypertension, high blood pressure. I'm seeing things.
You're seeing me.
I can't be seeing you. Ghosts are invisible.
Oh, we are. I mean, I am, except to you.
Then how can I see you?
I don't know. You're different somehow.
I wish I weren't.
Sorry to be a nuisance.
Look, I wish you'd just go away and leave me alone. The water's hot already. I have to make the chocolate, and I'll take it up to my wife.
Oh, where would I go? It's cold out, and it's raining.
Well, don't you have somebody of your own that you can go and haunt?
Well, I have a daughter, Margot.
Fine. Go haunt her.
I can't. She's all the way up in Pawtucket.
Pawtucket?
Rhode Island. It's too far, and I haven't any money.
I'll be glad to lend you some. I'll give it to you if you'll just go away.
No, please don't throw me out.
What's the matter? You don't want to visit your daughter?
I don't think so. I'm not welcome there anyway. See, it's so dangerous.
What do you mean dangerous?
Sam, are you all right?
Now we've disturbed my wife. Yes, Eve, I'm fine.
But you've been so long gone. I started to
What are you
worry.
doing out of bed?
I've been laying there going out of my mind, and I thought I heard you talking to someone. But there's no one here.
What do you mean? There's...
Oh, Sam, darling. Oh, what have I done to you with this long illness?
What have you done to me? You haven't done anything to
Oh,
me.
yes, I have. Oh, I've got you talking to yourself. You're on the edge of a nervous breakdown.
Not any such thing.
All right, now, no, shh, baby. Just come up to bed.
I was just going to bring you the chocolate.
Bring it. And a cup for you. You need it more than I do.
But I haven't been talking to myself, Eve.
What else? Who else is there here?
Well, there's...
Forget it, Mr. Gordon. She can't see me or hear me. There's what? What, Sam?
Nothing. Nothing, honey. Maybe we should get off to bed. You go first. You get out of here, prude, or whatever your name is.
What's that?
I said I'll bring the tray.
Please, can't I stay at least till it stops raining?
Oh, all right. I'll be down as soon as I can. Have some chocolate while you're waiting.
I don't want my chocolate here. I want it upstairs.
I'm bringing it, dear.
You better go. I'll be back as soon as I can. No hurry. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, the chocolate was good. Oh, I'm sleepy now.
That's good, precious. You just lay back. You need your rest.
so do you.
Oh, don't worry about me.
Oh. It's been a long time, Sam. A wonderful time. A beautiful time. It's time for me to go.
No. No, don't say that.
A burden is all I am. And the strain is too much for you.
Eve, you don't understand. I don't know how to explain it, but there is someone down there who... Oh. All right, my darling. That's right. You sleep. How could I explain it anyway? How can I explain it to myself? There is or there isn't. Maybe Eve is right. I'm just crazy. Look, the thing to do is to get you back to your daughter.
Oh, but I told you, I don't...
And I've been doing some thinking. And here's what I figure. Now, tomorrow is Myrtle Day.
It's what?
Myrtle, my wife's sister. She comes one day every week to, spell me with Eve. Makes Eve feel better. I should have a day off. So I'll drive you to Pawtucket.
Oh, I hate to take you out of your way.
Look, it's something to do. Usually I don't know how to fill my time. I just stay away to make Eve feel better, to please her. Now, look, you'll be able to travel by car? I mean, that's no problem?
Oh, I used to get car sick. But maybe now I wouldn't anymore.
Let's hope so. Tomorrow morning, as soon as Myrtle gets here, we leave for Pawtucket. Well, if her husband mistreats her like that, why doesn't your daughter just walk out on him?
With 4 children and a 5th on the way? What would she live on?
What's her husband do for a living?
Oh, he's a bartender. When he works.
What do they live on now?
His father left him the house free and clear as long as he lives in it. If he doesn't, it goes to his sister.
That's a rough situation. So how does she get out of it?
No way. Without money.
Couldn't you go and scare the daylights out of him?
Oh, he'd never see me. He doesn't believe in ghosts.
Well, can't you shake him up? I mean, as long as you're invisible. You could push him off a curb or trip him or shove him into an open manhole or something.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
I'm not allowed. I can only do what I'm told to.
So what are we driving all the way to Pawtucket for?
Oh, I have to do something while I'm waiting to get back. And I kind of want to help my daughter.
You're some kind of a ghost, all right. You don't help anyone. You're not even a ghost. You're a jinx.
Hey, look out, Sam. A truck. Turn the wheel. Go off the road.
What?
What do you want to be, a ghost yourself? The truck. Do as I say.
Now, what was that? What happened? Has our mild, ineffectual little ghost turned out to be some evil spirit who has lured poor Sam Gordon to a violent death? Or is he just a creature of Sam's disturbed, worried, haunted mind who has led Sam to seek a way out from the long horror of watching the wife he loved die by degrees? We'll know more when I return shortly with Act Two. In the car, along the grass off the highway, a shaken Sam sits in the car he has finally braked to a stop. 100 feet or so behind him, jackknifed across 2 lanes of the road, in a shadow of broken glass and twisted guardrail, in exactly the spot where Sam would have been if he hadn't driven off the road, is a huge trailer truck which has burst into flames.
What happened? The tractor truck that was coming toward us jumped the center guardrail.
Good Lord, if I'd have been there, it would have wiped me out.
Just wasn't your time.
No, you saved my life. You were the one made me turn the wheel.
Corporal Hampton State Patrol. You need help, sir?
No, I'm all right, thanks to...
You sure?
Yes, no damage.
You must have had ESP or something. I was after the truck driver for speeding when all of a sudden, just like that, he lost control. Man, you're lucky you followed your hunch.
No, it wasn't a hunch. My friend here was the one who...
What friend? I don't see anyone else in the car. You sure you're all right?
Yes.
We've got another ambulance here. Maybe we'd better run you down to the hospital and check you out.
No need. How's the driver?
Cold turkey. We got him out before the fire, but I think he had a heart attack or something. Well, like once again, you sure lucked out. That rig would have hit you for sure and wiped you out total. Listen, you sure you don't want to see a doc?
No reason.
You didn't get hit on the head or something?
No. Why would you think that?
I thought I heard you talking like to someone when I came up.
Oh, when I talk to you, you can see I'm all alone, can't you?
That's what I mean.
If you heard anything, it was just a prayer of thankfulness.
Well, you can say that again. Okay, mister, if you're all right, I got plenty to do back there.
Pruitt? I wish you'd call me Peter. How come you knew that truck was going to jump the guardrail?
Oh, the driver told me.
The what?
The driver. You see, he had a heart attack and died just before the accident, so he told me while he was passing over.
Oh. Tell me, you still want to go on and see your daughter?
Oh, if you don't mind, I hate to be a trouble, but may we?
How can I refuse anyone who just saved my life? Well, Peter?
What's that?
We're going to just sit here, watch your daughter and the children playing in the backyard?
Oh, what else?
Well, don't you want to go and see them and talk to them?
What's the use? They couldn't see me. They wouldn't even know I was there.
How do you know?
Your wife, she couldn't. The cop, he couldn't. All the people who trample me when I'm in a crowd, they can't. Nobody can.
Except me.
Except you.
How come I can see you?
I don't know, Sam. But what would I do without you?
Thanks.
See, the kid on the swing? That's Susan. She has freckles. She's 6. The twins are Patrick and Michael. They're 4 now, I guess. And Melinda's the 8-year-old. Little mother, look at her. She's a lifesaver for Margot.
And one more on the way. What are they going to call that one?
A boy? I don't know. A girl, I guess. I guess it ought to be Deirdre of the Sorrows.
They look like a happy little family to me, playing in the backyard.
Sure they are. When he's not there, he spoils everything for him. Hey, there. See, will you look at that?
That's the villain of the piece, huh? Yeah, big son of a gun.
Yeah, and he's as mean as he's big. Oh, look at that. He just smacked one of the twins for nothing.
Can't you do anything to stop it?
I told you, Sam, I'm not allowed.
Well, couldn't you have before?
Why do you think I'm where I am?
You mean he murdered you?
Well, not exactly.
Well, what do you mean?
I tried to break up a fight one day, and he knocked me half across the room. I fell and hit my head. I was out for nearly 5 minutes. And then I thought it was all right. 2 weeks later, I had what they call a stroke. It wasn't. It was a blood clot from the time I fell.
Didn't you go to the police?
I'd passed over before I found out.
With no way to get back at him?
No. It's very frustrating being a ghost.
It can get pretty frustrating just being alive, too, Peter. When I think of all the wonderful things I might have done for my poor wife,
If what?
Nothing. It's only money.
Money? Don't knock it. Can solve a lot of problems.
And cause just as many. I ought to know.
Me too. But how come you?
I have a friend, Mo Beck. Friend. Every morning and evening on the train, commuting, we play a little gin game. Twice a week, Tuesdays and Friday evenings. Little friendly game. You know, when I was having trouble meeting Eve's hospital bills and all, I figured up over the years how much Mo took me for.
Oh, how much?
$1 here, $1 there, some big games, a $20 bill, later 100, maybe up to 5. Altogether like $10,000. Would you believe it? The worst part of it is, I know he cheats.
You can still play?
Well, what do you figure from a sucker? I figure sometime I either have to win or catch him at it. Who knows? Maybe tonight could be the night.
$10,000?
It's a lot of money. Except who needs it? What could it buy for me?
Oh, I was just thinking what it could buy for my Margot.
But that skunk would just take it away from her.
Oh, no. She'd pull up stakes and grab the children and leave.
And he would just follow her.
Not him. Not if he didn't know about the money, first off. And second, he wouldn't dare. He'd lose the only real stake he's got, the house. Oh, dear.
What?
They're going in the house. I hope he hasn't been drinking. Oh, if I could only do something about it, but I can't think what to save my life.
It's a little late to think of that. But wait a minute. Maybe it isn't too late for your daughter.
Huh?
You just saved my life. Maybe I can do the same for her.
How?
Look, since she took real sick, I haven't been traveling. But my day off today, I still played gin with Mo. I'm still hoping to catch him out.
Oh, even if you did, what?
What do you mean, what?
Well, what good would it do? The money's gone.
No. He's good for it.
You mean that he'd admit that he cheated?
Mo? Never.
Then how could he be good for it?
No, you have to know Mo to understand. I mean, when you say gambler, that's just a word. Mo is a gambler. He could cheat to win, kill to win, anything to win. But he loses, he pays up. Pays up, and in cash. The way that man is made. And if he ever paid up to me, that would be a lot of dough, wouldn't it?
Well, so's winning a lottery, but who wins?
The surest way is to cheat.
You know how?
Up until you came along, no. Now, I do. You sure you understand now?
Well, I guess. I never was much of a card player.
Look, gin is the simplest game in the world. You have to have at least three of a kind, like, say, 3 aces or 3 fours, let's say, or else a run of at least 3 in a suit. Now, you have 10 cards in your hands, all right? Any combination of runs and numbers that adds up to 10 cards, that gives you gin.
Oh. But what about if you just have 9 cards and one left over?
All right, if it's a low card, you go for a laydown. Understand? I mean, you're betting it's lower than the count he has in his hand.
Oh, just like rummy.
It is rummy. Only if you can get all 10 cards first for a laydown and gin, then you score big.
So that's why it's called gin rummy.
That's right. Now, look, you understand what you'll have to do.
Well, sure, he can't see me, so I'll tell you what he's got, what he's looking for. I'll maybe cut the cards an extra time and figure out just how he's cheating you.
That's the idea.
Just hope I can swing it. See, we were never allowed to play cards in my house when I was growing up, so I'm kind of an amateur.
Peter, hey, you're kind of an amateur about everything. You know that? Come on, Peter, cheer up. We're going to get your daughter out of it.
It isn't that, Sam.
What is it now?
I just remembered something.
Now what?
Sam, that you?
Yes, Myrtle. Anything wrong?
No, everything's under control.
Eve, is she all right?
Nothing to worry about. The doctor's with her. I thought you... I heard you talking to someone. Didn't I hear voices down here?
No, I'm all alone.
Oh, no, isn't that funny? I could swear I heard...
That's what I was doing.
What?
Swearing. I tripped, coming in the door.
Oh.
But never mind that. What happened to Eve?
Oh, it was one of the bad days, Sam. The pain. I sent for Dr. Maitland.
Well, she's not...
No. Everything's under control. But she was asking for you.
All right, be a good girl. Tell her I'll be right up.
Oh, sure. But what are you going to do?
I thought maybe she might want some hot chocolate. She likes that.
I'll get that for her. What she needs from you is you.
If it's me you're worried about, Sam, don't. I wouldn't get in anybody's way.
You better not. Just don't go around scaring anyone like last night.
Oh, I won't. I'll make myself invisible. Hey, you better get on up to your wife.
One thing first. What was it you thought you remembered?
Huh? Oh, Dad. Just why I came here. I mean, why I was sent over.
Why?
Well, Sam, I don't like to tell you, under the circumstances.
It wasn't to fetch someone back?
Well, something like that.
Oh, no, not Eve, please. Not my wife. What was it, Eve?
I don't know, Sam. Honest. That's all part of what I don't remember.
The terrible thought has swept over Sam suddenly that the poor lost spirit he has befriended may be a dread messenger come to take his wife from him. Peter no longer is an object of pity, but has reassumed his own presence, a figure of haunting terror, the terror of the real unknown. I shall return shortly with Act 3. With a haunted and heavy heart, Sam climbs the stairs to his wife's bedroom. But an unexpectedly reassuring report from the doctor and his wife's apparent health have banished any unhappy thoughts from his mind. Temporarily, at any rate. And now he sits by her bed, her hand in his hand, as all true lovers do. With anxious eyes, he traces the face wasted by pain. Her eyes unnaturally bright, but still lit with love, never leave his face, as if memorizing every feature before they dim and fade away.
Don't look so worried, Sam.
I'm not, darling, not now.
Dr. Maitland said I was all right, didn't he?
He said you were stronger than ever.
You know why?
Why?
Because I have to live 10 more days. It's our anniversary. Remember?
The 40th.
You don't think I wouldn't be there with you for that?
Of course you will.
You know what it is, Sam? The 40th?
Yes. I've already bought your present.
I'll bet I can guess what it is.
You want me to give it to you now?
Indeed, I do not. Before the anniversary, that's bad luck. I'll wait till the day. And don't you worry, I'll be there.
We'll both be there.
Oh, I'll bet I can guess what my present is. You know, the 40th is rubies.
Yes, I know.
A ruby ring. Oh, I always wanted a ruby ring. I'll bet you can't guess what mine is for you, Sam.
I bet I can't either. But do you want me... Eve? Oh, thank God, I thought... Oh, you're all right. You're all right still. My present. I wonder if you'll be here to give it to me. I wonder if I'll ever find out. Peter.
Here I am, Sam, right here. How's your wife?
She's asleep. The doctor gave her something so she could sleep.
You want me to make myself scarce?
I wish you could just disappear.
I could leave.
No, I need you.
For what? Oh, the game.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that.
Well, then what?
Have you remembered? You didn't come for Eve, did you?
I don't know, Sam. I hope not, but I don't know.
You couldn't take her away from me.
If I was told to, I'd have to. Oh, a fine friend I turned out to be after all you were planning to do for me. I better leave. Oh, maybe that's someone coming after me.
I doubt it. Anyone you know wouldn't stop to ring doorbells. Must be Mo, here for the game.
He's going to call it off now?
No. If between us we can't do anything else, at least we can be of some use to your daughter. He thinks he's the wolf at my door. He doesn't know he's going to be our little pigeon. Let's go let him in. Well, what are we playing for, Sam? The usual? I feel lucky tonight, Mo. You want to raise the ante? Sure. What'll it be? A tenth, quarter of a cent? What? How about a cent a point? Triples? Sure. You really want to take a bet, huh? Okay, you got a deal. Pick up your cards and play. Okay. Queen of spades, doubles. Look, I don't want the lady. Do you? Oh, I might give her a whirl.
He's got 3 queens
2 kings, 2 fours, a 9, 10, and a jack, and he dealt off the bottom.
That figures. What'd you say?
Oh, nothing. Hey, you going to discard?
Sure. How's the knight of spades grab you?
He wants you to take it so you'll discard the 4.
No, it's not my speed. Let's see the down card. I can use it. I'll give you the 9 of diamonds. I hit you where you live?
Nah, I'm going fishing.
You have a run in heart using the 4 if you could only fill in with the 7.
He didn't say anything yet. Goes with the cards tonight. They're going to turn up.
What's your discard?
A lousy 7 spot I drew. Sure hope it isn't any use to you.
Oh, I might just take that. Lucky 7 hearts. Jim.
Oh, you caught me where I live. For a bundle. Let's see. 3 ladies is all I lay. 2 fours is 8, 2 kings makes 28, 2 tens and a jack is 58, plus gin 25 is 83 in 3 boxes.
Doubled. Spades, right?
Right. 166 in 3 boxes. I'm lucky it only goes on 1 game. What's the matter? You out for blood tonight?
Look, I gotta win sometime, don't I?
Yeah. Looks like tonight might be the night.
I'll go with 4.
You're murdering me. What do you got, ESP or something? That's another 62 points, puts you out on all 3 games. A Schneider.
A whitewash? How does it feel for a change,
Mo? The evening's young. You're only into me for a couple of hundred. The luck will change. Your deal.
I don't understand. He's still cheating.
With your help, he's not getting away with it.
What are you mumbling to yourself?
Just tasting the fruits of victory.
Well, enjoy him while you can, friend. It can't keep up this way.
I'm betting it can.
Want to put your money where your mouth is?
Why not?
Raise the stakes?
Sure, name your poison.
5 cents a point.
You got it.
Fine. Now you don't stand a ghost of a chance.
That's what you think, brother.
Chin? Again?
The name of the game.
Well, I don't see how it's possible. Rounds off another board. You know you're 5,200 out ahead.
I still haven't caught up to what you're into me for the last 10 years, Mo.
You're not out of the woods yet. But I gotta hit the John a moment. Hold everything. I'll be right back.
Pete, you're great. It's working like a charm.
Yeah, it seems to be, but look, I haven't done anything.
What do you mean? You saw he really was cheating, just like I suspected? Now we've been able to cheat him back.
We haven't, Sam. I mean, sure, I could see what he was doing, dealing off the bottom, giving himself sometimes as many as 14 cards on the deal, faking them together so you couldn't see that, laying off 2 or 3 at a time, picking up the same way. But I haven't been able to do anything about it.
What do you mean? I've been winning, haven't I?
Yeah, but not with my help.
What? You mean it's all been sheer luck?
It has to be.
Oh, good Lord. All that money. You know what's the luckiest thing? That I didn't know. I'd have passed out if I'd known.
You better quit while you're ahead.
It's only 5,000.
Only?
Like I said, over the years, I've lost twice as much. I wanted to get it all back for your daughter.
Sam, it's making me too nervous. 5,000 will be more than enough for it. Just let's settle for that.
All right, if you're sure. Watch it. Watch it. He's coming back.
Okay, let's get on with it. It's my deal.
Hey, Mo, isn't that enough for tonight?
With you into me for all that dough, you got to give me a chance to get even.
Mo, I'm really tired.
Okay. I tell you what we'll do. 1 hand, double or quits. Now, you can't turn me down on that.
Look,
what
Mo.
are you going to do? Welsh on an old friend? Come on, Sam. What are you going to throw?
I'm not sure. Here.
No, that would get him chipped.
That's the best you can do. I go fishing again. How's lucky 7?
Hits me right in the middle. That's Jim.
Yeah. Makes you 10,000 richer.
I can't take it. The card I just threw. Let me see your hand.
No.
Let me see. Mo, that was your gin card.
Okay.
So we're even.
No, sir.
Mo, listen to me.
Sam, I had a little brush with the Dark Angel the other day. Little heart attack. No, listen to me. It was nothing. I'm okay. But it was enough to make me start doing a little adding up. I play cards, for example, and I like to win. But too much. So I cheat. For 10 years I've been taking you. Now, I'm a methodical man. We keep records. Guess how much I've bilked you out of? About $10,000, give or take. It's what I owe you. Tonight I'm paying you back here. What is it? Certified cash check. For once, I cheated the right way for the other guy. You got enough sorrow in your life as it is. May this help ease it a little. No, I don't need money. I know. But what else do I have to offer? So, the check is off and mailed to your daughter. Her future is settled.
Gee, Sam, I don't know how to thank you.
Doesn't matter. It was found money for me. I don't need it. Now, what do we do about you?
Oh, I wish I could just disappear.
So do I. You're the only ghost I ever heard about who can't.
Well, I could just walk out the door.
What, and be trampled to death?
Well, the streets are pretty clear this time of night.
Has to be a better way. Look, isn't there any way you could get in touch with your superiors? Find your way back to wherever you came from?
I can't seem to think of one.
What, in this day of communications? It seems incredible. Wait a minute. What? How about the telephone?
The phone? Who would I call?
You know how it is today. You want to make a complaint stick, you have to go straight to the top man.
Oh, Sam. He wouldn't be in a telephone book.
How do you know? That's what everyone keeps saying. Just because they don't look it up, they luck out. Come on, let's take a chance.
But how would he be listed?
Under G, I guess.
It'd be a pretty expensive long-distance call.
And worth it.
But I mean, I hate to put you to the expense of...
Don't worry about that. We're on nighttime race. Here it is.
Wait.
Here, right between Gockton and Goda. The number is 800.
That's the man himself?
Yes.
Oh, but what would it cost him?
Cost nothing. It's an 800 number. It's toll-free. Why don't you go ahead and dial? You get through?
I don't know. There's no answer yet. I could...
Oh.
Is this the number I was trying to reach? Yes, sir. I guess it was a number. This is Peter Pruitt. I don't know if you ever... Yes, sir. I know. Even the least of it. Yes. Oh, well, you see, sir, I got this crack in the head, and I forgot why we... Oh, yes, sir. I see. I'm sorry I wasn't quite with her, but... Oh, I have to? But then that's all right. Yeah. Thank you, sir. I'm real glad.
Well,
Sam, I know everything now.
you came to take my wife away from me.
No. I came to take you away from her.
What? Oh, that's crazy. I'm healthy. I'm not ready to die.
Whoever is,
You can't take me away.
I got no choice.
You don't even know how to get back there.
Now I do. And you're going back with me. It's why I was sent.
I can't leave Eve. You can't do that to us. She's been waiting for our anniversary. She's been fighting, holding on just to be there.
What can I say? You're already 24 hours late.
But I'm healthy. I'm well.
Sometimes we are taken in the fullness of health. Who's to question God?
I do. I'm not ready to go without Eve.
Isn't it better this way? You'll be waiting to greet her.
To greet her?
When she comes to join you. For your anniversary.
I can count on that?
Sam, I haven't been very effective up to now, but this one thing I can promise you.
Then maybe I guess I haven't any choice, then. That's the only difficult part, Sam. Now, we're all going home. Suspension of belief. To accept this story, of course, that is necessary. None of us really believes in ghosts, or do we? In that moment, when the end of life comes, where are we headed? Where do we go? It'd be nice to think we had a guide, a friendly hand, even a left-handed one like Peter Pruitt, and to believe at the end of it all that we go to a welcome land. I'll be back shortly. I don't know a better way to end tonight's story than with a quote from Shakespeare. Our revels now are ended. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Can we wish more to Sam and Eve and Peter Pruitt, that forgetful ghost who at last remembered the way home? Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Martha Greenhouse, Ian Martin, and Jackson Beck. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Who are you? Where are you? You are looking at me. I am on your desk.
What?
I am the Rani of Rajputana.
A statue? That little statuette? That little copper thing? It's talking to me. It can't be.
Why can it not be?
Because
you prayed. I heard. But now you must put away the revolver carefully.
No. It is not my imagination.
I am the Rani.
The Rani?
The Queen of the Thieves.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theater. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theater presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we bring you The Night Run by Lester Powell. The Night Run is a tense, taut drama of a well-to-do alcoholic who knows that he dare not drink because in his cups he has a terrible urge to commit murder. Yet this middle-aged man gets involved with a young girl, and soon they are celebrating their train journey with champagne. With every drink he takes, Angela's danger becomes more acute. Stringfellow's emotional battle to save himself and to protect the girl develops into a climax that is as true to life as it is frightening. Listen in a few moments to The Night Run, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver. And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Night Run.
Gone yet?
No, miss, she'll be in about 9 minutes.
Oh, good. I'd like a single ticket, please.
First or second?
First, I think. Here. Is that right?
Another shilling, please.
Oh, sorry. Do you think I'll be able to get a sleeper?
Oh, very doubtful. They all get filled up at Plymouth, mostly reservations.
But sometimes there are cancellations, aren't there?
Well, sometimes, yes, but we wouldn't know about them here in Newton Abbot. What you'd best do is go along and see the sleeping car attendant when you get on the train.
Are you the sleeping car attendant?
Yes, miss, I am.
Are they all taken?
Yes, miss.
Oh. Could you tell me whether a Mr. Stringfellow has one? He got on at Plymouth.
Yes, miss. Mr. Stringfellow's with us.
Could you tell him I'm here?
He's asleep, miss. He left orders not to be disturbed till we get him out.
Oh, but it's very important.
I'm sorry, miss. If a person leaves orders...
Oh, please.
Not...
Here. Oh, please.
Oh, well, all right. What name shall I tell him?
Angela Holmes.
You wait right here, miss. I'll tell him if he's awake. Yes, what is it? There's a young lady asking for you, Mr. Stringfellow.
Young lady?
Name of Angela Holmes.
Oh. Where is she?
In the corridor.
Well, I'll be... No, you better ask her to come in, yeah. Ask her to come in.
Sorry I have to disturb you, sir.
Oh, that's all right. And Victor, stick around.
What is he?
Well, no, but calling distant.
Oh, I understand, sir. I'll be around.
No. What have I done now? Hello, Angela.
May I come in?
Oh, of course. I'm terribly sorry. There isn't much room. I'll have to stay in bed if you don't mind.
That's all right.
Well, sit over there. It's not very comfortable.
This is fine.
All right then, Mr. Stringfellow.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Victor. I'll call you if we need anything.
Oh, I'll be all right, sir. Don't worry.
Would you like a cigarette?
Yes, please. I would. Thanks. I've been dying for one. I ran out about 2 hours ago, and I couldn't buy any. I didn't have the right coins for the machine.
I didn't see you at Plymouth.
I got on at Newton Abbot.
Oh, did you?
Newton Abbot's closer to where I live than Plymouth.
Oh, I see.
Isn't this stupid? I mean, isn't it terribly stupid?
Is it?
Well, yes, it is. All day long, ever since I decided to come away with you, I've been rehearsing what I'd say to you. Now I'm here, I can't think of a single word.
You decided to come away with me?
Nobody knows I run away from home. Not yet. The heavy sleepers in our family sneaked out the back door. And I got a lift on a milk lorry into Newton Abbot. I'm terrified I'd lost the train. My watch was wrong.
Your watch was wrong.
Couldn't you get out of that bed? I feel as though I'm sick visiting. As though I ought to be handing you grapes.
Angela, you've just handed me about the biggest shock I've ever had in my whole life.
Yes, I thought you'd be surprised.
Angela, look, I'd better get dressed.
Why?
Please, if you just...
All right. Sing out when I can come back. I'll be just outside.
You may come in now. Angela, what's happening? What's going on? I mean, what are you doing here?
I told you. I'm coming to London with you.
And you left home?
Yes.
This means that you visualize it as something permanent?
Well, nothing's very permanent, is it?
You're an amazing girl, Angela. You really are.
No, I'm awfully ordinary.
Ordinary? You meet a man at a party, the next night you jump a train to be with him. Ordinary. A 19-year-old girl.
Well, perhaps not ordinary. Natural, though. It was to me. After what happened last night. You haven't said you're pleased to see me.
Do I have to say it?
Women like these things, you know. It's not enough for them to know. They have to be told.
I'm delighted to see you, Angela.
Good. Kiss me, please. Not much of a bridal suite, is it?
We'll get Victor to liven it up. Victor! Hey, Victor!
Yes, sir?
Come here a minute, will you? What's it going to be, Angela?
I don't mind. Anything you like.
Okay, Victor. Whiskey.
I'd have to charge you a bit over the odds, Mr. Stringfellow. You understand, don't you? What with it being a private service and all.
Oh, anything you say. And bring some soda water as well, if you have any.
Right.
I don't think he approves.
No, you can overcome anything but money.
Tell me something.
Uh-huh.
Why did you run away from me?
He said I did that.
Barney said you'd arranged to stay another week with him. And you changed your mind and took off right after meeting me.
Oh. You've been talking to Barney about me, have you?
Well, I rang him up this morning, didn't he tell you?
No.
The soul of discretion.
Did you tell him that you were going to run away with me?
No, I didn't decide till after I'd spoken to him.
Come in.
Where's Slappery, sir? On the bed?
Please, yes.
You've got a bottle opener there for the soda.
Shall I settle up with you now?
Oh, no, it'll do later, Steve. Anything else you want, sir?
No, thanks. No, everything's fine. How's that?
Lots of soda, please. I can't bear the taste of whiskey.
There. How's that?
A little more soda, please.
All right.
Fine. You're still not drinking?
No.
What happens when you drink?
Well, I get emotionally disturbed, for one thing.
I'd rather like to see you like that.
You wouldn't like me when I'm drunk.
I would. I'm sure I would.
Well, we won't risk it.
Do you become homicidal, raging with a lust to kill?
What made you decide to come with me?
The things you told me last night, they affected me more deeply than you knew.
Oh, I knew they affected you. That's why I said them. I wanted you to be, involved. Trouble is, I didn't see beyond that.
You didn't see that you were turning my head?
Must be an easy thing to do. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Silly cheap crack.
Actually, I'm rather hard-boiled. This is the first time it's happened.
But why? I don't delude myself. I'm not a young girl's dream of love. I'm pretty dreary, especially when I'm not drinking. I have no drive. I'm timid, unsure of myself. I don't shine. And I can't get through to people. I can't communicate with them.
You communicated last night.
That's the effect you had on me. You lit me up.
Were you bolted for cover?
Yes.
Why? Don't you want to be lit up, as you put it?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Well, I'm here.
Angela, I've been in psychoanalysis for 3 years.
Yes, I know.
But you know nothing about me. You don't know what you'd be taking on. You can't let...
Oh, yes, I do. You told me enough last night. The dark and dreadful things that have happened to you. You made it all clear. And I couldn't bear the idea of your being on your own, without anyone to take care of you. You're so defensive.
I overcolored what I told you last night. In a bid for your sympathy. I often do that when I meet a woman who attracts me.
You mean you made those things up?
Yes, that's right. I made them up.
You didn't. Barney confirmed them.
I think I will have a drink.
Oh, don't you think...
No, it's all right. I can take a couple without it affecting me.
All right. Just 2, then. Here you are.
Thanks. Did I tell you I was an alcoholic when I was only 17?
You did? You were expelled from school, boy.
I was in my first home before I was 20, getting dried out.
Yes, you told me about that, too.
What are you, Angela? Frustrated Florence Nightingale?
No, I'm not.
What are you, then?
I'm in love. By the look. Come on. It isn't going to be as ghastly as all that. It's going to be fun, too, you know.
For 19, you're pretty smart. Dead sharp. May I have the second drink, though?
You feel all right?
I feel wonderful.
You don't feel an attack coming?
I feel marvelous, absolutely marvelous.
All right.
Thanks. Oh. What are you pressing the bell for?
Victor.
Oh, what do we want with Victor?
Oh, I know my own weakness. That's why you think I'm sharp. A fool is someone who doesn't know his own weakness. And if I have custody of this bottle, you'll wheedle another drink out of me, and then another, and another, and another.
You riding, sir?
Victor, would you be very kind and put this bottle in the kitchen for us, or wherever you keep things?
Oh, I thought you wanted the whole bottle.
We've changed our minds, but we'll pay for it just the same.
Of course we'll pay.
Right.
Keep it safe, and don't give it back to us till we get to Paddington. These things look crazy.
He may be right.
Yes. He may well be.
Oh, this is wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
May I lie down, please? I feel a bit tired.
Of course, of course. Hey, let me smooth out the pillow for you. Put the bed straight. There. Would you like the lighthouse?
No, thanks. I'd like to lie here and look at you. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
What exactly are you up to? What's going on? What's the catch?
I don't know what you mean.
You think I'm a fool or something?
No, of course
Angela, I've been on the receiving end of this one so often I'm an expert. I can spot it coming a mile off.
I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't. You're frightening me.
You talked to Barney this morning, didn't you? You had a long conversational chat about me, didn't you? So, of course, he told you that I'm the Stringfellow of Stringfellow Radio and Television. You know I'm worth $2.5 million, don't you?
I'm after your money, are you?
Happens all the time. That's the story of my life. Behind me there stretches a host of departed friends whose pockets I've filled on hard luck stories. There was almost a wife whose eyes went misty with sterling signs when she spoke to me of love. And a breach of promise action which set up a record. I have a pedigree as a sucker, Angela. They don't come any better.
But I told you. I'm in love with you.
Well, so were they. The higher the take, the more ardent the affection.
You don't really mean this. You can't.
Tell me, what does your father do for a living?
He's a boat builder.
Does he make a lot of money?
No, not very much. Enough to live on.
And you? Have you a large private income by any chance?
No, I haven't. I work at a kennels. I told you last night.
What's the technique here, then? How does it work? Will your father be waiting at Paddington?
No. He knows nothing about it.
Oh, then I'll get hit with a heavy writ in a couple of days' time, eh? Is that the pitch? Sued for luring an underage girl out of the custody of her parents. Is that the angle? Tell me. I'd like to know. Oh, yes, I've seen that one, too. Bitter tears streaming down the face of innocence when I uncover the rotten truth.
Oh, go away. Please go away.
Oh, I'm going. Don't worry about that. I'm taking evasive action. You know, I sensed something like this was being cooked up. I sensed it last night when you walked into Barney's house and turned those eyes on me. That's why I cut my stay short in Devon, if you want to know. Is Barney in on this, too? Does he get a cut?
Oh, please go away.
Why not? Barney's the only one of my so-called friends who hasn't had his hands inside my wallet so far. Why should he be any different? Where's this place?
Exeter, sir.
How long do we stop?
20 minutes.
Good.
You getting off, Mr. Stringfellow?
Yeah, only to make a phone call.
Hello?
Paul, I must talk to you.
Where are you?
Exeter. I'm on my way back to London on the night train.
How did the weekend go?
Well, that's why I'm ringing you up. Are you in bed? Did I wake you up?
Yes, never mind. What's the trouble?
I met a girl at a party last night. In the house where I was staying. She was attractive, warm, friendly personality and so on. Nice looking. I talked rather a lot. I opened up.
Were you drinking?
No. I haven't touched a drop for a month. I've been taking those anti-booze tablets you gave me. No, I felt, drawn to her. I overdid it a bit. She got on the train at Newton Abbot, said she left home to look after me.
Good. So long as you don't drink, you're not likely to... How old is she?
19, she said.
Oh, well, this is a mess.
I know. I'm nearly out of my mind.
Is she still on the train?
Yes, she's in my sleeper. I'm speaking from the station platform.
Well, now, look. This is what you must do. Turn the sleeper over to her. Now, you go to another part of the train and stay there. Don't go near her till you get to Paddington. You got that?
Yes, Paul.
Now, then, in the morning, you bring her round here. We'll sit down, all three of us, and try to thrash it out. But keep away from her.
Yes.
That's the paramount thing. Now, don't go near her till the train stops.
You're in no fit state to cope with emotional excitement. Now, you understand that, don't you?
Yes, Paul. Yes, I'll do what you say.
Oh, good. You promise me you haven't been drinking tonight?
No. No, I promise I haven't touched a drop for a whole month.
Can you get any on the train?
No. There isn't a restaurant car.
Good. Now, as long as you don't drink, there's no danger. Now, go back to the train. Take a sleeping pill, and don't move till you're in London.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
I'll meet the train at Paddington. It doesn't matter how early it is, and we can bring the girl back to the house for breakfast.
You're terribly good to me, Paul. I don't know what I'd do without you.
I'm not only your psychiatrist, I'm your friend.
Yeah.
Now, just do what I say, and we'll work something out.
I don't want... I don't want to attempt another murder.
You won't. Good night.
That bottle? The young lady said you wouldn't be wanting it till we get to Paddington. I need a drop to set me up. I told you I haven't been well. I need a booster. Well, go on. What are you waiting for? Get it.
Mr. Stringfellow, I've been on this job a long time. I've met a lot of people and served them a lot of drinks. I know about people and their drinking habits. How they drink. Why they drink.
Just get the bottle, will you?
The vast majority of people drink to be sociable, to make themselves feel good. But a few drink because they got to, because they're ill. And you're one of them, Mr. Stringfellow. I recognized that the moment I saw you with your hand round that bottle.
I'll pay you whatever you want.
You can have the bottle back when we get to Paddington. When you're no longer my responsibility.
Look, it's my bottle.
No, it is not. You haven't paid for it yet.
But I want to pay for it.
Well, I don't want to sell it to you. And I'm not. That's all there is to it.
Who do you think you are? Some important idiot?
Charming manners, some of these gentlemen have.
Hello?
Not asleep yet?
No.
It's going to be all right, Angela. Don't be frightened. Are you frightened?
Yes, I am. Little.
Well, I've just talked to Paul. I phoned him from the platform next.
What did he say?
That I was to go to another part of the train and not come near you till we get to Paddington.
Is that what you're going to do?
That's for the best. You'll be all right by yourself, won't you?
I suppose so.
Victor will look after you. I gave him a large tip at Plymouth.
Did you mean those horrible things you said?
I don't know. But one side of me, yes. It's a part of what ails me, you see. I have this deep-seated fear that people only want me for my money.
That's common among rich people, isn't it?
Yes, but I have it in an exaggerated form. I have everything in an exaggerated form, Angela.
But when you're nice, when you're not worked up, you're kind and you're gentle.
When something unexpected happens, this fear takes over. I get horribly suspicious. I start looking for signs. I see things under beds that aren't there. It's called paranoia.
But I don't want your money. Really, I don't. I love you. I only want to be with you and take care of you. Nothing else. Honestly, there isn't. Please believe me.
I want to believe you. More than anything, I need someone like you. I know that. It's my only hope of salvation. Someone I can trust and be happy with.
Be patient with me then. Give me the chance to learn. I've got a lot to learn, I know that. Please give me a chance.
All right. Try to sleep now. Do you feel sleepy?
I'd feel much better if you could stay with me. I'd be able to sleep then.
No, I can't do that. Paul's right. I'll see you when we get to Paddington. I'll come along and fetch you.
You won't run away from me again, will you?
No, I won't do that.
Promise.
I promise.
Oh, kiss me goodnight.
No, I can't do that. You try to sleep. I'll see you in the morning.
Is this seat taken? No. Help yourself. Going to London?
Yes.
Long journey.
Yes.
Especially at night.
Everything's longer at night.
Not so bad if you have a sleeper, though.
No.
And you have to book well in advance on this run. I was unlucky.
I've got a sleeper.
Couldn't sleep then?
No.
Some people can't, you know. Even if they stuff themselves full of sleeping pills. I can, though. Sleep anywhere. Sign of an easy conscience, I suppose.
Look, do you want to talk?
Well, I don't know. Don't you?
I'm easy either way.
Well, I'm interested in people. My worst enemy couldn't accuse me of lack of curiosity. People are my business, you might say. My name's George Eames, by the way. I sell machinery to farmers.
How do you do?
What do you do for a living?
I don't. My father left me £2.5 million.
£2.5 million? Well, you won't have many problems, will you?
Actually, Mr. Eames, I've got the worst problem a man can possibly have. And I've got it right here and now.
Oh? What's that, then?
How to stop myself committing a murder.
Well, you know, we all feel we'd like to do someone in at one time or another. We start thinking of ways and means even, working out a plot. But when it comes to...
It isn't like that at all, Mr. Eames. It isn't like that at all. This isn't fantasy, it's fact. I don't want to murder her, but I'm terrified that I'm going to. You said you were interested in people, didn't you? Well, this is people, Mr. Eames. This happens. People murder one another all the time.
Yes, I know that.
Or doesn't it impinge on you? You think selling agricultural machinery shelters you from the harsh facts of life?
Now, look, there's no need to be like that about it, you know.
I'm sorry. I'd like to talk to somebody about it.
All right. Go ahead and talk.
Will you listen? Will you really listen?
Of course I will.
Very few people can, you know.
I can. I do it all the time.
Well, I was expelled from school for trying to murder another boy. That was the start.
How did you do it?
I tried to strangle him. I nearly did it, too.
Why?
Jealousy. He was my best friend. I admired him because he could do all the things I couldn't.
How old were you?
17.
Were there any comebacks? I mean, you were prosecuted, weren't you?
No.
Why not?
My father was a millionaire.
Oh, I see.
He could fix anything, provided it cost only money. When it came to love or affection, sympathy or understanding, he was bankrupt, flat broke.
You didn't get on with him?
I hated him. And I loved him, too. It was crazy. After he died, I wept for 2 whole days.
What about your mother?
My mother. Well, she ran off with a band leader when I was 5. It was a fashionable thing for rich women to do in those days, and my mother was always very fashionable. She still is, for that matter.
Well, you still see her, then?
Oh, once a year for 2 weeks. She lives in Munich now. She's married to a nuclear scientist. That's the fashion in her set today. Band leader to scientist in 20 years.
So, you were 17 when you tried to kill someone. How old are you now?
27.
Well, then, I don't see that you've got all that much to worry about. Something that happened once 10 years ago.
It's happened since.
Oh.
Twice. Once when I was 21, I tried to strangle a girl in a car. Then 2 years ago, I had to go at my wife.
And your father hushed those up too, did he?
The girl in the car, yes, but he was dead by the time I tried it on my wife. I hushed that up myself. It was included in the divorce settlement.
What you're saying is that all this means that you have homicidal tendencies.
Well, what would you say it means?
Well, it seemed normal enough to me. You're talking quite normally. I've been watching your eyes and your lips while you've been doing it. You can detect somebody who isn't quite 16 ounces to the pound by the eyes and the twist of the lips.
You've studied abnormal psychology.
Oh, I'm fairly good at summing people up. I've had to in my job. No, I'd say you were basically a mild sort of person, not very sure of yourself. A bit timid.
Yes. I'm all those things. Except when I get emotionally upset. And then I want to destroy, I want to kill.
Have you had anything done about it? Medical treatment, psychological treatment?
Oh, yes, I've had the works. My father had me shut up 3 times in 3 mental homes. Expensive mental homes, I need hardly say. The very best.
I see. Well, now, what's the immediate danger? You said something about it being here and now.
She's in my sleeper. At the back of the train.
And she upset you?
She dynamited me.
How?
The usual way. I met her last night at a party given by a friend I was staying with in Devon. She's 19, pretty, enticing as a peach. When I first clapped eyes on her, my head started to sing. You know how that happens sometimes?
Have you told her about yourself?
Yes. Except the murder attempts, of course. I didn't want to scare her. I let it on a bit too thick, though. By the time the evening was out, I'd fallen for her. I was emotionally disturbed.
Why didn't you run away, then?
I did. But she followed me. She got on the train at Newton Abbott.
Yes, you have got a problem.
It'll be all right if I can hang out till we get to Paddington, if I can keep away from her. I phoned my psychiatrist from Exeter, and he said I was to take her to see him in the morning, and it'll be all right if I don't go near her until we get to London.
Well, all right, then you stay here. That's easy enough, isn't it?
Only if you help me.
How can I help you?
Well, keep me here. No matter what I say or do, don't let me out of this compartment. Even if I have to go to the lavatory, you come with me. Will you do that for me?
Certainly. That's what you want.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
How are you feeling now?
All right. Better since I've talked about it.
Not disturbed?
So long as I don't think about her.
Well, we'll have to keep your mind off her, won't we?
It's not as easy as selling agricultural machinery.
No. Not that I ever found selling agricultural machinery easy. You play cards?
No, I'm sorry. That wouldn't do. I wouldn't be able to concentrate.
Pity. What about a quiet read, then? I've got some magazines.
No, I'm not in the mood for that, I'm afraid. I never can read on a train anyway.
I know. I've got a bottle of scotch in my briefcase.
No, thank you very much.
What's the matter? Don't you drink?
Yes, I drink, but my psychiatrist told me not to. He was very insistent.
Well, head shrinkers aren't infallible, are they?
This one is. He has to be.
They work on theory, though, don't they? They're not practical men of affairs. He could be wrong about this, you know. A couple of drinks could be the very thing for you. I find it works wonders when I'm pent up. Not that I'm a heavy drinker, mind you. Everything in moderation, but when I'm tense, you know, worried about the sale, for instance, I find that a couple of whiskeys unwinds me, irons out the creases.
Do you think so? Do you really think it would do the trick?
Yes, I do. I'm sure of it. Look here. Whole bottle. It'll send you off to sleep. That's what you need. Something to knock you right out. Then you'll be in London before you know it, and the problem's solved. Believe me, it's a thing to do.
Suppose it doesn't knock me out.
Well, I'll be here. I'll be taking care of you. I won't let you out.
Sometimes I get violent when I'm drunk.
Well, I expect I'll be able to handle that. Used to do a bit of boxing. No, I don't think you'll get out of here, however violent you get.
Well, all right.
Good man.
Still on the train?
Well, yes, miss, so far as I know. He went up front after we left Exford.
Are you sure?
Well, his luggage is still here, isn't it?
Please go and check.
Well, I've got things to do. You're not the only person in the sleeping car, you know, miss.
If you go and look, I'll give you this.
All right. You want me to give him a message?
No. Just see if he's still on the train.
Okay. And then give this bill a rest, eh? Where the darn thing out? You see? It's working.
Yeah. It's working.
This is the end of the bottle.
End of the bottle.
Down the hatch, then.
Oh,
Sleepy yet?
Yeah.
And you're completely relaxed, aren't you?
Wonderful.
Why don't you put your feet up?
Yes, why don't I, Nurse Ems?
That's it. Emergency Ward 10.
Wake me with a lightly boiled egg.
I'll do that.
And China tea. China tea with a dash of fresh lemon.
Loosen your collar, and off you go to bye-byes.
Gosh, I'm tired. Trouble with your sleepers, then?
Oh, nothing more than usual, you know.
Oh, still, you do see a bit of life in your job. Being a guard, especially on the night run, you just sit here and look at the crates and the parcels.
Well, I'm going to grab a bit of kit. That's okay with you, Tom?
Sure. There's a couple of empty compartments up the back.
Keep an eye on things from me, all right?
For your pleasure. Give me a chance to stretch my legs.
What's that?
Train's slowing.
What for?
Reading. Last stop before Benedictine.
I was asleep.
Oh, were you? You were snoring loud enough to drown out the London Symphony Orchestra.
What are you doing?
Get in my suitcase off the rack. What do I look like I'm doing?
Well, why? We're not at Paddington yet.
I'm not going to Paddington. I get off at Reading.
Why? Why, for Pete's sake?
Because I live there.
But you said you'd take care of me. You promised. You gave your solemn word.
I got you off to sleep, didn't I? Cost me the better part of a bottle of scotch, too.
I'm awake now.
Well, go to sleep again.
Well, I can't. I'm wide awake.
Get your head down, then. Make it effort.
I can't. For Pete's sake, don't go and leave me. You can't do that. You can't.
Relax.
I'll pay you. I'll give you 100 quid.
Don't be
100 quid just to go to Paddington. One more station.
I have to see the important clients in the morning. A lot depends on it.
I'll pay you more. Anything you like. Look. I'll write the check now. You tell me the amount, and I'll.
What's it now?
My checkbook's in my suitcase. My suitcase is in the sleeper with her. I'll tell you what. Come to the sleeper with me. Well, come on!
Take your hands off
I'll
me.
pay you anything you like, more than you can make tomorrow, more than you can make in a whole year if you like. Come on!
Let go!
You can't leave me, you mustn't. You'll have a murder on your...
I warned you. You should learn to control yourself.
I can't. That's my trouble. Look, it doesn't matter about me. I'm expendable. I'd be better off dead anyway, but think of her, the girl. She's 19 and at the beginning of her life. Don't hit me again. Don't hit me.
I'm not going to hit you unless you force me to. It's up to you.
Why won't you understand? You did before. You listened. You were sympathetic. Why won't you understand now? What's happened to you?
The entertainment's over. I've come to the end of my journey. I'm tired and I've had enough.
Entertainment? What are you talking about?
Work it out, mate.
You're not saying I made it all up, are you? Come to the sleeper with me, please. You can ask her. She'll tell you. She knows the truth about me.
That you're going to kill her?
No. Don't confuse me. She'll tell you who I am, about my mental history.
You're not mad, son. You haven't got homicidal tendencies.
I have. I told you. 3 times before I tried to do it.
They don't go around blurting it about.
I asked for your help.
I gave it to you. The better part of a bottle.
Come to the sleeper with me.
Please. No.
It'll only take a few minutes.
We'll be in Reading in a few minutes.
I'll give you money, all you want.
No.
All right, then. I'm going to now.
You do that. Give her my love.
You read about it in the paper.
Oh, get lost.
Where's Victor? I want Victor.
What do you want him for?
Where is he?
Oh, he's there.
Well, he can't have got off the train. I need him urgently. He's going to lock me out.
Lock you out?
Where is he? For heaven's sake, tell me where is he? I've got to find him.
He's off, dude.
He can't be. He's responsible for these sleepers. He can't go off duty before we get to Paddington.
Oh, you better move along. You're blocking up the corridor.
Where's Victor?
Move along then.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, thank goodness. I've been so frightened.
Listen, Angela. Listen to me. You've got to get off this train. We'll be in Reading in a few minutes. You've got to get off.
Are you going to?
No, I'm going on to Paddington.
And so am I. We're going to talk to your psychiatrist in the morning, aren't we?
No.
But you said you were going to.
I've changed my mind.
The psychiatrist?
Yes, I know, but...
And you told me you always took his advice. You said he was the father you felt you never had. You said that if it hadn't been for him...
Stop confusing me!
Not.
I want you to get off this train. You've got to get off it.
I won't. Not without you.
Look,
I've been drinking practically a whole bottle of whiskey.
Oh, look, Archie.
You can't. When I get drunk, I want to kill people. It's happened 3 times before, Angela.
You murdered 3 people?
No, something happened each time to stop me, but it can't happen here. Not if we're shut up in this little box together. I don't want to. Why won't you understand? Why won't you do what I say and get off the train?
No. I'm not going to leave you.
Do I have to throw you off?
The only way you get rid of me.
Angela, do it for my sake. If you won't do it for your own, I beseech you.
No. You can use force, of course. You can throw me off, but that...
I can't throw you off. If I touch you... Curse you, why don't you understand?
I love you.
Love, is that all you think about? What does love mean if you're going to force me to kill you? Then lock me up, Angela, probably for the rest of my life. Is that what you want to happen? You and your precious love?
I don't believe you'll kill me.
Do you want to die?
No, of course I
don't. Then
don't.
get off the train!
No.
Right. I'll get off myself.
Don't leave me. Please, please don't leave me. You want to kill me? Kill me. Kill me. It doesn't matter. I belong to you.
Let me go.
No.
I'll hit you.
No.
Why did you make me? Are you all right? Did I hurt you very much?
It doesn't matter.
You'll be all right, Angela. You're young enough. Things will work out for you. I've got to get out of my way.
Are you mad?
Yes, I am. If you don't let me off this train, you'll have murder on your hands.
Mad people never know they're mad.
What do you know about it? Let me get off.
If you get off now, you break your blooming
Well,
neck.
stop the train. Pull the communication cord.
You've had a drop too much to drink, haven't you?
Yes, but that isn't all. If you don't let me off this train, I'm going to kill somebody.
Who?
A girl. Now pull the cord.
No, what you need is a nice, quiet dose. Best thing when you've had a drop too much to drink. A nice, quiet dose.
If you won't pull the cord, let me off. Lock me up.
Lock you up? Where?
In your van. You have a van, haven't you?
Yes.
Well, then lock me up. Please lock me up.
What's your name?
What's that got to do with it?
You want me to lock you up?
All right. It's Stringfellow.
All right. Mr. Stringfellow.
Yes.
Now, take it easy and we'll see what we can do for you.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm checking.
Well, you can lock me up, can't you, without a lot of red tape? Even on British Railways, you can restrain a dangerous man, can't you?
Stringfellow. Let me see now. Here we are. C12. You're in a sleeper. C12, aren't you?
Don't put me in there. For Pete's sake, don't put me in there. That's the worst possible thing you could do.
Come along. A nice, quiet house.
I'm not a drunk.
You said you was? What are you doing?
Taking sleeping pills.
Give me that bottle.
Give it to me.
No, I'm confiscating this.
I only took 2. I need at least 4 to knock myself out cold.
Well, you're not knocking yourself cold up, not on this train. Now, come on. You're going to bed, Mr. Stringfellow.
Lock me up. Lock me up.
All right. Follow me, then.
No.
Come on.
Don't put me in there.
Well, you asked to be locked up, didn't you?
But not in there.
You'll be all right in there.
No, no, no!
Now, in you go now. You get some sleep, Mr. Stringfellow. I'll let you out at Paddington. You'll be all right. Get some sleep now. There you are.
Come and lie down. You look exhausted.
I tried everything. Nothing worked. Nobody believed me.
Come and lie down.
All right. This is the way it's got to end.
Hello, Paul. Nice of you to come. I was worried. Look, where's the girl? What? Well, what have you done with her?
Oh. That's over, Paul. That's over and finished, done with. Up for later.
Can you tell me which sleeper Mr. Stringfellow had last night?
Mr. Stringfellow? Yes, that one, C12.
Thanks. Attendant! Call a policeman with you, be quick!
It's all right.
Never mind, Attendant, forget it. Are you all right?
My throat hurts.
He tried to strangle you then?
Yes. After the train left Reading.
What happened exactly?
He did that. He tried to strangle me. He'd been drinking, and then he fell asleep in the middle of it. It was true then. He did want to murder me. Are you Paul?
Yes. He didn't want to murder you. He couldn't help himself.
When he woke up and the train stopped, he looked at me as though he hated me and said, "Are you still alive?" And then he went off, cursing me. Why did he do that?
Well, he was attached to his identity as a psychopathic killer, or would-be psychopathic killer. He had the perfect opportunity last night. Shut up in a small space like this, and you being completely passive. When he woke up and found that he'd failed to kill you, his dream was shattered, and he vented his disappointment on you.
Why should anyone dream of being a killer?
Most people lead drab lives, even millionaires. They have to dream. Sometimes, in his case, it takes on a dangerous form. Still, this might be the breakthrough.
But he hates me now.
This might be the thing I've been looking for 3 years. This I might be able to cure. Look, I must go. I've got to catch him.
What happens to me? I'm not important, of course. Now you've got your breakthrough.
Well, if I were you, I'd go home. You can do that, can't you?
Yes, I suppose so.
Then do it. Take the first train back.
But I haven't got any money left.
Oh, well, here. Will that be enough?
Thank you. I'll send it back to you.
Oh, never mind about that. It's worth more than that to have found a way of curing him.
C12 gave us a rare old time, didn't they?
Oh, I don't know. All in a nice way.
Yeah. Good night,
Tonight's presentation of The Night Run, you heard Joe Stewardson as Stringfellow and Annabelle Linder as Angela. Ems was portrayed by Stuart Brown, and Gabriel Bayman played the part of Victor. Others in the cast were Donald Monat and Ian Yule. The Night Run was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver.
In just a moment, we'll cross over to the Johannesburg City Hall for a direct broadcast of the finals of the Plascon Talent Show. But first, we would like to thank the makers of Andrews 18A Effervescent Salt.
We present Marius Goring in The Winslow Boy by Terence Rattigan, adapted for broadcasting by Peter Watts. The Winslow Boy.
Master Ronnie! Why, good gracious, we weren't expecting you back till Tuesday.
Yes, I know.
Oh, why ever didn't you let us know you were coming, you silly boy? The idea of a child like you wandering all over London by yourself. What your father and mother will say, I don't know. They'll be back any minute now.
Where are they, Violet?
The church, of course.
Oh, yes. It's Sunday, isn't it?
What's the matter with you? What have they been doing to you at Osborne?
What do you mean?
Oh, that Navy school seems to have made you a bit soft in the head or something. Well, I suppose I'd better get your unpacking done. Mr. Dick has been using your chest of drawers for all his dress clothes and things, but he can find room for them somewhere else.
Shall I help you?
I know your help. I'd be at it all day. No, you just wait down here. I must be going.
Oh, dear. What am I to do? What am I to do? Oh, here they are. Oh, I can't. I'll go into the garden.
But he's so old, dear. From the back of the church, you really can't hear a word he says.
He's a good man, Grace.
But what's the use of being good if you're inaudible?
A problem in ethics for you, Father.
Well, it's a draft, Grace. The French window's open.
Oh, dear. It's coming on to rain.
Oh, I'm on Mother's side. The old boy's so doddery now, he can hardly finish the course at all.
I don't think that's very funny, Richard.
Oh, don't you, Father?
Doddery though Mr. Jackson may seem now, I very much doubt if he failed in his pass mods when he was at Oxford.
Oh, dash it, Father. Didn't I stay in all last night, a Saturday night, and work?
You stayed in, Dickie. I would be the last to deny that.
Oh, Dickie, dear, you were making rather a noise with that gramophone of yours. I wish you were as good about work as Ronnie.
Oh, I like that. All Ronnie ever has to do with his footling little homework is to add 2 and 2.
Ronnie is at least proving a good deal more successful in adding 2 and 2 than you were at his age.
Oh, I know. He got into Osborne and I failed. That's going to be brought up again.
Nobody's bringing it up.
Oh, yes, they are. Ronnie's the good little boy. I'm the bad little boy. You've just stuck a couple of labels on us that nothing on earth is ever going to change.
How stupid of him to say that about labels. There's no truth in it at all, is there, Kate?
No, Mother.
What are you reading, Kate?
Len Rogers' memoirs.
Who's Len Rogers?
A trades union leader.
Does John know you're a radical?
Oh, yes.
And a suffragette?
Certainly. And he still wants to marry you. He seems to.
Oh, by the way, I've asked him to come early for lunch so that he can have a few words with Father first.
Good idea. I hope you've been primed, have you, Father?
What's that?
You know what you're going to say to John, don't you? You're not going to forbid the match or anything, are you? Because I warn you, if you do, I shall elope.
Never fear, my dear. I'm far too delighted at the prospect of getting you off our hands at last.
I'm not sure I like that at last.
Do you love him, dear?
John? Yes, I do.
Such a funny girl. You don't behave as if you were in love.
My dear Mother, I love John in every way that a woman can love a man. And far, far more than he loves me. Does that satisfy you?
Well, really, Kate, darling, I didn't ask for anything quite like that. Just look at the rain. Kate, darling, does Desmond know about you and John?
Well, I haven't told him, but on the other hand, if he hasn't guessed, he must be very dense.
He is very dense.
Oh, no, Arthur. Desmond's quite clever. Kate, darling, you will be kind to him, won't you?
Yes, Mother, of course I will.
He's really...
Hello, there's someone in the garden.
Where?
He's just gone behind that bush. It's a boy, I think.